more time for the best stamp band in the land. Great band. Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com, secret show every Thursday. We love you all. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
The civil war that erupts when Yeravam ben Navat breaks away with the northern tribes is taken advantage of by Egypt, and King Shishak enters the region, and he makes essentially this parade up the land of Israel, conquering cities as he goes and bringing Israel firmly within its larger sphere of influence. Although Israel still maintains its identity, Israel and Judah, that is, maintain their identity as independent principalities, but nevertheless falling within the geopolitical orbit of Egypt. We've seen this in a couple of previous lectures because he left behind these topographical lists of the various places he conquered. What's interesting for our point is that when he gets to the north, to Megiddo, the site of a place known in English as Armageddon. It's actually a place in Israel, Megiddo. He left behind a stele that is kind of like a Shishak was here stele, that although it's badly damaged, it still retains its cartouche, the sort of nameplate of Shishak, also pronounced Shoshenk, by the way, that indicates that he did, in fact, make his way through northern Israel. One of the most fascinating archaeological finds from the 9th century, however, that corroborates much of the biblical text, is this amazing find, the so-called Mesha stele, also known as the Moabite stone. It was discovered in Dibon, which was in the kingdom of Moab, which is today, of course, Jordan, and it records from the Moabite perspective the results of a very prolonged conflict between the kingdom of Israel and the Moabites. And in fact, this is confirmed in the book of Kings. There's a lot of discussion of various military engagements they had, which the Jews frequently lost. And here you have this interesting passage that's taken directly from the Moabite stone, in which Mesha, the author of the text, son of Chemosh, God, Chemosh, of course, being the name of their God, complains about how badly he was treated in particular by the son of Omri, which is one of the Jewish kings. And the Omride dynasty was actually one of the most important in the northern kingdoms, especially in terms of its military activity throughout the region. And he talks in this stele about how he beat back the invading Jews, and therefore he deserved to create this particular monument. It's a fascinating stone. So much more to say about it, but in this series, we just want to quickly look at it. The Omride dynasty mentioned in the Moabite stone is one of the most well documented of the Northern Kingdom's dynasties. Now, during this period, when there is a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, we have recorded in the Bible some of those fascinating passages from two northern prophets in particular, Elijah and Elisha. The great miraculous activities of these prophets are among the most dramatic passages in the Bible, including a personal favorite of mine, the resuscitation of the son of the Shunammite woman, shown here in this remarkable 19th century painting by Jan Stilzers, where the mother is reunited with her son, who has returned from death. It's a fascinating passage, definitely worth reading. However, our task here is to approach the prophets as historical sources, and I want to comment on two specific aspects of the prophetic works as being especially valuable. Let us recall that the text that is called by the Jews the Tanakh, the Hebrew Scriptures, is made up of three distinct sections which have very, very distinct hermeneutic rules applied to them as well. The first 5 books are known as the Torah per se, although that term Torah is also used in a much larger sense, meaning any kind of religious teaching that pertains to the general values of Judaism. We'll talk about that more when we get to the rabbinic tradition in greater detail. But there's the first 5 books of Moses, which have a very high threshold of sanctity within Jewish theology. They are considered to be dictated by God to Moses. Some interesting discussion about what about the passages in which Moses describes his own death, but not for us here. We're looking primarily at the history. From the book of Joshua on, there's a large section called the Nevi'im, or prophets, which is a mixture of materials, sometimes much more historical data, sometimes much more kind of ethical teachings. And then finally, you have the section called Ketuvim, or writings, which include things that really don't fit into either category, like Psalms, for example, or prophets, the Song of Songs, the Book of Esther fit in there, and so on. And these second 2 sections, Nach, or Nevi'im and Ketuvim, the prophets and the writings, are considered to have a lower degree of sanctity to the first 5 books of Moses. They are clearly written by human beings and recognized, so not dictated by God, but perhaps inspired by God. The commentators were out different approaches to what they actually mean, what's their, so to speak, nuclear weight in terms of understanding the task of Judaism. But from a historical perspective, some of the prophetic works, like Kings and Chronicles in particular, seem to take upon themselves the task of preserving the historical record, much more so than other documents, such as, for example, Isaiah or Jeremiah, which have tremendous amounts of historical information, but seem to be much more focused on delivering the prophetic message of repentance and drawing closer to God. In Kings and Chronicles, there's even some, so to speak, kind of footnoting, where from time to time, the author of those texts, by the way, the Book of Kings is normally attributed in the rabbinic tradition to Jeremiah himself, which fits at least with the time period that we have. It seems reasonable that it was written in the 6th century. The Book of Kings and Chronicles will refer to earlier texts, such as the Annals of the Kings of Judah, the Annals of the Kings of Israel, which implies that they've done research in terms of the record books of the dynasties. They tend to be really focused on the leadership of the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel, and they say a tremendous amount about the individual activities of this king or that king, often applying a very strict moral and religious judgment to their activity as well. Fascinating. Other prophets, however, do not spend quite as much time talking about palace intrigue and war, things like that, but spend a lot more time, exclaiming an ethical and religious message. And so, approaching these texts, one has to kind of tease out the historical information from some of the later prophets, and at the same time understand the overwhelming religious goal of the more historically oriented prophets. In many cases, they offer us tempting, tantalizing historical data, and that's often confirmed by the archaeological record. For example, there is the horrendous queen Jezebel, or Izebel in Hebrew, and the archaeological record has found this remarkable cartouche here, which is very appropriate to have been owned by a Phoenician woman. It has the same kind of symbols and things like that, whose name was Izebel. Now, it's possible that it belonged to Queen Jezebel herself. It is very large and very expensive compared to similar types of these artifacts, but we have no real proof that this is specifically belonging to Queen Izebel and not to some other Izebel. But nevertheless, fascinating materials that generally point us along the same kind of direction as the biblical text offers. So, returning to the historical narrative, what happens in the northern kingdom is basically they come under the sphere of influence of the Assyrians. You recall that Israel is locked between two major geopolitical powers. To the south is the kingdom of Egypt, or the Egyptian Empire, and to the north is, at this point, the Assyrian Empire, later the Babylonian Empire that it overlaps. And Israel, being of the northern part of the dual monarchy, Israel feels the threat of Assyria more powerfully. The Assyrian Empire expands in the 9th century and begins to impact the northern part of the land of Israel and place the local kings in a state of vassalage. This vassalage begins in the year 853, and we see, for example, of King Yehu, who is shown here showing obeisance to King Shalmaneser. This is up from the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser that we discussed, I think, the third lecture or so of this series. And the northern kings of Israel are heavily burdened by additional tribute and taxes that come from the north. Eventually, as we shall discuss a few lectures from now, the Assyrians will simply say, well, that's it for their independence. It's too much of a hassle. They're too rebellious. And the Assyrians will come and take over the northern section, take over the king of Israel, and that's when we talk about the lost 10 tribes. We'll return to that, but for the next couple of lectures, I'd like to take a break from the sort of political narrative of history, and I'd like to look at the daily life in biblical history. We're going to look at the economic, social, and familial and ritual life of Jews for a few lectures, and then we'll return to a discussion of Israel under Assyria. Thank you very much for watching.
I moved to Texas about 2 years ago, and before I moved here, I was living with my grandma, and I liked living with my grandma a whole lot, but I had to move out. It was time. I had to move out.
Let's move away now from the primarily political and religious history that we have explored up until this point, and let's look a little bit more closely at the daily life of the large mass of anonymous Jews living in the land of Israel in the biblical period. And we're going to focus in this little lecture on the economic life, and then we're going to look at family life and then ritual life. But for now, economics. Now let's have a closer look at this remarkable painting by Nicolas Poussin, which is titled The Summer, and in brackets, Ruth and Boaz. And obviously it's taken from the biblical story that is described in the book of Ruth, where the wealthy landowner Boaz, shown here in the center with that magnificent yellow cloak, meets Ruth, who is there as a very poor woman, and she is engaged in the gleaning. That is the biblically mandated leaving behind of various sheaves and whatever happens to fall on the ground during the harvest season. And you get this kind of bucolic feel of the farmland and things like that. It's really very beautiful. By the way, I have a son named Boaz, and he once went to the post office. And the clerk there was so amazed, an African-American woman, that we had a son named Boaz, who said, "What do you call an unmarried Boaz?" And he said, "You know what?" He said, "Ruthless." Anyway, the problem with using the Bible as our source for economic history is that, as Salo Whitmire Barron, the great 20th century historian, put it, it's more about the Zolan than the Zion. Meaning, it tends to talk a lot more about how the ancient Jews should behave than really giving us a clear picture of how they did. You know, the Bible is rife with data about, for example, like in this picture, how they're mandated or divine mandates of specific kinds of tithes, charitable donations, of a whole variety of types. And the Talmud goes on great length, categorizing these, talking about the stipulations of who is eligible and who is required to give, and all kinds of things. Maybe we'll get that a little bit more when we get to the Talmudic period. But nevertheless, the Bible is a tremendously rich source. You just have to sort of read it backward to get a sense of what the economic history must have been like, as long as we understand that the primary thrust of the biblical text is ultimately to bring people closer to God, ultimately to make them more compliant with divine mandates, and so on. So we do have, however, many other sources outside of the Bible for economic history and theory that we're discussing here, but they tend to be really quite fragmentary and, cryptic. Like, for example, there are 102 scraps of tax receipts written on pieces of clay that were found in an archaeological dig around the city of Samaria, Shomron, believed to be associated with the palace of King Ahab. And these are essentially sort of tax notations. It appears that when various taxes were brought to the king, like let's say an amphora of wine or a big container of wheat or something like that, then probably the person who was giving the tax would write, how much wine is in here and who is giving it to whom, which tax collector or something like that, and the date and so on. And it was kind of like a primitive tax collection record system. Unfortunately, of the 102 scraps, only a little more than half of them are legible, and they're all like broken up like this. So it's very difficult to tease out really detailed analysis of the economic life, except that there were taxes, which, as they say in Hebrew, Yashakol, we knew there were taxes. That's pretty much a permanent aspect of human condition. But at least you get some sense of how it must have been delivered from one place to another. However, as Dr. Barron also goes on, Israel is one particular area, and it's true that we have this very dense text called the Bible to give us some insight into the economic region, but we also have much data from the surrounding region, particularly the region of Ugarit, for example, which would be in contemporary Syria, Lebanon, where if we put together all of this economic data, we can get at least some better sense of how Jews live economically, how they support themselves. Let's try and understand a little bit about what we know. So one of the most profound shifts that we see in the Israeli economy, or the economy of the Jews of ancient Israel, is the shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. In this portrait, not a Jewish portrait, obviously it's a Christian portrait from Botticelli, The Trials of Moses. Moses is shown here in a yellow robe, and there's kind of like a sort of like a comic book panel with all kinds of adventures that Moses had in his life, and you can see he's reproduced several times over. And in several of them, he is shown as a shepherd. And in fact, the identification of Jewish leaders with shepherding is quite profound and has, philosophical ramifications as well. But David is a shepherd, Abraham is a shepherd, Moses is said over and over again. We see animal husbandry as a feature, particularly of Jewish leaders. When the Jews enter Israel, however, it's clear that there is a shift from animal husbandry to agriculture. And that makes sense because Israel is, after all, quite a diverse area. There are 40 distinct geographic units of the economy in ancient Israel. And the way that the Jews were settled at that time, and I'm now sort of generalizing, by the way, over a little over 1,000 years, there are 400 settlements, which are called arim in Hebrew. We translate that as cities, but with less than 1,000 people in each of those cities, to be sure. They're essentially farming communities that would have some kind of village settlement, perhaps with some kind of wall around it, to protect them from marauders. Now, we look at the map of ancient Israel, you can see that it is dotted with a wide variety of economic regions. Looking from the north, which would be closer to the region of Lebanon, you have timber, of course, the cedars of Lebanon. You have mines for iron and copper, will be especially important once coinage begins to be produced. You have so-called Tyrian purple, in Hebrew known as argamon, which is produced from a particular kind of sea creature that lives on the shoreline, and it's essentially harvested for its blood or some other bodily fluid that is then made into the phthalo, the specific color that they use. Orchards, you have textiles that are very big products, iron, salt, metalwork mines, and of course dates, especially around Jericho. Very, very important export. The Jews were known especially for the date palm. And so you can see there's all kinds of different industrial activities going on in Israel. In terms of commerce, I mean, obviously that flows from the variety of goods that are available in the area. Biblical text refers to what we might call guilds, artisans, individuals. Sometimes, especially in the Talmud period, for particular towns that are devoted to particular crafts. So, for example, villages that are filled with tanners, and all they do is they tan leather and such. We do have biblical references to Jews engaging in international trade, especially during the high point of the United Monarchy under Solomon. And of course, they moved to the divided monarchy and the Civil War. The northern kingdom of Israel, in particular, begins to lose its sway, its international sway over the region, and so they're cut off from a lot of their natural markets and a lot of their natural resources. But we see the economy gradually growing from that original animal husbandry through industry and then commerce, and ultimately you have regular coinage produced by the 6th century before the Common Era. I just want to show you this one great image. This was just discovered this month, a 2 shekel weight from the First Temple period. Obviously, it's the stone on the left there. Imagine what it must have been like to deal with these weights and measures in your daily shopping life. Okay, I hope you found that interesting, and we'll continue by looking at family life in the next short video. Thank you for watching.
God has a very funny sense of humor. God's like, not no way, bitch. Okay. Flag on the play. Alright, so let's talk about this threesome. Yeah. Alright. So it happened. It was with a very hot lady, and we met at the
Let's take a little detour from our historical narrative to just talk a little bit about terminology. We're speaking about the continuous history of one people, one ethnos, that is the people who are known today as the Jews or the Jewish people. Note, of course, that this is not a racial category because there are Jews who come from all types of different races that make up the Jewish people, but it is something kind of tribal in nature because traditionally Judaism is a religion, but it is passed on through one's mother, that is matrilineal. In the 20th century, the Reform movement added a patrilineal option to it, but that we'll get to, God willing, when we talk about the 20th century. But for now, I've been rather sloppy about referring to these people as Jews, even well before they would have used this term to describe themselves. And I think that's justifiable in the sense that we are talking really about one continuous group of people. But let's just sort out the names for those of you who want to get this exactly right. So the oldest term that is used for Jews is the term Hebrew, and this comes from the fact that Abraham crossed over the Euphrates River on his way to Israel. The word Ivri, which is used to refer to a Hebrew person, comes from the word avar, which means to cross over or to transverse, and we're talking about a Semitic people who appear in the land of Israel, the ancient land of Israel, but their origins from Abraham are, of course, in Mesopotamia, where he comes, as described in the book of Genesis, from the city known as Ur. So the term Ivri is used to refer to a person, it's an ethnos, but it's also used as an adjective. The term Ivrit means the Hebrew language, for example, although it's an adjective used for all context as well. So the term Hebrew is the oldest term, and this is what we see especially in the earliest books of the Bible. However, the term Ivri is often used in a retrospective fashion as well, and it's synonymous with Israelite and Jew, as we see in the book of Jonah, the first chapter, where he says to the other men of the boat, Ivri Anoti, I am a Hebrew, and I fear the God of heaven. Right? So the term Ivri, although historically it is the oldest, and it is used later on in time as well, it specifically refers to this people that came from the other side of the Euphrates River. Now, the term Israelites is a little more complicated because the name Israel, of course, corresponds to Jacob. Jacob, the third of the patriarchs, has his name changed in a dramatic scene in Genesis to Israel, which means one who struggles with God. That's, about that later. But anyway, Jacob and Israel are the same person, and the Bible will use the terms children of Israel, house of Jacob, more or less synonymously. Although Rashi will explain that based on the Talmud, the children of Israel refers to the men, the house of Jacob refers to the women, things like that. And in fact, through much of the early parts of the Bible, the people who we call now Jews are typically referred to as the children of the patriarchs, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, also known as Israel. But it's also the term that's used to refer to the Jews once they settled in the land of Israel after the Exodus, after leaving Egypt. And in fact, even have evidence from non-Jewish sources, such as the Merneptah stele shown here, that dates from the year 1209 before the Common Era, which has the first reference to the word Israel, referring to a people living in the land of Israel, probably towards the northern part of the land of Israel. So by the time we get to the late 13th century, Israel is definitely used as a term by Jews and non-Jews for this people. Hence the term Israelite in English, meaning one who pertains to Israel. The term also attains special significance because that's the name that applies to the northern kingdom. The Jews in the land of Israel suffer a civil war and a fracturing of their state in the 9th century after the rule of King Solomon. And the southern part is called Judah, as shown here, and the northern part is called Israel. They're all still one people. They recognize themselves as being part of 12 tribes, all descendants of the children of Jacob, Israel, but they call their political entity to the north Israel. You can see this in the book of Kings, for example, with a lot of discussion of what that kingdom of Israel is. So the term Israel, which is used prior to the division of the land into two separate kingdoms, it is especially used after the division. The term Jews becomes especially prominent after the 8th century when the northern kingdom is destroyed by the Assyrians. Here you can see in this map that the Assyrian kingdom expands and eventually conquers the northern part, the kingdom of Israel, and then ultimately destroys its sovereignty and will exile the Jews from there. And as you can see in this map, there is a significant portion of Jews, the so-called lost 10 tribes, who are sent into exile in Assyria in particular. However, what's not widely understood is that not all of the Jews were sent out of the land of Israel by the Assyrians. In fact, it's probably a number around 30,000, which would be a much larger number still in the land. However, under the political pressure of the Assyrians, many of them fled to the south, to the region known as Judah, right? That's the southern kingdom. Judah, by the way, is Yehuda in Hebrew, J and Y, on the switch between Western European languages and Hebrew. So a lot of those people who were from the 10 tribes in the north made their way down to Yehuda, where there was considerable mixing of the people. So much so that long afterwards, you have a description of a person who is not of the tribe of Judah living in Persia, of course, the great Mordecai, who is referred to as Ish Yehudi, a Jewish man. So really in this time period, the 8th century and onward, when the name Judah is especially associated with Jews, no matter what tribe they may have come from. And in fact, tribal designations are gradually lost. By the time you get to a few centuries later, we have no idea which tribe any people come from, except for the tribe of Levi, which is another section. So that's basically how we get these three terms. Hebrews, Israelites, and Jews, all one people with different names they might have used for themselves, different points in time, but they would often use earlier names to refer to themselves later on. Okay, I hope that clarifies things. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. My name is Henry Abramson and I'm glad you're here. Let me just take a couple of minutes to explain what exactly is going on in the site, and if you find it interesting, how you can get more involved. So first of all, what is this Jewish History Lab? What am I talking about here? So a little over a year ago, I was offered a contract from Koren Publishers in Jerusalem, a great publishing house, to produce a 3-volume survey history of the Jews, which I have creatively titled The Jewish People, A History. And I was really looking forward to getting involved in it, beginning to plan it and outline it and so on, and then COVID hit. And with the coronavirus, I had to kind of shift things around, but surprisingly, shifting it around has created some new opportunities that have really, it was something different than I originally intended, and I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. Specifically, when I'm involved in a creative project like writing or like making these lectures and things like that, I really depend heavily on the energy I get from my students. As Rabbi Hanina says in the Talmud, Tractate Tainus, I have learned much from my teachers, more from my colleagues, but from my students most of all. But with the coronavirus and our enforced separation meant that I didn't have the same kind of interaction with students that I typically did in the live classroom, and I had to rethink a lot of that. But what has resulted is now I'm thinking a lot about crowdsourcing my scholarship by sharing my research in a very different way, and it's proved to be extremely beneficial. Let me explain what's involved. There are several pieces that are all moving together in this Jewish History Lab. The first is, of course, these YouTube videos. And they are research in progress. I'm going into a lot of areas that I had not really delved into in previous years of research. So, you know, they're a little experimental, a little bit rough, but nevertheless, they seem to be working. The second part is I was still giving live classes, both in person, especially once the vaccine came out and people were able to be a little bit safer in gathering, and also on Zoom. And these things are still going on. And I just recently began issuing the draft chapters to my students so I can actually invite people from all over the world to help me write this book, to engage in some of the actual writing process. It's been absolutely fascinating. The fourth part, which is just still in my head, I have not actually done a lot of work on this yet, but I'd like to prepare a teacher's guide. All of these things will go together with this 3-volume history, and I'm really excited about it. So why would you want to get involved? I don't know. But if this excites you, There are several ways that you could be involved in this creative process. The first is, of course, you can just enjoy these videos. I have a strong belief that this kind of information should be as widely available and free to everyone. So that's why I put these videos out there, so that more people can enjoy them and learn from them and discuss them and so on. The easiest way to do this is to find my channel on YouTube. You just put in my name to the little search box, and then you click on the subscribe button, which is marked on the right here by that blue arrow. Once you are watching the videos, of course, you can comment on them, and I love seeing those comments come in. And the subscription is really good for me too, because it makes me feel like, wow, there's some validation to what we're trying to achieve here. And then, of course, share the videos so that more people can subscribe, and it becomes like a big snowball effect. And I like snowballs too, because I'm from Canada. One of the things I realized early on is that there are so many people who enjoy the videos, thank God, that I simply could not keep up with the comments. In fact, if I were to devote the amount of time required to responding to all the comments, I wouldn't be able to be working on more research and more videos and the book itself. So I've created a few sort of ways in which people can choose to self-select to be more involved, and with those smaller groups, I'm able to devote more time and responses and more interaction. So let me tell you about those ways that you can get more involved. And the next level of involvement is membership. You click on that join button, which is not available in all countries. I have 3 levels of membership. Now, members get extra perks. Members at the student level get, for example, early access to the videos, and sometimes help me weed out really big mistakes before I let it go to the wider world, and give me some useful feedback sometimes on things that's going on. Members at the researcher level get access to more focused and advanced videos that I occasionally make that I just don't feel like sharing with the wider world, because I would be deluged even more with comments that are not necessarily helpful. I only want to work with people who are a little more serious on those more difficult topics. And then finally, members at the colleague level get all of that, and they also get access to the live classes that I offer pretty much on a weekly basis right now, but it varies from time to time. So that's another level of involvement. If you really are enjoying these videos and you want to get more involved in the process, please consider membership. And finally, the last thing, I think this is so cool, is I've begun creating courses that incorporate the YouTube videos and some, quizzes and self-testing things and elements like that. And here's the best part, the actual draft chapters of the book. The first of 3 courses is now online. It's called Biblical Jewish History. It goes from the very beginnings all the way up to the period of the Mishnah in the 2nd and 3rd century. So it's kind of like a bigger biblical history course. I have a special place in my heart for educators who should get lots of this access without any hassles. So please write to me directly if you're an educator and you want this. I will gladly send you a coupon code. So that's basically what this Jewish History Lab is all about. I'm glad you're here. Please enjoy the videos. Please let me know what you think, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
I gave her Toothless from How to Train a Dragon. And let's just say she had teeth when I found her. I really love me some black pussy. Speaking of fried chicken,
Let's take a few minutes to discuss the nature of the family in biblical Israel. Now, this is an incredibly complicated and massive topic that deserves a phenomenal amount of attention, but we're just going to be able to touch on it briefly within the scope of our historical survey. We will come back to many of these aspects in a much later video when we talk specifically about women. That's going to be an important part of today's brief lecture as well, but I'll explain why this is so challenging. I'd like to speak very briefly and in general broad strokes about the nature of the family from the earliest sources we have, of basically Genesis, up until the end of the First Temple period, which is 586 before the Common Era. So that's a massive chunk of time. We're speaking about really over 1,000 years. So, we're generalizing very heavily in the space of a few minutes. Secondly, we should understand that it's very challenging to try to describe things which are so elemental to the human condition. I mean, we use the word family in a historical context, and we use the word family today. Family is, of course, something that all of us are wrapped up in extremely complex and deep-seated ways. Family is basic to our identity. And so it's very difficult to separate our own experience of what family is or ought to be from what we read in the textual tradition. For example, if you look at this classic image, it's Norman Rockwell's famous painting, Freedom from Want, which of course was featured in the magazines throughout the middle of the 20th century. And this is obviously a Thanksgiving dinner, and you see the happy family around it, and the patriarch and matriarch with multiple generations of the family members around the table, all smiling as they enjoy this large turkey, right? That's the title is Freedom from Want. But this is clearly an idealized image of what a Thanksgiving dinner would be like, right? Everyone's happy, everyone likes each other, no one's on their phone, no one's arguing politics, no one's wanting to get back to the football game. This is kind of like what we want family to be. But it's not necessarily what family actually is. So elements of an idealized that are shown here, we'd like to sort of project backward in time, but it'd be absurd to say every single Thanksgiving dinner, especially in the year 1943. Think of what that must have been like, at the end of World War II and the battle in the Pacific and all kinds of very difficult times for Americans. This is clearly an aspirational Thanksgiving dinner. So when we go back and look at the family in biblical times, we're kind of trapped within our own mentality of human experience. And then furthermore, we can't read past what the text actually gives us as data. The text is moreover layered. I mean, we have the biblical text itself, which describes family to some degree, perhaps aspirationally for then in the ancient period. But then it is interpreted through the Mishnah, which we're going to speak about in later classes, but then that doesn't reach a textual form until centuries later. The Talmud still later, the Halakha, meaning Jewish law, still later than that, and then there's individual custom or minhag. So these textual layers, we're reading all of these things backwards to try and ascribe what we think the family should be to sometimes very fragmentary descriptions that go back thousands of years. So with that kind of caveat, let's try to understand at least a few basic things about the family in the ancient world, which may be somewhat counterintuitive to what we think today in the beginning of the 21st century. Perhaps one of the most striking aspects of family in the ancient world is that one of the relative non-issues is race. Race is incredibly important in American culture, and this is, of course, the legacy of the transatlantic slave trade, and Civil War, and civil rights issues, Jim Crow, which is still playing out as I'm speaking these words. We're deep in a huge Black Lives Matter social justice movement that's rocking America in the context of a very contentious election. But race does not seem to be a significant category for the Bible. There are references to people, and there are occasionally references to skin color, but generally speaking, it does not seem to be a huge, issue. For example, here's a 17th century representation of Moses and his Ethiopian wife. In fact, she is described, Zipporah, as a Cushi. She's also described in another context as a Midianite, and there's some dispute over what exactly that means. But the commentators don't seem to be especially bothered by the idea that Moses, who is presumably Semitic in racial characteristics, would marry an African who could be, theoretically Nubian, as we see in this particular representation. So race itself is not nearly as important as peoplehood. That is, who is your ethnos, to which ethnos does you belong. But continuing with gender, That's a far more important thing in the definition of family in the world. Whether or not one is born male or female is huge. There's a lot of discussion, which I think we won't be able to discuss here for now, but heterosexuality is considered the norm and homosexuality is deeply frowned upon, especially male homosexuality. There is discussion in the Talmud later of multiple genders besides simply male and female, and perhaps we'll get to that when we get to more Talmudic discussion. But for the time being, let's focus ourselves on two sexes, male and female, and they're considered to be exclusive for the institution of marriage. However, that marriage can be polygamous. That is one husband, multiple wives, as in the famous story of Jacob marrying two wives, Rachel and Leah, shown here in Michelangelo's representation. And in fact, there's kind of like a half marriage called a philegesh in Hebrew, or a concubine in English. And a concubine is essentially like a wife in all respects, but lacking the protections that are inherent to marriage. As the Talmud defines it, again, later in the Jewish tradition, we have the definitions that are explained. A concubine may simply be dismissed at will, whereas a wife has a guarantee in her wedding for marital support during the marriage, and if the marriage is dissolved, then she has the right to support afterwards in the form of a financial settlement. We'll get back to that in just one second. We'll talk about divorce. It's also important that gender has relationship to the status of the children. Patrilineal descent is not recognized in much of Jewish history. It's not entirely clear what exactly is going on in the biblical text alone when you separate the biblical text from the later discussions of it in the Mishnah, the Talmud, and the commentaries. It appears that there is patrilineal descent in many of the figures of the Bible. Joseph, of course, marries an Egyptian woman. Again, there's midrashim that would adjust that slightly, same with Moses that we saw earlier. Some commentators like Tosfot, just to continue this one more sentence, Tosfot in the Middle Ages suggests that before the giving of the Torah, the law was patrilineal, that a child followed his or her father's status, and after giving the Torah, it became matrilineal. Certainly, for the huge bulk of Jewish history, Judaism has been strictly matrilineal until 1983, when the Reformers introduced the idea of patrilineal descent. Again, I mentioned that in the last video. We'll have to come back to in the current century. So at any rate, the mother is extremely important, whether or not the mother is a full wife or a concubine, or as we shall see later, even a more casual relationship. Women also have very distinct status with regards to things like slavery. Jewish men may be enslaved, the Jewish women may not be enslaved. Once they reach maturity, they may not be enslaved at all. They have a diminished agency, however. There are certain elements of legal practice, meaning, for example, serving as a witness and things like that. Again, I'm reading the biblical text through the lens of the later commentators of Mishnah and Talmud, but the women seem to be at a diminished status when it comes to certain elements of their legal standards. And similarly, in terms of inheritance, the general understanding of women in the biblical period is that women are almost always existing, and it's considered to be an ideal status to be within the shadow of another male, either within the shadow of their father, that is, under the protection of their father, later under the protection of their husband, and finally in a widow, then under the protection of their sons. There are men who are protecting them. The idea of a woman who is separated from this is going to be placing her at tremendous disadvantage. On the other hand, that does not necessarily diminish a woman's rights as a single person to engage in business and land, affect contracts and all kinds of things. Much more of this we'll discuss when we speak specifically about women later on in this series. But there's no question that it would be absurd to ascribe, a kind of modern equality to men and women in the ancient world. This is a patriarchal society. The only thing I think is worth really debating is whether or not it is a benign or beneficent patriarchy, if you want to argue that such a thing exists at all. The last thing I should point out is that in terms of the family structure, which was often multi-generational, living in the same household and things like that, is the idea of lineage. Now, the concept of legitimacy in modern terms, of whether or not someone is illegitimate, or to use a more colloquial term, bastard. It has a distinct meaning in the biblical tense. There is something called a mamzer, again, more fleshed out when we get to the Mishnah. But the offspring of non-sanctioned relationship is not necessarily disadvantaged in their future lives. The only sanctions are applied, and very heavy sanctions, are when a marriage is prohibited, such as, for example, a marriage that involves a married woman and someone other than her husband, or a brother and a sister, or a father and a daughter, and so on. But relationships which could conceivably be consummated, but they have not, been officially sanctioned by religious authorities, nevertheless do constitute, relationships that do not result in illegitimate offspring. And in fact, if I can cite my teacher, Rabbi Uziel Malevsky, he used to say that one should never cast aspersions at anyone's lineage or background, because in reality, when you look at the biblical line of the Messiah, it runs through some very sketchy relationships when you look at them on the surface. Such as, for example, Judah and his widowed daughter-in-law Tamar, shown here, in an extremely, challenging passage in Genesis that usually is skipped over in grade school because it is really a little bit too racy. Or Boaz and Ruth's status, and then furthermore David and Bathsheba. All of these relationships all invoke certain questions of legitimacy, and nevertheless, this is considered the line from which the Messiah will be born. So one should never cast aspersions at anyone's family background. Okay, I hope you found that interesting. And we will continue with one final discussion of daily life in the first. We're going to look at ritual life very briefly. Thank you for that.
Never did drugs or prostitutes. You robbed a grocery store of $11,000 and you didn't spend the money on anything.
Hello, let us conclude our very brief survey of daily life and biblical Israel by looking at a very important element of daily life, ritual. And this is something which, like most of the topics we discussed here, is much longer and really be the subject of long series, but I'm just going to focus on a couple of key points here for our purposes. First of all, it's important to know that there is a unique belief that goes along with this people that we're following from their earliest origins. And that belief system is typically called Judaism. The history of Judaism is quite complex, a lot of amazing things associated with it. But let's point out just a few really important. First of all, and this is often not understood by Judaism, of course, the key text is the Torah, which is normally understood to refer to the first 5 books of Moses. If you pick up your typical Bible, whether it is a Jewish Bible or a Christian Bible, of whatever denomination, the first 5 books will likely be Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, that is the Torah. I speak a few weeks from about the world of the sages. I'd like to come back to this text and talk a little bit more about what it means and how it fits within the overarching structure of Judaism and Islam. But for the time being, I'd like to point out that there are really two Torahs. There is the written Torah, the first 5 books, and then there is the oral Torah, or Shabbat, which is, for our purposes right now, basically the series of teachings that are encapsulated in the Talmud. According to traditional Jewish theology, the oral Torah, which is a commentary on, an amplification of, and a discussion of things which are not necessarily included in the written Torah, is a massive body of teachings which was given to Moses on Mount Sinai, along with the written Torah. And what is definitely true is that it is impossible to understand Judaism without working with both of these texts, the written Torah and the oral Torah, which of course later became written down. We still call it the oral Torah, even though it is in textual form and studied textual. Again, I'm going to put that on pause because we'll come back to that when we start talking about the world of the sages. Now, what are some of the key elements in Judaism that are really important for us in the biblical theory that we're discussing? First is the great emphasis on monotheism, which is such a strong, central thread that runs through all Jewish teaching. There are modern biblical critics who will disagree with the extent of monotheism in the original Torah, but there's no question that as a people, historically, Jews have understood their faith to be essentially monotheism, worshiping one God. Furthermore, this is not a kind of a distant God who either created the world and set it spinning and ignored it as some kind of deist model, and also not sort of like a huge, immortal, all-powerful child God like you have in a lot of the polytheistic faiths, where if you look at stories of the Greek gods, for example, they're engaged in all kinds of behaviors associated with character flaws and things like that. This is a God who is deeply involved in history, communicating individually with human beings, making demands of human beings, and even being answerable to human beings to some extent. For example, in the famous negotiation that Abraham has with God over the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. So there's a lot of fascinating things in that relationship. It's called a personal theater in the sense that God listens to prayer. That is an innovation that's very strong within early Judaism that we do not see with the same degree in other polytheistic faiths. And finally, massive contribution to world culture, the creation of the Sabbath, or Shabbat in Hebrew. The Sabbath is one day off in 7, commemorating creation, is something which the Jews could teach to the world through Judaism and made a major on the way that we organize our lives and the way we see our relationship to the cosmos as a whole. Now, these are basic ideas in Judaism, but let us not forget, even a closely familiarity with the Bible will reveal that one should never confuse Judaism and Jews. That is the famous quote that I go around. That Judaism may be like domestic and idealistic and all kinds of things, but Jews don't necessarily live up to those values. So frequently throughout the Bible, really in the Torah itself and in the later section called the prophets and the writings, you find the Jews as a real backsliding, worshipping local Canaanite gods like this one here, the god Baal, which is basically a weather god, very popular in the region. There are many other gods that are mentioned throughout the text, and Jews, for whatever reason, not really the purpose of our discussion today, but for whatever reason, they tend to forget about the God that took them out of Egypt and say, oh, what about this God? This thing's kind of interesting too. And then they get punished for it, and they go through repentance, and the whole cycle that you see repeating itself over and over again, being to be the Bible, and one might argue right up until it comes to practice. But that's all I really want to say for a very, cursory look at Judaism right now. We will turn to a much greater detail when we look at the world of the sages and think about how Judaism works within the context of the oracle. Certainly, the calendar is extremely important to this early society transition. It's an agricultural economy, and the three pilgrimage holidays signify tremendous meaning within the context of the Torah, particularly the written Torah, but all happen to coincide with the agricultural season. So the glorious bringing of the first fruit on that road, for example, the harvest season, all kinds of interesting things like that. Of course, the most well known outside of Judaism is certainly the holiday of Passover, which commemorates the departure from Egypt. It's a spring holiday, and we've discussed it before how it's such an important ritual because at the Seder table, it's a home-based ritual for the family to go through the story of the Exodus. Children must participate and so on. This is, if you look at this fantastic image, this is some of the famous and some confusing birds that have got a 14th century journey. And one of the unusual things about it is that many, but not all, of the figures represented there have a bird's head instead of a human head. They're clearly marked as Jews. For example, the male figure on the left has a Judenkeit, which is an article of clothing that Jews were required to wear in certain parts of Europe after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. So we know it's a Jew because of that labeling. But why the bird's head? It's most likely related to a hesitancy on the part of Jewish artists to contravene the commandment that prohibits the worship of any Catholic representation of Jesus. That has been observed or ignored or reinterpreted throughout the centuries in different ways, but in the 14th century in Germany, apparently the artists must have felt rather sensitive about it, and so rather than portray human beings, they kind of backed it off a little bit by portraying the mystery of birds. But let's get back to that when we go to medieval Ashkenaz. Anyway, I really like this particular image because it clearly is a woman who is baking some of the unleavened bread, but not necessarily for Passover, and the Jewish figure on the left is the woman is presumably Jewish as well. The Jewish man on the left is saying, "What? $25 a pound?" Which is something that even non-Jews can certainly understand. Okay, let's look finally at the life cycle, and just one quick note here. As we mentioned a couple of lectures ago, really important element of life cycle is gender. It's a very different series of events and celebrations which are associated with men than with women. There are definitely points of great celebrations for women in life cycle. Marriage is considered one of the high points, but men generally get more of these. There are life cycle events associated with the first Friday night of a male's birth, and there's the circumcision, of course, on the 8th day, which is portrayed here in the 3rd century mosaic in the big Catholic synagogue at Yudea, which is a Mesopotamian synagogue. And then, of course, the bar mitzvah ritual, which formally recognizes a male child, as achieving adulthood, the age of majority. Women also have that age of majority at the age of 12 to age of 13, and it happens automatically regardless of any ritual performed in synagogue. A lot to say about what is the synagogue, what is the temple, and so on, and I would like to return to them really when we can discuss them more fully in the context of the oral code. For now, looking at the biblical period, I'm going to leave it at this point, and thank you very much for that.
I like your style, Jimmy. What do you do for work? What type of mechanic are you? Grocery stores, Tony. Yeah, seriously.
Okay, let us continue with our discussion of the political and social history in the northern kingdom of Israel. And I'd like to make a few key points, but really focus on the dissolution of the northern kingdom with its invasion by the Assyrians and the exile of the 10 northern tribes and the importation of the Samaritans. We're going to explore those in a little more detail in subsequent videos. So for now, let's just have a look at a few key ideas. First of all, let's just look at something that's important for the 8th century and from the perspective of the outside of the Jewish world. We'll look at some of the Assyrian documents. And I want to go over the map with you in a few minutes, so don't panic if you're not exactly sure where is Assyria. Anyways, I was either. We'll have a quick look at the map and I'll make things really clear. So in this amazing monolith, the Perth monolith, which celebrates the achievements of the Assyrian king Shalmaneser III, who will be very important to Israel, there's a discussion there of the Battle of Karkar, which was in 853 before the Common Era, and a few battles that were subsequent to that particular conflict. This describes a period in which Shalmaneser participated in battles not in Israel, elsewhere in northern Syria for the most part, against a multi-state or multi-regional alliance of 12 kings. And what's especially interesting for our purposes, this alliance was led by the Hatti and the sea coast, which would have been Syria and, of course, along the Mediterranean coast. Listed among the 12 kings there is King Achav, the Israelite, right? Remember Achav, Ahab, married to Jezebel, was one of the last kings of the northern kingdom of Israel. And he provides the largest single contribution of chariots, 2,000 of them, and 10,000 troops, which puts him right up there with the biggest contribution to this war effort, which I think is fascinating because it gives you a picture of what's going on really in the northern kingdom. Now, contrasted to the southern kingdom and Judah, they had a lot of internal problems. Remember, this is the rebel state. They broke away from Judah over issues of taxation and over issues of how they were being represented, so to speak, to use kind of an American motif. I'm recording this, by the way, while they're still trying to figure out who won the 2020 election. The northern kingdom had quite a bit of tumult during the 9th century, especially when compared to the southern kingdom. Unlike the south, they did not have the same degree of attachment to the idea of a Davidic rule through the tribe of Judah. Obviously, the southern kingdom was ruled by Judah, and they had ongoing conflict Judah over the bordering territory of the tribe of Benjamin. Sometimes they would ally themselves with the south. Sometimes they would actually fight with the south. There's a lot of things going on. We also have turnover of the dynasties, as in many cases generals were heavily involved. The northern Israel army was quite powerful, and from time to time the leaders of the army ended up taking over the leadership of the entire region. So there's a lot of internal, destruction going on in Israel itself during the 200 years that we're describing now, between the middle of the 10th century, when the kingdom split, until the end of the 8th century, when the kingdom was destroyed by the Assyrians. But even in the midst of this tumult, you can see that the northern kingdom of Israel is a player regionally at this point. They are getting involved in larger geopolitical conflicts. They are making big alliances like King Solomon made. They are engaged in far-off conflicts, which gives you some kind of picture of what the northern kingdom of Israel was like within the larger context. Here's an interesting find which points to the instability of the 9th century in Israel, discovered by Naama Yahalomak. Shown here is this fascinating figurine. We just discovered a few years ago here, and the crown around his head there indicates his clearly of royalty. Very beautifully preserved, little 5-centimeter figurine. Now the big question is, so he's clearly a king. Which king is he? So just looking at this period alone, it's possible that he could be an Israelite king. This was discovered in the northern part of Israel, which had fallen under sway of the Syrians in Aram. I'll show you a map in just a second. It could have been one of the kings of the kingdom of Israel, as mentioned in the book Obelisk. Could have been Achab. It could have been his son Yehu, who mounted a ill-fated rebellion. It could have been one of the kings of Aram that had invaded Israel, and as the regional treaties between the various 12 kings began to break apart, could have been Ben-Hadad or Hazael, which were the foreign kings that ended up dominating the northern part of Israel, or it could have been a king of Tyre, perhaps Shobal. All of these are possibilities, and it gives you a sense of what kind of chaos was going on in Israel with tremendous dynastic upheaval and regional conflict and foreign invasion and so on. Okay, I've kept you waiting long enough. Let's have a look at the map and try to sort these things out. I'm going to focus on the invasion of 720 from the Assyrians, and we will follow up with some detailed discussions in the next two videos. But I want to give you a sense not only of that, but also this relationship to the Babylonian invasion that would occur another couple hundred years later. So here's our heroes in Jerusalem and Samaria, the kingdom of Judah, of course, in the south, with its capital at Jerusalem. And we will return, of course, to have a much longer discussion of Jerusalem and Judah in subsequent videos. And then in the north, with the capital in Samaria, we have the kingdom of Israel. Now, to their north is a larger regional kingdom, the kingdom of Aram. At times in alliance with either Israel or even with Judah, and at times hostile. And in fact, in the period that we're starting now, this is when Aram would invade the kingdom of Israel and dominate it significantly. But further north, and remember, this northern trend is all following the Fertile Crescent, so it kind of curves around an open-ended hairpin turn and begins to go to the south, following the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. You have the kingdom of Assyria, which is based in the very old city of Nineveh, famous from the book of Jonah. And ultimately, Aram would get into trouble with Assyria and would be conquered by Assyria. Are you getting the image now of kind of like the little fish is eaten by the bigger fish, is eaten by the still bigger fish, and so on? If you honestly think about that, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. Aram will swallow up northern Israel, and then Assyria will end up swallowing up Aram, and with it, northern Israel. And then the biggest fish, which we're going to come back to in a few lectures from now, is of course Babylonia. The Babylonian Empire, centered in the city known as Babylon, would eventually take over Assyria, which had taken over Aram, which had taken over northern Israel. And it would have huge consequences for the history of the Jews. But it's also mentioned, however, with the Assyrian invasion, there are two really important population transfers. That's kind of a neutral term. From the perspective of Israel, this is the exile of the 10 northern tribes that we're going to talk about in the very next video. There's so many times this video, but you get the idea. All these things are all happening at the same time. According to the biblical account and from some fascinating non-biblical sources, the Jews from the northern region of Israel, and it's not the entire population, as we mentioned a couple of times. It is several tens of thousands and particular segments of the socioeconomic profile of the kingdom of Israel. They are exiled to places like Gozan, the river Habor, the capital region in Nineveh, and then further to the east, the region of the Medes. These are all where we know that the 10 tribes, or the representatives of the 10 tribes, were exiled to, and we'll follow those up in the very next video. At the same time, part of the Assyrian strategy for dominating their conquered regions, which we see in other parts of their history as well, is not only to remove the local leadership, the elite that could potentially organize a rebellion, but to bring into the region a foreign population that destabilizes a lot of the local relationships and alliance and so on. And this would be the population known as the Samaritans, who probably come from the region called Utah. There are some questions about their origins, but Utah is where, according to the dominant opinion, the Assyrians took their local population, conquered from the south, and forcibly shipped them to Israel to center around Samaria. In fact, in Talmudic Aramaic, the Samaritans are typically called Kittim, which is plural for Hittites, people who come from this region. Okay, so that's what's going to happen after 720. We're going to pick it up by looking at the story of those yellow arrows in the next video. What happened to the 10 lost tribes? Thank you very much for watching. Shows it out was great. There was a 2-hour-long sets. 2 Saturday, 1 Sunday to make up for the Friday. Let's just start with what we know from the biblical text and from Assyrian documentation as well. So it seems there are 3 major periods of deportation in the late 8th century. The first was under Tiglath-Pileser III, known in Tanakh, in the Hebrew scriptures, as King Cool, and this is in the 730s. Records indicate in 2 different places, when you add them up, something like 13,250 Jews were taken from the northern part of the land of Israel. Those of you who are watching this video without watching previous ones will know that I tend to use the term Jews anachronistically. Just forgive me for it, most people do that. At any rate, about 13,250 exiles. It appears that all of them were males, were taken from the northern region. It is also that the Jews had some experiences, we saw in the last lecture, in the military, but in particular, they may have excelled in charioteers, and it could be that the supposition that perhaps he took some men of military age over families and things like that. Then we have a second period under Shalmaneser V and his son Sargon. Shalmaneser is on the left, and the figure on the right is believed to be Sargon II. We have a much more specific number from their records of 27,280, or elsewhere 27,290. And this occurred in the years 722 to 720, and would have affected the area around Samaria itself. This is a really hard, specific number that feels a lot more real than a lot of the numbers that you see in some of these documents. And then finally, you have King Sennacherib in Hebrew, or Sennacherib in English, who removed 200,000 Jews, very, very large number, from the region of Judah at the very end of the 8th century. We'll talk more about 2 lectures from now. But anyway, these are the 3 major deportations that we're speaking about. It is interesting to note that the evidence from the biblical text and also from Oscar that are discovered in the region where they were settled suggests that the Jews who were taken away were not in fact enslaved, but nevertheless they were forcibly required to remain in these places. And so let's continue the story from there. So what exactly happened here? Again, based on the biblical text and a few little bits and pieces in other sources, we see that the Jews from the kingdom of Israel itself, that is the 10 northern tribes, were sent off to these 3 locations. Hamath, which is somewhere in northern Lebanon, western Syria, the region of Goshen and Nearby River, which you can see in the middle circle here, and then finally out to the newly conquered region of the Assyrian Empire in Media. What happened to the Jews when they got there? So we have scattered onomastic evidence. I love these words. Onomastic means proper name, meaning we see evidence of people with Semitic and sometimes definitively Hebrew names, especially because of the theophoric nature of many Hebrew names. Theophoric is another good word. It means like it involves the name of God. Like Jews like including the name of God in their children's names. Several of my children have one of the several names of God built into their names itself. Like, for example, the common name Michael, or not the name of one of my kids, but means Michael, which is who is like God. And so it's very common to have a name like that. Or Kal-El, for example, God Kent. So when you look at some of the ostracods that are discovered, such as this one discovered in the city of Nimrud, dating from the late 7th century, often the texts are in Aramaic, very rarely in Hebrew, and there's clearly some Hebrew names, or at least Semitic names included there. Just little bits of pieces of what this might mean. Sometimes these ostraca indicate that there are Jews there, or potential Jews, who were active as charioteers. As I mentioned earlier, there seems to have been some history of Jews involved in that particular aspect of the myth. There's one possible Jew who was named as a village manager, again supporting the idea of the hardly raised when they were out there. The possibility of rising to positions of administrative authority. And one especially fascinating passage of the first book, Hosea, very Jewish name, who redeems a woman named Dinah from slavery, right, paying the ransom for it. This is especially interesting because there is a very long-standing tradition of redeeming captives, the high value mitzvah, or commandment that devolves upon Jews that basically says that you have to drop everything to try and redeem someone from slavery. At any rate, these are kind of like just little bits and pieces that suggest that yes, the story has historic validity. Jews were living in these regions that the biblical text and the Assyrian documentation coincides, but unfortunately we don't know a lot about what exactly happened to them. If we look at the map with contemporary political boundaries overlaid, we see that these would have been settled in northern Lebanon, southern Syria, which is not terribly far away from Israel. It's easily conceivable that they could have migrated back over centuries. We see them on the border of Turkey and Syria, perhaps in the Kurdish region, and we see them out in western Iran as well. So most historians assume that the vast majority of these exiles simply assimilated into the larger in which they lived. This is actually a very common element of Jewish history, particularly in the diet, where Jews over a period of generations who lose their attachment to their ancestral peoplehood and simply blend in with the populations around them. There are some very significant exceptions, and when we get a little further on in this class, when we start talking about the post-Roman exile after the first Roman-Jewish war, and especially after the Bar Kokhba rebellion, Jews began to develop actual social strategies to maintain their group integrity, which stood them very well over the next 2,000 years, preserving their integrity as a social group, but not perfectly. So, and by the way, going backwards in time, there is a long-standing midrash that says that 80% of the Jews living in Egypt chose not to leave with the Exodus. That is, only 20% of the population actually took Moses up on his word and followed him out into the desert and ultimately into Israel. So the story of Jewish assimilation into the background population is very common and very plausible. However, this rabbit hole goes really deep, and I don't want to take it very far in this particular lecture, but I hope to return to it several times as we go through the entire saga of the Jews, because the origin of the 10 lost tribes has been a dominant motivating idea that you see in all kinds of Jewish movements. For example, the movement 20th century Hasidic rabbi Rabbi Menachem Pearson, shown here, who is one of the greatest leaders of the Chabad movement, and in reality one of the greatest leaders of the Jewish people in modern times, who mounted several campaigns specifically to find assimilated Jews and also to reach out to non-Jews and to educate them, at the very least, in their connection to the Noahide commandments and possibly to uncover people who wanted to convert, although that was never an explicit goal because, after all, Judaism is not a proselytizing religion, with one significant exception that we'll get to in about 4 or 5 lectures. At any rate, they're based very heavily on this idea of the Hebrew fellowship, the gathering together of the exiles, which we find several times in the biblical text. I'll give you one verse here from the book of Ezekiel. It says that I will take the children of Israel, notably the Bnei Yisrael is the Hebrew term used there, but it has that feeling of the northern kingdom as well, from among the nations where they have gone, and I will bring them all around and return them to their land. This idea of the ingathering of the exiles is a very powerful notion that runs its way through Jewish civilization to the present day. We see it also in the secular Zionist movement, headed perhaps most famously by Theodor Herzl, shown in this postcard, which has written in Hebrew and then in German and then in French the phrase, "If you will it, it is no dream." Meaning, if you want to all come back to Israel and free their state there, of course, this was stated before Israel as a modern entity became a reality in 1948. Then you have this image of this angelic creature breaking the chains, and with the flag emblazoned with the Star of David, gathering in all of these tired, oppressed, hungry masses through the land of Israel. This is something that really comes essentially from the legends of the lost cause. Now, what did people think of it in the ancient period? We see the assertion of socially intact tribes in many sources around the first century before the Common Era and the first century in the Common Era. Josephus and Paul and James in the Christian scriptures are especially noteworthy for their adherence to the idea, and this would be 700 years later after the exile, in their units, that they actually still maintain their tribal identities in Iran and Iraq and so on. Rabbi Eliezer, of course, in the more mainstream Jewish tradition, also held that the 10 lost tribes are still there, intact and waiting. Other opinions, however, and this is typical of the Talmud, that you will have multiple opinions. The very famous and very authoritative Rabbi Akiva says the 10 tribes are not back. He argued that once they were taken away, they assimilated into the nations beyond them, and they are not going to be pulled out, certainly not in their tribal units. You'll see that in Mishnah. There is also a discussion in the Jerusalem Talmud, again, more when we get later on in the series, but it's the Jerusalem, the Babylonian Talmud, that discusses this amazing river Sambatya, which is apparently a river that was impassable during the 6 days of the week, and they had all these rolling rocks that would run through the ravine rather than water, and it was impossible to cross safely. But on the Sabbath, mystical river Sambatya would suddenly rest, but because of the laws of traveling on the Sabbath, the Jews, the 10 tribes, would not be able to cross it and make their way back to it. Fascinating kind of things. What I will just mention here now is one of the many, literally dozens of theories that over the next few millennia as to who the 10 lost tribes are, they become. So, for example, just one of many, really. You have them in Japan, in England, in Africa, all kinds of places. There's a testimony of a crypto-Jewish traveler named Antonio Montezuma, who was Portuguese and who had out-accepted Catholicism in the context of the Inquisition, and like many of his socioeconomic and religious class, left Portugal to travel the world and look for a safer haven. He came to Ecuador, and then amazingly, as he recounted when he came back, he was greeted by the native population there with the Shema prayer. Hear, O Israel, Lord our God, the Lord is one. Astounded. And he believed that he had come across 10 tribes that had relocated to far off Ecuador. There were other signs as well. They gave him Jewish food like chicken soup and egg rolls. I made that part up, but I couldn't help it. I haven't had lunch yet. And he came back to Amsterdam and he reported this to a very important rabbi, Menachem at Israel, who was so taken with the idea that he wrote a book. It was translated into English ultimately as The Hope of Israel, in which he argued that the country of England should readmit the Jews because we are now in the flourishing of the Messianic period when the 10 lost tribes are being discovered. It was central to the thesis, and it created quite a stir, especially when it was translated, and many other works were produced that supported it, such as the interesting one here I find especially interesting: Jews in America, or probabilities that those Indians are Judaical, made more probable by some additionals to the former conjecture. An argument that the Native Americans are in fact the 10 lost tribes. One of many, many theories as to what became of them. I really intend back to this topic later in the series because it actually plays an important role in many significant, especially Islamic movements throughout Jewish history. But for the time being, on the video, we'll look at the origins of the Samaritans in Israel. Thanks again, Bill.
Regulars and people in the rotation. And I have to say that I want to see more of you, and having you sign up regularly would just be a tremendous hassle for you and for everybody else. So let me be the first and only one that matters to tell you that you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner.
Let us just look at one more aspect of 8th century Israel before we move on to a discussion of the Babylonian period. One of the fascinating chapters, in some places it's just a footnote, in other places it's extremely important, is the Samaritan community, which has a fascinating origin story, actually multiple origin stories, and the intersection between the Samaritans and the mainstream Jewish community are quite significant in the Israel. Let's have a look at who these people are and where they came from. So the Samaritans are quite an old people. They certainly stretch back into biblical times, and there are still several hundred of them living in Israel today, centered around the city of Nablus. In Hebrew, the name of that town is Shem, and especially Mount Gerizim, which is also figured in the Bible and has some extremely important moments throughout its history. Where did they come from? Who are these Samaritans? So the biblical account of their origins is described in the second book of Kings, chapter 17, towards the end, where there's a discussion of the exiles of the Israelite nations, the 10 tribes from the northern kingdom going out to Babylon. We talked a little bit about that in the previous video. At the same time, there was a population transfer. This is a very well-known Assyrian technique to try and control their rapidly expanding empire. They would, especially the elite leadership of a particular community, and they would transplant another community with limited ties, with different loyalties, a minority, and it would break up the traditional power structure. So they brought in, as described in the Book of Kings, people from the region of Babylon, that's a city, Babylonia is the region of the empire, and a city called Kuta, which will be significant because the Samaritans in Talmudic literature will be called Kutim, meaning those who come from Kuta. And they settled them in the region of Samaria to replace much of the local population for reasons that we have discussed. Now that is basically the Jewish account as described in the Bible. The Samaritans, on the other hand, have a different account. There are several of them, but one of the most well-known is that actually they believe they go back to the original 10 tribes of Israel. They were Jews like all the other Jews, but there was a conflict of who was going to be the high priest. And Eli, who figures very prominently at the beginning of the book of Samuel, he took the Aron Kodesh, the tabernacle with the tablets of the law in them, and moved them south to Shiloh, away from Har HaGerizim, from Nablus, and created a separate religion altogether, which we now call Judaism. The original inhabitants, the Samaritans, say they just kept moving along with their original Torah. And so they don't hold with any of this foreign importation theory. They believe that they are actually the original Israelites who are observing the old time religion, and it is the rest of the population of Israel who are the innovators who have perverted the traditional religion. It's fascinating, and of course the material goes so far back. There are no written sources for this, but nevertheless this is a very different account of their origins. Not surprisingly, the Samaritans and the Jews, the people living in Judah and Benjamin, and the people living now in the Assyrian-dominated northern part, the northern kingdom of Israel, are not getting along so well. There's all kinds of conflicts between them that just expand over the centuries, as we shall encounter as we go through these centuries. But we should note that the religion that the Samaritans practice is very similar to Judaism in a lot of ways. They have, for example, a Torah, which is in many ways really close to the Torah that the Jews revere. It also shows evidence of being closer to the Greek translation of the Torah, to other interesting things like that. But obviously there are massive diversions. For example, the 10 commandments are actually the 9 commandments, because a few of them are combined to get a smaller count, although coveting is actually increased. They make coveting a little bigger and separated out different kinds of coveting. But commandment number 10 is wholly new. It isn't in the Jewish Torah, and that is the reverence for Mount Gerizim. And of course, on that holy mountain, they still practice a lot of the ancient rituals that Jews associate with Har Zion, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. Fascinating kind of differences between them. Also, huge difference, the Samaritans lack the oral Torah, which is so central to understanding Judaism. We're going to come back to that in about 4 lectures or so, and try to understand what is the oral Torah, how does it shape the Jewish approach to their religion, and so on. But for the time being, the Samaritans have a kind of a parallel Torah, but without the oral Torah. And as you can see, even from their mode of dress, holding up the Sefer Torah, there are certain similarities that, harmonies between them. That harmony was not always achieved in real life. We're going to talk about the ongoing conflict with the Samaritans as we move through the Babylonian and the Roman period in particular. But for now, I'd just like to point out a couple of things. First of all, in the Talmud, there is a long-ranging debate that seems to take a couple centuries to resolve on the question of who are these people? Who are these people, the Samaritans? Again, they're named in the Talmudic tradition after the city of Pisa. There's a body of rabbis who feel that, no, they did actually accept the Torah when they came to the land of Israel. Other rabbis, pointing once again to the Book of Kings, say that their conversion was motivated by fear. According to the biblical account, they were attacked by lions, they didn't know what to do about it. So and conversion was a way of saving themselves. And so some rabbis would say that the conversion is not valid. And so there's a long debate going on. There's some really interesting discussions there. Do you count them, for example, as a quorum to say the special prayers when saying a blessing after a meal? Do they count in that or not? Essentially, do they count as a minion? Fascinating kind of question. In the end, the conclusion is no. The rabbis do not consider the teaching to be used, but the fact that they have this long-running discussion is indicative of how close they came to that status. There's ongoing political and social tensions, in particular when there is a triangular power relationship, when there is a third party like the Persians, or like the Greeks, or like the Romans who are involved, and the Samaritans and the Jews sometimes find themselves jockeying against each other for power within a context. Some fascinating stories also according to the Talmud about the Samaritans interfering with some basic Jewish communications, such as lighting fires on the top of mountains as signal flares to indicate the beginning of a new month. the sighting of the moon in Jerusalem, but lighting them at different times, which threw off the communication system completely. It's kind of like people, making prank calls or something like that, or robocalls, or maybe not exactly the robocalls, but you get the idea. One last detail, which comes from the first century, from the Christian scriptures, which gives you an indication of how the Samaritans were regarded. It is, of course, the parable of the Good Samaritan. In English, the term Good Samaritan means someone who goes out of his way to help out. There are hospitals named after the Good Samaritan and so on. The parable goes in the book of Luke that there's this guy who's like mugged and bleeding on the road. And you can see here a particular picture by one called Brendan Day. I don't know who that is, but I think it's a massive picture. And several other Jewish figures walk past him, right? He's a Jewish guy lying, bleeding on the road. And there is a Kohen who walks by and says, "Oh, I don't want to get involved." And there's a Levite who walks by and says, "No, I don't want to get involved." And it is the Samaritan who steps up and says, "Oh my gosh, this man is hurt. I better take care of him." He picks him up, takes him to an inn, and so on. When you read that story, the important note is that when the gospel was written, the Samaritans were basically the enemies of the Pharisees. They were people that they never got along with. And the point in the book of Luke is that it is the Samaritan. It is the person who is least likely to help out who actually helps the stranger. And the other people let him down. And so it is a good Samaritan, with the emphasis on the word Samaritan. Or if you want, it's a good Samaritan as opposed to all the others. That's so surprising about the book of Luke. We're going to talk a lot more about reading the Christian scriptures from a Jewish perspective in a few lectures, but for the time being, I just want to read it here. Okay, we're going to come back to the Samaritans a lot as we go through the Persian and the Greek and the Roman period. But for now, I just want to say thanks very much for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this video.
Make some noise for your next bucket pool, ladies and gentlemen. It's Mike Gleason, everyone. Mike Gleason. How's it going? My friends say that I'm really hard to get gifts for. I don't think it's that hard to hop online and Google things to get from people with yellow teeth. You are 100% right. This is clarified also.
Where we left off in the biblical narrative, the northern kingdom of Israel had been destroyed, and a significant number of its population, most likely males, leadership level, involved in the military, perhaps in camps, have been taken off to exile in Assyria. There still remains the southern kingdom known as Judah, that will retain some degree of self-government between the years that it was invaded by King Sennacherib in the year 701 before the Common Era, until it will be invaded by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586. So let's turn now to the south and try to understand what happened to Judah in these crucial years between the Assyrian invasion and later the Babylonian invasion. So the king that was responsible for invading Judah at this point is Sennacherib. He ruled from the year 705 to the year 681, and 701 is the key year for his invasion of Judah. The invasion is actually recorded not only in the Bible, in the Book of Kings, but also in the monumental records of the Assyrians, a number of prisons, such as this one shown here, the Jerusalem prison, that specifically mentions the siege of Jerusalem. But Jerusalem itself was not destroyed. That is not a fate that was met by Lachish, a nearby major city in Israel, that was completely devastated by Sennacherib. And here you can see in Assyrian records a series of Jews who were taken captive in Lachish and brought before the king to show their obeisance. Just to give you a sense of what it must have been like to have been conquered by Sennacherib at the time. Judah prepares for the onslaught underneath his Tiyahu, Hezekiah, by creating a number of defenses, which ultimately would not be successful, but fascinatingly constructing a new or perhaps improved secure water supply. Because Jerusalem is on a mountaintop, it has some natural defense based on the geography. It's also at a loss in the case of a siege, which was something that happened to Jerusalem multiple times throughout its millennial history. And so King Hiskiyahu creates a new water diversion aqueduct. It may have been a renovation of an earlier one, but it was found in the 19th century. These Siloam tunnels that allowed the inhabitants of Jerusalem to last a little longer in terrible sieges that occur. At any rate, this is the status of Jerusalem, invaded and dominated by Sennacherib, but not necessarily destroyed outright, as we saw in the northern kingdom. The kingdom of Judah retains a level of self-government and owes vassalage to Sennacherib, meaning paying tribute and taxes and some humiliating rituals as well. But nevertheless, Judah manages to retain some kind of political independence, at least at some level, between the year 701 and 586 when the Babylonians were destroyed. This is a golden age for prophecy. There's a tremendous number of prophets who are active at the time and whose sayings and teachings were recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Two of the most famous are Isaiah, Yeshayahu in Hebrew, who is shown here in this remarkable ceiling painting by Tiepolo that shows a famous scene at the very beginning of the book of Isaiah where an angel burns Isaiah's mouth because he speaks poorly of his compatriots. And this is kind of like an interesting dynamic that happens among the prophets. Some of them are like royal prophets that speak directly to kings and appear to be somehow associated with the court of kings to put them on the straight and narrow, and others seem to be like just popular wandering teachers who inform the population of their wrongdoings and of their need to repent and so on. There are a huge number of barely named prophets in the Bible, and the allusion to much larger groups who have no name whatsoever. Prophecy seems to have been some kind of like moral enterprise that was very, very common in Judah. Isaiah is among the most famous of them. Also note in this interesting painting that he's holding open a codex, an early book. Highly unlikely to have a book in this form, more likely it would be a scroll, but also unlikely is it the author's attempt to perhaps draw Paleo-Hebrew characters. That is the earliest Hebrew alphabet that we have from this period. It's actually gibberish, so they're not letters at all. Other artists, such as Raphael shown here, portrayed Isaiah more accurately, at least in terms of his Hebrew literacy. This particular painting, which has Greek on the top and a very Christological kind of reference, and some carefully placed white blocks with titles in them. And you can see he's holding up a scroll which actually has in Hebrew a passage from the book of Isaiah. It is slightly strangely written, like the spaces between the words are not well defined. And if you look at the first word there, it says kisfu, which means open up. But the final letter is written just a little bit wrong. It looks a little like a race, which is a nonsense word. But nevertheless, at least there's a much greater attempt. I'm quite fascinated with who exactly wrote this Hebrew. Was it someone imitating Hebrew script? Was it someone who was personally knowledgeable, a scribe? But at any rate, you can see there are more attempts to make a more greater fidelity to it. Also, Prophet Jeremiah, who prophesied for several decades at the very end of the period that we're describing today. And it's kind of like alternating between speaking to kings and speaking to the broader population. Not an especially well-liked man, because these prophets are bringing along messages of doom and at the same time demanding that everyone repent, everyone give up their false idols. And of course, there's quite a bit of idolatry going on in Israel at the time with very limited success. And after all, Jeremiah was doomed to witness the Babylonian exile itself, which we're going to discuss in the next video. So this is a period of tremendous activity of the prophets, giving us biblical texts of phenomenal power and resonance. It is possible that the texts themselves were not at all written down in this period. That is let's say, the 8th century and the 7th century before the Common Era, the early 6th century, but they were memorized and later actually codified into the text we have in the later Persian period that we'll speak about in a little while, by the students and the schools of these prophets, as they strove to solidify the teachings of their predecessors. You see this especially because some of the books, Isaiah and Jeremiah in particular, seem disjointed and out of sync with historical political elements. And many recent readers have suggested that perhaps they're kind of composed like greatest hits of Jeremiah, rather than composing them in chronological sequence to fit with the national political issues of the day. Rearranging the book actually makes it much easier to understand Jeremiah's life in a biographic form, which is absolutely fascinating. It is also worthy of note that you see that the prophets in Judah played immense, that they spoke to major geopolitical events, and at the same time they were very much focused on the ground basic morality and decency and conduct, and wrote about that or spoke about that in very, very sharp terms. Powerful readings for the contemporary era had a phenomenal impact on the development of Jewish thought over the millennia. One of the persons who was most deeply affected, perhaps, is one of the last kings of Judah, known as Josiah, or in Hebrew, Yoshiyahu. A fascinating backstory. He was secluded as a child, became king at a very young age, and very sincere kind of individual. And at one point, he was moved to renovate the grounds of the temple, and they found, this is described in the book of Kings 2, chapter 22, they found in the temple a book. Some commentators think it was the full Torah, which is kind of strange, given like what was it doing until now. Others say it was just the 5th book of Deuteronomy, which is also called Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah, because it goes back and kind of summarizes many of the main ethical precepts or commandments of the earlier. But Josiah says, okay, let's see the book say. And the book is opened, according to the rabbinic traditions, to a passage that is one of the most horrible set of curses in the entire Torah, the Tokafah, which describes how the Jews would be punished for their idolatry and so on. And Josiah, read how far they have teachings of the Torah. He tears his cloak in mourning, right? This is a basic mourning ritual. And he institutes a wide-ranging series of reforms in Judah to try and get it on the straight and narrow. This is also something we see in the biblical text that, especially in the book of Kings as opposed to the book of Chronicles, there's like sort of like an epitaph for every king. This was a good king. He did what God wanted. This was a bad king. He strayed from the word of God. Back and forth, this kind of oscillation. It tends to be more black and white, although some of the kings are decidedly mixed in their approaches. But King Yoshiyahu is clearly one of the good ones, and bringing the Jews back towards the old-time faith of Judaism as it were. He also was a very successful military leader, and as you can see, he took advantage of some of the major tensions between Assyria and Egypt, and actually struck out to the north and expanded the territory of Judah into the region of Israel. Unfortunately, he died in these battles, and Judah could not hold on to this territory. Now, I want to just turn to one last thing from this period that I find absolutely fascinating. I have given you a fairly standard traditional treatment of the ancient history of the Jews, and I have qualified that from time to time in the light of contemporary scholarship that sort of tries to thread the needle between maximalists, who basically take the Bible exactly at its word for specific historic events, and that the Bible strives for historicity, meaning it strives to describe in factual terms that we understand today, rather than, let's say, poetic terms or other deviations from what we might consider the chronological record. And on the other hand, the minimalists who say, hey, the archaeological record is so thin. How can you even assume that any of this happened? And we saw earlier that the golden era of the United Monarchy of Saul, David, and Solomon is hardly a trace in the archaeological record. You have the Dynasty, which is 150 years later. You have the House of David existed, or who was that? So many historians have opted to consider everything before the Omerides in the 9th century basically fiction. And it's a kind of, in my humble opinion, it's a little bit of an intellectual hubris to say that simply because they have not found any evidence other than the biblical text to prove that X, Y, or Z happened, I'm going to assume it's not true. That is, it's not a mathematically conservative position. It is an overreach and denying the value of the Bible as a historical source. So, why I'm saying this to you now is because occasionally archaeologists discover tiny little thread that connects us to the past in such a powerful way that hammers home the idea that, oh my gosh, this is real. And every single discovery makes a huge difference. Have a look at this one. This is a parking lot in Jerusalem, a former parking lot in Jerusalem. You can imagine in the Holy City there is a tremendous amount of archaeological work going on. So this parking lot was discovered to actually be set on top of a major archaeological site. So in 2019, a dig at this site discovered an amazing thing. This bullet is essentially a kind of a stamp that would be used on clay. It says it belongs to Natan Melech, servant of the king. If you look at the second book of Kings, chapter 23:11, we see that King Yoshiyahu had a servant who was named once in the Bible, named Natan Melech. It's exactly the right name, found in exactly the right place. It helps us confirm the validity of the Bible as a historical source. I love when we find things. At any rate, the story will not end well at the end of this lecture because the Babylonian Empire is going to take over from Assyria, and they are going to invade Israel as well. This invasion occurs at the beginning of the 6th century before the Common Era, and that's when we have the next great exile of the Jews, this time primarily from Judah to Babylon, and that's where we'll pick up the story next week. Thank you very much for watching.
Gypsy got tired of it. She went online, she got a little retarded boyfriend, and well, they both ended up going to prison because he stabbed her mom to death to set her free. That story was so crazy to me, it blew my mind, because it had me sitting there thinking, 34 years.
The Babylonian exile could be fairly short-lived, less than a century, but would be highly consequential for Jewish history. Let's have a quick look at this brief period of time that had a major impact on the development of Jewish thought, Jewish religiosity, and of course the story of the Jewish people. This 19th century painting is inspired by the famous Psalm 137 that begins with the phrase, "By the rivers of Babylon," which describes the Jews being taken off into exile. You can see here the patriarch of the clan is wearing a shackle on his wrist. And there we sat down, the psalm goes on, and we wept when we remembered Zion, meaning when they remembered their homeland in Judah. And were forced by their Babylonian captors to sing them a song of Zion. So hence the harp there that's being held by the patriarch, and everyone is very sad. And indeed, this passage is a very moving depiction of the sadness and frustration and anger that the Jews felt at being displaced from their homeland by Nebuchadnezzar. The conqueror, of course, was Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. Here you see an arrowhead that was discovered in the region. There's extensive evidence of destruction throughout the land of Judah. Benjamin, however, was apparently not devastated to the same degree, which indicates that it may have surrendered to Nebuchadnezzar without violence. But there's extensive evidence of the incursion of the Babylonians into the region, wreaking havoc beginning in 604 before the Common Era. There are some attempts at revolt against Nebuchadnezzar, and one of the ways in which the Babylonians respond is through progressively exiling the leadership of the region, although it's still a comparatively small number, less than 5,000 if you look, for example, in the book of Jeremiah. There is some indication that, as we saw earlier with Sanherib's exile, that the leadership and also skilled craftsmen and potentially military personnel were especially targeted for these expulsions to Babylon. There was no, however, corresponding influx of population as we saw under the Assyrians. The goal was to simply displace those people who might influence the population to continue their revolt without necessarily transplanting new populations in their place. But we have massive destruction, particularly in the final campaign that begins in the year 587 and will culminate in the destruction of the temple. Nebuchadnezzar's destruction of the temple is one of the most prominent dates in Jewish history. It's usually associated with the year 586 before the Common Era, but in the Jewish psyche, it's huge. It is so there's a whole series of dates that are associated with the siege beginning, the breaching of the walls, and ultimately the burning of the temple. And those dates are actually incorporated into the Jewish liturgical calendar with a series of fasts beginning in the summer and culminating in the late summer on the date of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which usually falls in late July or early August of the Gregorian calendar. And this whole period, the 3 weeks between the breaching of the walls and the destruction of the temple, is observed as a form of semi-mourning by Jews, even to this day, with the limitation on certain types of celebrations. Some communities will refrain from haircuts and so on, listening to live music, all kinds of restrictions meant to reflect upon the horrendous meaning of the destruction of the temple in this year. This is Solomon's temple, of course, that we're in, and this entire period from Solomon's creation of the temple, which would have been in the 10th century, up until its destruction in the 6th century, is collectively referred to as the First Temple period. The Second Temple would refer to the rebuilding of the temple under Cyrus, which we'll discuss in a couple of videos. At any rate, one more element that's especially important to note is that Nebuchadnezzar placed a person in charge, a Jewish leader in charge of the entire community, with the hopes that this individual, Gedaliah ben Achikam, would calm the local population and keep them from any further revolts. But he was actually killed in an assassination by other Jewish leaders, by people who were more hot-headed and wanted to rebel against Babylon. The assassination of a Jewish leader by other Jews is also marked in the Jewish liturgical calendar. The date of his death is marked on the 3rd day of Tishrei, which is the day after Rosh Hashanah. It's also observed as a fast day in commemoration of this horrible act of intracommunal violence. Fascinatingly, in a nearby mitzvah was found some interesting seals, including this one that bears the inscription in Paleo Hebrew, Gedaliah, who is over the house, which seems to apply that Gedaliah is in charge of at least this particular estate, perhaps even larger than that. Many archaeologists have opined that this could easily belong to Gedaliah ben Achikam, the individual that we referred to earlier. So when taken all together, besides the figures we mentioned earlier in Jeremiah, it's less than 13,000 Jews were exiled to Babylon, as far as we can tell. The Babylonian exile lasted from about 586 till 539 before the Common Era, although, as we shall discuss shortly, many Jews chose not to return to Israel. The situation of the Jews in Babylon is recorded in the biblical book of Ezekiel. He was a prophet who actually was active in the region, and according to his account, many of the Jewish exiles were located in the city of Nippur and also in its surrounding area. You'll notice below Nippur is the city of Shushan, or Susa, which is the setting for the book of Esther. There's some significant scholarly concerns about the specific dating of the book of Esther, meaning when does it actually happen, based on the names of certain kings and things like that. But it is set between the two temple periods, and all kinds of material inside the book of Esther is in consonance with what we know about the Babylonian reign at that time as well. The Jews living in Babylon were heavily influenced by Babylonian culture at this time, most significantly with the adoption of Aramaic as a lingua franca, as a vernacular, a language that they commonly used, and ultimately Aramaic would displace Hebrew as the living language of the Jews, and indeed of the entire Near East at this point. This is a language that will last over 1,000 years. It is spoken even today in some parts of Syria and Turkey. It is, of course, the language of the Babylonian Talmud, and there are a few different versions of Aramaic that maybe we'll discuss in a later lecture. Hebrew was never abandoned, but it increasingly became the language of scholarship and liturgy as opposed to the daily language on the street. Adar Rishon and Adar 1, and then an Adar Sheni, a second Adar. Otherwise, they adopted the Babylonian lunar calendar names for each of the months. Let us continue with our discussion of the Persian period, which will follow in the next video. Thank you very much for watching. Let us now turn to the Persian period, which basically covers the period between the Persian conquest of Israel, as the way we ended about the 6th century, taking over from the Babylonians, until the Greeks under Alexander conquered the era about 200 years later. The background to the Persian conquest of Israel is within Babylonia. You'll recall that Nebuchadnezzar invaded Jerusalem in 586, and the situation for the Jews remaining in the portion of Years exiled to Babylonia, the situation for the Jews remaining is definitely poor. This is especially so under the reign of who was the king of Babylon, also known as king of the universe. He reigned from the years 556 to 530.
Athleticism, folks.
An extremely pious candidate, and you see in this particular field, you saw worshiping various planets there. He actually was a bit of a zealot.
I don't
He wanted
know.
to try and
I
impose
don't think so. I feel like anytime it isn't just
throughout
like
his
you
entire
on camera, at least
he was
Eric
known
is
as the
here.
proponent of the
Eric
cult
is here,
of
but this is
sin.
the first
I also think
time
that's a
she's
rather
at work and
ironic
dropped her ass
term,
off at
although I
work.
imagine sin is translated from something
It's
else.
just you and I, Grant. This is
But
intimidating.
anyway, he was much
I think I'll
more,
be good.
he was saying people were not
If I
good.
bring
He
you
was
some
much more
call-ins,
insistent
we'll have
on
some people
promoting
pop in
his
here and
religious
say,
views
I know
throughout
doing
the
some calls. And
Babylonian
then again,
Empire.
this is
And that's
where
said
when
to be
we're will be
disastrous
tonight.
because the person
Live
who
time
done
when,
that,
when
the
somebody can
opposite
watch this, it's
of
tonight, Grant.
tolerant towards the
I know.
idea and receive a lot more
Edit and
support.
turn this around and put it
One
up
more
tonight
note
so
about
you can be
Memo
extremely
Needles, who
topical today. I know.
they
Okay,
came
okay.
from the
So you
central
can just like run
capital
through the
for
news and just like
a
have your own
decade,
commentary on it, I
leaving his
guess.
son Belshazzar
Yeah, we can do it
in
for
charge.
the. Hold on,
And
Grant.
this
I
is a
don't
scene
hear
from
out of my left
Rembrandt's
ear.
famous painting
What's going on with your left ear, right ear?
Featured
Is
in
the
the book of
earbuds?
Daniel.
Maybe it's the
The
earbuds.
chronology of the book of
You are
Daniel
hearing me
and
out of
chronology
here.
of the
I
book
hear
of
you out of my
Esther are
left ear,
within this
not out
period,
of my
but
right
some have
ear.
different
I
pieces
I
out.
do think
But
this
at
is
any
what
rate, this famous scene
the
shows
viewers want.
Temple
They
Needles'
wanted to hear
son, who
text
was the
support.
regent, who was technically
Yeah,
in
maybe
charge
I
of
think
the
I'm
country
right
at
for
this
this.
time,
I
received
think so
some
too.
kind of
But
divine
it's been the only
visitation,
time since you
which
and I
then
together
writes
alone,
some
and then yeah,
Hebrew
we gotta
letters on the wall.
text
Where we
support
get the
stuff. I
English
might need to
expression,
bring you a
the
different pair
writing
of
on
headphones
the
if
wall.
those are
It's
out.
a
Did you
kind of
unplug
a
my
puzzle,
It's fine.
which
Maybe I just
is
do it out of my
fairly
left ear. Maybe that's
faithfully
gonna be fun.
represented here by
It's cool.
Rembrandt Man.
We
His
just kind of
well-known
like secret
association
secrecy,
with
something like that.
Jews
Yeah.
and Holland was
That's all I'll
definitely
say.
something that
Cool. Yeah.
stood in good stead when he came to these
All right. Should I
biblical
try and bring in
passages.
our first
But
guest?
basically,
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So what?
the
This is the
message
first
was that
person.
you
So I
are
posted
doomed,
it, and
your
then this is the
entire
first
is
person I
going to be
called out.
taken over by
No,
foreign
no.
power.
I
And in
was
fact,
just
that
grabbing.
is what
That's
will
actually a
happen.
picture.
The
Oh my gosh.
Persians
Yeah. It's a picture.
swallow up the
See
Babylonian
the
Empire,
mercenaries.
and that would include, of
See
course,
how
not
this
only
goes.
Israel,
Yeah,
but
yeah. Get the name
Egypt
on
and
here.
Libya and
One
North.
moment.
This map shows you the extent of
Howdy.
the Persian
Skin
Empire
bomb.
under Darius the First,
Let me turn you up.
Hebrew,
Oh my
and
gosh, how
there's
are you
actually some
today, sir?
numbers
It looks like
attached
you and
to
I maybe can be
the
related.
specific names because
Hi,
the famous
I'm well.
verse at the
Can
beginning
you
of
hear
the
me?
lecture
I
which
can, yes.
describes
Yeah, we hear you.
127
I wish I had the capability of growing a beard as well as you, but it just hasn't happened. How old are you, Skipper?
The one that's
I'm
especially
old enough to have a
important
beard.
to us
Really?
is
I
within
know at
this
some
region
point, fair
called
enough, yes. At
beyond
some
the
point, it seems
river,
like you do one
which is
gets to an
beyond
age
the
where that would
Euphrates
maybe be
River,
the
of
point
course.
where it's not
You
gonna,
recall
it's
very
not
way
gonna
back we
happen
talked
once you
about
get past that
the
age.
little
I think in
fugitives
mid-30s,
from
I should be
the
able
other
to
side
do
of
it
the
if it's
river,
gonna happen, and
for the
I'm
Jews
okay
when
with
they
it.
were in
I know, oh my
Israel,
gosh, it's
because
totally
they
fine.
came
Yeah,
from the
I have
Euphrates
not
River. In this
shaved. I don't
context,
think in 5 years, so I
beyond the
just
river
need to get
means
it
from
over
the
with and just get
perspective
it
of the
just out of my
settlement,
system, because now I've just had
way
a beard for
to
5 years, but it looks like you can have a
east.
hell of a
At
goatee
any
if
rate,
you wanted
beyond
it.
the river,
I
5
feel like the goatee
provinces
is
here,
the easy
and
way
one
out.
that's
I
especially
always think
important is the
goatees,
province
no
of
offense to
Yehud.
anyone with a
Yehud
goatee,
obviously
is
related to
from
Judah,
someone that can't grow a natural beard on the
Yehudi,
side.
and the
It's
word
just here in the middle, and I'm
this
just
is
like,
the
what about the
Aramaic
rest,
term
you know?
used by the
And
Persians
also, I swear to God, I'm glad you just said something
Central
negative about
Eastern
goatees, because Skipper, I would say
You
never,
notice that Samaria
never grew one. I think it's weird. I think strange
many
people
Jews
grow
living there as
goatees.
well.
I don't even know when they
Also
were.
Samaritans, who
I
are
don't even know when they were popular. Thank you, Grant. I don't even know when they were
but
popular.
to the
When was
south,
that?
you
Like
see
80s or
Maya,
90s? How
very
does something like that
important
even
there.
happen?
The
They just started
nearby
in the 90s. I
Edomites
feel like
took
they were never a
advantage
thing in
of
all
the
of history
power
until the
to
mid-90s.
expand
Yeah, I
their
would say
hold
never.
over this
Anybody
province
don't
during
do
this
a
period, and
goatee.
even
What is your
Jews
first
have
name?
grown
I feel weird calling you Skin
very,
Bomb. Skin Bomb
very
is fine.
important.
Skin Bomb's fine. My first name's Matt.
Various
Skin Bomb
places
is a play off of my
Sarah,
last
for
name,
example,
which
and Abraham,
is Skin Bomb. That would be funny if your name was Matt
Bela,
Skin
and
Bomb.
Sandra,
No,
but it
okay,
was
good.
actually
Yeah, that's just sort of a nickname I go
the
by every once in a while.
we will see how later the
It's been there since college.
dynasty of the
Oh, nice, nice. Wait, so you came up with
eventually
Skin Bomb or something else
expand
came up with
into
Skin
even
Bomb?
there. Well,
Someone else came up with it and it just stuck. Well,
but
maybe
at any rate,
not
here's
because of anyone
Yehud,
else, but
and
because I
this is
just
from a big
kept using
part
it.
of the Persian
What does it
Empire.
mean?
At
Hold
this
on. Is
point,
there a meaning behind it? What is
talking
Skin Bomb? Because, oh my gosh, it
later
conjures up
third, the
different
last
things in
third
my my head when I'm hearing skin bomb.
That's a good question. It was given to me by someone with an English accent, assumingly from England. I'm not sure that's a thing that they would know, and I don't, so maybe it's a negative, maybe I'm just unaware. Oh my gosh, it's a positive thing. That's sweet. That's cool. Like, English person gave me an accent, man. That's on my bucket list. English person give me a ranking. regime that they could worship as they please. This is recorded in a lot of documents like the Cyrus cylinder, and a version of this tolerance for faith is expressed in the Hebrew Bible. In the book of Ezra, which describes Cyrus' essential blessing to the Jews to return to Jerusalem to rebuild their destroyed temple and to resume their worship there. Out of gratitude, by the way, the Jews instituted a daily worship the sacrifice on behalf of the emperor, which has retained its presence in the modern day liturgy in terms of the little paragraphs like daisies or something prayers that is a public blessing for the government.
Yeah, that's a good call. I feel like that would be good business to go into, specifically with the name.
At any rate,
But
the Jews are very happy to
because I don't even know how to start this. Is there anything that maybe I can just I want to look at ChatGPT, then ChatGPT, I think that helps people. I think it can help you.
The two major figures who really stand out
I'm scared to get on ChatGPT. I am
society
scared
builders
that I'm going to
are
really strike up quite the relationship with ChatGPT, and I'm not going to get off it, so I'm just going to get anything like that movie.
There's a lot
that movie. Yeah, that's what's going to happen to people. We don't realize this. All the people, it's scary. I don't even know what's going to happen once all the poor people are not going to have their jobs anymore, and then all just the rich people are going to get richer. What is going to happen? And then AI is going to just kill us all somehow.
The books of Ezra and Nehemiah, which are quite unusual stylistically as well,
It's too late already.
they're much more like
for sure. That's why it's far too late. That's why we have to listen. You have to listen to Vampire
they
Weekend.
describe how Ezra and Nehemiah came
Yeah, my gosh, that one that starts off a major roof. If you want to feel happy, it's kind of that whole album to make you feel happy. If in between, and think about the AI stuff because it is hard not to think about.
restore Jewish
Yeah,
society.
it's absolutely scary.
The first was, of course, the
I like fish a lot. I know you guys talk about them sometimes. Did you go to fish in Austin a week or two ago or a couple weeks? Probably not. I think I was out of town. I wish I
also
had one time
related
in
to that
Denver
was
to the moved the Dick's Sporting Goods place. I loved it. I just was hearing the hiss of balloons
so
being
much so
made in
that
the
all
parking lot the whole time with all the nitrous. That is a hell of a time. It was great.
Some scholars say
That's when I was
that
still drinking, though, and I remember I was in the thing and I started feeling desperate, like I had to get the fuck out of it because I was too drunk and I was amongst thousands of people and I'm kind of spinning around and it was too much. But the first time I ever did join nuts, I heard this lizards for the first time by fish, and I loved that song, The Lizards by Fish. That was the first time I ever heard fish as well. Yeah, the parking lot afterwards and before you can be an absolutely disorienting. Funny thing, that's your favorite song, and we've been to too many shows, but you finally heard it for the first time this year, and she was ecstatic. Oh my gosh, is that one they do
royal
really like? Was that
treasury
really like?
underwrote
Maybe once or twice a year, they
underwrote the
haven't played
reconstruction
it in
of
a
the
while, and they
temple,
played it the last
provided
two shows we were out at the
suggestions
Under
that
Midnight Area
all
for
the
15 years or whatever.
the Levites in
And
particular,
hold on, I also, I'm sorry, I have to ask you a question. I also, the first time I ever did acid, I heard dubstep music for the first time. So I love those two things. Now, do you have anything like that where you did a drug for the first time and heard a certain band or something? Back in the day, I can say yes or no, but I maybe took some mushrooms. And it was actually at a fish show, and they were playing a specific song. We did this was years and years and years ago. But it was the first time I heard the song. It was just, it didn't say nothing in the melody or anything like that. It was just noise and music. And that was a little bit of a, no pun intended, but a little bit of a trip. A little bit scary. It was right before set break. I had to sit through set break for 30 minutes, just feeling the way I was feeling. And, that maybe a little better. Or maybe it did get a little better, but it was an experience. We made it through. Yeah, last time I did mushrooms, I ended up on my couch crying. So I'm probably going to give it a little more time before I touch anything like that again. I feel like you just never know. It's always a gamble. I know, it could be a fun gamble, but it could be a nightmarish gamble. But that's life. Every day we wake up, we're gambling with the AI. It's like, when, seriously though, when will they take over? I mean, what are we talking about? 5 years, 10 years? What do you do for work? Man.
But as the medieval commentator Rashi says,
for a software company, so it's
all
extra scary.
beginnings are difficult.
See, I almost had some sort of feeling you don't do anything, but they do you.
Very, very difficult.
All I hear about all the time is how AI is going to be coming with my board. They're going to, it's already reusing it for lots of things. But I'm just thinking every time that these people are telling me about AI and how it's going to help our company, I'm just thinking about what about helping me?
Yeah, what about, yeah, the AI is going to take those jobs, right?
I think that's the secret. I think that's going to be the plan, and they're just not telling us, even though it's obvious.
Yeah, it's like an office space. You ever saw office space where they can get the dudes to come in and things start clearing people's jobs out?
We have some archival evidence
Well,
from
be careful.
some
I don't know. So
family
what do you
records
start
that
doing in your
suggest
position then?
that
When
Jews
start
were
trying to
involved in a
hoard some
series
money
of
up, start
economic activities to defend this
amassing
publicly
weaponry? What do you do in your
to a place
situation?
that is
I
that
don't know.
has
I
been
really
destroyed
don't have a plan.
several
I'm just
decades
sort of a,
earlier.
hey,
Why would
when
you
it
want to do
happens, it
that?
happens, and I'll
My
figure
family
it out
welcomes
then. I'll see what's
this area,
available.
but
We
I
can
have
even make a plan.
not
Who knows what's going to be available in 6 months
I
or
would like to
a
move
year
back
or
to
6 years. I mean, it's going to be a
Canada.
totally different world, I
But
think.
to go
Totally.
back
I mean,
to my
everybody has a plan until they get
actually
punched
my
in the
great
face.
grandparents somewhere, I don't have the
Right.
same
Then it
kind
falls
of
apart.
issues
Then
that
you have to
well,
just
and
think
so I
on your
can
feet.
understand
I know.
that
That's
you
when
think I'm
you
going to
think,
get
yeah,
back
my gosh, yeah, there's all these
also
preppers.
very
We'll be
serious,
better.
especially
Be ready
in
for just
the
the
fleet
psychological
itself,
warfare of
was
the
that
boringness of
Israel and
every day. They
Kenya
have all these
mounted
supplies, but
some
what are they going to do if they can't
social
make it day in
legislation
and day out with all the
intended
boredom?
to
I
in
don't think I
particular
want to be around it.
curb
Let's see
the
another world like
widespread
that. I don't want to be with any of
intermarriage
these
that
prepper
was taking
types. I
place.
don't think.
They
I
felt
don't
that
even know where to go. Like, do I just go
intermarriage with
outside? Do
local
I live
populations,
outside? Do I just stay in my
non-Jewish wives
place
in
until I can't
particular,
afford the bills
would
anymore and someone
dilute
takes it from me? Is there going to be,
social
a rule
glue
that,
that held
you
the
get an
Jews
extra
together,
year because you don't
and
have
so
a job and
they
AI is taking
wasted
over? The
no
makers can't do
effort
anything. I
at
don't
very
know.
controversial
They would trap you in your house. People's
banning
houses might
intermarriage
become
altogether.
jails when the robots
Ezra
come
is
and trap
associated
you in
in
jail.
common
I
with
don't
a
know. There's
whole
all
series
kinds of
of
horrible things that can happen. But let's hope it's after
that
work
are
after work
aimed
on.
to try
Then it
and
can happen.
improve Jewish
Yeah, who
family
cares
life
after
as
but
a
I feel like
whole.
that's the plan. I mean, even with AI,
Intermarriage
everybody's
is kind of like
creating
the
it
other
as if they're
side
going
of
to
the
get nice to
coin.
them and don't worry about the
So
next
this period
generations. But
basically extends
I
for
feel like I
about
have a
200
decent
years
amount of time left.
until
So
Alexander
You know,
the
modern
Great
medicine.
will
Well,
invade the region.
well, man,
And
it was
this will
such a
mark a
pleasure, and I
phenomenal
hope
impact on
everything
Jewish
goes
history
well
because he
with
will bring
everything.
with
And I
him
hope y'all hear
a
the
series
lizards
of
go.
ideas which
I'd
is
love to hear the
called
lizards. Oh my
Hellenism
gosh, I would
that
love
will
that.
have a
they
major
don't happen. Just believe and go to enough shows.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I've got to start going to shows.
I appreciate your time.
Yeah, my gosh, thank you so much for calling in. Totally appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye. Corey, oh man, do you feel like you have a bit more job security?
The period we're going to begin describing right now is an extremely important period in the history of the Jews overall. And in many ways, it is a period that has had such phenomenal impact that Jews today are really still reeling from the encounter between these two very important cultures that are encapsulated by the words Athens and Jerusalem. Jerusalem, of course, we've dealt with extensively now. We're in lecture 18 of this series. It stands for monotheism, stands for the world of the prophets, revealed religion, all kinds of things like that. Athens, on the other hand, stands for a culture that is so radically different and so amazingly tempting, so much powerful information in Athens. But this is the first time that the Jews in Jerusalem really encountered a culture that was so powerful, not in terms of physical might, but in terms of its persuasive power, that they were fully engaged with it, and in many ways risked losing all of their own self-identity in the process. So that's really what we're going to have to talk about right now, is the development of something called Hellenism. So the term Hellenism comes from the word Hellas, meaning Greek. And in this context, I'm sort of using the shorthand of Athens because all the Greek city-states, Athens is perhaps the most significant and has so much of the golden era of Greek culture, which flourished in the 5th and 4th and 3rd centuries in particular, that affected Jerusalem. Now, the Greeks were guests in Israel long before they were conquerors. There's no question that Hellenistic ideas were penetrating into Israel in the Persian period, but it gets a huge burst forward when Alexander the Great begins his massive conquest of the Near East and goes all the way out through Central Asia until he gets right to Afghanistan and up to the edges of India, really. He dies prematurely on his way back. His his soldiers rebel against him, and there's a lot of fascinating stories about Alexander's person. But in our context, we really want to know his relationship to Israel in particular. So there is a story that is related in the Talmud. Apparently, he came to Jerusalem and he encountered the great Rabbi Shimon HaTzadik, who convinced Alexander not to destroy Jerusalem. That much for sure is true. Jerusalem was not destroyed by Alexander, and that's a kindness. It's wonderful. Jews are generally very happy when their cities are not destroyed by conquering armies. It does not happen all that often. The legend goes that as a result, all Jews named their sons that were born in the following year Alexander after this kindness. And in fact, Alexander is a very old Jewish name as a consequence, even though it is Greek in origin, not Hebrew. In fact, my own grandfather, Alav Shalom, and one of my sons is named Alexander as a consequence of this particular interaction. But what we can say about Alexander's presence in Israel is the fact that he brought with him Greek norms, Greek organization, Greek government, Greek economics, and Greek thought as well. And that is extremely important for our purposes because this is a period in which Jews were fully engaged in everything Greek, even to their own detriment, as we shall see. The idealized cooperation of the Greeks and the Jews is encapsulated in the rabbinic reading of a verse in Genesis that Japheth, who was one of the sons of Noah, will dwell in the tents of Shem, Shem being another son of Noah. Japheth, in the rabbinic sort of like map of the cultural world, represents Greece, and Shem represents Israel. Hence we get the term, by the way, Semite, for example, from Shem. Jews historically engaged in the thought of these philosophers in a very big way. Platonic elements can be seen in a lot of thoughts, in particular when you look at the mystical tradition. There are a lot of ideas that are congruent with Platonic teachings. Aristotle has a very strong role to play in the way that Maimonides describes, for example, ethical behavior, the idea of the golden mean. There are some very significant differences there, but the central concept seems, really congruent. In fact, Maimonides calls Aristotle philosophe, the philosopher. And said that Rabbeinu Yonah, a very important medieval thinker, said that Aristotle was a little shy of actually achieving Ruach HaKodesh, the divine inspiration that's associated with prophets. So there's no question, there's a lot of respect among the Jewish thinkers, really for much of the ancient and the medieval period, for the great Greek thinkers, and their philosophies were engaged in a very, very important way. One must not think that the encounter of Athens influenced only the highest intellectual levels of the Jewish community. On the contrary, there's abundant evidence to indicate that Jews as a whole saw a lot of value in Hellenistic culture and adopted it in many aspects of human life. For example, as I'm recording this video, I'm thinking a lot about the holiday of Passover. I just finished reading Tractate Pesachim in the Talmud, and there's a lot of discussion in the final chapter there about leaning. Of course, those of you who celebrate Passover, one of the elements of the Seder is that one must lean to the left while eating, which is a little bit awkward in regular dining room chairs, especially if you don't have arms on them. But in ancient Greek culture, this would be perfectly normal because upper class free men would typically sit on these sort of chaise lounges to eat. This is a room called a triclinium, which means three reclining, and it would be a dining room for a wealthier Greek family, specifically the men. The room is also called an andron, a men's room, literally, because it was typically men who would eat here, women would eat elsewhere. I don't think that would be entirely true in a Jewish setting, for reasons which are beyond the discussion here. But at any rate, it's very clear from the Talmudic discussion of how people are supposed to eat on Passover is that Jews are supposed to eat like free people, and their model of free people eating is this kind of strange Greek leaning to the left. So even in common sorts of interactions like dining, like personal adornment, beauty, names, there's so many Greek names that make their way into the Jewish vocabulary, and not just great figures like Alexander, but figures like Antigonus, who's so-called. Antigonus, clearly a Greek name. So there's no question that on all kinds of levels, in a systemic manner, Hellenism penetrated Jewish society. We see it also in terms of, for example, entertainment. The Greeks were phenomenal entertainers. The tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles and Euripides and so on, making phenomenal plays that are still classics today. The Greek myths were so powerful and so engaging that Jews were also engaged in theatrical presentations, quite often against the wishes of the rabbis, as we shall see later. The theater was associated with inappropriate behavior in all kinds of ways, but that didn't stop the Jews from going to the theater in general. Here's a beautiful view of the theater at Caesarea, that was built later on by Herod, not in the Greek period, but in the successor to the Greek period. The Romans, in many ways, followed a lot of Greek culture as well, and Jews were frequently in the theaters, much to the consternation of the rabbis. Even things like the Sanhedrin, which is of course a deeply Jewish institution, Sanhedrin being a great court of the Jews, and the idea of the Sanhedrin is already described in the Torah with gathering of a certain number, a large number, in this case you hear is 72, men to judge cases of Jewish law, but the very word Sanhedrin is Greek in origin. This is not a Hebrew term. And these are just two examples of how Athenian church really penetrated Jewish culture in so many ways. This is what was going to become a kulturkampf, a culture struggle that in the first 150 years of the Greek presence in Israel, Jews were grabbing onto it with both hands. The period that I'm describing right now is primarily the period from Alexander the Great, about 332 before the Common Era, to Antiochus Epiphanes IV, who is the wicked king associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, was in the year 165 before the Common Era. So we have about 150 years of this kind of cross-fertilization of culture, and even a degree of slavish imitation of Hellenistic norms. But let me just give you a little bit of a Gedunk experiment for a second. So let's say you have a bowl of chicken soup, and it's delicious. It's aromatic and it's flavorful, and it's got so much nutrition. But it's really too hot. It's too much, and it's hard to eat it when it is so hot. So you put an ice cube in there, you put a little bit of water in there, and you wait a little bit. Oh, it's still delicious, but the fact is, it's still too hot, and you really want to eat it, but it's still too hot. So you put in some more ice, a little bit more water, and at a certain point, and no one knows exactly when that point is, but at a certain point, it becomes certainly cool enough to eat, but it's no longer chicken soup. Now it is sort of chickeny water. And this is precisely the problem of the Hellenistic era for the Jews. This was a moment where the Greek culture is so overwhelming, so powerful, that they were absorbing it so heavily and were at risk of submerging their own identity, their own value. There would be a reaction to that in the period of the Maccabean revolt, which we're going to pick up in the very next video. That's basically when the more traditionalist element of Jewish society stood up and said, no, this is too much. Enough with the Greek stuff already. You are taking on so much of it, you are sacrificing core values in Judaism. So that's where we're going to pick up our story in the next video. Just want to set the scene of the very powerful and tempting cult of Greece that entered Jerusalem in the century before the Common Era. Thanks very much for watching.
Mary ratted my ass out. What I did was not that bad. I mean, I had a math test with Mr. Cliff Miles, and I hadn't studied enough, and then I skipped the class until I had like an orthodontist appointment, and I didn't have an orthodontist appointment, and then
chances are, if you know anything about Hanukkah, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. And there was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. It's the basic understanding of the Maccabean revolt that we tend to get in, after school classes at Talmud Torah or on Sunday mornings and things like that. But when you actually get into the history of it, there's so much other material. First of all, we should understand what the Maccabean revolt was at its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under Greek dominance, that is Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and died suddenly in the year 322 before the Common Era. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand the political circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The two empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they were fundamentally Greek in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were all participating in larger Hellenistic culture. But when you look more closely at where Israel is located, right here, you'll see that on this map they have cleverly labeled it both yellow because it was at the borderland between the Ptolemaic Empire based in Egypt and the Seleucid Empire based in Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably heard as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration his predecessors had, and was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the 2nd century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known behind his back as Epimanes, which in Latin would be translated as Meshuggah. He used to do things like dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. He seems to have had a very troubled childhood, which I've talked about in a previous lecture. You can look at that if you want. At any rate, what is he specifically doing messing with Jewish religious practice? The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You know, you have your God, I have my God, or you, more appropriately, you have your many gods, I have my many gods. Hey, let's trade them like, hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird Middle Eastern faiths. What do we have to bother with it? But there was a brewing controversy within Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that traditional Judaism looked down upon very strongly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us in this direction. It was a urban-rural divide, with Jerusalem in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tending to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he had to raise from his population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could hope to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored a man named Jason, and another more extreme figure named Menelaus. On the one hand, someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then later Menelaus. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple himself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really between the Jews themselves, between those Jews who wanted more accommodation to Hellenistic values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held at arm's length. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating, and there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabee, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of the conflict, with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops, simply could not be engaged in a straightforward, middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu, with his several sons, demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the Judean mountains. And from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces, and more significantly on Jews who supported them. A tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them. and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Yehuda Maccabi proved to be an incredibly able general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic reign. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and he used it personally, symbolically, for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band, by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire contingent was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying creatures. You can imagine what it must have been like, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of Yehuda's brothers, Elazar, thinking incorrectly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants, Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below habit, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Elazar and crushed him. A particular incident, by the way, celebrated in art. Let me just take you some of them because they're just so fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse maybe, and we've got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. So a big horse. And the artist, obviously, in this example, could not believe exactly how Elazar would get underneath the horse, so he simply put him on top and striking it from above. Here is one that makes the horse look something like a, sort of a happy Doberman pincher of some size or something like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. And at this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Chanukah means dedication, in the sense of dedicated. The key elements is the menorah, which is shown here, the famous Arch of Titus, piece of Roman monument that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the 1st century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they are carting away the spoils from the temple, including the menorah, the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of Yeshiva University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to Romans like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the the law of the Jews in Latin, which presumably would have been some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course the menorah, and on the right the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shulchan, the table, or perhaps part of the altar, or something like that. But anyway, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 21b to be precise. The Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and is an oral tradition, is handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days when it should only have burned for 1. There are other elements in other early sources, such as the Megillat Ta'anit, which is a scroll of fast days that lists not really fast days per se. It mainly lists days in which fasting is not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the need for a new menorah, the need for some kind of way of kindling lights, presumably because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented there. What is interesting, on top of this, however, is that the Megillat Ta'anit and others note the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication, the Hanukkah, of the temple once again. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating and there's a lot of interesting things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in recorded history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing miracle. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. Yehuda HaMaccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Hellenizing elements and so on. And they followed him with tremendous zeal and tremendous self-sacrifice. You know, the book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabee's remarkable serial successes could only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after Yehuda was gone in the year 142, and even then, only briefly. So we're not talking about a full political independence. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. Go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like circumcision and observing of Shabbat. And I know he messed up your temple. You really didn't like that. So how about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabi, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, he said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the backing of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting the Syrian Greeks when what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody. We'll pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so Yehuda actually lost some of his main supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an infringement on their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon Yehuda. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcimus, who was actually Michael to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at arm's length, which was in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and there would be ongoing conflict afterwards. We have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that Ein Mikra Ba'olam, there is no such thing as coincidence. All these things are somehow connected. It's made explicit by the great thinker Rabbi Eliyahu Tester, for example. If you note in the liturgy, which definitely is quite ancient regarding Hanukkah, when it says Bayamim Ha'en Bazman Hazeh, in those days, in this time, in other words, in our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu Dessler and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil, and that we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding guide, but we go around in circles and we eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago, and on a calendrical rhythm as well. So it's not at all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah, which is so much associated with defending religious individualism, is assailed every year by an overwhelming tide of assimilationism. And that the struggle of Yehuda Maccabi and the Hasidim to defend Jewish particularism, the Jewish way of thought, Jewish way of practice, Jewish way of life, against an overwhelming global tidal wave of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, I want to wish you a lifted and Hanukkah. I hope you found this lecture useful. Thanks very much for that.
I love it. How are you doing today? Fantastic. How are you today, Mr. Ryan? Cool. Doing pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. Had a good time on the road machine earlier, which was fun, and then I was just gonna ask if you were staying healthy.
Okay, now that we've had a quick look at the tremendous Maccabean revolt, I'd just like to take a couple of minutes, it'll be a very short mini video, to look at the dynasty of the Hashmonaim, that is the kings and high priests that followed the Maccabean revolt. And this is a period of tremendous consequence in many ways, but I'm just going to treat it very lightly today because we're going to be coming back to it repeatedly for the next coming videos. Basically, the period that we're discussing now is from the Maccabean revolt, which happened in the mid-160s before the Common Era, up until the entry of Pompey, a Roman general, in Jerusalem in the year 68 before the Common Era, so about 100 years. Now, the truth is, the Maccabean dynasty, known as the Hashmonaim, continue, particularly through the line of Mariamna, a great-great-granddaughter who married Herod. But the Herodian dynasty is quite distinct in many ways, and that extends from the middle of the first century before the Common Era up until the Great Revolt, which results in the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So we're going to look at the first 100 years from about 167 to about 68 before the Common Era, and bear in mind that we've got another 100-odd years that are quite distinct. We'll spend a lot of time on them from about 68 before the Common Era to 70 of the Common Era. Okay, let's look at this first 100 years. I think the most significant thing to say about the Maccabean dynasty is the remarkable territorial expansion that took place under their watch. Have a look at this map here, which shows you the center of the Maccabean revolt was essentially in Judea, right in the region around Jerusalem, in the Judean hills and so on. It was very landlocked. It had some access to the Dead Sea and, of course, the Jordan River, but otherwise it was efficiently blocked from the Mediterranean and from significant population centers to the north as well. Under the successive Maccabean kings, however, under the brothers of Yehuda Maccabee and then under his nephews, you begin to see significant expansion, in particular under the reign of Yochanan Kohen Gadol, also known as John Hyrcanus. You see very significant extension to the north throughout Samaria, expansion to the coast as well, and most significantly for historical purposes, the expansion to the south into Idumea. This will become extremely important because this is the region from which Herod will descend, and the Idumeans and their conquest by John Hyrcanus is one of the more controversial periods in Jewish history because this was the first and only time that we have in recorded Jewish history of a forcible conversion of a non-Jewish people. The Idumeans were accepted into the Maccabean kingdom, and they were also forced to accept Judaism. Now, what exactly Judaism was that they accepted is something we're going to explore in the next 3 lectures of this series to some degree. But this was something that the rabbis later severely criticized. They viewed the negative implications of Herod's rule in particular as a consequence of this forced conversion, and as a result, Judaism put essentially a ban on any type of state behavior like this or any even communal behavior like this. Forced conversion is simply not a thing in Judaism as a result. You will also see significant expansion under Alexander Anai, the Maccabean kings, who was definitely not favored by the rabbis. His wife, Shlomtzion Malka, we'll discuss in a moment, she had a very major impact, however, on the promotion of the rabbis, the sages. Maccabean kingdom, which we might even say was a small empire, actually expanded dramatically in all areas of activity, not only geographically and militarily, but all in terms of its political reach, in terms of its cultural activity, in terms of its economic activity. We have an amazing series of coins coming from the Maccabean kingdom. Here you have a beautiful coin which is actually in my possession. This is a pruta, the smallest unit of currency that was circulating in the Maccabean era. This comes from the era of Yochanan Kohen Gadol or John Hyrcanus. And you can see on this coin there is a double cornucopia. You can see how primitive the coin is. It's stamped off center and it's lumpy and so on. The double cornucopia symbolizes prosperity and wealth and so on. And on the other side of the coin, this is very difficult to make out, but you can see lots of examples on the web. An interesting kind of take in which Yochanan Kohen Gadol refers to himself as being part of the commonwealth of the Jewish people. This is one of the significant areas in which the rabbis were critical of the Hashmonaim, because historically the office of king and the office of the high priest were separate. The office of the king was assigned to the tribe of Judah ever since David, and the office of the high priest is specifically among the Kohanim, obviously, which are the descendants of Aaron, who was of the tribe of Levi. But among the Maccabees, they took both of those offices to themselves, which the rabbis felt was an inappropriate arrogation of additional authority. And some of the kings kind of tried to soften this by saying they rule with the consent of the Commonwealth of Jews. Others were less hesitant about proclaiming themselves both high priest and king. This is also an exceptionally important period because we see the rise of a new class of authority figures within Jewish body politic, quite possibly following a much earlier trend, but only now, perhaps with state authority, do we really see these individuals beginning to rise to authority. I'm talking specifically about the sages, also known as the Pharisees, primarily in Christian readings. These are essentially the rabbis who would become the great leaders of the Jewish people, inspire them, shape the way in which we understand Judaism today and things like this. There's a lot more to say about this, but you'll have to wait till the next lecture. But for now, let's just add Shlomzion HaMalka, which was an unusual woman. She was the widow of Alexander Yanai. She was known in much of the Greek literature as Salome, but beware, there are several Salomes. This is not the Salome that is associated with John the Baptist. Salome Alexander. Shlomzion HaMalka means simply peace unto Jerusalem, the queen. Her name Shlomzion means peace unto Jerusalem. At any rate, she was, unlike her husband, a great fan of the rabbis. Her brother was very highly placed among them, and when her husband died, she was allowed the freedom, now as sole ruler of the Maccabean kingdom, to institute a new reign which was very religious friendly. I know it sounds strange because just 100 odd years earlier, they had fought this battle for religious liberty, but under the successive Maccabean kings, this religious freedom was strangely curtailed. And Shlomzion HaMalka, in many ways, revived it by giving the popular rabbis, whose base of support was really among the wider population, not specifically from the temple ritual, not specifically from the sacrificial cult, and so on. So Shlomzion HaMalka, in many ways, actually restored this period of religious freedom of expression, and her reign was regarded as a period of unrivaled prosperity, both materially and spiritually. Unfortunately, this all came to an end. We will recall that when Yehuda Maccabee was engaged in his struggles at the beginning of the Maccabean period, he actually appealed to the Romans for the possibility of intervention. They did not intervene at that time, but it helped to stay some of the ambitions of the Assyrian Greeks in Israel at the time. But with the death of Shlomzion HaMalka in the year 67, her sons engaged in a brutal conflict over who would control Israel, who would be the next king, who would be the next high priest, and so on. They both independently appealed to the Romans, specifically in the figure of Pompey, shown here, a general, who ultimately ended up in that fraternal conflict by invading the region in Jerusalem in the year 63. Hard to imagine a fraternal conflict like this with an appeal to an outside source turning out any differently. But at any rate, that's what happened. Pompey enters in the year 63 and effectively establishes Roman dominion over the land of Israel. The Hashmonaim continue, the dynasty goes on, and ultimately it will become the Herodian dynasty. Herod marries one of the last daughters of the Maccabean kingdom, but that's something that we'll have to explore in a further video. For now, though, we've had a quick look at the the brief rise and tremendous expansion and the tremendous potential demonstrated by the dynasty of the Maccabees. And we'll have to continue with discussion of the internal religious developments in the next video. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, I grew up going to church, and I pray at night, but I have not gone to a church in, I don't even know how long, but yeah, I totally grew up going to church.
Yeah, I don't think going to church is the important part. I think the relationship you have is the important part.
Yeah, for sure.
It's time now for us to just take a step back away from the political and military and to a certain degree social history of the era of the Hashmonaim, and I'd like to look a little bit more at intellectual history. In order to do that, we're going to have to expand the chronological scope of the period I'd like to cover. I'd like to take a look at the Second Temple period, which extends in the conventional chronology from the years 539, when the exiles returned from Babylonia under the decree of Cyrus that we described a little while ago, and began to rebuild the temple until the year 70 of the Common Era, which is the date normally associated with the destruction of the temple by the Romans. We're actually going to squeeze a little bit past that up to the year 200. So we're talking about a fairly large period of time right now, and I'd like to speak about some of the most important trends and two of the most important intellectual products of the Jewish people at this time, specifically the Midrash in next lecture and the Mishnah in the lecture after that. So let's think a little bit about what's happening intellectually and spiritually in the Jewish population after the 10th exile. We have a period of time now which is moving from a locus of authority in Revelation, the high period of the great prophets that we described a while ago, and their direct access to godly intent, which then they would share with people, whether or not the people would like it. And now we're moving into a period in which a lot of that text has been now recorded and is now in circulation. And this on top of the text of the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And now the locus of authority shifts from those people who are somehow immediately receiving the word of God, which is then they distribute as instruction to the people or as rebuke. And now it has to do with people who can interpret the existing texts that slowly become canonized in this period. This is a very important shift. It takes many hundreds of years, but it represents the rise of the rabbinic class. A whole different group of people who are not necessarily known for their somehow innate ability to receive divine inspiration, as the prophets were, but rather they are known for their ability to intuit the meaning of those words and to provide guidance based on text. Now, a lot to say here. There's a lot of theology mixed in with history as well. I'm going to try and deal with both of these things in such a way that we can appreciate history as it develops on a human level, and at the same time understand a little bit about the way in which Jews understood these events on a religious level. Perhaps I should point out right now a beautiful passage that's in Shia Cohen's wonderful work From the Maccabees to the Mishnah, which covers the period that we're talking about today. He asked a great question there of what is Judaism? Is Judaism like an ideal aspirational set of beliefs and in particular practices, and the closer that a person adheres to that, that is normative Jewish behavior? Or do we say that Judaism is what Jews do, whether or not is connected to this aspirational idea? The former question is answered best by a rabbi, which, by the way, I am not. The latter question is addressed more by a historian, and we will kind of be dancing between these two poles from time to time, as trying to understand both what Jews ideally wanted for themselves, and in particular, how the rabbis articulated what they wanted for the Jewish people. And on the other hand, we'll try to understand what Jews themselves were doing. In today's lecture, however, and the two that follow, we're going to be focusing more on the aspirational way of understanding what is Judaism and what do Jews do. Okay, enough introduction. Let's go straight to the material here. So, one of the most important institutions that develops at this time is something called the Great Assembly. The Knesset Hagadola, the Great Assembly. The name Knesset in modern Israeli pronunciation is, of course, the prime deliberating body of the Israeli government, and it takes its name from this original institution, had 120 seats in it, just like today's Knesset, and so on. Now, the roots of the Great Assembly are lost in the mists of time. One might assume that perhaps this Great Assembly was created first under Ezra, that he is named, in fact, in some of the later literature as the leader of the Great Assembly. And we know in particular that Shimon HaTzadik, Shimon the righteous one, was the last of the Great Assembly. That's a reference right there in the first opening paragraph of Pirkei Avot, one of the greatest statements of rabbinic philosophy in the ancient period. So it's hard to date precisely when Shimon HaTzadik lived. There are different opinions as to which Shimon, the high priest, that was. The Talmud places him in the late 4th century with the advent of Alexander into the region, but it's also not impossible that this could be a Shimon that lived a little bit later, actually in the period of the Hashmonaim, although that would make the Talmudic reading problematic. But at any rate, the actual membership of the Anshe Knesset Hagadola was apparently, high-level rabbis, as we shall see exactly what the title means, and also some of the latest prophets were included in this. Haggai, Zechariah, Malachi, for example, were included in this body, this deliberative body that was also a legislative body. It's a great mystery. What exactly was it? How did they convene? Who was involved in it? But for the time being, we have to posit that this body did produce a significant amount of religious legislation. We begin to see the development of a new title, rabbi, which is really not used in prior texts with any amount of frequency. The term rabbi is derived from the Hebrew term rav, which means great or large. In a sense, you would address someone, your highness, I guess in English, your greatness. And in Israel, the term used in late antiquity was Rebbe, that's the actual pronunciation, which means my greatness, my largeness, which is translated to be my teacher. That's more colloquial and more accurate in that regard, but it's not exactly what the term is literally. In Babylonia, the term Rav alone is preferred. The term rabbi, with that pronunciation, it's actually kind of nonsensical in Hebrew. You don't actually have that word pronounced that way in Hebrew, but that's the way it came down to us in English. In Latin, for example, it would be the rabbin. All kinds of different ways to pronounce it, but it means my teacher. Now, in the context, this is not a prophet, this is not a king, this is not a priest, this is someone new. This is like an expert information worker. It's a class of people that rise to prominence in this Second Temple period, and in particular, in the last century before the Common Era, the first century of the era, that's the gold age of the rabbi. In many ways, that's the period in which we get a lot of the great writings. We'll talk about two major sections of them in the next two lectures. And I want to just make one last point before we go on to the next level. One of the things that you see happening in a lot of popular histories, particularly those written for theologically inclined audiences, is this idea of writing history backwards, of trying to imagine what ancient history was, and looking at that aspirational ideal, even of today, but certainly of, let's say, late antiquity, late 1st century, early 2nd century, and positing it backwards. The problem is we don't have contemporary texts that will allow us to really get a good look at what it meant to be a rabbi, let's say in the year 500 before the Common Era or 800 before the Common Era. We don't really have a text. We do have texts from much, much later, like let's say 100 before the Common Era, that will tell us about something that's 500 years earlier. But that, of course, is from a historical point of view not as ideal as a contemporary period text. By the time we get to that weird year zero, there wasn't a year zero, but you know what I'm talking about, we will have lots of interesting texts that are written from outside the rabbinic perspective that also give us some great ideas as to what it was like socially. But for now, we have to kind of work with the text that we have and project backwards as conservatively as possible to try and understand history as it actually unfolded. Here's a beautiful image from Jean Fouquet, the construction of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem. It apparently looked nothing like this, but what an amazing kind of inspirational image this must have been. At any rate, the reason why I illustrated this particular slide with the artwork of Fouquet is because we should recall that around this time there is a big shift in the center of authority, meaning who do you go to for religious instruction, for religious inspiration? In the pre-Ezra period, or let's say the first temple period, that would certainly be the priest, the Kohen. The Kohen would be responsible to be connected to Jerusalem, to the temple rituals, to the sacrificial cult. That really was the main locus of Judaism. We have scattered tiny, interesting references in various biblical books to types of prayer, which were almost always done at the sanctuary in Jerusalem, or like Hannah, for example, at the beginning of the book of Samuel, at the tabernacle when it was in a traveling mode. But we don't have a lot of really great data about, who would you go to if you lived in, I don't know, Sot, or if you lived in Alexandria? Where would you get religious instruction in this early Second Temple period? There seems to be a shifting away from the temple itself, although it retains the center, but it becomes more diffuse as people seek out religious instruction, and it becomes to move towards people who are masters of the Masorah, of the tradition, which, as we shall see, involves a lot more than just textual familiarity with the texts that would become canonized and form the Tanakh, but really masters a much larger amount of information, which is enclosed in something we call the oral Torah. The people who inherited this new mantle of authority and would ultimately become much more significant once the temple was destroyed in the first century are, of course, the rabbis. They're the ones who are able to take the portable tradition and implant it in the diaspora and nourish it not only so that it thrives, but in fact it flourishes. And at this point, we should try to understand, what do we mean by the Tanakh? What do we mean by, to use a term? There's no question that the biblical texts were circulating at this time of the Second Temple, and through a process which is not at all clear, they eventually become canonized. This is a Christian term which is used to kind of imply what is closed, what is now a book that is accepted as having the authority of divine approval. And this eventually forms the tripartite Bible, the Torah, the first 5 books, Nevi'im, which are most of the prophets, and then finally or writings, which includes some kind of miscellaneous works like Psalms, which are more like prayers, the wisdom literature like the book of Proverbs, some other books which seem like they belong in prophets like Chronicles, and some fascinating miscellany like Song of Songs, for example. Now, there's no question that these texts are circulating in the 2nd century, but we don't know exactly the process by which they were exactly canonized. The Talmud definitely mentions a specific number of the texts, but nowhere does it actually list all of the individual texts of the Bible. It's just kind of accepted by the 1st century. It's just a known thing. Yeah, this is what's included. These are the things that are not included. Now, there are a few passages in the Talmud which speak about whether or not this or that book should be included. Some decisions are made regarding, for example, Song of Songs and regarding Ecclesiastes. And other decisions are made regarding books which are definitely out. Books like Ben Sira, we talked about the book of the Maccabees, for example. Those texts are excluded. The people who earn mastery not only of these texts that become the Bible, but also earn mastery of the interpretation of these texts, those are the rabbis. And we should also point out one last detail here. They have different rules of interpretation depending on which book it is. The 5 books of Moses, the Torah, that is considered sacrosanct on the highest possible level. There are no accepted errors, there are no typos, other than obviously scribal ones, which would render a Torah scroll invalid for use. And there's a whole series of hermeneutic rules as to actually how does one interpret the written text of the Torah. What we're looking at, by the way, is the oldest existing text of Levine and Keturim. Unfortunately, the Torah section was lost. It is the Aleppo Codex, which dates from the 10th century. And as you can see, there are a lot of Masoretic markings on the inside, which specifically indicates, for example, how the text is to be pronounced and so on. We'll talk more about this when we get to the Masoretic movement later. Oh my gosh, so much stuff going on. That's kind of like an introduction to the rise of this new information class of the rabbis. Let's look at 2 of their major occupations, which was the recording of something called the Midrash and something else called the Nah in the next 2 lines.
So I can't even Gator. You know, if you got swept away. If Gator got swept away, right? Just be like, come on. Yeah, that's too sad. I think I do the same one. Well, luckily that didn't happen, so we don't even have to cross that bridge. Yeah. You don't even have to think about it because your daughters are doing good or they're having a fun summer. They're having a pretty good summer, yeah.
One of the most fascinating aspects of early rabbinic work is a method of interpreting the Torah which is known as Midrash or Midrash. This is a fascinating approach to the text of the Torah, specifically the first 5 books of Moses itself, but they're Midrashim on the rest of the Bible as well. Let us understand what exactly is this Midrash and how it is understood today. So the golden era of rabbinic hermeneutics, meaning the way in which rabbis understood the Torah, was towards the end of the period we're discussing today. That is between the years 100 before the Common Era and let's say up to about 200 of the Common Era when the Mishnah was redacted. That does not mean to say, however, that all of the texts that are described in Midrash are from that period. They are really quoting much older statements which had been handed down as part of the oral tradition, and then eventually become recorded by a class, a historic period known as the Tanaim, and the later class known as the Amoraim. More on that in a few lectures. So the texts that we're describing today, many of them can be dated with accuracy no earlier than, say, about the year 100 before the Common Era, but they are quoting much earlier traditions. And we see this, by the way, in other groups as well. Homer, for example, the Odyssey and the Iliad, the great classics of Greek early literature, were also handed down as oral, profoundly recorded text. Now, the term Midrash is a way of approaching the text of the Torah, of interpreting the text of the Torah. It comes from the word drash, which means to seek out, to request, or to examine. And it is a fascinating and often quite disruptive means of understanding the meaning of the Torah itself. It's really quite creative. In many ways, it's not dissimilar from a lot of modern literary techniques, such as deconstructionism and so on. Fascinating ways of reading the text, often reading it with multiple valences in, contradictory directions. Absolutely fascinating. I should point out, it's very important, that according to Jewish theology, Midrash also comes from Sinai, that it is an oral tradition that goes all the way back to the roots of the written text itself, and as such has tremendous importance. However, when you have Midrashim that move in different directions, or Midrashim that seem to be, highly hyperbolic in nature, it can be very difficult to understand what exactly they mean. Many approaches, particularly in the modern era, understand the Midrash to be, very poetic in nature rather than hard and fast and meant to be taken on a literal level. But I will leave that to the rabbis to figure out. I'm just a regular historian, not a authority. There is halachic midrash and there is halakhic midrash. Halachic is an adjective, in English form of an adjective, based on the word halakha, which means to walk or to travel. And this is the word used for Jewish law. So I have much more to say about this as halakha is developed, and especially when it's codified in the medieval period. At any rate, halakhic midrash are midrashic readings of the text by the rabbis that inform how Jews should behave, hence halachic. So, for example, you'll see on the left here is a photograph of an IDF soldier who is wearing phylacteries, or in Hebrew, tefillin. These are leather boxes that are commonly worn during weekday prayer. The box on the top contains several scriptural passages, and the box on the left arm also contains scriptural passages, and there is a ritual for wrapping them around the arm and so on, and then prayers are read while these are worn. Now, a question might arise, where does those come from? If you read the Bible itself, it says in Deuteronomy that you shall bind them, which appears to be a reference to the words of the Torah, as a sign upon your hands and as frontlets upon your eyes. Now, what exactly is a sign in your hand? What does that look like? Frontlets between your eyes. What does that mean also? So the Midrash steps in to give us some explanation. Let's have a quick look at one example. You'll note in the picture here that the box of tefillin on the arm is worn on the left arm, on the bicep, slightly tilted inwards towards the heart. If you want to correct it, let's have a look at how we get to that from the Midrash. So this is from the Midrash Halakha called Sifri, which is written on the book of Devarim, or Deuteronomy, and I've taken these citations from the amazing website Safari, which is a fantastic place to get Hebrew texts. It's huge, it's free, and wide open. I love it. So here it is. I'll read in Hebrew. The Torah says that you fill in on your hand, and that means the high part of your hand. So what would that be? Well, you figure that's up towards the top. Maybe perhaps on the bulge of the bicep. But you said it should be on the high part of the hand, but maybe it should be on the hand itself. I mean, the text only says on your hand, and it will be for you as a sign on your hands, for you as a sign, and not as a sign for others. Right? So you read what's happening here. The Midrash is kind of looking with a microscope at the text itself, and you're trying to figure out, well, where do you put this box? You put it on the back of your hand, you put it on your forearm, where does it go? Well, it's the rest of the text says it shall be for you as a sign, something that's closer to you, so that would mean up here, which is close to the center of my body, myself, my heart, and so on. Okay, interesting. Like the Midrash is investigating and asking. It's not written like a series of rules. It's written like a give and take. We'll have more to see about that in the mission. These words shall be on your heart. Davar shekeneged libcha be'ezeh zeba shebiyad. Means that it should be something close to your heart. Where is close to your heart and your hands? Well, that would clearly be your bicep, right? So here's an example of the midrash really picking apart the text, finding a couple of words. One is for you, and another one is your heart. There's a one word speech in Hebrew because we have prefixes and so on. So that's how you know where the tefillin should be written. It doesn't exist in the text itself. You have to unpack the text to get to the meaning of it. Now let's just go a little further. And Midrash, by the way, goes deep and deep and further like you wouldn't believe. Davar acher, another interpretation. That itself is fascinating. Midrash would allow multiple interpretations. Yadcha zesmol. When it says on your hand, it means your left hand. Why? Ata omer zesol yamin. You say it's the left hand, maybe it's the right hand. Says, okay, I can't prove it to you for sure, but I can give you kind of an illusion. If you look in the book of Judges, it says, Yada liated shalchena v'yamina malos amarim. So then the Midrash goes on, I'll paraphrase in English, that in the reference there where Yael kills Sisera by driving a tent peg through his temple. Yikes. Her hand reaches out to the peg, and her right hand is holding the hammer. So there you go. Whenever it says hand on its own, without specifying right hand, must mean it's the left hand. Okay, nice. That's not a proof, but at least one example. In number 9, and Rabbi Natan says the same thing, that it combines binding with writing. So that means that the hand that you do the binding with is the same hand that you do writing with. And for most people, that is the right hand. And Midrash will go on and on. I'm not going to do the last part here because there's so much of it. What about if you're naturally left-handed? What about if a person is an amputee? All kinds of things like this. The Midrash will explore, and of course, this is just the beginning of a long exploration, which you also find in the Talmud. So Midrash is such a clear example of how the rabbis now, as information workers, are teasing out the meaning of the text and providing direct, clear instruction on halakha, how to behave. The other major area of Midrash, and I would argue that especially since the Talmud, the Aggadic Midrash is even more important. Unlike halakha, which deals primarily with what Jews should do, how they should act, Agada, on the other hand, which is related to the word Haggadah, like in the Passover Seder, means the telling, refers to how Jews might want to think, refers to lessons of the text, philosophy, history, biography, metaphysics, all kinds of things about the text that reveals to us that doesn't necessarily specifically mandate a particular course of action, but does mandate some kind of thought process. So just to give you one example, the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis 22. So in that passage, when God first approaches Abraham and says, I want you to sacrifice Isaac, the actual text of God's request is a little more specific. It says, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, even Isaac. Now the Midrash asks, why all this detail? Why not just say, take Isaac? What is this of all these other phrases? So let's look at Bereshit Rabbah. Bereshit is the Hebrew word for Genesis, once again from the amazing Sefaria website. And the phrase says, Kachna es bincha, etc. Take your son, and so on. Amar lo, and by the way, you'll notice that in the printed text, they didn't bother quoting the rest of the verse, because you really should know it. What are you doing this? Study Midrash if you haven't studied the Torah properly. You got to know your verses very well. Amar lo, kachna es bincha. So God says to him, please take your son, delay, train the beastly. Okay. So Abraham says back to God, this is not in the biblical text. This is the Midrash interpolating a dialogue that is not reproduced in the biblical text. How to approach that interpolation? Is it imaginary? Is it a thought experiment? Is it actual? What exactly does it mean? But God's, and note, by the way, if you're sensitive to language, that this is written in Aramaic rather than Hebrew, which indicates a sense of that it would have been written down in text form, even though it could have been repeated over in Hebrew longer. Further back, it was recorded, certainly in the period when Jews spoke Aramaic, more than they spoke Hebrew. Anyway, Abraham says to God, what do you mean? Two sons. Which son are you referring to? Right? Don't forget, Abraham has Yishmael, the older son, and Yitzchak, the younger son, Isaac. Amar lo, so God says to him, Es Yechidcha, your only son. Right? Remember that the text in the Bible said, take now your son, your only son, whom you love, you and Isaac. So God says to Abraham, I mean your only son. So Abraham doesn't leave it alone. Amar lo, Ze Yachid L'Imo, Ze Yachid L'Imo. God, I don't understand. This one, Yishmael, is the only son of his mother, and this one, Isaac, is also the only son of his mother. Yishmael is the only son of Hagar. Isaac is the only son of Sarah. Which one do you mean? Amar lo, Ashachta. God says, okay, Abraham, the one that you love. Right, so listen to what Abraham says. Amar lo, he says, are there limits to emotions? Meaning, is it possible for me to measure which one I love more? You know, if there's a limit to this, I don't know. So, and finally, God says to him, Amar lo, Es Yitzchak. He says to him, okay, Isaac, that's right. I'm going to keep talking, and meanwhile, I'm going to put the English up here so you can review my translation. But basically, what's going on in this midrash is God is stretching out the conversation with Abraham, or perhaps we can say that Abraham is stretching out the conversation. The conclusion of the midrash is that God stretches this out in order that every aspect of this commandment should be cherished, meaning it's a long, detailed description of what Abraham is supposed to do in order that Abraham should take it very seriously and perform it with great precision. Now, I would like to suggest as well that there are other readings of this midrash as well, and that's one of the amazing things about Aggadic midrash, is that it's so rich and powerfully deep in meaning that you can really think so many profound thoughts as you try to work through the midrash. Also, note please that the midrash seems to be intrinsically opaque. It's not transparent. It doesn't give it to you on a platter. Everything the midrash is trying to say requires you to respond to it. Perhaps this is another way of understanding the word midrash itself. It's a search. It's a journey for me. It's an attempt to discover something. And in that sense, midrash is absolutely fascinating, beautiful to study. Okay, let us go on and to talk about the Mishnah, another incredibly important achievement of this particular period of Jewish history.
I don't know what the temperature is, but it's hot. It is? Yeah, God, it's humid. It's, Tennessee. Yeah, oh my gosh, I miss Tennessee. I've got to go back. I got to get to East Tennessee. We got to go to Dollywood. I got to go to Dollywood. I'm dying to go to Dollywood and eat the cinnamon bread. Yeah, they have wonderful looking cinnamon bread. And there's the kettle corn that the same person's worked at the same kettle corn for
Let us now discuss the Mishnah. And as you can see from this photograph here, the Mishnah was, for the vast majority of Jewish history, the preserve exclusively of men. This is a highly androcentric activity. The yeshiva is, for most of Jewish history, a men's club. where guys get together, typically in uniform like this with black kippahs and white shirts, and they struggle to understand the meaning of the text. In the 20th century in particular, we see a lot of change. God willing, we'll speak about that change later on in this series, but for the time being, this is essentially a man's activity, but that's not where I'm going right now. Let's go to the text itself. One of the major things that happens towards the end of the period that we're discussing right now, right around the year 200 of the Common Era, is a faith vision by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, who is a Jew charged with the political leadership of the Jewish population in Israel. And remember, this is a good 100 years after the destruction of the temple, after tremendous devastation, persecution of the Jews, expansion of the diaspora, Jews taken into slavery, phenomenal economic pressures, all kinds of things that threaten to tear apart the Jewish people. And Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi decided to take a fairly dramatic step, which was heavily criticized in its time, of taking all this body of nation, we see called oral Torah, and recording it in writing. That is, taking something which has been for centuries handed down from rabbi to student, debated orally in study halls, such as the one I showed you earlier, and suddenly say, you know what, now we are going to capture it in specific words on a page. They're going to be reified, there's going to be a text, it's going to be like the written Torah, which has more or less been canonized since the first century at any rate, and now we're going to take this intentionally flexible document and body of teachings, and we are going to freeze it in stone, canonize it much like the Bible has been canonized, and that's going to change the way Jews learn their Torah forever. It's also after the disastrous Bar Kokhba rebellion that results in even more devastation, particularly in the region of Jerusalem and Judean mountains. And so the Jews are at a very, very difficult time in their history, politically, socially, economically, and especially religiously. So what Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi did, and we'll speak more about this, God willing, when we get to the 2nd century in our discussions, he took the teaching that would become the Mishnah, but he specifically did not list a law code. He did not list all of the conclusions. He rather listed a series of debates. He listed a series when Rabbi X says this and Rabbi Y says that. And like if you're looking to Mishnah to try to find the answer, how can I cook this chicken? Is it kosher or not? You won't find that answer there. You have to enter into the debate because you see that Rabbi X says it is kosher, Rabbi Y says it isn't kosher. And the only way to know it is to actually engage it, see how that debate really ends. WUNC does not offer that to you because he intentionally retained this open-ended dialogue necessary document. Absolutely fascinating. Let me give you a look at a couple of examples. So this is a passage from the Mishnah in Peah. That's a tractate that describes how when you are harvesting your field, you have to leave a corner of the field behind for the poor people. The word Peah means corn. The Peah, which is the corn of the field, the first fruits that you would bring to Jerusalem as a sacrificial offering, the appearance in Jerusalem, like showing up, and the acts of kindness. And finally, the study of Torah. These, on the other hand, are the things which one enjoys the interest thereof in this world, but the principal value is in the next world. And notice here, by the way, the rabbis make an explicit reference to Olam Haba, the world to come, heaven, as it were, which is not something you find in the Bible in the same way. Good Ava, honoring father and mother, right? We enjoy kind of like an ancillary benefit of that particular commandment in this world, But the principal value, the reward of it, is in the next din and kindness to others. Bahava shalom bein hadav v'chaviro, bringing about peace between people. The Talmud Torah connects to learning Torah. Well, that's the best of it. Okay, very nice. So that's the Mishnah. It's kind of an open-ended statement in terms of you want to know what more about these things, but there's no internal contradiction until you get to the very next passage, which says, "Ein pochasim lapea mishish." You can't leave less than 1 part in 60 as the sacrificial offering of payah. What? You just told me that there's no shiur, there's no size to payah. Now in the very next Mishnah, you're saying there's a size. The Mishnah continues, even though I know, I just said that there's no measure to it. It has to do with the greatness of the field, the size of the field, and according to the needs of the poor, and according to how much yield the field gives. So it just throws out the first Mishnah out the window, and now we're going with the second Mishnah. And we also don't have a clear large size. We have 1 in 60 that the rabbis give us, but we don't have a larger size. And then if you look in the third part of this Mishnah, which I'm not going to go into, then there's not only size in terms of how much area you have to divide, but when you have to divide it, where in the field you divide it, so on. And so the Mishnah offers right away different approaches to the same question, and the only way you can really understand what you're supposed to do is by engaging it, hopefully engaging it with a study partner, and especially engaging it with a master, a rabbi, who will then give you the course of the debate and bring it to a conclusion. That's how the Mishnah works. It is intrinsically dialectical in nature. You must engage it. You must ideally engage it with other human beings as well. What's in the Mishnah? So the 6 orders of the Mishnah form the acronym Zman Nakat, which means takes time, or if you like, time flies. And it follows. The first 3 making up the acronym Zman, or time, are seeds, which are primarily dealing with agricultural law. We saw that in the Mishnah on Payah that we just looked at. That's referring to agricultural laws in Israel. How do you take the Payah from your field? The second section is times, which primarily deals with holidays. The Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, things like that. Third section, which is the largest section, is women, nashim. And this also gives us a sense of how androcentric the document is. It's primarily written by men for men, and so it is about women. And so the section on women deals with how does one marry a woman, how does one divorce a woman, how does one pay the divorce settlement, and both, all kinds of things like this that deal primarily with relations with women. Then the fourth section is damages. And yes, there's a lot of yeshiva jokes about the sequence here. But damages are kind of like the classic section of the Mishnah. By the way, all of this forms the core of what would become later the Talmud. So the Talmud is essentially an extensive discussion of the Mishnah. More on that in a later class. And then holy things, which deals primarily with the temple, sacrificial laws, and finally purities, which deal with the complex laws of personal purity, such as the bathing and ritual immersion and so on. So those are the areas that are of concern to the Mishnah, divided into these 6 sections. The 6 sections are known in Hebrew as the Shisha Sidrei Mishnah, the 6 orders of the Mishnah, and abbreviated that is known as Shas. And that's also an abbreviation for the Talmud because it follows the same order. So when someone learns Shas, they're typically saying they've learned the entire Talmud, usually the Babylonian Talmud, although the root of that term comes from the Mishnah. Let's just reflect for a moment now on the implications of this document, the Mishnah. It's hugely important, immeasurably important in terms of the survival of the Jewish people. What Yehuda Nasi's achievement was to take a text which was rooted in revelation as a source of authority. First the revelation to Moses at Sinai, then the revelation to the prophets and so on, and firmly transformed the chain of tradition, the Hebrew term is Masorah, into a text which is theoretically far more accessible to anyone. Now, he retained a lot of the features of the transmission that required human engagement, such that, it's not appropriate for a Jew to simply pick up the Mishnah and say, well, I'm going to learn the Mishnah, and I'm not going to ask anyone else what it means. I'm not going to engage with a rabbi or with a study partner and so on. I'm just going to approach the text on my own, and I will hope for the best. That is not the traditional form of Jewish learning, certainly not what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi intended by keeping the arcane and open-ended nature of the Mishnah available. Rather, what Rabbi Yehuda Nasi did was he cemented the need for a centripetal force in Jewish intellectual activity that Jews needed to gather to focus on this text. But at the same time, he allowed the entire Masorah to become far more portable. Suddenly, in the absence of the temple, Jews could still engage in study as a religious activity, which is certainly enshrined in the earliest passages. A little while ago, the Shema, for example, a teaching of the words of Torah as you walk upon the path. But the Mishnah was a huge leap forward in preserving the Masorah that would later be expanded in the Talmud and would really perpetuate itself to the present day. Okay, that's it for our very quick, brief lecture look at intellectual history and the rise of the rabbis. We're going to go back to political and social history with the Roman period next. Thank you very much for watching.
I don't want anything like that. The guy who smiled too last night. Some guy looked scary. A bunch of cigars. Hello. Am I on? Yes. Hello. How are you? Yesterday? I'm great. How are you? Doing good. Just
At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod, in Hebrew, Quirinius. Herod reigned in Judea from 47 till the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously, in the land of Israel, far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader, discussion and consensus in the world, but at the same time he ruled with an iron fist and was quite fierce. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times was, the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have as the ideal reason. Have a look at this map here. You see, this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up from last week, when the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomtzion Hamalka, Alexander Salome, when she passed away, her two sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, that is, you recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people, and he was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of leadership. His brother decided to go to Pompey. In particular, Pompey brought both figures for him and decided Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he would be easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a brief siege, gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there's nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship an invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Perea. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is the Galilee. These are the 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater the Idumean, you'll look him, who was involved in a nefarious way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey. And when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who is still around, is named simply Ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater would have. Antipater, in turn, names his 2 sons to leadership positions. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later. But while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in the year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the year 37, and of course there's another massacre of the local population. And so from that year 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he ruled it like Joseph Stalin ruled the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also forgave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things we can point to which were exceptional in his reign. But the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at 3 specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the kotel, the remaining western wall, most of the ones that are visible are in fact stones from the Herodian era. Much lower down you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over, unsuccessfully, the affections of the people. Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population, and also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the eternal city did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was an Idumean, and there was always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-style polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman mores. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcross of Masada, which is middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and shaggy. His summer palace, maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not actually sure, but built with tremendous engineering, ingenuity, and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab and Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it would be like to have your palace located there, one of his several palaces. Right, that gives you a sense of, his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Idumeans and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find a balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from this era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a king since the era had any kind of living as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds. And this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe in himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the first Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes, to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives. The most famous of whom, and certainly the highest status of whom, was Mariamne, who is shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamne, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in the year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, yeah. Well, you need what? Diarrhea, that's the thing. Well, they sell leggings with poop emojis on it. What's the difference? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Should I segue to the sketch group, the Parasocialites? Go for it. It's not the most accessible name. People are like, what is it? Parasocialites, are people too dumb to remember that name or something? Well, I think it's just like harder. It's too many syllables. I've had people be like, power? Socialist, so I'm like, power. So would you ever change the name, or you're sticking to the name? Yeah, we're ride or die with that name. I'm gonna say, HBO comes up to me, or they're like, we're interested. You just gotta change the name. I tell them, who came up with Parasocialites, John? You did?
Guilty, yeah. I remember that piece of shit. I came up with it.
It's how you don't want to change it.
I got approval with my 2 other key members, one of which is my longtime girlfriend.
Well, and the other guy's gone, right?
Yeah, he died.
Yeah, that's so sad. I really liked him. I remember trimming weed in this place in Boulder.
Just so unexpected that it had to be like suicide by cop. Just like, Jesus.
Pretty crazy, and I'd just be so embarrassed that the body cam footage would get out on the internet. They have all these YouTube channels now where it's just the body cam footage. I'd just be too worried I'd look like a real crazy person before they got me.
Yeah, I mean, it turned out it wasn't like a real cop, but it was like a security guard at the mothership, so they don't have body cams.
And then, so, there's not a body, there was body cam footage.
It was like,
Wait, John, what happened?
Can't hear you. You're underwater.
Weird.
is that,
Am I going crazy?
oh, there it is. Is it that? I was just, I don't know.
It's hard to say.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey, William, I thought, yeah, okay, so Parasocial, I should do this actually. Just look us up on YouTube and Instagram. My name on Instagram is John Color John. I don't know if that's up there. Oh, it is Color. There's no space.
Snowsbake Grant, come on, man.
He's an doctor. Take the space.
He's a doctor.
Take out the spaces.
Well, literally, I'm literally working.
Well, thanks for taking the time.
No, actually, I wanted to do something fun because I have an email I have to write to a VP and
Chat GPT.
I'm going to use something better. I'm going to use William and what can we do?
What do you have to say? What are you
What
trying to say?
Want me to hear? Want me to help you?
Chat DRM.
What's the email? Want me to help you write up?
Yeah, I just need some things from you. So, can you, here, give me an adjective.
Stinking.
Oh, longest pause. What do you do?
Adjective.
Adjective.
Come on, you got this.
Erica, give me an adjective. Fluid.
Small.
Small. I need an app name. A name for any app, not a real app name.
It's the name for an app.
Any
Taco Bell. Is that what we could use?
It's working
I
out.
was thinking like fictitious, but I need a celebrity.
Taco Bell with
A celebrity?
Ewan McGregor.
That's a good one. Good call.
Yeah, they'll like that. This one a VP, right?
Yeah, this is a VP, very important.
Okay.
I need another adjective.
Oh, well, I mean, the first adjective wasn't
Not a describing word.
This is fast.
Anything. You didn't play backflips?
hairy.
Good one.
An example of old technology.
Oh, that's for Grant. You pick.
Yeah, what do you think, Grant?
What's an old tech?
Betamax.
Betamax.
Verb. This is taking so much longer than we anticipated.
Run. Is this gonna work?
No, it's not going to be worth it, but
What about the Betamax? A what?
another verb.
Oh, there's Ewan McGregor.
Run and jump.
Wait, what are we doing? Another what?
Verb, jump.
I need a small country. Dude, William, your approach to Mad Libs is as if like
I'm very good at it.
A small country.
Wait, do you remember
Macedonia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember when you ran Everything is Pretend in Denver? And before the show, you befriended a homeless person and you like invited them in and you like started trying to do improv with them
And it didn't
dinner,
work, did it?
like the host said, it did not work.
It did not.
It schematically did not work.
It did not work. I was thinking I was on my cocaine and drinking and thinking it was going to be hilarious, and the guy was not good at comedy. I would have never guessed the homeless guy was not funny.
Such limited stage presence.
What happened? Did you end up having to get him off? I can't even remember.
No, I'm not gonna like. I'm not gonna.
He's not gonna go there.
Yeah, don't go there then. Maybe because maybe I kind of remember now. So don't talk about that.
It's terrible.
Yeah, but take care of that guy. And then Sweet Paul, where I got the neck brace from, I was doing that shit.
That's really funny because I brought this up earlier. I couldn't remember his name.
I think it was Paul.
Yeah, he probably had a really sore neck for like the 2 months that you were comedy.
He did, and I took.
He went on like comedy orders. I remember with the neck brace.
Oh, it used to be my Superman cape. I missed that. To find something like that again. Maybe a back brace or something. I don't know. Something. Some sort of like something wrong with me.
Dude, I dare hesitate to ask for an acronym.
Yeah, hold on.
The description of a verb. L-Y.
It arrived yesterday.
Gingerly and a verb.
Spank.
In an email?
Yeah, for the VP.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have I shouldn't have your reply to this for an email. I'm definitely going to send. Another verb. Almost done, guys.
Yeah, I'm wondering how long this is.
It's 28 pages.
That's a long email. He's probably not going to read it. But it says it's going to say time from Taco Bell. Wait, so...
What?
Eat.
Oh, eat. And a sickness. Ew, well, this is where you shine. Eat a random
He
sickness.
loves sicknesses. What's your favorite?
Diverticulitis.
Oh, sickness. What? Diverticulitis?
Diverticulitis. Which my mom has, sadly.
Currently?
Currently.
Is she getting a fecal transplant?
I don't
She's
know.
not
They had to give her a colostomy bag, but luckily they got a second opinion and that didn't have to happen.
Dude, that's one of those strange illnesses where they just like, they give you other people's shit.
Well, I might need that soon because I have real problems there, so...
Yeah, but you're gonna eat it. Just eating shit all the
Yeah,
time.
I already eat it a little, so I could already I'd be okay with that.
I need a random thing, like,
Met Gala.
oh! You're on top of that. Damn.
Is this how you always do your emails? Just doing it?
Yeah, I call my comedian friends. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
Seems so anticlimactic, but we learned the meta. And you can just send the check to the mail.
Okay. You still have the same address?
Yeah, same address.
Yeah, I was pretty
You
sure.
need to get
What are you
different
drinking?
flavor.
Oh yeah, I'm drinking.
Oh, that's a fun one.
He loves the
With
sunflower flavor.
Yeah, I love the flower flavor.
It's flavored sunshine, which
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I don't even know what that flavor is. It's very hard to
like entering Gatorade territory of like Glacier Freeze and Riptide Rush. So it's like, okay, sunshine.
Ooh, I miss Riptide Rush. I don't ever see that anywhere. Was that the light purple one? Whoa,
That's by a cat.
there's one of the cats in there. Okay, are you gonna read the email? What's the email? I don't see the cat. I don't see a cat. Oh, up there. Oh my God, a cat. Oh my God, up by the magazines. What kind of magazines you got stashed up at the top?
Tasteful pornography. It's a very like Paul movement situation. Okay, hi Christina. I've been working on a new small powered by AI called Taco Bell. It was referred to you by Elon McGregor as being
The potential interest in party. Taco Bell works by utilizing theory data and integrating it with Betamax, empowering end users to run and jump while boosting their productivity. At first, Taco Bell will be rolled out slowly, but eventually we hope to conquer Macedonia and then Ethiopia. Logos currently playing. There have been a few reported side effects of prolonged use of Taco Bell, including gingerly spanking, impulsivity, and even a non-trivial chance of contracting diverticulitis. Either way, let me know if you're looking forward to seeing you at the next Met Gala.
I love it.
Yeah, put your name
I
in
think you're being
it.
arranged.
Yeah, you might be getting a raise out of this job. Or I might be getting unemployment. And you're going to have to refer me to work with you at your stopper. Yes, we can do that.
Deal.
Because I think we can get along in there.
It's small.
You know, the year after my freshman year of college, I was like 19, and back home in the summer, I needed a summer job, and I got declined I got rejected from a grocery store for that entire experience. Oh my gosh, what happened with your confidence after that? That's when I peaked. My confidence was at an all-time low, and I worked at a bowling alley. I barely wanted that job, and it was like $7 an hour. Damn. And look at you now, you got your own flavor. Now I own a bowling alley. Well, John, thank you so much for calling in today. Yeah, man. It's a real pleasure. Okay. Enjoy that. I wish I could have one of those right now. No. Look at John's sketch. They have a funny one where it looks like someone doo-dooed in their pants.
I love it.
At the end of it.
Yes, sir.
Bye, bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Hey.
What do you think of all that?
Graham, is that a good way to do emails? Just do a Mad Lib?
I miss Mad Libs.
I thought it was pretty good. I know, it's good. You and McGregor, what movie did we just watch with the Sass?
I don't even really know who that is.
Star Wars? No, Mr. Dr. Sleep. Yeah, he was in Dr. Sleep. Did you ever see that, McGregor?
Yeah.
Did you like it? That was, in fact, I think the image I put up, you can see.
No.
That was Six Sins. It was him with the little kid. He's playing Golden Fishes.
I know. Danny ended up having a really sad life.
I know, yeah. Well,
Really sad.
but then it was okay. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was pretty good.
We didn't hate it.
Yeah, if you like The Shining, you might like Dr. Sleep. It's after the fact. And I don't like that one lady who's good as Wendy, but they should have just used the old footage. I didn't like they were recreating the footage.
I liked that.
You liked that part?
Oh, that was fun.
Yeah, it was okay. I didn't know what to think about it.
And that's his truth.
What do you think? What do we do? Another one?
Good time.
I think we're done that. Oh, yeah, I guess you did. Just for today, since we got some for sure.
Fair.
But we do have this. Oh, we got it. Thank y'all for sticking it out, sticking with us. We appreciate it. We got a Goldie May Star, Grant's Worst Nightmare, early at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs, Jenny J. Jess, Jethro Tull, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Thrackle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Lou, Mista, Alex, Nigelson, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Boyd, Apollonia, Papa Coo, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Bud, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkles, Shady Kaya from the Big Island, Satrack, Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire, the Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McPisty, White Magic, William and Casey, the Cats, William, Karen, William, Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie, Warlock, Anthony Whiplash, Markets, and Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's Your Suit, Whoa, Love Ben Ashen, Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny A4, Devin Swank. Sounds good, baby. Berry, Eric Barnacles, Kiss on the Lips, Dova King, Dr. P. Dugan, Drop Nation, Eli Slugworth, Holy Base Star. Again, thank y'all.
Thank y'all.
A lot. Chungus Barnacle. Cool. Well, thank y'all so much. That is the end. Bye.
Peter's new best friend.
Prince.
That makes me want a song. Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh, the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deans Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Junior Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine of Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Happy Restream. Hey, Grant. Yeah. Quick question, buddy. Not a bird's trout, my boy. Man, sometimes I get too thirsty. Oh, so it's like when they're in the bird bath trying to drink their water. Those people on, like, radio stations where they do the drinking too much water challenge.
So many died.
And then they burst. Yeah.
But you get Xbox.
Keith, you should have some headphones. Oh. Yes, you 26 were just talking to talking to thin air. Yeah, you're talking about hold your wee for a wee. Is that what you're talking about? Hold your wee for a wee. Yeah, I think so. That was selfish of that woman. She had children, I think. Yeah, she had children and she was trying to get the wee, Nintendo Wii for the
And she got it.
Yeah, she got it in heaven. Yeah, fucking somebody gave it to her over the fucking game. And it's like, okay, we don't know if you're actually supposed to be up here or not. Then it's like you're stuck on the other side of the fucking fence. And that's the last place you want to be in heaven, I would guess. Oh, absolutely. Hopefully they have a bowling alley. Trapped on the outside. On the outskirts of heaven. On the outside. I'm looking at... Was it Stained? I'm on the outside. That was a good one. I liked. There were some of those songs I really enjoyed. That being one of them, that was really great. Well, great. It's kind of windy where we are at the beach. It's a little nice warm breeze. God, take me back. I know. How was it? Weren't you? You were recently in the ocean, kind of recently. Yep, South Padre Island, baby. Yeah, you know I had to take a load off. How was it? Was it wonderful? Was it beautiful down here? I hear all these nice stories about it. You know I had to kick my toes up in the sand. It was so beautiful. And the appetizers were to die for. Tapas. Tapas, bottoms. What else? Like, so Gotta have. Hopefully you had some fried shrimp. You know, it had beef lo mein. Ooh, South Padre Island. Had to do it to them. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of Thai people down there. You get a lot of Thai food down there. You get a lot of Chinese food down there.
I wonder what the South Padre Thai connection is.
I think just when they started coming over in the Mayflower or whatever, went to Ellis Island, they ended up, they told the Thai people, y'all aren't staying anywhere else, y'all gotta go to South Padre Island. Yeah, they tried to kind of quarantine them there, but fortunately for us, it spread around the states. Yeah, they were able to escape at one point. And at the beginning, they're like, let us go down to Florida. We don't want the Texas beaches. It seems like a Florida beach is nicer, but they're like, no. Seriously, and they would like the Thai people in Florida. No, it's okay. No. Yeah, just listen to us. Get on the bus. Please get on the bus. We're taking you somewhere nice. You can start your family there.
It was like a trail of drunken noodles situation.
Love drunken noodles.
Not a trail of tears, but a trail of drunken noodles. Everywhere on that motherfucker. Everywhere on that bus. No, that was a smelly ass bus. I'm sorry, Keith is here. I'm feeling home. Sure. Yeah, William's pumped up. I'm gonna meet you where you are. I'm a little freaking jazzed too. Nice. Yeah, how are you feeling? You're about to go to, so who else is in this concert, Casey? In the freaking one in England? Who else is on the show?
Yeah.
Tomorrow. The place, England. The person, me. I'm going to see Black Sabbath and Metallica, Alice in Chains.
Yeah, right.
Yep. They really are. They're all in the same way. Oh, it's simply unbelievable. Oh, trust me, I vote the same.
In England, at that?
Gosh. He's flying to England tomorrow, Erica. Yep.
Are they gonna have like a Lane Staley hologram?
Yeah, there's been talk about some sort of 4D Lance Daily experience where you could feel like mist and like your chair will rock and stuff. So I think that's cool. I think that's a really good idea. Yeah, whoever freaking came up with that shit, a set of freaking Astro World. I mean, that was, it turned into a bloodbath. We ended up watching about that yesterday. Yeah, that was not the best way to spend your summer. Oh my god.
Have you heard that guy's music? I've never heard it before. And I was like, oh.
I'm thinking this would be bad music to be getting killed to. Having people crushing your
Auto tune.
bullshit. And just people going into it, and then other lifeless bodies getting CPR done on them. God, I was thinking, man, if I was on acid, that would have tripped me out. It's like, get those people, don't do that shit in front of my ass. I don't want to be seeing dead people. I'm on acid right now. In Astro World, what happened here? Please stop being a little, can you be a little less trippy? That's what I would say. You're being a little too trippy. Some EMS guy just looking up like we're trying to say. What'd you say? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And Keith, trick question. Well, no, I don't know if it's a trick question, but a question. What do you think these days if you're doing CPR on somebody? Do you put your mouth on their mouth or you don't have to do that anymore?
You could always like put your fingers in a circle, you know, and that way you're not going lip to lip, you know, because you don't want them to fall in love with you.
Oh, so that could happen if you lock lips with somebody. You just,
well, I mean, if you're a good kisser,
especially if you save their life. Like a lot of times, like studies say, the first person you see after you come back to life is the person you're gonna love forever.
yeah. Which is why so many people fall in love with crotchety old doctors, you know. They're like, oh my God, I must have him, even though he's like 70 years old, white hair, walks with a cane, but he's still practicing medicine because they have a gift and they want to share it.
Just slinging that dick
Oh yeah.
everywhere in the hospital. And I thought you were about to say lifeguards. I was about to say lifeguards, and a lot of people fall in love with them because they're saving the people, but no, old doctor. I guess that makes sense.
That's a much luckier situation because lifeguards are hot. They have beach bodies and everything, and they're not like some white pube having fucking uncircumcised dick from 1948 fucking doctor.
Yeah, can we talk about
So
some
you gotta be off with that cane.
Let's talk about some of these doctors' pubes real quick. Like this guy, what are you thinking? That's probably what? Like a salt and pepper baby color. Oh, you know what? but it smells like raspberry.
Mr. Sheffield Bush.
Mr. What?
Mr. Sheffield Bush.
Who's that?
Mr. Sheffield.
Yeah.
The dad from The Nanny. And that's Salt and Pepper Street.
He's got the riff past me. William, he's got the riff past me.
Let that rip under the wire.
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, hold on, what is The Nanny? I'm thinking, hold on, was Fran Drescher?
Yeah, there's a Fran Drescher reference.
He's coming in here hot, Casey.
Out of all the riffs and all the towns, all the places and all the podcasts, you had to pick this one.
Yeah, dude, that's kind of insane.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to go outside the University of Constructed, but I mean, The Nanny, I hold it near and dear. You know, it's like watching the Zapruder film or, you know, Tower 7 falling, you know, that grainy footage from the parking lot structure. Anyway, I love The Nanny.
What are you saying? Is that what the lady, Fran Drescher, is that? No, I can't do it. Wait, how does she even sound?
That's a Fran Drescher.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, she'll go like, hey, good morning. Coffee already? Yeah, I think that's why I never watched The Nanny. I couldn't get over that freaking. But she's gorgeous.
But
Get over it.
she's the best dressed, isn't she?
Oh, yeah.
Her outfits are A+.
Absolutely. To die for. I mean, maybe, like, if you like loud clothing, she did it right.
Yeah, she dresses the nanny for Halloween. Different nanny outfits. Throw up some outfits, brand new.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Well,
I love it.
that could be a good one.
What is that, like a camouflage armor? Like a futuristic camouflage? I don't even.
That's how the U.S. Army's going to look in the year 2050.
Damn. And that's not even that long away. That's not even far away. It's right around the corner. That's what they're going to be wearing on the battleships. That's looking, yeah, just all the soldiers. God. Even the guy soldiers.
She looks like a communist got cummed on by an alien.
Geez, we don't riff like that, please. Yeah, Grant's in there, dude, and it's just kind of.
Oh, gosh. I'll tell
I'm
you
not
now.
mood for that kind of stuff.
I'm sorry, man. I got a big flight tomorrow.
I can't. Yeah, Casey's doing that. I mean, that's a lot going on. I gotta figure out this game I'm playing on the Game Boy. I mean, come on. We don't need that. The Nanny was fun. It was out there. It was fun.
I brought up the nanny and then I jizzed all over it. Now I messed up.
Oh, your sorry's in a sec, man. We're quick to forget around here.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, everything's okay.
Let's talk about her purple genie outfit. Or this floral piece. That's kind of nice.
What did you meant to see in San Pedro Island? No, it's not San Pedro. South Padre. Yeah, South Padre, not San Pedro. I thought you were just going to a different island. See, that looks like what you see in San Pedro, but that's not, you know what it's called. Grant, I thought you were taking us all on a vacation this summer. I thought that's what was
Say that last summer?
What do you mean? When Casey and I went, you said you couldn't go.
Grant, X-Nay on the vacation day and Telly-Nay, William Nay, never mind.
Yeah, we should really...
Grant, what did you say? Where did y'all go? I was asking y'all about a vacation.
Went to Shreveport. Where would you look at the time? Actually, gotta leave a little early. So, maybe you guys can finish up.
Y'all went to Louisiana? Okay.
Dude, they abandoned you. They left you out.
It wasn't on purpose. I swear to God, I thought you were in the car. Is it because I've been playing it?
Was this more of a romantic getaway than like a family vacation?
No, it was a total dudes weekend.
Okay.
Oh,
Man, very much bro.
beers and broads, you know the words. God. I've been playing my Game Boy too much. I'm going to blame it on that. I've been playing my Game Boy too much. I've been getting out of everybody's life. It's really weird. I apologize. I'm sorry for that. But we're just happy you're around.
Yeah, man. One day at a time, play the video game, like a couple minutes less. Next thing you know, you're back out there like you were never gone.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe just a little bit less every day. What are you playing? Casey, it is this game I've never even seen before. I was going through the yellow Game Boy on the arcades, and basically it's the Spiral. And these different colored balls go along the spiral, and you're shooting the different colored balls from the middle. And then once you get 3, if there's 2 balls of the same color, you hit another ball from the middle, the chain goes away. And then sometimes you can do that, and then it can be a bunch of chains all together, and it starts going really fast. They got bombs you shoot out, and if you hit a bomb of a certain color, all of the colors are going. Too complicated. Puzzloop. Yeah. Can you look that up? Do they still do that? Yeah, Puzzloop.
Man, I'll tell you, I was trying to figure it out. I was trying to description. I was not sure what to look up. Puzzloop. Okay, I see it.
I cannot stop playing it. I was playing the Star Wars game, and then it started making me motion sick. Fuck this. I'm not gonna torture myself to play Star Wars. I don't even watch Star Wars. No, you're better than that. I was torturing myself. Yeah, because it's like I've never even watched this shit. I was like, what? I don't give a fuck. I'm just going through the cutscene. I'm just going forward, fast forwarding. I don't even give a shit.
There it
And
is.
it's making me sick. Oh my gosh, 2 chains. That's what I always say when I get 2 of the chains together. 2 chain go out. I'm like, 2 chains. That's a good thing. 2 chains is a good thing. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. If you get 2 chains, that thing is getting smaller. It's wonderful. I sit there hours just shooting the balls.
It's just like a game, Zuma.
That's what it is. The phone game.
Man, I don't really like how that one looks. What is that? A newer one or something?
The better one.
I played this one a bunch.
Yeah, maybe we don't like that one as much.
Is that a person's head like exploding into the? Yeah, that's a little more.
Oh, yeah, kind of little onyx, something weird. Wait, what is that called though? Maybe I should look it up. That's a phone game though?
It's Zuma, Z-U-M-A.
Okay. Why should I play it? Give us the real word. Use it in a sentence.
Oh man, I just Zuma.
Sounds very fun. What's the origin?
I think it's Mayan or Incan.
Wow, it's old. It's very old. Really old. Can you use it in another sentence?
Where'd you get that Zuma?
So it seems like it could be a noun or an adjective or whatever you said earlier.
I think I did a verb. I meant that verb.
Okay, what do y'all think? Z.
Yes.
Or is it you? I don't even know. I'm gonna say O-U. Z-O-U-M-A. Yeah.
I was thinking Z-U-M-A.
That would be nice.
Or Z-double-O.
Like a zoo, yeah.
Yeah, like a zoo. Zuma, like the mother of the zoo.
Okay, Grant, what are you just gonna keep us hanging like this?
I was really invested in you guys guessing.
So none of us got it correctly?
What if you did? Look at that.
Keith! Oh my gosh, Keith!
Zuma champ. Zuma champ. Never gonna play.
Wait, look at here. That's awesome, man. You did really great. Keith, seriously, dude.
And the fighter pilot from the spaceship, middle on the other one, is waning in my heart. I'm starting to like this exploding head of fire.
It is trippy as all get out. Oh, it's a frog. Oh, a little frog guy. Yeah, look at it from my perspective. You doing that?
I should chant.
I shut a little, kind of. I do it with my eyes shut a little because I have to squint. Also, I'm wearing a pimple patch on my nose, and nobody's commented on it yet. So
Can we see under it?
Yeah, well, no, it was.
Big reveal.
Then I'd have to put it back on, but it won't go back on. I'll tell you guys what. If you guys are really, really funny today, and really nice. Wait, how have we been so far? I'm a little worried. Alright. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a deal. Okay. If you guys are really, really funny and really, really nice, I'm gonna let you see the real world. Okay. Do you hear that, Keith?
Yeah. I'll just stay away from alien ejaculate, and we'll be right on pace to win this pimple viewing.
I'm gonna give you a couple different angles here so you can get a good look at that sucker. Yeah, that's right, fellas. I want to see that thing because I almost feel like I see it a little bit. Maybe I see it a little bit through the pimple patch. Yo, peeking.
Yeah, this This might be nice and big. Oh, it's juicy. I woke up to an absolute nightmare scenario. I go, oh, it's a beautiful Wednesday. I start hopscotching around my apartment. I love that. I drew chalk on the floor. I catch a glimpse in the mirror. I go, the impossible is happening. I'm an idiot. And it probably messed up your freaking hopscotch game. And how does one, Casey, for one wondering, how does one play that? It's like you get a rock or something, you throw it, and then you gotta hopscotch to the rock or something? Grant, you got little kids. Tell us hopscotch. Oh, I mean, it can get pretty complicated, honestly. For real? Yeah. Some people go to war about this. It's a pretty legit thing. Here, I'll put up some diagram. If you guys can read that. There's chalk tapers, even strips of paper for string. Squares are approximately 16 by 16. How can you read that way? That is so small. Yeah. The other one I cannot really. You can have as many players as you want. The first player to have a wart on their finger loses. If you don't see it, if the finger's in their shorts, they can play. If you don't see the wart the whole time on their finger, it really doesn't matter if they have a wart on their finger. And they can still play. Wow, that's really specific. Kind of a wart-heavy rule. So if you don't have warts, like basically you just jump around, I guess. Yeah, I think you literally do just toss the beanbag or whatever, and then you have to do the one leg or the other leg. I don't know. This isn't double dutch. Not by a long stretch, my man. No, yes. Under a different category in the Olympics. I mean, double dutch is, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a, oh man, a jump rope situation. So totally different, yes. Yeah, totally different. We never could afford ropes when I was growing up, so I just jumped from rock to rock, wishing they were squares. Really? Yeah. What would you all use if you could have the rope and you still needed to use something just like a string or something? People would just hold hands around. What? Like hands across America style? Yeah. We'd wrap around big things that need rope. And then y'all could just stand around. Yeah. Like hay bales. What else needs ropes? The gun, yeah. Guys, we're talking about some pretty tough times here. We're talking about 2008. We're talking about a lack of rope. Well, I bet it made y'all close. I bet y'all got really close. Yeah, interlacing the fingers, that was something that you only did with people that you believe. But that's what I read. You wouldn't do that with anybody, would you? No, just people that were of the same political affiliation. So, sure. So Dems with Dems, Republicans with Republicans. Yeah, you see a Republican and a Democrat holding hands. It was like this, like the end of one of those red handshakes people do. So they were still holding hands, so. Yeah, they would. I mean, we had to. That's why we had no choice. There was no rope. Yeah. I'm talking. There wasn't even twine. I don't know how y'all made it. Well, twine would connotate rope if you put enough of it together, so it was a loophole. And they were well aware of that. If we had a surplus of twine, there probably wouldn't have been so much kerfuffle over the rope shortage. I mean, a loophole, and you do not want a loophole in a rope. Serious. You do not want a loophole in a freaking rope if you're trying to tie somebody up or if you're trying to, trust me. I know. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to tie somebody up, you don't need a loophole. And that's how loophole came to be a word. From time ago, you found a loophole. No loophole. No hanging. What is that used for? Is that like in public bathrooms? It just says no loopholes. I don't know. It seems like something different. It seems like that's something that it would be a person in that. That's like what you pull to flush an old-timey toilet. Yeah, it's kind of a bug in the toilet.
You don't have to lose.
Yeah, why not give me a long string to pull? People were probably using them to brace to stand up. You can't have nothing. Trying to drink water out of them. Yeah. Well, using it as a couple. You grew up without any string, so you see a string
start going, I can get my hands on a couple of strings like that. Yeah, I can do something with these.
Rent them out. Start a borrow my string business.
Yeah, maybe you just end up finding a bunch of strings and then go back and tell everybody you got all these, you can sell them.
You know, that is probably the one joy of my life is that as a big city living man, I get to go back to rural America where I'm from and tell them about all the innovations. You know, they're still wiping with their hand in most of the rural United States. And I bring toilet paper for them. I bring them boxes of tissues. You know, stuff they've never seen. Soap that's not in bar form.
What if they got used to using the toilet paper and stuff, and then but where they live, they're not going to be able to find it again?
Well, let me ask you, if you only had one day to live, wouldn't you want to live it to the fullest, even if you found out halfway through you were going to survive and live on? You'd be happy for that time you were living like you were going to die.
Well, I never even freaking thought about it like that before. I'm dreaming, and I pictured literally the day I tried to live, that song, that Soundgarden song. That would have to be playing during some of that day.
Yeah.
Also, Live Like You're Dying. She went skydiving, I went Rocky Mountain climbing.
Man, Chris Cornell rocks.
Is that also a sound? What song is that? It's definitely not Soundgarden. He goes,
Chris Cornell solo stuff.
he goes, I went 8.76 on a bull named Fumanchu.
Yeah, they
Is it a Chris Cornell song? No, it's not. Oh, no.
Well, I never knew who it was by, but I like that they named that bull after a type of mustache goatee combo.
So you knew the song, it sounded like.
I mean, I've heard, like I said, I'm from rural America, country music. Like, we didn't even know about Beyonce until 2015. So,
They got a late start on Beyonce.
yeah.
What do people wear for clothes? What are people wearing?
Mostly like potato things. Hand-me-down overalls. You got, we make our own patches. You know, maybe if we tied some patches together, we could solve this road problem. But, you know, we're not big on thinking.
Yeah, you get a bunch of patches together. Put our own makeshift. Yeah, rope. Makeshift rope.
Like when people tie the sheets together to escape a hotel room, you know, and they tie it to the bed frame, but it's like little tiny ones made of patches.
You know, when you say hotel room, why didn't you say something like a prison or maybe even a hospital? What did you freak go to the hotel? What was happening in the hotel? I'm fire.
I gotta be honest with you, I only stay at the Quality Inn, so it could be a lot of things going on in that hotel room. You know, sometimes.
Are you double knotting the sheets when you're tying them together? You
Always
gotta double knot
knot.
those things.
What do you want to tie it? What do you want to have to go back and tie it again? You gotta tie it twice once. That's
Or you can fall. Yeah, or you can fall and hurt yourself. God forbid. Look at Tim McGraw in his see-through shirt. That's kind of cold. Yeah, how does he pull that off? God, how do you pull something like that off?
Never been any questions about Tim McGraw, which is nuts seeing that picture. That was an album cover.
What do you mean? Like about him touching people?
About him being like, you know, one of Diddy's friends. I think that's what they call him now. When you don't sleep with the opposite sex.
No, not all people like that. Like Diddy, Grant, Ed, Keith out. Yeah. People gather that. There will be a lot of mad people. Yes, I'm mad at that. What's going on? We're doing solos from now on. You're editing. Edit me out too. I'm gone too.
All right, just the worst show. Hey, I quit it on multiple accounts.
Yeah, I'll just when you quit it.
You gotta quit it on. Yeah.
Today you gotta know.
He only got charged with flying a hooker from one state to another.
So does he even have to go to jail or anything?
Maybe 10 years, but his lawyers are trying to get him to walk out today.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I thought he was going to jail for sure.
I mean, if you can get past the fact that prostitution is illegal,
Yeah.
technically. I mean, why wouldn't you want your favorite prostitute from Las Vegas to come hang with you in Miami? I mean,
For sure. And in Nevada, it can be legal in places.
yeah, exactly. There are certain parts of America where, you know, they accept that sex work is real work, and
it's okay. Maybe if we sit down and really think about it a little more, maybe it's okay. Maybe this is a good decision. No, I'm kidding. I know. No, none of us say that. Not even Grant. Not even Grant can say that. Yeah, Grant wanted to defend this guy, by the way. Grant was defending this guy tooth and nail. And
I just made it clear I wasn't allowed to, so I didn't.
Yeah, well, we made it pretty clear when I put my damn boot up her ass. It was crazy. For those that don't know, Casey literally goes in Grant's freaking new office in there and freaking plays down the wall, throws some of the 12-pack of drinks down that I'm always drinking, and throws those freaking things. Some of them start spraying, and then literally gets him to the ground. Almost immediately. Says, hey, look over here, or whatever, and then gets his ass to the ground. I love to do the distraction method when I'm about to beat a Buster's ass. Or go, what's that over there? And you're good at it, because I looked over there, I'm like, what's he talking about? And then it's like, he's on top of Graham pretty much. I ripped him in half, basically, like a piece of paper, and I was fortunate enough. My prayer warriors were working for me. I ripped him in half, and I put him right back together. Nice. Well, thank you, because if Mike would have been pissed, that would have been crazy. Oh my gosh, Mike would have been livid. Sealed with a kiss. You see Grant in there and started crying. It's like, my friend. Oh no. Who would rip him in half? Bryce, get in here. Bryce would probably freak. You know he would not handle it well, the loss of his mentor. Oh my gosh, he'd probably run out and go straight to his freaking place and like shut the door in his room and like stay in his room. But I'll see. No, but like doesn't leave his room for weeks. Yeah, he's like done mentally, he's checked out. Yeah, totally gone, and his family's not around here, so he's bad. Seriously.
It's crazy that this came up because, William, you and I have been friends for almost 10 years now, and I've always wanted to ask you if you were to be, like, cut in half and survive, would you rather be the top half or the bottom half?
Why the bottom half? Because I can't see myself in a wheelchair. Yeah, so I need to be the bottom half so I can still be walking around.
That's what I want to be.
I knew you wouldn't have legs.
I've always felt this connection with you, and now that we both know that we have the same preference when it comes to surviving.
And you can probably learn how to shake your toes like you're saying hello. Like a little wave with your foot.
Times all legs. I don't think I've ever felt this close to anybody. Really.
So you would choose that too.
Oh yeah, we're the bottom half boys.
Yeah, well, I saw some Yeah, not to be contrarian, but hey, me and Graham would 100% every day of the week be top half. Although, I would hope, and I hope I'm not being too crass, that my little painter's included.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Enjoy eating.
So we can't just
cut your existence.
So we can't just cut your high up on your legs. It's below the waist.
Yeah, Casey, we'd all like it to be sunshines and rainbows every day, but we're talking about getting cut in half here. You're either top half or you're bottom half.
That's just the rules.
But, you know,
a lot of the time that people die, because I saw some video kind of recently of some dude who was cut the pug in half, like next to a train track, and his top half was still like working for him. What was he doing? Like, He's sitting there and he goes, and I thought Mondays were bad. Those poor legs are walking around looking for his ass. It's like the saddest thing. It's like a little dog. They can't find its mama or papa.
It would give you some perspective, though. You know, it's like, yeah, I stepped in a puddle the other day, and I thought, well, that's a wash on the day, you know, but if I didn't get cut in half,
Yeah, oh my God.
put that in the W column.
Glass half full. Yeah, that's it. You gotta try to live your life, at least sometimes, just glass half full. It can be so hard.
Yeah, especially when it's full with your top half. You know, that's a big glass.
Hello, Casey, are you okay? What was in your back? My back hurts, and I'm also having some sort of digestion issue. Really? And that's great. And then before you start snickering back there, that's not a good name for fart.
Why would I laugh at that?
Oh, you're laughing as we speak. Yeah, we hear your voice, dude. You sound like you're laughing.
It's a natural way of talking.
Yeah, right. And this isn't my natural way of putting my boot in your ass. Yeah, get your ass on the ground again. You know he will, Grant. And Keith will be there watching.
Yeah, I'm kind of a fight voyeur. I don't really like to fight or anything, but I love watching a good fight. Especially you got the crab man kicking ass. I was gonna say, Casey, you've changed, but I think really the monster inside of you has just come out, and it's a beautiful thing to witness. It is like we rise like a phoenix and beat the shit out of that producer.
It might happen today. It might happen in front of you. That was actually real sweet what you said, Keith. Oh my gosh. Sweet for us, and it got me kind of excited. Almost excited enough to walk my white ass in there and just start going. Oh my God. That would be exciting because we could hear it all in the headphones.
Yeah.
That was freaking bullshit. Ow.
The sounds of a fight are what I really enjoy. Who can watch a fight on mute, you know?
Yeah, I like hearing the noises,
The whapping, flesh to flesh.
You don't what? You don't sit in your place and look on your phone and look up videos like that where people are fighting.
Well, if it's my ass getting beat, that's what you felt.
Yeah.
Have you ever been in a fight, Grant?
Not really.
What was the closest?
Like hockey fights, I don't feel like those count as real fights.
Did you get your shit wiped? No, I
Whooped another dude's ass.
really?
Yeah, but you're wearing hockey clothes, so I don't feel like it counts.
Yeah, same happened to me. I was playing badminton, and I just wailed on this poser. Well, you were there. I was there, and I thought it was crazy because I'd never seen a badminton freaking one of the rackets bend so easily over somebody's fucking head. Casey literally hits the thing, and they have those long, kind of skinny things on the racket. He busts this sucker in his freaky head, and the thing immediately goes around like it's a hat or something. Then he bought some weird hat at the match we were at. Yeah, it was so weird. Yeah, with spaghetti on him. That's what they call it, the string cheese. I went to freaking spaghetti zone on his dumb ass. I took him to the information chamber. It's crazy. It is crazy when you take somebody to the information chamber at the freaking badminton thing. We were so good, Keith. You would have been proud if you could have seen Casey and I when we were on the circuit.
Just squatting up, beating ass.
Just kicking ass and scoring points.
You know, I always thought it was weird how even professionals in badminton choose to hit the birdie, I believe it's called.
Yes, birdie. Yep.
Choose to hit the birdie so daintily. It's like, yeah, I bet you guys just went in there and brought that fucking high T energy, high testosterone energy, and mopped the floor with these.
Well, we've been training people. We'd be like, hey, we're out of glasses. We'd ask people back, like, we didn't see anything. We don't do all this stuff. So people would be like, wouldn't even take us serious. And then it just right at the very beginning, we'd serve, and they'd be like, whoa, these guys know how to play. These guys are hitting it hard. They were catfishing every day of the week. I go, oh, I think I forgot my running shoes. I'd be like, oh, I think they're right over here. And then I would trip over like a log over like in the court or whatever. And then they'd all just be looking like, hey, who are these idiots? How do they even make it onto the tour? You know, you can't, like, you have to actually play. You have to actually be good to get on the tour. They start whispering, who's dumb and dumber over there? Like, who's think number one and who's stick number one and stick number two? I know, we're just dilly-dallying around, and then when it comes time to play, when we hear the whistle, that means it's on. Yeah, that means we're taking bets.
Stink number one and stink number two, that's just me.
Yeah, we want to take showers, but there was also a part of it, because it'd be like, we're taking mentally ill or something. Why do they stink? Was that body odor? What is that? I don't think again. It's all a piece of trash I keep in my pocket, so it stinks. Yeah, and then sometimes it'd be like, yeah, I got one too, and then I bend over and like look like I'm opening my butt up or something. This guy stinks.
Do you keep all that stink in his butt?
Yeah, he's opening his butt up. Just get him. He just opened his butt up. Oh, thank God we don't live in a world where that really happens, where a mob of people to kick your ass.
Yeah.
If you do that actually out in public.
Yeah, you can just hold your butt open pretty much all the time and people will leave it alone. We are blessed to live in a world where you can just spread cheeks and be safe.
It is one of the constitutional rights afforded to many Americans. Even down in the island, which I know. Which island? Why do I want to say San Pedro? But it's is it Topeka? Not the one down there. What is it called? I'm sure it's not the big island. No, the one in Texas. South Padre. Oh, yeah, the island.
The island.
The island. South Padre Island.
Oh, what you gonna do down there? That's a good voice, not a good voice.
Yeah, there's good. Grant liked it. Grant doesn't normally like when people do accents. Seriously.
Hey, I can barely handle my own accent.
Really? You do a good job of it?
Thanks, man.
Now, Keith, what does your accent sound like in a perfect world?
I would say a cross between like a hick and one of those lawnmowers that you have to push yourself. It's not self-propelled.
Are those the kind that they do have a little thing on the handle and you press it and it does go a little?
Well, no, that is just what keeps it running. Is the thing you pull down? I think they call that the stink baby. When you pull the stink baby down, it keeps the motor running. But if you let it go, well, you're done mowing.
Yeah, they call it the Mansfield bar. So it's that's how Jane Mansfield died. The Hollywood starlet. She fell lawnmowers didn't used to have a stop mechanism. She got decapitated. And then they made the bar. That's what happens. It's like the planes crashing and everything. Sadly, it takes somebody's life. Luckily, hopefully, they change the rules on some stuff. You can pray some good comes from it.
And with Jane Mansfield, it's like, it sucks that it was a decapitation because everybody was looking forward to the open casket, And I feel like I told everybody at the funeral,
Because we're glamours.
Yeah, I mean, now we have to cremate these mutilated remains, and nobody's gonna get to stand over those big juicies one last time.
What does Jane Mansfield look like? Grant, I bet you could draw it from memory when you started.
Yeah, just kind of round off a large W. That's my favorite topic.
Yeah, she's shaped like a pebble in a thunderstorm. I mean, she looks right.
Letting those hang.
She's a girl on the bottom, not the top. The girl on the top is kind of misshapen.
No, she's the top. She's the bottom.
Hey guys, let's go ahead. Edit that part.
Okay, let's cut that up. The one with the fat rag that's kind of more modestly displayed, that's Sophia.
Who was in the Wizard of Oz? Wasn't that the Dorothy and Wizard of Oz?
Yes.
And she's in Modern Family.
5 Oscars.
Yeah, how does she still even do it? I know Modern Family is 15 years ago, 10 years ago, but it seems like she would have been much older.
It's still on TV though, isn't it?
Oh, you better believe it's not. Yeah, they took it off.
Oh.
Yeah, Sophia Vergara said something very bad. Yeah, and they took it off because it wasn't syndication is what they call it. I think on Comedy Central and some other places. And then she went ham one night, like crazy, in a restaurant or something, and they took them all off. Yeah, she was on La Cienega, and she just had a freaking fit. You hate to see it because she seems like a nice lady otherwise.
Yeah.
It's sad, and now all those people can't make the money from that show anymore.
Yeah, so many people are unemployed just because you have one too many volumes with your white wine that evening, and it's like
the dad. He's on some airport, some commercial on the airplane now. There is was some airplay. I can't remember what it was, but the other week I was doing that, and I was looking at the television thing in front of me, watching it, and there was a scene in the little commercial they were doing for the airplane where I thought it was funny because he was walking, and then like a bag almost hit him, and he moved real quick. And that part, I kept on seeing it over and over again, and I would always could laugh to myself when I would see that part. I'm gonna get a drink really quickly.
Which dad are you talking about?
Just that main dad and
The main dad? Yeah, the sniper out. The man dad.
oh yeah, he's very hilarious. It's I don't know what it is, United or American, who knows? But it's funny. So at least he's still being funny on the airplane commercials.
I'm glad that Grant took away the moving pictures. It was really hard to work with all that jug on screen.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah. Now there's who can't work with a man like that staring him back in the face. That's what
I wonder if that's just for men gel, or does his hair really just look like that?
I think that. I mean, he probably just ran his fingers through it and was ready for the red carpet. That's a handsome man. It's a thick mane.
Yeah, mine will never look like that. Look at this. Look at the difference between this. You have a good head of hair. Keith, look at that head of hair. You got a good one.
It's all right, you know.
It's a good one, man.
You know, it covers up a brain that's hardly functioning. You know, I have like 9 traumatic brain injuries, and putting on shoes is so difficult. But the hair looks good.
But at least your hair's like you got a second like time around.
Yeah, I have a lady, she combs you for me.
Oh, that's sweet of her. So it's a comb you're using. Hey, Grant, go ahead and bring me back. You can't cut me out there. Oh my gosh, where'd you get these? Yeah, I thought you said these have caffeine in them. Grant, well, they stopped. It's like I asked for one thing and this motherfucker, and then it's like, then they stopped getting them. Oh, Grant, what do people just not like the caffeine? It's like, that's like the one drink I look forward to when I come here. No, not in the fridge. Trust me, I looked yesterday and today. Trust me,
We'll have some ginger lime over here. You guys want? It's
room temperature. Yeah, I got ginger and I got lime right here. Yeah, dude, he's gonna be on your fucking ass, and Keith and I are gonna watch.
Yeah, we're gonna watch.
Do y'all just keep that in the background and don't put it out because you don't want anybody else to drink it? Y'all just drink it?
No, I just found one of those still in this other fridge.
Right.
But we do have more caffeinated ones we see in this other fridge. I'm sorry.
Grant, it's like the one thing we asked for. We're about to be paying y'all more for the ad stuff, and it's like, and that's weird. Casey didn't even hear all that. And Casey, I don't even want to bring that up. Does this have booze in it? Yeah, there's vodka. Grant, why'd you give Casey that alcohol? We're going to the border. Yeah, we won't be at the border. We could be there in like 5 hours. We will be at the border in 5 hours. If anybody wants to meet us, I'm going to be there. Keith is going to be there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a shave.
That's cheaper down there.
It's way cheaper. I drive to Mexico to get most of my shaves.
I've heard of people, yes, going to Mexico to get their hair cut.
Yeah, well, here in Austin, they want like over $100 to shave your beard, and I'm like,
you're kidding.
My home lady,
You shave your It's a large beard budget.
I mean,
$100. How often are they doing that?
I mean, 5 times a month.
You're kidding. 5 times a month, $100 every time.
And they won't even come to you. You have to go to their place, and like they always live in these big high-rise apartments.
Well, let's get Grant to teach you how. Grant has taught both of us. He taught my ass how to mess with my beard. Grant would probably be more than happy to show you how to do it.
My dad would have taught me, but he didn't have any thumbs.
Wow, this could be you if you paid the right amount of money.
Now he's got the Mr. Sheffield beard there on the end right there.
Let's get to Joaquin Vivas. Joaquin Farland. Oh, hold on, what is that stuff with the vitamin C?
Emergency. I'm feeling a little sleepy, even
though I just woke up. The days are short. Wake up at So, I tried to drink a little caffeine. It started freaking me out almost immediately, so hopefully this vitamin C gel might be good. Yeah, the vitamin C will be good.
Oh yeah, that's a shot of life.
How was the caffeine though? Is it weird? I just cannot handle caffeine. It just gives me like super bad anxiety, and I think most of it's psychosomatic. Well, yeah, I wouldn't mess with it. I don't touch the freaking stuff. The rest of the podcast is going to be you guys having to squeeze me really tight to make the panic go away.
We'll rope you up.
And then you'll feel better. And then you'll feel better. We'll have to hug up and then you'll feel better.
Yeah. You know, I think if more people just gave each other hugs, everything would be fine.
It's like these days people don't want you to give hugs to
Get
people.
the ass.
Get ass first.
Yeah. That was Saddam Hussein's problem, is that nobody ever hugged him.
Well, the problem his son had, I saw some videos recently of him being at parties and he would just unload his clip of his AK-47 as people were dancing and trying to act like what they were seeing was normal. He's a brother Uday Hussein. Yes, I think it was probably him. I think one of the brothers was crazier than the other. I think they were both insane. But yeah, one of them was just unloading clips right above people's heads.
Yeah.
At these parties, I was thinking, fuck, if we would be one of those parties, I'd be nervous.
Would you rather that or just the occasional how about a hug? You know? Like,
Yeah, give me a hug over that.
give me a hug over bullets, missing pen. Yeah. See, that's
Is that
no
Mel
hug.
Gibson? It looks like it. Grant, let me ask you something personal and just pretend like I'm the only one in the room. When you see a pretty girl, do you walk up to her, even if you don't know her, do you walk up to her and go, where's my hug?
That's horrible.
Should I start trying another bit more? I've heard it works.
Yeah, I've heard it works, right? You don't look that way.
You'll pretty much have ruled yourself out of any other kind of relationship with this person, but you'll get that hug. And that hugs, I mean, is that how you want to end up? Sitting there knowing that they're going to hang you by your neck till you're dead for betraying your alliances with the American power structure?
Grant, would you be open to that? People have been saying in the comments and stuff they want to see you on the stream with a GoPro on your head, just asking women about hugs. People are
Yeah, I
asking
see
us,
that in the comments.
sending messages. Would you be willing to do that? Just submit on the street stuff for us? I mean,
We'll pay you.
you'll pay you like as much cash as we've got on hand. Yeah.
We never get cash.
I've got a lucky $2 bill with your name on it if you can hug 100 people today.
I fucked up. I actually went to the bank because I got paid by rent. So I have like 18 grand. I pay 18 grand. I'm doing very bad. Like financially, I pay 18 grand a month for my place, but it's massive.
There's a house, right?
It's the museum. It's the Lyndon B. Johnson Museum. Oh my gosh, and that's a pretty cool museum.
That again?
You get to be in there the whole time. You know, it's like a permanent pass.
Night, day. I cannot sleep there because they say that Lyndon will wake you up. But everything else is a dang free for all. You can just sleep outside of the house at night and then go in the daytime, like to take a shower and sleep.
Does he live there too?
His little ghoulish ghost does. I mean, sir, the ghost office is right there. That's where they get my
Johnson City.
freaking Johnson City.
Wait a minute, you're telling me
Yep.
Lyndon B. Johnson is dead?
Yeah, the guy that got us into Vietnam.
I'm not ready for this, guys.
Yeah, that monster. You're telling me wartime President Lyndon B. Johnson? Well, Kennedy was still. Keep driving things.
Much like the people of Southern Vietnam, I just wasn't ready for you to drop a line like that today. I mean, I thought he was alive and well. I could see him at all the parties.
People dress up like them. People like to dress up like them around here. That's what it probably is. And there's some old guys that really look just like them.
why can't people just be themselves?
I mean, I went through, if you look up, there's some pretty embarrassing pictures of me in high school. I went through a pretty heavy, like, Rutherford PA's phase.
Really? You went with Rutherford? Oh my
I
god.
was like William Taft.
There's like a lot of there's some stuff out there, man. You can find stuff out there.
What were your best friends in high school's name?
Tony and Timmy.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Tony and Diddy.
The two T's.
Brothers?
Sisters.
Taft was the only other president besides Clinton to play the saxophone. Little known fact. He was so big, he had such great lung capacity, he could solo.
What I was thinking about Tommy and Timmy, the sister. Wait, who else played? What did you say? Somebody else played an instrument or something?
Yeah.
What are you going on about?
William Howard Taft.
What did he do?
Only president other than Clinton to play the saxophone. He had a giant lung capacity, and he could solo for hours. It was like the origination of jam band meets, avant-garde jazz.
Talk about this guy.
Yeah, he walked so Frank Zappa could run.
Yeah.
I've heard people say that about Taft.
True innovator. There would be no John Coltrane. There would be no Miles Davis.
No Mingus.
Yeah. Good luck Charlie Mingus without William Howard Taft.
Yeah, sit and spin, shirt freak.
Yeah, I mean, people need to know about this. It's almost July 4th. Well, when this is out, it's going to be past July 4th, but it's almost July 4th. We need to remember some of the good ones.
I'm going to be going to England on July 4th, and I'm complete. What am I running away from? Is the real question. I'm running away from myself. This rat race. I'm sick of the rat race, man.
Have you ever been outside of America on July 4th?
Now I'm afraid they're going to string me up in the town square like Mussolini.
Gosh, don't talk a lot. Maybe, like, if you're out and about or something, don't talk a lot, because if you don't talk a lot, people wouldn't necessarily know that you're not English.
They know I'm a yank. They can say, also, I got this freak hair. They probably think I'm one of the dang Beatles over there.
They could, which way that would be cool, because people love the Beatles over there.
That's true.
Well, the American flag tuxedo was not going to do that. Which you've been planning that for months, and you spent a lot of money on it. $22,000, $4,000. I mean, this guy's hemorrhaging cash. Outfits.
I'm investing not only in myself, but in my children's future. My kids are going to be able to sleep at that museum and share that suit until the day they pass away from a meteor.
And Casey, I honestly think, regardless of if you still have the pimple on your nose or not, I think with that American flag tuxedo, it's going to pop with a freaking star there, because there's stars on our flag, America.
Yeah, it matches. Race matches the
I think it's going to work, dude.
I might just need to get a couple more pimples before this thing's all said and done.
Oh my gosh, and you can have a couple on your face, like under your eyes or something, or maybe, on your forehead or something.
In a perfect world, you'd have 50 zits.
50 cents.
In a perfect world, you'd have 50 zits.
So cool.
Oh my gosh, 50 cents for 50 stays.
Yeah, 51 for a Greenland.
Oh my gosh, we just invited them to join.
And I don't even know. Are they going to say yes? Is this awkward? What's going on? 3. Why are we inviting another country to be a state?
Yeah, hop into this big North American hot tub. Get democratized. Greenland. I don't know if you know this. It's not really green.
Let's remember that from Mighty Ducks.
It's made of diamonds.
Wow. Also, just a sidetrack and kind of backtrack on this road. Isn't that what you call your buckle, the North American hot tub?
The North American hot tub. That's right. That's right.
Sorry guys, I gotta go put some chlorine in the North American hot tub.
Well, I keep a chlorinated rectum for religious purposes.
Anybody watching this, don't do that because it stings. You really don't actually want to do that.
You built a callus to it, though.
Yeah, eventually, but you gotta go through a lot of pain.
Oh, yeah.
Puffing chlorine's a way of life, and it brings me closer to God. Guys, I mean, I know we're just having fun, but like 5 times a day since I converted, I've been chlorinating my rectum, and I see it. I've found salvation. with poop. Not me. I found a way. You know, it's just them. You know those guys.
They're gonna let you in Greenland.
Yeah.
You're gonna live there if you want.
Look at that Greenland, more like Brownland. Am I right? I love my butt.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm about to convert Grant to a dang PDF. Punch, destroy.
Like, we don't have to explain what that happens.
Fine. You don't want to know where I'm going with that. You don't want to know.
I don't.
Yeah.
I do not want to know.
Yeah, I'm about to convert your ass to a gift.
About to control
Stand for it. Gurgle, infiltrate.
We don't have to know what that is.
God, that gurgler. That's a good one. You gotta remember that to say to his ass if you ever need to put him in line. You're gonna turn his ass into a PDF because he has always mess around with the computers and stuff. Oh yeah, he knows what you're talking about. He understands that. Yeah, Grant, so he's a tech whiz, but more importantly, he's a family man. Yeah. And are y'all having a good time this summer, Grant?
Yeah, it's a lovely summer. Not as hot as it has been previous summers. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I too enjoy the weather. I feel dumb. I'm bringing them up. Favorite conversation. You can't make anybody mad talking weather.
well, no, there's certain people you can't. Certain people I cannot bring it up around. Where it's like, okay, I can see what the weather is too.
Rainus.
Renardo. Renardo. This is like a name from here, from Greenland.
Yeah.
Renardo. Yeah, that's Renardo. What do you say we close this pod out in style? I wrote a couple of songs. Oh my God.
Wow.
Yep, I know it's been a while.
Was it from your audition?
I thought about singing some of them, but I got a little embarrassed, of
Okay.
course. Okay. Alright, so here's the thing, and in case you guys are new listeners, sometimes I write songs, and it's just lyrics, and I don't remember the tone of the cadence, which is very important to song structure. You figure it out. You're good at figuring it out. You figure it out. Alright, this is the first one called I Got a Question. I got a question for you. What were you doing on December 25th? Did you get everything you with? I got a question for you. What were you doing on December 27th? Were you playing with all your dreams? I got a question for you. What were you doing on December 24th? And what was your family special with? Alright, number 2 is what's called Bored Girlfriend at a Baseball Game. What was that first one called again? I got a it's called I Got a Question for You. Yeah, I got a question for you. That was a good one. That was a really good one.
Foo Fighters, yeah.
Foo Fighters. I was looking for it. I was like, is this Alanis Morissette? What are we doing? Okay. Yeah, talk about an unchained melody.
Yeah. Number 2, Bored Girlfriend at a baseball game. Bored girlfriend at a baseball game. She wanted to go dancing, what a crying shame. Looking into your eyes, wondering who to blame. You're a big fan, you're a ride or die. You also promised her it wouldn't be so hot outside. Bored girlfriend at a baseball game.
It's like a good summer song.
Yeah.
But it's also serious, like when she's looking in your eyes or looking at you to blame. Yeah. It's heavy.
And it's happened to every man. It's like we're at the baseball game. Why do we have to go dancing after this?
Sure.
You know, we already did one activity. Why does there have to be multiple activities?
And we're going to be exhausted because it's hot as hell right now.
It's hot.
I'm not going to be wanting to dance.
We go cool off post baseball. We just spent 4 hours in the sun. No, gotta dance. dance.
World in a perfect world. I lived in a town that was the opposite of Footloose, where you had to dance all the time. Really? It was exhausting. Tiring. It was exhausting. Going, not dancing enough. Could you imagine, Kate?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, it's terrible. That's oppressive. And, you know, as somebody who really can only white guy walk dance, I don't want to be pointing my fingers everywhere I go.
You strike me as a dancer. You strike me as somebody that can know how to dance.
Well, I only do interpretive dance. You know, but it's hard to do interpretive dance at a wedding. Everybody thinks that you're on some drugs that you won't share with them. And, you know how weddings are all about sharing drugs with people you can hardly stand to be around in the first place. So they think I'm hoarding. When really, it's just like, how many times? This is just the only way I know how to dance. To the Bee Gees. I mean,
Well, cocaine. I did a bunch of cocaine during my brother's wedding. We got the coke dealer coming up in the place. I called his ass. He came in his Chevy, his Dodge Charger. Did he wear a suit? No, he would always just stayed in the car. He didn't get out. I mean, I invited him in, I think, but he didn't come out.
that's why I quit going to weddings. Because I quit using drugs, and I realized that was the only way to get through a wedding. So now people think I don't support their marriages. People think I'm no longer really their friend, but really I'm just protecting my own personal intake.
You gotta protect yours, man. Yeah, I think you're doing it perfect.
No one else is gonna.
Nobody's got your back. We got another one, guys. What do you say? We're gonna close it out. This is song number 3. This one is perfect. Summer song. I'm happy you brought that up. And this is something you might hear in a little, like a tiki bar in South Padre Island. Gosh. So it's pretty cool. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Every day is a vacation and life is a beach. My son ran away and his girlfriend's a leech. Every day is a vacation and life is a beach. I got sepsis in my toenails and I lost both my feet. Every day is a vacation and life is a beach. I love it. Thanks. It's really short. And that can happen. People don't even think about that. Just because you're living in paradise doesn't mean you can't have health problems and stuff. No, problems with your family. You can't run away from destiny. Yeah. Shit can happen. Well, Casey, those were wonderful. Thanks, man. Just had us they were wonderful. And Keith, you have a special.
Yeah, I put out a comedy special. I shot it in February at the Mothership, and it's on YouTube right now. Just search Keith Ray comedy, or the name of the special is Closure.
Look it up. Very funny.
Yeah, because it's the closing set of the showcase, so it's like closing.
I love it. So there's a meaning behind the name.
Oh yeah, and it's like talking about completely changing my life for the better and becoming the best me possible. The only good gift you can give someone is a healthy you.
Remember that, Grant? Grant added that word. Give me quick signals. Yeah, Keith is so funny. Go to his shows, watch his special. He is so funny. His stand-up is hilarious. Look him up. It's great.
Yeah, thanks for letting me mention that, guys. I really appreciate it. Go see these guys' shows. They're funny.
We're gonna be okay. Yeah. And hold on. God, I think we're mercenaries, by the way. Beef, Benhashen, Daniel Hunter, Daniel Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry Harry, Drawlinkers Kiss on the Lips, Dova King, Dr. Pete Dugan, Drop Nation, Eli Slugworth, Goldie May Star, Grace Worst Nightmare, Early at WMS.LOL. I love Big Max, Jenny, Jay, Jess, Jethro, Toll, Joe, Kive, John Shaw, Justin Dreckle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Blue, Mista Alex, Nigel, Sted Nissan, Poppy, Nolan Boyd, Opalonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Proctor Bushel, Jones Esquire, the Gaming Critter, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey the Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, One Trash on YouTube. Choose your own adventure. Zombie Warlock, Ugly Boy, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Asselon, Avery's your soup, wrong, ba-da-da-da-da, I'm loving it. And beef. Yeah, I think all of y'all, look up KCCM. You can look up my Instagram. I go to places. It was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to thewilliammontgomeryshow@gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh. The fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the devious Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Junior Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big red machine of Memphis Strangler, William Casey. The Scream Twins become fucking Texas Rangers, dude. That's insane. That's just a weird transformation. You don't hear about that often. No. Well, there's a couple of famous pairs of twins in the MLB, BJ and Billy Upton. Yeah. Charney and Garney Duck. Pedro Martinez and Don Zimmer. Yes. Don Zimmer and Julio Jones. And Andrew Zimmern and God, it was Andrew Zimmern's freaking brother. I think plays for the Blue Jays or something. Roy Halladay. Yes, Roy Halladay. That was Robert Downey Sr. Fly high, Roy. Yeah, Roy, we hope you're up there. We're going to pour some out for you, Roy. Your ass better be flying in the infield. Yo, Langford is thick as hell, right? Go for a second. Yeah, he got big cheek syndrome. Man, damn. Good for him. Big butt cheeks. You get it from his mom. Oh, come on. Wasn't that a song? Yeah, I think so. It's the extended, Toys R Us Kids theme song. He get it from his mama, but it's a toy, not another thing. And that's just showing the giraffe walking around in the toy aisle, through the aisles. First name Jeffrey, last name Toy. You know the thing about it lately is you ever see a horse from behind, and every once in a while they'll do that, like a fly will land on its ass or something that does that weird shake with one cheek. I wish I did that too. What, like if you had a tail? No, just the big ass, like this. Is that an ice cream cone? Oh, yeah. It's a popcorn flavored ice cream cone. What have I missed? Where did that come from, Brent? Although Casey and I don't get none. Oh, man. We don't get none today? Thanks, Big G. This is shaping up to be pretty freaking awesome. It is. Wow. Spot select. What is it? Yeah, that. It's not good. You left this in the sun, eh, G? Yeah. I tried warming up the popcorn this time. Well, maybe not outside next time because there's like ants and crab and bugs and beer. Sarah's seriously.
Just eat around here. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
William can't eat it because he just put a Z in his mouth.
Thanks for calling.
It always ruins snacks.
Yeah, it always ruins snack time for me. I'm not big into snack time anymore because I got my zins in my mouth and then it's. Oh, I can't do it. I wish I liked it. No, you don't. No, you don't. I don't. No, I mean, I love smoking. I love vaping. But for whatever reason, the zins make me crazy. Yeah, you got a lot of growing up to do, so yeah, that's true. Yeah, man. I mean, it's beginning of quarter 3, maybe. Can you believe? First off, Casey, can you believe it? How are we already in quarter 3? We made it this far. Congrats, my man. You too. I didn't know what was going to happen. Here we are. Shout out to everybody who's ever believed in not only us, but the stock market, and not only the stock market, but us. Yes. Thank you all so much, because here we are. We swore to y'all, and I think back in January, you will see our mugs come beginning of Q3. Here we are. Yep. A lot of people wish death on me and my friend William, and also Erica, and the little dog, and Grant. Yes. You got another thing coming, sweetie. Yeah, dumbass. We're not messing around. And just as that person is changing the block to quarter 3, we are now at quarter 3. So, thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the hate. Sure. Keeps me motivated. Me too. Yeah. You gotta have it. You say it as a basically slip and slide. Oh man, like a crocodile mom. Like a crocodile mom. All the way up to the doorstep of my #1 hater, Jamie Kennedy style. I pull right up. That's a deep cut. Yeah, you know, the riff, the documentary heckler. I pull right up to their house. I say, "Hey, lunch." Are you talking about this? Yeah, the Kennedy show. Up and go in back really fast. That is a deep cut. No, he did a documentary called Heckler where he goes to his haters' houses. So it's actually pretty cool. Oh, that's pretty fun. Yeah. Was it a good one? So he confronts the people. Yeah, he confronts them Jay and Silent Bob style. Maybe that was a more attainable one. But yeah, basically, I would say that he would whip their asses, but Jamie Kennedy's puny ass, you know, he probably got his bitch ass mopped with. Night, shook his lunch money out. God, everyone's a critic. Starring Jamie Kennedy. Yeah, I beat him within an inch of his life. With what? Like a fucking baseball bat, or like just snuffle, or like pure hands, brother. Like an iron bar, Jeffrey Dahmer style. Damn. Yeah. Just on the ground, just banging his ass. Just hitting his ass. Hitting his butt cheeks. Yeah, hitting this in between his butt. I need to be booked way more than I am, so Jamie, I would not. That'd be fun. He'd respect it if you talked out against him, Darian. Yeah, he might ask you to open for him or something. Seriously, do you want to say anything to Jimmy right now? He actually does watch the podcast. Like, what would you say? Like, to start opening up for him or something? Well, okay, well, I'm going to take my friend's advice here. Okay. Yeah, all right. Jamie Kennedy. Can I get one? Yeah. Jamie Kennedy, the next time I see you, I'm going to butt fuck you into concrete. Wow. Just want to be clear, I didn't. So that was kind of an example of when a pitching coach meets with the pitcher, and the next pitch he lets up a home run. The coach didn't tell the pitcher, "Hey, why don't you go ahead and let up a home run on this one?" So sure, but and that way people might think, but that's not because he gave him nothing but good advice. I thought I didn't give up a home run. I thought I just hit one. What side of this? What team am I on here? Well, Jamie doesn't like people being mean about him, dude. Like, seriously, I thought you realized we were kind of messing around, but kind of being serious. All right, like, you don't need to be talking shit about Jamie Kennedy, dude. He really does watch the podcast. Yeah, I understand. He's a Patreon member. Listen, he pays $40 a month, dude. Seriously. It was a very out of character moment of honesty for me. So that's that will never happen about it. If you don't though. Because he's going to know that. He's going to realize he was doing this. Can you remind me what I said? You said, Mr. Kennedy, and I am going to retcon this a little bit for your own sake. Yeah. You said, Mr. Kennedy, nothing but respect, nothing but a brand new Porsche in your front yard, courtesy of me. Right. So it was really nice stuff you said to me. That was really nice. Now I remember. Gonna get my car. Because the way I say that is, because I said the same thing to you. I said, hey, I will butt fuck you into the concrete. Oh. And then I gave you a car. Yeah, got the good without the bad.
Exactly.
Well, you give him a pretty shitty car, so I don't know why you would bring up about you giving Casey that car. It was like pretty nice. You give him a car or whatever, but it was kind of a shitty car, wasn't it?
I already have a pretty good car. I have a 4Runner, and you gave me like a 2003 like Miata.
Yeah, it's all dude. These things are death traps. They're too small. I saw a dude in a Miata last night where a red light takes off right when it turns green, and I swear to God, it almost flips over because he immediately goes to hard left. Like, is that thing gonna flip over?
I think it was Michael Ridley. I saw that.
Yeah, the Riddler. I think that was a Riddler. I saw that too. I think Michael Ridley, isn't that the alien guy, or that's another Ridley? Is that the same? That's Ridley Scott. No, Scott.
Ridley Scott flipped his Miata last night. It's a tragedy.
And also, he did a riddle.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah. Still not dead.
Still ain't dead yet. I ain't dead yet, motherfucker. Yeah. I'm dead yet. That's Ridley Scott, 86-year-old Ridley Scott. I ain't dead yet, motherfucker. That's what the alien guy looks like. I didn't even realize that's what his motherfucking ass looking like these days, dude. It's like I almost don't even want to see that. Those aliens are so scary. It's like this fucking old Earth. Yeah, that shit.
I get it. I mean, have you ever seen a picture of your face that you're just like, damn, that is my actual face? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like nobody caused that to happen. It's just me.
That is just me.
All me. I'm not sick or anything. In fact, I've never been better.
Extremely off-putting. Yeah.
I've been eating right. I've been working out.
Yeah. This is the best I've ever looked.
I got 8 hours last night, and it's off-putting.
Yeah.
I'm off-putting.
I'm on pudding. Well, I'm off. I haven't been eating pudding.
Pudding? What, chocolate pudding?
No. Yeah. I'm off this stuff.
I used to love that Chocolate brand pudding.
Yeah.
I could make that. Give me a little milk, give me a couple eggs.
Oh, you make it? You don't get it in the little cups?
No. We used to make it.
That's how.
Yeah.
You came from honey. It makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was making the Jello. That's how you want to interpret that.
That seems like to me that seems like a whole money thing. We had to buy the cups. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I think cups are more expensive than making it
No,
up.
they have deals on snack packs.
It's middle class. It's bourgeoisie.
Well, I regret telling you that. And I do have to say, Darian, you have quite the glow about you right now. Look at how tan your ass is.
Thank you, dude. Thank you very much. Yeah.
And your legs. Yeah.
Genetic.
Got a leg replacement.
Yeah. That leg replacement therapy.
Grant, do you want to move the table? That it was the grass thing. Look at those.
That's pretty good.
Around those things.
Pretty good.
Grant, better yet, how about you pull up a chair and take a look at these?
Grant, you might want to.
I have a Zoom in actually over here. I'm at the monitor.
You might learn a thing or two.
Yeah, Grant, because you need sun, dude. You need vitamin D, like I need vitamin D.
Am I looking sickly?
Well, it's hard to tell. You always have like a sweater on and long pants. Like we're in here wearing t-shirts and shorts. I never see you with t-shirts and shorts.
But you have legs like these, you know.
Fair enough.
I do have the best legs in Austin comedy. I've been told that. That's not something I'm proclaiming myself. But I haven't heard anybody else say it. But I do have the best legs in Austin comedy, I think.
And especially once you bike to New Orleans. Did you know this, Casey? He didn't. After last year in Vegas, he's now going to New Orleans this year.
How much distance is that, Darian?
About 500 miles.
Okay, how much was Vegas?
1,600 miles. Those are not my legs.
Is that not?
Those are not my legs. No. Well, actually, you know, now that I'm looking at it, you might be right.
What is that? Lymphedema?
It is chronic edema.
Was it lung for Dartmouth? It's got lymphobemus. Fatal for most.
Grant, why did you do that way?
That's gotta be diabetes, right?
No, it's edema. Chronic edema.
Okay, we'll get it off, please. We're like having fun. I haven't seen Casey in a little while. We're trying to relax. And you're doing like this weird medical oddities crap in front of the oddities.
You've been doing like a Ripley's Believe It or Not.
So that's a lovelier legs. There you go.
There you go.
Now I'm horny. Get it off, maybe. Yeah, maybe we can keep talking. Try again. What other legs can we look at?
There you go. Well, let's just go back to Ripley.
Yeah, come on. surge. Do we ever stop and think anymore? No. Vintage legs?
Vintage 90s legs.
1800s legs. Yeah. See what comes up with that? Yes. Oh no, Ryan. Wait. Yeah. I actually can't stand the cider sound of that. Yes, I wonder if that's really what Ridley's legs look like. Yeah, no way. It's possible. No way, not that alien guy. No way. Yeah, probably that's not the case, right? He probably has one of those things where he's sitting at his desk and he moves his leg like a bicycle thing. He's probably doing that all day. Or something. I don't know why I would have said that. I don't know why I would have put that on his ass. Maybe he's not doing that all the time. You know, it's not that he looks great. He's fucking 150 or whatever it is. He's got a standing desk. You know it. Yeah, exactly, with a treadmill under it. I want to get a standing desk with a little roller coat down on it. Oh, sorry, I gotta take this. Wait, so what would that be? Like you have a chair or something and you can press a button on the chair and it goes down and also the desk would go down? Or no, I think you just set up a desk on the Batman ride at Six Flags and that's your office. I wouldn't get any work done. I'd be squealing. Yeah, and your head's going to be hitting both sides of the roller coaster. It's going to be painful to you. You're not going to be good at whatever job you have. No. Yeah, but at least you'll be on a roller coaster. Yeah, but don't you think it's maybe like tickling or too much tickling is too much? Like, don't you think if you're on a roller coaster all day, it might be too much? No, I think you go zen with it and then you start to just not notice it at all. Do y'all ever get that way with tickling where like somebody's tickling your ass and you're thinking, God, this feels so good, but like, now it's hurting a little bit. Yeah. Please stop. Where do we draw the line? Well, that's why I can't hang out with Sam Cricket anymore. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We really got into it. Like his fingers are like, yeah, just fingers. Well, that's why he's got weird ticks now, and that's all from me beating his ass to death after tickle fights. Where's a good place if I were to, and I wouldn't, but if I wanted to tickle you, where would I go? Arms or something? Or no, arms aren't a thing anymore. Neck probably. Yeah, at the bottom of the feet's a rotation. So Sam Cricket tickles your neck. How does he go about doing that? Sneak attack from behind? Or, yeah. No, it's pretty much, he comes right at me, looks directly in my, I mean, he's not, the one thing I will give, him credit for is he's not afraid and he doesn't need to flag me in any way. It's a full frontal, and nude, he's nude, it's a full frontal nudity tickle attack. Here's coming, it's coming in, he's quick, he's like a bird, Here it comes, yeah. So do you let it happen a little and then throw him off? Well, yeah, because then that gives me an excuse to, you know what I mean? Play hands. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we kind of have a mutual thing going. It's you know what I mean? It's we kind of follow. We all both like it. I think that's sweet. Yeah. We have a very sweet relationship. That's nice enough. Well, I think you'll notice I got you guys some very special gifts.
No, we didn't bring nothing.
It's okay for real. No, man, for real. It's really okay.
You didn't give us a wish list.
We got something. You got something very cool to unwrap in the back. Well, guys, I got you some gifts. This, first of all, is a gift for me. So, I got myself something. And I know what a lot of you guys might think if you're watching this at home. Casey, did you pack that on purpose? And is that what you're giving it to yourself? And no, it's a gift for me. So this is a Ouija. Wow. Very, very scary. Yes. Erica eyes. So it's a Ouija. Look at that.
She's actually beautiful.
Of course she is. And I know what you're thinking. Wow, she's with child. You couldn't be more wrong. Their hands are yours. Wow. First sounds like are those bosoms, and then I was thinking maybe a child. Hands. Their hands, of course. So, Gator wants to get a closer look at that one. Gator, would you like to play, my sweet? Gator! Here, Jerry, pass this down. Gator, you want to say hello to your new grandma? Gaylor!
Yeah, we call her Gaylor.
Gaylor! Oh, I think she loves it. Casey, where did you get this thing? So that thing has traveled far and wide to get here. It doesn't surprise me that, because it also doubles as a talisman. So, it's a treasure and it's a spellbinder. So she knew, that's why she freaked out. She gets a sense about that kind of stuff sometimes. She can feel
it.
It came from Chicago, and I'll tell you what else came from Chicago. And Erica, you're going to love this. This is for you.
I love it.
With Jane.
It's so
Why? Look at this thing.
it's marvelous. It's shiny too. And you know I like shiny stuff.
I saw it on your Christmas wish list on Amazon.
Is that real?
Yeah, the shiny stuff. Oh, you better believe it, pal.
Yikes.
That's all your market.
That's real deal. This black market hand. Black market chain hand.
That's under the table.
I've heard this is good to smoke.
Is it too early to put up or?
Of course not. It's year round. That's the best part.
Sorry, brother.
Yeah, all right.
Oh my god,
Well, he
thank
was
you
a
so
swindler and
much.
thief, so he deserved for it to happen. God, every now and again, I really wish the Indian in the cupboard was real, because I put that thing in the cupboard and then that big go. Like, yeah, dude, I would put that thing in the cupboard. It would be, like a real hand moving around, always in
Like Adam's family style?
yeah. Of all the things to put in the cupboard, well, you have the world, the power of the sun in the palm of your hand, Dr. Octopus. And then I go for that. I know. Is he working on it? I don't know. It's dumb. I agree. It seems like maybe I would have a better toy, like a Swamp Thing toy or something. But dude, there's all kinds of stuff.
Hands on, put your hands on.
A couple of Beyblades in the cover. And this is a present for Grant. And it's actually more of a lesson. So sometimes, the best presents are lessons. And Grant, I just wanted to see how you like it for once. Oh wow! Say something funny. Yeah,
I feel pretty uncomfortable.
yeah. How does it feel, Grant? That's how we feel every time we step foot in this motherfucker. Seriously. Who's to say you don't look good too, Grant? In fact, lesson number 2. This is to show you that you're just as cute as anybody in this room except Gator. And Darian. Yeah, I know. Because we're like Darian with the best legs in the fucking comedy scene. He looks like
Best hand.
Best hand. I'm probably up there for best hand.
I don't know, actually.
Okay.
That's a Jane Mansfield. He looks great. I know it is. I love it. It did take me 6 rows to get that Jane Mansfield, and I'm okay with
What's
that.
that price tag today?
I wouldn't worry about that. Money's no object. And Sweden still has the tag on it. So, Grant, this is an antique, so it's actually going to be worth a lot more soon.
Okay.
Hang on to
Thank you
it.
so much.
This was David Lynch's camera he shot Mulholland Drive on.
Damn! On camera.
Interested yet? Oh, yeah.
You shot the whole film with one.
They had that in
Wow.
Chicago?
Yep. This was in Chicago, and then when they did the audio, they just wrote it down in the book. Really?
It's more of a book, more of a read.
It's very DIY. Pretty cool.
That's why I didn't understand it as a book.
And, this is sort of the piece de resistance. This is Jack Skellington. William, my friend.
You're kidding. That's mine.
My buddy. It's been such a pleasure doing this last 4 years with you. This is Jack Skellington, and this is Monday Night Football. Here you go, brother. Holy shit. Thank you.
Right on.
Thank you. The water's fine. Dive on it. It does have a lot of shit on the top of it.
That's a lot of shit on the top.
Let's see. I won't lie to you. Those are permanent scuffs, but you can hang on to that.
Once the mascot goes on, it doesn't come off.
It's perfect.
Oh, wow. You look good. You look good, I think.
I like the beer coming out the bottom.
It is, truly, like this.
What's it smell like?
Sunscreen. Which is actually what I ever smelled.
Hey, Gator, what's wrong with your papa's head? Hey, Gator, who am I?
That's truly horrifying.
Gator.
Well, thank you, Casey. I love this shit. It's the least I can do. And your voice sounds really cool. It has a little built-in voice modulator. I know.
It's like the Five Nights at Freddy's doll song.
Yeah, it's like a Five Nights at Freddy's dolls. Now he can work at Chuck E. Cheese too.
I wish. Darian, Casey, oh my gosh, thank you, man. It's like, man, I've been thinking about you. I think about you like crazy. Now, Darian, I didn't get you shit. Psych, I got you Cheech and Chong. Freaking so cool. Oh, this is a two-parter. You can pass this white elephant style to Grant in exchange for steampunk glasses.
Deal! I can't have both.
That's like crazy, dude. That's funny. So sweet giving out gifts, and you're saying something about both. That's funny, but I do like jokes, Karen. But you can only pick one. So which one is it?
That's not fair.
No, it's completely fair.
You offered both of them.
Yeah, dude, I said you can either switch one. I said you can switch white elephant style.
Let me hold both of them and then I'll decide.
Play your cards right. You're getting no presents, my boy. Dude, I'm gonna go red.
Don't say that.
I'm gonna go red. And you know what, Casey going Grinch mode, and it's fucked up because I wanted those steampunk glasses, and you're acting like, oh, what?
You've been talking about Grinch mode. I've done nothing. I've done nothing wrong. All I know
Grinch mode. You don't even know what it is, dude. You don't even know what it means.
Excuse me. I've known Casey a long time. I know what Grinch mode is. It's not pretty, and I don't even like the fact that we brought it up. And it's not something to joke about, right?
Shit. So why are you saying something about
If I can speak, if I can speak for a second, I just know how good those two things would look together. That's my whole.
You guys are showing your true colors right now.
Tan?
Yes. And also, a heart the size of the Grinch's heart before.
Give me the fucking glasses.
It's just like tiny. Grant, apprehend this man.
All right. Sorry. Good luck, Grant.
Oh, good luck.
Good luck, Grant.
Oh, good luck.
Good luck. Oh, good luck. Yeah, Grant.
I'm just gonna ease him on out.
You might have a weapon, but I'm on meth currently.
Oh, good luck. Bullshit. Where'd you get that?
That's not real.
Where'd you get that?
That's not real.
I bet you're not.
He's eating us the whole time.
We are being investigated by the FAA as we
Have you
speak.
been
This is not the
investigating this
time.
the entire time, Casey?
4 years you've been doing this undercover.
Fake
For the
ass
love-
friendship.
For the love of God, zoom in on this thing.
Good job.
And also another thing.
Why's your pinky coming up the
And another thing. We got him.
Oh, shit.
We got him. Wow. Yeah, you guys can move in. Yep, it's the big one and the small one. You guys get to decide which is which.
Casey just let somebody move into his
Is that what you read?
Casey, I was wondering what that was the whole time. I was thinking that, and isn't that one of the things you put in your ear? I was thinking that the whole time. What is it connected to? Is it connected to something? Yeah, you can grab the one you're stuck. No, yeah, it's the big one and the small one. You get to decide which one's which. Yep, I'm done. Go CC's pizza. Thanks.
Yeah.
No, you can keep the dog. It's gonna be a no.
Oh no, Gator! We're gonna have to get you out of the impound. Gator, you're gonna be trapped in there.
Take a peek. I've decided to renounce my citizenship. You guys are my best friends. I've gone too deep cover. I've decided to blow my blown cover. We're friends again. Double things, man.
Here we go.
That's so scary. That's a real freaking. That's metal. Yeah, that's a thing.
I was gonna say it's got some weight.
Yeah, I took 4 slugs outside of Port Aransas.
Break down his back shoulder. 4, 5, 6.
All right. You can take a peek at the glasses. Yeah, you might look really cool in them. I heard you.
I know what that I will.
Yeah, you would have to. I mean, anybody. Wow. I'm certain to think we made the right choice here, boys. And Santa will be very pleased. Yeah, me too. Look at that. You could be Santa's, like, bodyguard or something. You look like a Santa bodyguard or something.
DJ? Santa's DJ, maybe?
Yeah. Just up in the North Pole, just put dubstep, like house music, different stuff. So you could do, more house, but every now and again dubstep, because I think he likes dubstep. Yeah, I bet you'd like a house, you homeless bastard.
Because up at the North Pole.
You live at the North Pole, that's what every homeless person says. Like, dude, we know you're in the couch with the other people under the fucking bridge, dude.
That's what we call the North Pole, yeah.
Can I get a current address?
You're not gonna believe this. I live in the North Pole.
God, but it feels good to give, and that's kind of the reason for the season. And, well,
Thank you, Casey. Oh my gosh.
Too sweet.
And Grant, I got you something else too, brother. What? This is a wonderful pretend police radio, so when I'm doing my real work, you can pretend like you're doing it, Kevin. That's like the sweetest thing I think you could have ever done for Grant. Because we all know Grant would love doing your kind of job, but he probably would never be able to do it.
No, he doesn't have kind of the body strength to do it. With the bone spurs.
Yeah, Grant is, well, he's anemic, among other things. Racist being the biggest. Racist, anemic. He goes to sleep. That's all anorexic. Anorexic out the frame.
Oh, he's always in his outfit.
Can I say something? Can I call the motherfucker out real quick? Yeah. I am a live wire hit. Luckily, no one is getting blasted in this room. When I was in Chicago, everybody's safe, trust me. Cool. When I was in Chicago, the guy who was staying with me, I'm just going to say his name, Michael Fractor, he had been having some trouble with people upstairs making noise while he was trying to sleep. He comes to me, he says, Casey, can I borrow some earplugs? I see him texting the next morning. You know what he'd been Googling? How to put in earplugs.
You just stick him in the ear hole, yeah?
Trying to put him in his fucking nose or something. Erica, that's a valid point, because I was thinking the same thing. I said, wait, does this guy have morons? I started thinking, wait, should we shackle this guy and throw him in a river like a whale? Yeah. Because he's truly too dumb to reproduce.
He is one of the first people I've come across that like fits the medical definition of mongoloid.
Did he ever figure it?
He's a troglodyte.
Did he figure it
I
out?
wonder if he figured it out. Well, he was very, very embarrassed that I saw that on his phone. And he was like, I guess he figured it out after a short Google. Gosh, good thing Yale's not looking for any more students.
Honestly,
Yeah.
he's like such the sweetest guy that somehow it makes sense that he was Googling how to put in
Talk
earplugs.
about white privilege. My man doesn't even know how to write about earplugs. And is this the future the left wants? Your kids getting the I think it is, dude. It's scary. We're in a weird freaking time right now. And for the record, if you do have earplugs, you want to put them in, you just twist them up, make them smaller, put them in your ear, it expands. You got an earplug.
Yeah. Where was he thinking he put him?
Come on, jerk off. In his fucking butt or something? It's like, what, do you want to start sticking shit in your butt? And you think it's going to help you not hear shit? It's like, what, are you a dumbass? What's going on? Are you putting them in your belly button? It's like, yeah. Hey, the dumbass George called you, but hey, been promoted to manager. Come in tomorrow at your regular time.
These, I don't know if you did this before you gave these to me, but these glasses let you see the future.
What are you seeing now?
Yeah, it's all about the same.
Kind of similar. Are you going to make the trip to New Orleans without? Is it going to be okay? Are you going to get any flat tires?
3 flat tires.
On the line for 500 miles?
On the same bike at once, though. I don't know how it happens. Yeah.
You're going to do a 3-wheeler, dude. That's fucking dangerous.
Well, you know
a
what?
3-wheeler to New Orleans.
I think it's less. I think we're gonna unicycle this year.
What do you mean, wait? Yeah.
The team.
How you got on your team? Well, you got like a coach. Who's a team?
I've got a coach. It's John Madden, and
He's back.
He's back, and now he's coaching cycling to somebody who's not a cyclist. And then I think we've got Lance. We have Lance.
Cunningham,
not the one you're thinking. Very cool. Yeah, so that would be great.
Well, that's sweet. You got Lance on there. That must be like a Make-A-Wish thing, because he is stage 4 colon cancer.
Yeah, you definitely can't ride a bike with what's going on down there. He would probably explode. No, I'm going to do most of the riding.
So it'll just be the bus following you.
Yeah, the bike bus.
Let me ask you guys something, and tell me if I'm totally out of line here. Has anyone ever stepped to you and you've just had to completely just bust their chops and put them in place?
Don Zimmer. This keeps happening.
So you rocked his old ass shit, right? We pulled that up. Don Zimmer gets his old ass rocked. This could be worth it. I never have, Casey. I'm a big old coward. There's one time I really could rock somebody, but I ran away and then my buddies helped me. Have you ever been in Denver? That was my shot, but I was too scared, dude.
Not even
embarrassing.
Yeah, honest question. When you were younger, like in school, did you ever get into fights? You don't seem like the type that would have ever.
Me?
Yeah.
No, Kevin Cook almost beat my ass one day when he freaking finds out I put the pin in my asshole, and then he puts the pin in his mouth, and then I fucking told everybody in our grade, and then he doesn't show up to school for 3 days, and then shows up on the third day and throws me up against the locker. My buddy Garrett had my back, dude. Kevin was about to wail on my ass, and my sweet dear friend Garrett saved me.
Checked in.
But that was the closest I ever got to Kevin got kicked out of school for lighting a locker on fire in the gym.
Shit like that happens every day.
Yeah, he didn't. He was fed up, and I was glad that he was gone because I had to look over my shoulders every day in between classes to make sure Kevin wasn't about to get my ass.
The locker deserved it, from what I remember. We did go to the same high school.
Yep, you're a couple grades below me.
That's right. When I went to school, the teachers respected me.
They did. Yep. So you're friends with them, kinda?
Yeah, they saw me as a former peer.
That's cool. I always wanted to get that way, Casey, and I was never even close to it. I never even got close to it. They always saw me as this little student that I was.
See, it feels like a peer. They're in the teacher's lounge and they're queuing up. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, and you just come in there and you can bring your snacks and eat with them and stuff.
I think I had some room for one more. Oh, sure thing, Mr. Michaels. My real name is Casey Michaels. I'm Brett Michaels' son.
That's why they treat me like royalty.
Hey, in that part of the world, you know,
It's basically a Greek god.
namaste.
In that part of the world.
Yeah,
Where is that part of the world?
no idea. Relax. I'm just trying to contribute.
Alexi with all the casinos. Gator's been down there. Wait, no, Gator DP. Gator DP over there.
Hi, good morning. Hi, wake up, little bastard.
Oh, Gator. Wait, she actually doesn't like that. She thought it was somebody.
Oh, it's a ghost.
Gator.
He's just doing Marcel the Shell.
Oh, it's a ghost.
Gator, anyone my secret?
Why is it a ghost?
She died to you.
Are you crazy?
Dude, scariest thing happened last night. What? Me and Sam Rickus were at a Holiday Inn in some part of South Texas. I can't remember. Yeah. As soon as we get in the room, phone rings. Jump scare.
Like the hotel phone?
Yes.
No.
You get a little spook, right? Sure. Who wouldn't be? Pick it up. Silence. We go night night. Long day. Better get some Z's. Hopefully I get to see the love of my life in my dreams. I'm knocked out. I'm conked out like a freaking seashell. Boom. Phone rings. 4:17 a.m. He'll be on the hook.
No.
Yikes.
I went to the front desk lady. I said, "Excuse me, miss." She said, "What to and very the pleasure." I said, "Please, my name's Casey." There was a phone ringing. Ever experienced that? She said, "It's on the fritz."
So it was just mess up with their system.
Steak frites? Yeah. She said someone stuffed a steak frites in it. Yeah. The phone's on the steak frites. Don't mind that. The phone just swings from the steak frites. I had a weird night.
What happened?
I was trying to get a hold of Casey and found out what hotel room he was sitting at. And I gave him a call and he wouldn't talk to me. And he just hung up the phone and then disconnected it. Well, scaring your friends actually leads to more deaths and cancer. So,
Yep. That's what the majority of people in Minnesota, if you look at the maps, would say like the leading cause of death in that state. That's what it is up in Minnesota.
is Fred scaring friends? Yeah. In Minnesota, it's loud music. Friends scaring friends. Slipping on pizza. Bad bread. Slipping on pizza.
Falling out of trees is a big one.
Roofing. Yeah.
Roofing, call it roofing up there. You get on the roof and jump into the tree, and then a lot of times people can't grab onto the branch or whatever. They hit their head.
They're dead before they hit the ground, surprisingly.
You think it'd be the ground?
Yeah, it's like a nerd situation.
You think it would be the ground that killed them, but
Yeah, no.
you're wrong. Start head snapping on a branch or hitting the rock up there. It's not good.
Hard stop before it hit the wall, I know it.
I saw a wonderful video last night of these people cutting down this giant tree, and then it falls on the house. It wanted it to go the other way, but I'm also
No, you hate that.
I hated watching it.
Yeah, that's why.
If though Manny took the good with the bad, dude, Ron Dawes said that.
I know.
You have to. We gotta take the good with the bad.
CD Ron Dawes.
The happy with the sad.
Yeah, dial-ups and
Well, what do you guys think? Should I read some of my characters I'm gonna do in my SNL audition?
Yeah.
And by the way, for anybody wondering, when are you doing? When is the SNL audition?
It is due tonight.
Okay, tonight.
It is due tonight.
I have not started it yet. So, Grant, I'm gonna need you to come over. I live right across the street. You can help. All right. So, what did it ask for? What did they ask of you? You gotta have some characters, or what are they asking?
So it's 5 minutes of characters.
And I believe you get to submit 5 minutes of stand-up.
Okay.
So, right off the bat, I'm just gonna jump right in. Right? There's no. I'm gonna have to get used to this if I'm studio at age, right?
Original characters or impressions?
They're impressions of other people's characters.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, well, they're original. They're homegrown. I've been playing my whole life for these things.
Yeah.
All right. So, I'm gonna have to jump right in. Like Lorne Michaels, he's not gonna give you 5 minutes for a free show, so you just gotta keep going for sure. All right. Number one. This is Mike Judge. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So, Austinite. So he goes, really?
Yep.
Hey man, maybe not now. Okay. That was the impression. I didn't know if you were talking to Darius. This is Mike Judge. I knew I'd botch it. This is Mike Judge. Have I ever told you about the time Richard Linklater ate a golf club? This is Mike Judge. He goes, have I ever told you about the time Viola Davis ate a socket wrench?
What do you think sounds like that? Because I'm trying to think.
He's got a deep voice, so he goes like, hey, I'll have the Cobb salad. Have I ever told you about the time I saw little Richard fall in a well?
We met him at a bar and he said he was telling William how have I ever told you stuff, and William's like, I just wanted to say hello.
I just want to fucking reach up, dumbass. Get out of my face, dude. Same with my fucking drink
He
that
does
night,
that all the
dumbass.
time.
Same with Papa John when we saw him at Kid Rock's bar. He goes, I ever told you about how I created a freaking sandwich at Jimmy John's? Dude, get out of our faces. So, the best impressions require a little explanation.
Yes,
So,
I agree.
Mike Judge used to do a show called Tales from the Tour Bus, where he would tell a story about like country music artists. So he would go like, have I ever told you about the time that Willie Nelson ate a rolling nickels?
He has seen a lot of people eat stuff, huh?
Yeah. He's got a bird's eye. He goes, have I ever told you about the time I saw the movie Eagle Eye starring Shia LaBeouf? So, all right. So you're doing some of those. So you're doing that. Oh, that one's a keeper. I mean, great. What are you thinking, dude? That's an A plus or B minus?
I'm a canny.
Thank you, my boy. Thank you, my boy. A plus. That's good. And then, of course, Sebastian Maniscalco from the future. It's always a good one. That's always like this.
You guys gotta believe me. Nobody believes me. In 20 years, some machines are gonna turn against you.
So cool. Or also alternative. So at this point, the audition will stop, and I'll go, sorry, Lauren, I'm really nervous. Mind if I do Dracula Maniscalco? And you love that. You go, that will be fine. And I'll go, kids don't eat candy corns anymore. You have to let me into your home. I can't come in by my lonesome. Dracula Maniscalco, and I've never heard anybody do anything like that. I've never heard of that mashup before. Very original. I can't see myself in the mirror anymore. So what is this, Casey? Are you literally going to be talking to his ass via Zoom, or you're just we're going to record it? No, it's not that prestigious. So I think most comedians with agents you can submit. I might be ruining my whole career from talking about it, but I think you can submit like a tape audition, and if they like it, I believe they bring you in to do interviews. But I don't know. I shouldn't be talking about this. We are going to figure it out, dude. I'll do one more. Okay. it's actually gonna end up being pretty funny.
End up. So just stay with them.
I actually don't have these in order. Again, the audition is due tonight.
We got the rest of the day. We're still what?
Work fast under pressure, right?
Absolutely. And pressure makes diamonds. Yep. And sweetie, I got a necklace full of pearls. Full of pearls. Okay, well, this is the only one I have at the top of my list. This is Black Skeleton. So it's when you actually have the hat. So this is actually pretty fitting. So Erica's shaking her head no. Grant, what do you think? Should I even go for this thing, or is it gonna cancel my whole life, buddy? What are you thinking?
Roll the dice, I guess. Let's see.
Grant, come on. I mean, you gotta be a lot more supportive than
I'm fully confident you're gonna nail
No, I like roll the dice. Play faith aside.
So it's not racist, and I would like to point that out.
Always good to preface.
If Shane Gillis would have said that, he'd still
be alive today. If you'd have been on SNL, he'd still be on SNL.
You'd have Keenan Thompson's spot.
Yeah.
And Keenan Thompson would be headlining the mothership.
Yep.
Keenan! Everybody would be yelling at him when he's walking in the back. Keenan! Come on, man, let me go up first.
Yeah, that's how it works in there.
So that was my patented Keenan Thompson impression. I snuck in the back door.
Pretty cool. What did he say? Let me go on first. That he says.
So everyone's kind of yelling like for an autograph. And
Come on, man, let me go on first.
all right, so this is a new one. I wrote this afternoon with my writing partner Sam Prickett.
Okay.
Sam Prickett, first time caller, long time writing partner, and this is Bob Dylan, and he's a little bit sleepy.
Man, I gotta get my white ass some sleep. Wait, do we skip?
Yeah,
We skip Black Skeleton?
Black Skeleton. I was curious about Black Skeleton. I genuinely, I am a little bit hesitant about Black Skeleton. Okay, so it's not racist, and I cannot stress that enough. So it's and again, if you take one thing from this episode, I guess we can take two things. The first thing, Darian is really funny. The second thing, we love having him as a guest. Third thing, it's a pleasure. It's not racist.
It's not racist.
Three things. Darian's funny. Number one. Number two, we love having him here. Number three, Black Skeleton.
3 things can be true at once.
Yeah, three things can be true at once. So Black Skeleton is Jack Skellington doing the 10 crack commandment. 10 crack commandments by the Notorious B.I.G. So he goes like, number one, keep your family and business separated. If you think a crackhead paid you back, forget it.
Really good.
Yeah, because at first I was trying to think, what does Jack Skellington freaking sound like?
And then he's like, now I know. Yeah. Oh, also, and this is an offshoot of that. It's Jack Skellington at a casino. I want a pumpkin to be able to play cards.
It's really good.
It sounds like Cruella de Vil.
This is Cruella de Vil.
Yeah, just foiling the dog.
Cruella de Vil. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Nobody said we couldn't use a pumpkin as a pawn on the roulette table.
With the Oogie Boogie Man, he's the dealer.
Yes, he is. And we are scared of him.
Yeah. With all his bugs. He's always passing out the cards and all the bugs fall out.
Yeah. F that. I hate that shit.
Yeah, me too. God, I was working at the grocery store one time and some old ass smelly woman came up to register one. I could tell it was her when she wasn't even very close to the register. I was like, what is that smell? I'm like, oh, it's her fucking old ass, probably. And she comes, and it sure enough is her. It's just the worst smell I've ever smelled. And she gets down her purse and gets out money, and a fucking cockroach scurries away when she gets her little purse on the thing out of her purse. Yeah, the cockroach scurried out. No, I can't do it.
What does this bitch's place
Look like. Yikes. But I don't know. It can be sad though, because maybe she didn't have any help from anybody, and then it just gets taken. I can't deal with roaches, man.
I can't deal with old people.
Yeah. Unless they're Grant, and I'm taking care of them like I promised. And yeah, that's funny. Grant, you gotta remember that. Yeah. Casey's gonna be able to take care of you. He is gonna take care of you. And you're gonna be able to have the little police thing, Grant. And you're gonna be able to see Casey using his real one. Oh,
Yeah, it's in my will already.
It's more than a suggestion, Grant. It's a promise. Casey will live at your house and help your ass make you food in the morning and for lunch and for dinner if it's maybe a certain day. Yep, and Grant, good news, we're practicing Asian family house rules now. I'm taking care of you because you're the elder.
I love to hear it. Pre-chew my food, help me walk me places around the house.
I want somebody to hide chew my food. I love those things. Ooh, the hide chew, the candies. I love a hide chew. Darian's in the information chamber thinking about hide chews right now. Darian, what's going on? What are you thinking about?
I thought you said hype chew. Like you would have a hype man that would chew your food before you ate it. You know what I mean?
Sure.
All right. Well, you said it. I didn't think it.
That's the fun part. I didn't. A hide chew, you know what that is? It's an now and later. And then kind of like an hour and later, maybe more sticky in your mouth.
Are you guys talking about candy right now? Oh, okay.
I cannot stress this enough. We are talking about candy.
I'm off the stuff. I don't.
You're off candy.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
You don't eat candy. You don't eat candy anymore.
I'm off the stuff. Yeah. I just can't handle it.
What do you eat if you want a sweet?
I
don't want sweets in them.
Well, no, I want them all the time. Then I have somebody I call, and then we just deal with that feeling. You know, Grant passes.
Yeah, it is Grant.
Hey, Grant, were you helping Darian and then were telling us about it? I really
It's anonymous.
It's not something we discuss.
It's kind of a private thing. It's not really. You don't really talk about your sponsors like that.
What do you think, William? Should they talk about it? I'd love to hear about it. Because Darian,
I'm willing to be open about it if you are.
just pretend like you want to eat, ho-ho or a hostess or something.
Right now?
Snickers
Right now? Yeah.
You call it Grant.
I saw it.
Just remember, you're in control.
Yeah. Well, I haven't even called you yet. And this could be yes or no, too.
So yeah, this could be your
This
audition.
That's equal.
This is your audition.
So if you can call me as my judge.
Okay. No, I can't do that. I don't do impressions.
Have I ever told you about the time I ate a freaking watermelon? I was worried about the seeds, but everybody said it was okay. Oh, it's a smartphone. My boy got a smartphone.
Yeah, then I bank with Cricket Wireless. Right.
Hello?
What's up, man?
Hey, Eric, how's it going?
You know how it's going. You know why I'm calling.
Got the urge again?
Yeah, man. I'm staring down the barrel of 5 lines of powdered sugar I've cut out on top of a Reese's cake pie.
We've been here before.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just gotta believe in yourself. Remember what you told Jamie Kennedy when this happened last time?
Yeah. So you want me to butt fuck this cake into the ground?
You just gotta butt fuck it into the ground.
I might as well eat it. By that logic, it seems like a waste. Yeah.
That's not a path you want to go down.
I've already eaten one of these today.
You remember yourself when you used to be back in that day? You didn't like it?
No, but things were going better. How do you reconcile that?
Grant, you gotta take it one day at a time, brother.
Right.
One day at a time.
Right.
Is this really what you'd be telling a bird? Really?
No.
How you would be doing this? You gotta be cool.
I literally do things.
You gotta be cool. Yeah, you gotta act like you eat the stuff.
I feel actually I'm wondering.
I'm supposed to act like I eat the candy.
Yeah.
It's a hot dog.
Yeah, you eat it for him. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need that in your body. You need that in my body.
So like AA sponsors,
Fuck you.
AA sponsors, when you call them and you say, hey, I'm thinking about drinking, they say, don't bother, I'm wasted. I'm drinking for you today.
Don't bother, brother.
Tuesday's my day.
Way ahead of you. Yeah, you know you have Wednesdays and Thursdays like Fight Club.
Tuesday's my day, and also doing cooking.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. He's doing good too. That's why I stopped going to the AA. It was like, all these people are just getting fucked up. It's like, what's even fucked up? What's the point, dude? I'm just having a good book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just need a good book. I don't need to be around all these
I mean, I read the movie.
Did Alright. If I could touch on something we just kind of glossed over. You said that you were going to eat a Reese's cake pie? Now, what the fuck is that and why? Yeah. Where do you get that? And where do you get off?
You have to make. I don't believe they sell them. No, they make it in a factory. It comes from the Ford dealerships, but you do have to special order them. Beyond that, I feel like it's pretty. I mean, you don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Looks good.
Yeah, it looks really good. What is that in the middle of what is that? Sponsored by NBC.
Yeah. Or is our whole show sponsored by NBC?
Grant.
That's from the SNL story.
In my defense, I actually didn't know that was a real thing prior to that image, and I'm going to relapse. Look at that.
He ripped it into existence like a tulpa.
Yeah.
He ripped its thought form into reality.
That's pretty. That looks pretty unbelievable.
You look good, right? Yeah, it looks good. I mean, it depends on what's in the middle, though. I think I would prefer ice cream. That'd be an ice cream kind of thing.
I think it is. I think it is.
Gross me out, maybe.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Oh, sorry, guys. You can continue riffing amongst yourselves, but I got you guys nose rings to wear during the podcast.
Oh, so there were
Here, is it gonna hurt? Wait, that's not a real nose ring. Gigi, you simply have so much to learn.
I was so excited for it.
No, man, I'm trying it on to see how it feels. I got the really how has it felt? Yeah, I didn't know either. I didn't say anything. I was curious. I had no idea. How does it feel when you like it? It feels great. I mean, my kisses per capita. Let's see, I've been kissed 3 times today, so that's like 3 times more than yesterday. You're kidding? Wearing the fucking ring? Yeah, the nose ring. I was at AGB, and then I was at South Lamar, just the street, and I was
wearing this one because it really hurts.
Yeah, you're Michael Frager. You're gonna have to Google it. Put in a freaking finger.
How do I put in a fake nose ring?
Read him in a repeat. Michael, we can't believe that's true. How did I put in earplugs? Dude, that's like insane. Yeah, white privilege, right? And I'm a white person. It's like, but that's white privilege out the frame. That's insane. It's a new level. It's like some people grow up living around a factory or something where they have to put in earplugs every night to be able to go to sleep. Sure, the paper mill. Yeah, expose his bitch ass, dude. I spent a month with this dude in Chicago. He's basically one of my best friends, except for William and Darian and other people. And this is the guy, for anybody wondering, this is the guy who doesn't know how to put the shit in the ears. Yeah, he doesn't know his shit from his ear holes. And he's toxic. That's what everybody was saying about him in the show he was on, right? He was on that show that was featured in Austin. That's what I read online, yeah.
They say he was toxic in that? I thought he was great.
Super toxic. Everyone loves Michael Frachter. He's a great comedian. And he's one of my best friends, for crying out loud. Michael, obviously, we're kidding, dude. Wait, no, not really about the ear thing. No, the ear thing, that's real, and that's unforgivable. Yeah, that's crazy. Even Gator would know how to put in earplugs, and she doesn't even have thumbs. She know to stick them in those hairy ears of hers. She's a little dog. Her brain is the size of like a walnut. Yeah, she's a pea brain, man. Yeah, she got a little brain.
But she's really smart, so we don't get her, because if her brain was any bigger, she'd probably try to eat me.
It's important. Well, I've already made my peace. If something happened and I were to croak or whatever, and she was stuck in there with me, she'd eat my ass. Yeah, she'd have to eat me first, because I would be feeding her. You'd be dead before you hit the floor, and you take all those steroids too, so she'd get really strong and she'd get bigger, break the log. Yeah, she could get out of the apartment for sure.
They feed her steroids.
William eats them, so if the dog ate William, it's Occam's razor.
Yeah, it's a meth bear type of.
It's Occam's razor.
Yeah, Occam's razor. I want the simplest solution is the correct one now, which would have the dog eat William.
And they get stronger. Because again, I take take steroids, and then she gets bigger.
Well, she's gonna eat your brain first and handle your knowledge.
Holy crap. That's what we're scared of. That's what we're kind of scared about, but it'll be okay. As long as she gets to learn all the cool stuff that you know. I know. I'll pass it on to her. I'll try to pass it on to her little bud. Do you ever see those dumbass billboards that say, like, kindness, pass it on? Yep. What the fuck is that for? Yeah.
Who paid for this?
Shit, what company is it? It's like, I bet it's Ronald Reagan. Yeah, I bet it's Ronald Reagan's bitch ass from the grave. Yeah, it's probably, he probably has a bunch of money set to the side, some sort of trust or something to just put up those billboards all across the country. I hate it. It makes me not want to be kind to people. It makes me want to do the opposite, where I start tripping people. Yeah, just right when they open up a door or whatever, just put your foot out.
I've been throwing banana peels. It's not working.
So it's funny, somebody standing in front of like a desk or something, and they're standing up, and you kick the back of their knee, and then their leg gives out, and they fall to the ground. God, I watched this video a couple nights ago, and I laughed so hard.
That's one of my favorite bits.
It was some dude who did it to some woman he was working with, and her ass hit the ground.
I know. I do it to Trey, and then you get 10 minutes of watching him try and get up.
Sorry. Trey, the real big fella.
Yes.
Did you ever tell him he needs to be careful? Because I see pictures and I love him. I think he's so funny, but you ever tell his ass he needs to be careful? Seriously.
You mean just like walking around? Just being a monster without able?
He has a body frame.
Yeah,
but the frame.
Yeah. No, I let him know. Yeah.
What does he say?
No.
So he's just not going to get on a bike with you or anything?
You can't get on a bike.
He can get on one of those big three-wheel bikes.
No, he's actually
like a tricycle. Yeah, you get on one of the big tricycles.
Yeah. No, I get him a small one as motivation.
You're going to be a baby someday, baby. No, his ass is getting bigger. We should talk to him. We should get him on here and have Grant just do a heart-to-heart. What do you say, Grant? We need to. Would you be willing to do the hard stuff?
Well, I mean, according to you guys, I need to step up and do the eating or something.
Well, Grant's already my sponsor.
Okay. Maybe we bring in like a wolf. Or even like an outsider, like a hired gal. We need to, because this is literally
Wolf, you mean like a live, you mean like Wolf like a fixer? Or like a live?
Wolf. I'll say this, and I'm not happy to do so, but I will. If we do bring in a wolf, it will make Trey skinnier, because he will have to run from the wolf.
Yeah.
He'll have to get away, and he'll have to move his big ass around.
Yeah.
He won't jump over some stuff.
He won't get away from him. It's a certain death.
Well, maybe if we cover up his neck.
I will say, he is getting big enough that his purpose in life does seem to be some sort of food for another animal. So we might just be
like he's making himself bigger for an even bigger animal to eat.
He's going to be a feast for
a feast
an entire.
He's a feeder. You're fending him. Yeah.
He's a human rotisserie.
Rotis.
Right.
The few, the proud rotis. Yeah, if you ever got in a plane crash or something in the Andes or just somewhere, you could be a good person to be with. Yeah, you'd have a lot of fuel.
Because he's also going to die on impact.
Yeah, just
for this society.
And he'll probably have like pills or something. Yeah, he could have pills and you just take the pills.
Yeah. Trey could commit suicide by jumping off the hood of a car.
Come on. Hey, will you bump William and he'll bump me? Okay, that was fun. Yeah, that was great.
That's also my best friend. This is great. This is borderline getting down to quote.
Well, friendships are meant to be broken. Yeah, man, everything will be okay. Did y'all see that video of that guy escaping the mall, escaping people, and he falls a couple stories onto the ice rink, and then both of his legs are just
I saw that. Spectacular.
And he's immediately on his phone.
Spectacular.
And he landed a perfect triple X.
Yeah.
It
shattered both of his legs.
Floppy.
They're going weird directions. Yeah. You don't want to land on ice.
No, you want to land on wet ground, maybe on the side of a hill, because I saw this other video where this dude is escaping the cops and he falls 4 freaking stories. He jumps out of a window and then he gets up off the ground and runs off. And people are like, oh, it looks like his tail probably hurts. And I agree. I mean, the dude blood racks on his butt. not like his legs, but he walks off. It was crazy. The Lord works in mysterious ways. The human body's weird. Yeah, it is weird.
Especially Trey's.
Yes. Grant, quick question, last question before we do 20 more minutes. If you had to draw God from memory, what would it look like and why?
I mean, white guy,
And why?
big white beard.
Right. Did you say what?
White guy, big white beard.
Santa Claus? White clothes, probably.
Yeah. It's
Maybe red. Yeah, red and white clothes. Cherry nose.
Literally talking about Santa.
do you have a cherry? No. Do you happen to know his address?
No, it wouldn't be in the North Pole, would it?
He lives upward.
Yeah. Skyward, North Pole area.
Oh my god.
That's where I live.
Well, thanks, Grant, for describing who God would be in your eyes. I'll go ahead and take the lead on this, Grant. That was great, man. I'll jump in since you kind of warmed it up for us. 6'2" Guido, kind of looks like Mike the Situation. 2 glass eyes, because he's all seeing. And there's a secondary head on top of his head that looks like Snooki. And it only speaks in Hawaiian punch like the water fountain from Mr. Deeds. Damn! Is he going through walls too, like the Hawaiian punch guy, like the Juggernaut from X-Men?
Are you talking about the Kool-Aid man?
What was the question?
You said, does he run through the walls like the Hawaiian punch guy?
No, Kool-Aid, that's a different guy.
Yeah.
The Hawaiian punch guy is a child. Yeah, he would die if he ran into a wall. Is the child with the weird hair? Yes, he has a messy hairdo. Yeah, he's got a weird,
Yeah, he looks like a character from Rocket Power.
Yeah, kind of rocket power.
Somewhere between these two.
And I also think he looks something
Tim Allen?
a little bit like Emilio Estevez.
Tim Allen is directly between those two.
Emilio Estevez wearing his Mighty Ducks jacket. I always love him. And then Young Guns. Never has God made a final. I know. That's a great one for anybody who's never seen Young Guns. And there's a second one. There is Young Guns 2. You get to watch one. If you like it, watch the other one. Because that's the great part about the sequels. Yeah. If you like it, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Because it's more of the same. But in a good way. Yeah, look at Emilio right there. His cock's right by my head. Dude, looks like he's pissing on me. Well, I'm fine with that. Dude, wearing those jeans he always used to wear, I love it.
He doesn't wear those anymore?
No, yeah, people stop wearing jeans, dude.
Did they? I still wear jeans.
No, when you get older, you'll probably stop.
I don't.
It's like a thing.
Is
It's
it?
a younger person thing where you
What do you go to? Slacks?
it's a text right up.
From like 11.
I don't think that's my
My
favorite at all.
ankles, you could wear.
Though I do have very good legs.
Yeah, you might want to show them off. Yeah, you wear tights, spandex. I love it.
Right.
I don't know, try to don't wear jeans
Look
anymore.
comfy.
Right.
It is a problem that leggings look comfy, but men can't wear them.
Well, trust me, when you're, or me and William's age, you're going to want as many tax write-offs as possible. Yes, jeans are tax write-off. Yes. So you're going to be wanting to buy a bunch of jeans,
But I would not
necessarily
wear
wearing them all the time. As much as you're buying. William, what does your God look like and why? Probably the little, in, Lord of the Rings, the little troll guy. No, not Smeagol. He can be a fun one for sure. That'd be almost scary to me, though, a Smeagol God. Dabby. Yeah, that would almost be horrifying. I don't know if I want to die and find out his ass is God. Yeah. I get up to the gates or whatever.
No, you really
Smeagol's ass. What am I in fucking hell? It looks like heaven, but this little creature hears my cheese. Could you imagine? I mean, I would want to die again. And it's just him. It's just him in heaven. Like, there's like a loophole and accidentally God only let 2 people in. It's you and Smeagol. Oh, man, that would be boring.
Smeagol and Schmeigel. Smeagol and Robert Schmeigel and David.
It's a deep cut. I appreciate stuff like that.
Thank you.
The ambiguous like duos. That I used to think that was so funny. Also wrote for the Dana Carvey show. We all know a lot of stuff about Robert Smile. Also Triumph the Some Common Dog. Yeah, that's hilarious. We know what kind
kinds of stuff.
But yeah, just the little troll guy, probably. I think that would be one. But which one? Well,
What is his name?
so confused. There's got quite a bit of trolls. He's a little.
Is it the dwarf? Are you talking about the dwarf?
Yeah, maybe it's the dwarf.
Yeah, Gimli.
Gimli.
Oh, when he goes with the axe?
Yeah.
Salted pork.
Yeah. That's him. That's the guy.
I think that's only a line in the whole trilogy.
Yeah, he says salted pork. He's very excited. What about you, Jerry?
My God. My God. My God. My God is his heyday. He's white hair, you know, no beard, parts of very fucked up teeth. You know what I mean? Dressed well though, charming. First name Lafayette, middle name Ron, last name Hubbard.
Oh my gosh, I like that name.
I would have to say if anybody looked like God to me, that would be it.
Cool. I want to change mine. I want my God to be a frisbee.
I thought you were going to say Furby.
Furby God.
Furby God.
Furby God. William, come into the closet. We won't hurt you. They'd be so scared, but I'd probably freaking have to.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, listen. There he is.
Oh. You're not supposed to show it. It looks like a Muslim thing. You can't no caricature of that way.
That's Bob Hope, dumbass. Oh, yeah, dude. That's a classic comedian. Oh, man. This is hilarious. Comedians, dude.
That's actually so funny. That's actually so funny and disrespectful.
So, yeah, no, Bob Hope, what are you talking about?
Yeah. He's the great white Bob Hope.
Well, okay. Well, we're going to wrap it up on that. I'm going to wrap it up on that one, I think.
Hey, some days you just don't have it, boys. Maybe not you guys, but I'm betting. Probably the low 100s.
Dude, you're above the Mendoza line, don't do that.
Thank you. The Mason Mendoza line.
Yeah, Mason, you just dropped all of it. And we gotta take our mercenaries loop. Mista, Alex, Nigel said, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Void, Apollonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Robert Bushel, Ruby, Jewel Smarkle, Shady Kaya from the Big Island, Sarak Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire, the Gaming Critter, the Wizard, Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William Casey, the Cat, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Worm Drive Show on YouTube, choose your own adventure, and that's where you literally, it's what it sounds like, you choose your own adventure, zombie, warlock, Aqua Boy, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's Your Soup, Ball, Ba-da-da-da-da, I'm loving it, McDonald's, Beef, Ben Ashen, Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry, Harry Dworkin, Uncle's Kiss on the Left, Dova King, Dr. B. Dugan, Drop Nation, Eli Slugworth, Goldie May, Star, Great Worst Nightmare, early at WS.LOL, I Love Big Macs, Jenny J. Jess, Jethro Tull, Joe Kive, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, and Loop again. We love you. I'm on the road this month. I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina, and Kentucky, and I'm in the Just for Laughs Comedy Festival in July. Very excited. Where are you at, William? Yeah, where am I? I'm going to Toledo, Ohio in a couple of weeks, and Dallas, Texas, and go back up to Spokane here coming up, and some other stuff. You can just see it on my Instagram. What about you, Darren?
This month I will be applying for many sales jobs. So we'll see how that goes. No, I'm around town. I'm around town most of this month. So just check out my Instagram. Darian was here or Darian on YouTube.
And he's coming with me to Zany's Nashville.
That will be great.
Oh, nice. Sounds good. Thank y'all.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show was recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh. The fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Junior Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Oh, that's fast. I didn't know if there would be a little time in between that. There was no time at all. Hey, let's go. We're going. Yeah. There's a media grin. Yeah, we're back. And thanks for throwing. Yeah, I assumed I was going to have to pay y'all some more money. I assumed it, but that weird timing, you bringing that up right before the podcast. Michael, it's been almost a year. Yeah, I assumed it would cost more money. Yeah, I assumed that. Don't you bring it up with sweet Michael, and he hadn't been on in a year, and then it's a real awkward vibes after that.
I try to stay out of the way of the money. I most certainly kept it vague. You made it a little bit. You underlined it a bit more.
Well, I had to know exactly what you were talking about because, yeah, you said something kind of vague. It makes sense. It's all good. I'm just saying it's weird you brought it up. It's a little weird timing.
Well, I'm sorry. Money makes people weird. Money makes
It can make people weird. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, there was some guy here in Austin who was doing his nice watches into Lady Bird Lake because he was doing some sort of fraud. Yeah, people start committing fraud. Oh my gosh.
That's at like a big bakery. He did like the numbers. And are like, how did he get this nice card from him? He doesn't get paid that much.
Yeah.
He couldn't help himself.
Yeah, he was cooking the books.
Good for him.
I know. But then he got in trouble, and now, oh my gosh, the YouTube feed at our place is just the police body cams. Oh shit! Watching a lot of check fraud in Florida. I watched probably 4 hours of last night. Is different check fraud cases in Florida where they go in there with somebody else's check and they try to just get a gadget. And this one poor girl last night had a gun, some unregistered gun in her purse.
Like a filed off number.
Yeah, but the filed off serial number.
Oh, yeah, holy shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, yikes.
Like little kids too, like 18 who are burning their wife.
Sounds like you're taking notes, dude.
I know.
That's pretty sick.
You gotta figure it out.
They just do too much. That's how they get caught because they hit up every single bank in town.
Go to different towns. Why would you stay in the same one?
Yeah,
Or you just gotta stop eventually.
Yeah, right.
You can't just keep going.
But if that's how you're making your money, though, I mean, it would be hard to stop. You have a family to support. Maybe you've allowed lifestyle creep to set in. Maybe you started spending out of your means, so you have to be stealing these checks. Gosh, I remember going to some buddy's house party in Memphis one summer many years ago, and some kid I used to go to church with, we became buddies that way, and like he and his brother were wonderful swimmers. I think the brother was maybe in the Olympics or something. But I took his ass. We ended up reconnecting later on, like smoking weed and stuff together. And I took him over to my buddy's place, and he ended up stealing my buddy's like dad's checkbook and trying to write a check, and it was like so awkward because the guy was like somebody who's in the grade above me at my high school, and I was like, oh my gosh, I wasn't it. I'm so sorry. It was just so awkward.
You apologized?
I apologize
For his wrongdoing?
Yeah, I think I was mad at my buddy. I don't even know if he.
What would he write a check for?
I was gonna say, what, did he write a check himself?
Yeah, I think it was himself. Yeah. I don't know.
It's too close for comfort.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Not like that.
And I was offended. I brought him to my buddy's place. It's a nice summertime party. And then he's going around stealing
Where did he find the
checks
checkbook?
in the dad's office or something. So
He just went in by himself, snooping around.
yeah, he was scurrying around that night.
And then right around.
Yeah, and then we never did anything. And then all these other stories about, I didn't know what was true or not. People, family members touching other family members, just it devolved. And then I was like, okay, we stopped communicating. Yeah, after that.
That's why he stole the checks.
He stole the checks
Touched.
because he was getting touched.
He's like, fuck it, I'm taking all this money.
He and his brother and his sister.
But not by the family he stole from.
No.
I'm getting touched somewhere else. Let me go steal somebody else.
I remember with the dad, we went to go see Me, Myself, and Irene in the movie theater.
Classic Jim.
And I remember, there's the one point where Jim Carrey pees, and all the pee goes up in the air, and he says something about sex dick or something, and I remember that making the father laugh really loud and really crazy. I thought, that's a little weird. And then come to find out the dad's doing weird stuff.
Oh, it was him.
It was the dad, and like we haven't said any names, and it has no idea what I'm even talking about. But yeah, I always thought it was weird that the dad thought that seems funny. I didn't really get it at the time.
Yeah.
But what? I guess sometimes something can happen and the pee comes out. Has that ever happened to you, Grant? He's laughing weird. He's laughing weird. It sounded like it does.
It's a very relatable experience.
Yeah, when you get up and it never happened, where it's like shooting straight up like that.
Well, not straight up. I've actually had it to the right. Well, actually, no, to the left. It's weird.
I know. Weird shit. And then you gotta get toilet paper and wipe down the seats.
Yeah.
On the floor.
Unfortunately.
Ugh.
So you eat the white bees and fucking everything. You just clean it all up.
We just clean it all up. Our freaking bathroom right now is just has concrete on the floor because there was some leak going on into our neighbor's thing down there. It was sickening. I looked in the hole and it was just filled with water and it smelled like mold and it was horrible. But now it's better. It doesn't really smell like that.
What happened?
Old pipe.
Our stuff was leaking, and I think it was the waste was leaking into the girl underneath. I
The
think
toilet water coming out from our downstairs neighbor.
and I was taking some big old shit. You're right.
Fruit juice.
Yeah.
And it's watery.
Oh, you're still on that British shit.
He
I
has
had
to.
to, Michael, and now I'm on Metamucil as well.
You're doing double.
I'm doing double time, and it's not. I gotta figure it
Got
out
tummy problem.
because today, actually,
Really?
Yeah, it's really bad.
I don't know.
Not good.
Before workouts, dude. Every day before workouts, I'm taking at least 3 shits.
Oh,
At
really?
least 3.
Oh, that's great.
I wish I could. The past 2 days, I took a shit. It was very weird because I'm like, oh my god, what am I on a new shit schedule? It's like, oh my gosh, because it had been kind of afternoon time, but now it's now go today.
Right. Now that you're working out, has that changed?
It's in before his workout now.
Yeah.
Well, the past 2 days, but now it was after again today, so I don't know. Yeah, tummy trouble. That's how I feel. And then I chug my prune juice out of the bottle and drink it. Just sit around and wait. And
That's our secret stuff, dude.
yeah, it's pretty good. And now we'll see about the Metamucil if that helps.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I'm gonna start getting diverticulitis. My mom got diverticulitis, so now I'm gonna get that where you gotta be on a colostomy bag.
Fuck. Yeah. Is that genetic? Is that shit passed down?
Probably. You both have tummy problem.
Yeah.
And I used to joke around on stage about being sick with diverticulitis. If the Lord works in mysterious ways, it's gonna come back to haunt me.
Subconsciously, you were talking about it, and now it's happening.
Now you're cursed.
Literally happening.
There it is. That's gonna be you.
That's gonna
Couple weeks.
So those
Where do they
things,
put the bag?
I don't know. I think they have to do a little hole in your stomach.
And what is it doing? Taking taking out your poop?
Yeah, you don't poop anymore. It's just in the bag. It just wastes itself. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Grant, pull it up.
Pull up a poop bag.
I'm pulling it up. He's looking for it right now.
You still gotta wipe your butt though, even after you put it in the bag because your butt's itchy. It's a weird thing. Like sometimes people that lose their arms, they still can like sense their arm.
Oh, no.
Gross. Are you still do wipes, guys?
Yes.
When I only use wipes. I can't use regular toilet paper anymore. That's itchy as hell.
Yeah, what do you throw them away or flush them?
I flush them.
Okay,
Are you not supposed to?
I don't trust it.
It says flush though.
I mean, after I know it says flushable, but after the neighbor's walls are leaking.
Yeah, it could be. At one point I was flushing the things. I don't know if there's a connection there. I don't know. Because, yeah, you know, what are those?
Do you like the minty ones? Or,
I don't necessarily feel a difference.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like sometimes when I use minty shampoo or something, you can feel it.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't feel that on my asshole.
Really?
I don't feel
Fair
it.
enough.
I don't feel it.
I feel like every now and again, if it's like a new pack or something, it says winter green or something else, it's a colder sensation on my hands. A little bit. Do you ever get that, Grant?
These come in like different flavors.
Yeah, but your favorite.
I think there's only two. It's just unscented strawberry, probably.
Yeah, that's the summer. Seasonal.
It's kind of a freak.
Yeah, dude, Grant's girl. Grant's gonna love strawberries. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, like your butt with the strawberry wipes before the wife comes. Oh.
It's a couple things. It's a husband-wife thing.
It's a husband and wife thing.
Yeah, that's a big part of the population who buys these. It's not just dudes wanting some sort of like baby wipe thing for their butthole. It's also kind of freaky couple.
What the fuck? There's a Christmas one.
Oh my god. Not Dingle Bells.
Dingle bells. So that's like Dingleberry. And you're not going to get Dingleberries with this thing. With this technology. Weren't they? They were on Shark Tank. I think this was a Shark Tank.
If you leave one in your pants, does it count as mistletoe so your wife can come and kiss your bum?
Yes.
I think so. I think it has to be a strawberry flavor when it does, right? Since the strawberry went up in there.
Yeah.
And then your wife come home, and then because I mean, you gotta be
Do you love
careful.
strawberries like this?
Because I would imagine even with the strawberry, it still could smell like a butthole or something. You know what I mean?
100%.
Well, yes, strawberry doo-doo sounds disgusting.
It does.
Yeah, strawberry dude.
If you wipe it enough,
What the fuck?
Dumpkin
Are you making
spice.
me think? Oh my god.
That's a real thing with the pumpkin, the dead pumpkin on the toilet. It's kind of weird.
Imagine having a fucking pumpkin spice butthole. I can't ask you. That was
Just sickening.
I can't do it.
Yeah, just
Although
sickening.
I love pumpkin pie, I don't know if I want it.
Neither do I. Think about you're walking around as maybe you're a little sweaty or something.
Oh, there we go. We got one that matches the shorts.
Oh, I love that. See,
I got aesthetic for the bathroom.
Yeah, I could carry this in these shorts, and nobody would really see it, what I was doing. I don't know. They might see an outline of something, but they're not going to be able to see because it's going to be camouflage as well. And this one's fragrance free. I think they really missed the ball on that. I think that could have been.
I don't even get what they mean by XL wipes. They seem normal every time it says XL.
They do seem normal. Is it just more
I don't know.
the number?
I want to compare it to something there.
I don't know. Grant, yeah, are there non-XL?
Do they have smalls?
Let me check the sizes. For me being a small guy, I use the XL wipes.
I think that's
I
how
need
they
'em.
come in.
I need them.
And I think that it doesn't really matter one's general size, does it? Doesn't everybody probably have a similar size kind of butt and butthole? Well, I guess obviously some people have bigger butts and stuff.
Maybe it's a matter of quantity. Like there's little single pack.
Oh, I have those.
But that doesn't say XL, so maybe we've cracked the case. Maybe the XL is the number of sheets in the.
Love it.
Damn, we figured it out. Michael, that's what we do. That's what we do on here, man. We figure stuff out. Only for anybody who
Market research.
about it. Yeah, it's market research. I love it. End of quarter 2.
Numbers. Get them in.
Yeah, he loves numbers.
The numbers good.
You're a numbers guy.
Yes.
So it's funny that you brought that up. So I see him in the gym every fucking day.
Yes.
And he's rowing 10K
takes a picture of it
And
every
he
day.
takes a picture and he sees your number.
I knew that's you.
I don't understand. I'm not good at numbers. I don't understand numbers, but I do like to type in numbers to make it seem like I'm kind of doing something. I remember memorizing, pi, the number pi. That just keeps on going. I got to 200 back in college. I was able to memorize 200. Did you know that, Grant? No. Yeah, I learned 200 numerals into pi.
How many can you do now?
Like 75 or something.
Are you kidding me?
No.
We need a little bonus content at the end of this.
Here we go.
Right through it.
Yeah, my gosh, no, it was doing here. Want me to do, let's see, 75 right now?
Sure.
3, 9, 4, 0, 1, 9, 7, 2, 1, 5, 3, 0, 0, 9, 4, 8, 6, 2. What am I at? I feel like I'm getting kind of close. 26. 26.
You lost it.
I lost it. Back it up.
I thought it was going to be like muscle memory.
Can you imagine just coming out?
I know. Like, this
Like
is
your favorite song.
Yeah, like,
What's your favorite song?
No, his favorite song that he could
What is it?
sing it.
Come on.
I'm singing this shit right now.
Singing it by heart.
By heart.
Yes.
Not from Michael. Michael's a music guy.
That's right.
Doing this shit.
I'll sing it with you. What song is it? I'll harmonize with you. Let's do it.
Your favorite one.
What's your favorite one?
You're always singing it.
Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. Merrily, 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 your boat. Gently now. Merrily, merrily,
Oh my God. You sound like the Beach Boy.
We were. Rest in peace.
I know.
Rest in peace. And we went to the wonderful
saw you.
show where you performed.
Right.
The Beach Boys show.
As a matter of fact, that was a year ago.
Holy shit, is that really real?
Yes, at the church. That's right.
That was so cool. You set up in the balcony.
It was so cool.
There he is. Brian
You
Wilson.
guys had cute little outfits.
We did. It was cool. Had like we all dressed like to the was like a Hawaiian shirt.
Oh yeah.
It was so much fun. I don't think I hadn't practiced that hard in a long time because I transcribed every
You
one.
were kind of wearing that.
Yeah, that's what we were wearing. As a matter of fact, yeah, that's exactly what we
Blue
were.
and white, maybe?
Yeah, I don't have cool hair like that.
I
Or
know.
grow it out. That's hard to grow out last minute.
Yeah.
That would be hard. You could theoretically do it though. Probably. I couldn't even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be.
You're doing it right now.
Yeah,
Right now.
I know.
Maybe
It
it's
just
in the
looks a
front.
little different.
In the back.
I know it's in the back.
Yeah.
It's kind of on the sides. It's in the back, but it's not on the front or really the top.
You're kind of like the two guys on the left with the kind of bald whole forehead right here.
Can you do that?
Oh my gosh, I didn't even notice that camera thing right there. Oh my gosh, yeah, that guy sitting up front. Maybe I'd be
There
wearing
it is. Yeah. Just coming to the left instead of coming into the back.
Maybe, yeah, I can start doing it to the left, guys. Somebody has recently come into my life with the craziest comb over. And then stealing details. And say, there's no way that guy would watch this. I'll tell you, it's not. There's no way. But it is insane looking. The comb over. Sometimes people have insane fun. It's like, dude, everybody knows. I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of doing it. So it's almost like maybe I don't have any room to talk.
That's you though. This fits you. You know, if it didn't fit you, you remember the guy in Kill Tony that had that fucking hairline all the way to the back and then he shaved his head?
Yes.
That was fucking crazy.
That was insane.
You gotta get rid of it.
He looked insane. And that was insane. What was
was that guy even thinking? I think he said his wife loved it, or no, it's fucking cool. It was like, like combed it to the side. It was the craziest hair I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, wasn't it mainly kind of hair, like a front and a lot gone in this area, but there's like a line up front that looked insane.
And then he like gelled it to the left or some fucking weird shit.
Oh wait, is it?
Uh-oh.
Do you find it
Are you pulling it
so
up?
funny?
I mean, is it this dude?
Yes.
Look at that.
Yes.
He's balding, and then whatever hair he had on top, he combed it forward.
Is that where
to the left.
that's where that's coming from?
100%.
Oh, you saw it from the behind.
I know. I didn't even get this look, and then the back. He turned around at one point. I was like, "What the fuck?"
I think my face says it all.
There you go. See,
So
that's a
much
fucking
better.
handsome dude. Look at that guy.
So much better.
I forgot his name. He came actually on the Netflix episode. Do you remember that?
Was he on that?
He was on that. I don't even know what we're supposed to say. I don't give a fuck. But he was so bad on that episode they put him out.
His name's Matt Walker, and I guess he did an update here where he actually did shake some.
Oh my
Look at him. That's a
god.
fucking handsome dude right there.
It's
Looks good.
very interesting he was wearing it the way he was.
Yeah, that's before he jumped off of the casinos. It's a casino in
They cut him out
Vegas.
of
They cut him out of the net.
Right. And now he's not here anymore. So also rest in peace, right?
Rest in peace to this guy. Look, it's always the people you least expect. I mean, look at that picture. You think this dude's having a wonderful time at Vegas. He's having a great time.
That's correct. What hotel did he? What casino was it?
Resorts World?
Yeah, we're
Damn, where we played to.
I know. It's weird. It's weird to think about that. I'm sure that if you had other shows where you end up hearing about some
Disaster. That stuff. Let's move it aside.
It's kind of sad. Again, the Lord works in weird ways because this guy, it's like he figured it out. Like he was looking insane with his hair. He's looking better. And then it's like, dude, we get it. It's Christmas time. We don't have it. Yeah.
A couple months later, just don't look at that. God.
Graham, what would you do if you were going, well, you got to get out of hair though, Graham, but what would you do? Would you pull a move like this? Would you just shave it? Would you get a toupee? What would you even do?
Honestly, I like your look. You have a good look.
So you just do it a little longer, maybe. And yeah, a little longer. Yeah, keep it a little longer because it's like, I still got some hair.
I like growing out the sides like that. Yeah.
Looks good under hats.
You can wear a hat.
He does look good. You look good.
But
But you have to be careful that some people only start wearing hats, and I can't turn it. I don't know.
You
There's
could.
nothing wrong with I'm going to be a hat guy. I don't know.
I wear hats all the time.
And it keeps the sun out of your face.
100%. I don't wear sunglasses. Only hats.
Never. I don't like it. Man, growing up around here where it can be so sunny, never sun.
Never. I'm not a sunglass guy. They don't fit my face. I don't know. It doesn't fit my face.
I didn't like them for a long time. It took me a while.
So what would you do? Have you ever put like the football
I did that.
stuff underneath your eye?
Does that help? It does help. It reflects the sun. That actually really does help.
Oh my gosh. Or like the people that live in Antarctica and stuff that wear the glasses with like the little slits in the middle. Maybe that could work.
Graham, pull it up. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Inuit, like little Indio glasses? What are you talking about? There we go. Give me some stuff. You see me? I can't do it.
He
See,
hates
those
it.
look great on me.
He hates them.
Already.
Graham, please get him off. You're bringing up money stuff right when he walks in. And you're putting the money that I made on my favorite appropriate shit.
Give me the shakedown. Here we go. You said the Inuits.
Yeah, maybe you can look into something like this, but this is the
Oh, shit. I've never seen that before.
maybe that, and that could be
Fuck yeah.
that would be a fun look. That was maybe similar to what we would wear in the 7th grade when we took this typing class, and now I kind of regret, even though I almost never really typing, but I regret not taking the class because I would just look down. It was glasses like that to make it so you could cheat, but all you had to do was do your head down, and then you could see the things and type.
Oh. So you were learning how to type without looking.
These weird glasses, kind of like that. But
they're probably fucking incredible typers.
They'd probably be wonderful. Incredible. I think a lot of them could be the court reporter people, but those keyboards, those are kind of weird. If you ever see somebody typing on one of those things, the court transcriber, I think they're good at that.
Like 9 buttons or something.
Yeah.
For all the words in the world.
Yeah. I don't even know how it works.
What are they called? What are those people called? Stenographer. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I don't even know how that works. Hopefully I'm never in a courtroom. How do you think you'd hold up in a courtroom? Think it'd be okay?
I hold up pretty well.
Yeah, good.
I can't go to jail, man. I'm tiny. I'm gonna be somebody's bitch when I'm fat. I can't. I'm too. No, way too. I won't last.
Yeah, I don't think I would. I mean, I wouldn't. I don't think that there's no way I don't.
You've killed a lot of people. I think you could fucking hold your own.
Yeah, it's like, well, do I go in there and tell everybody about my exploits? Or
You don't have to. You got the world.
You think, you know what I mean? Kind of like got the crazy.
I'll be like, my dad's a lawyer.
Yeah, well, you're watching one of the couples of that thing.
My family's a lawyer.
Yeah, all his family was a lawyer. It was all just stupid. He was in a no wake zone on his boat and made a wave, and then they caught his ass. And there's some wasted girl the whole time. Let's just watch.
And he finally got a hold of his dad, and his dad's like, just gonna get in trouble. Okay, bye. He wasn't helping him at all.
Yeah, fucking dude, go spend that time in there.
Hey, Michael, by the way, is there anybody, don't you go on live sometimes on Instagram?
I do, yeah.
If somebody, and I'm not going to say the name, but if somebody ever is requesting, do you ever notice somebody requesting songs like Wipeout?
To be honest with you, I don't look at the comments when I'm on. I literally just turn it on so that, like, people have requested to see me practice before, and I was like, well, I'll just fucking turn it on and literally just focus on my practicing.
Yeah.
And I don't, if I'm looking at the camera, I like swipe down so you don't see the comments, and I just look to see, it's almost like a mirror.
Well, that's William on his fake account asking you why you're doing that shit.
No, it's my dad.
Oh, your dad sent me messages all the time. It's like, hey, this is William's dad. Just saying you're doing great.
Yeah, he's the one who requests the songs. I'll let him know that you're not actually looking at the things and got offended a little
We're gonna
bit.
get on TikTok. Oh shit, you got mad?
I'm kidding. He did not get mad, but I will let him know.
Larry, though.
Yeah, well,
I'm gonna have to fight him.
he's up to, he does 70 push-ups.
At once.
Yeah, he can do 70
That's
push-ups.
not fucking easy.
His age, I know.
Was he an athlete when you were growing up?
A left-handed,
When he was younger?
a left-handed pitcher.
No shit.
Yeah, for Georgia Tech, and then played for the Cincinnati Reds, or got like a letter from the Reds to play for their organization. Yeah, this is Lloyd. There's Larry. But yes, decided to move to Memphis and be a lawyer, and then he met my mom, and then,
Well, there you go.
and then I show up, I don't know, maybe a week or two later after he moves to Memphis.
Damn. You just walked in.
Yeah, I'm not Larry's kid. It's my mom. Got some. Get out of here.
Yeah. I'm learning so much about you today, dude.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what to talk about.
It's not for everybody. It's just for us.
I know. Well, I will let Larry know that you're not looking. That you don't look at the.
Now, the next time I'm going on, I'll send you a message. Tell him to get on, and I'll just play Wipeout for your pop.
Wipeout, and also, what was the other one? Are you familiar with the song Inagata Davida?
No.
Well, there's a great drum solo. Inagata Davida.
You really don't?
I don't know that.
You do.
Oh, it's a
If you
classic
heard
from Iron Butterfly.
I definitely don't.
What is this, Graham? Like the 60s or late 60s, maybe? Yeah. I think he was trying to say in the Garden of Eden, but it was messed up. And that came out. But they have a wonderful, see, it's very kind of dramatic.
You know it.
Yeah, Iron Butterfly. I remember getting this CD when I was doing construction work one summer.
This is 100% 60s.
Oh, it's great. And yeah, you see it's a pretty long song. Yeah. It's a drum solo, so yeah, learn that at some point. All right. Very early. Just in the future, it's probably weird. I haven't listened to it in forever. Is that how long the song is?
16 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a lot of time, man. That's a lot. How long is a drum solo? 10 minutes of that?
Yeah, it could be 10 minutes. Well, I'll tell Larry that's crazy. He's probably messing around saying that one. But you might like the song.
No, I'm sure. I've never heard of Iron Butterfly before.
Yeah, Iron Butterfly. Aren't you a fan, Grant? Oh, yeah.
Of their whole discography.
I'd only ever heard this song.
So this was around the Hendrix timeline.
Hendrix, rest in peace. Who's your favorite? You're a music guy. Who's your favorite? Who are your favorite musicians? Did you have any inspirations growing up?
Yeah, man. Actually, it's funny enough. I was just watching the movie last night. Have you ever seen That Thing You Do? It's Tom Hanks' directorial, and he wrote the movie and his directorial debut.
No.
It's fucking awesome, man.
Okay, I need to watch it. I was on some streaming thing the other day, and I noticed it on there, and I remember growing up seeing it.
There it is.
Not seeing it, but seeing like the cover of it.
Yeah, Guy Patterson, Tom Everett Scott, all the way to the right. That guy is the reason I play games.
The guy all the way
to the right. His nickname is Shades.
Oh, really? He's always got the.
And you hate sunglasses.
And I fucking hate sunglasses, dude. I never wear them.
You would almost guess because I think you would have gotten it too.
Like, I exclusively be wearing sunglasses.
There he is.
Yeah, I like it.
Dude, that's the greatest drum intro.
Did you like what was the drum movie kind of recent?
Whiplash.
Did you like that?
Fucking trash.
What were your thoughts? Because I kind of liked it, but I'm ignorant.
Yeah.
I'm ignorant to anything. Any music.
It wasn't realistic, and the shit that he was doing in the movie was just. I mean, don't get me wrong. Miles Teller is a great actor. J.K. Simmons, incredible actor, deserved Academy Award. Whatever.
I think that J.K. Rowling. No, I'm kidding.
The yellow
penis guy.
The yellow peanut M&M.
Oh, wait, is that him?
I think he's one of the M&Ms.
Who's the yellow peanut M&M? Which guy? The guy. Oh, the bald guy.
He plays Spider-Man too. He's
Spider-Man?
Ow, what's the fucking the
Doc Ock.
Jonah Jameson. Yes.
Jonah Jameson.
The lead guy at where fuck it, I don't know, dude. He works for the Daily Bugle. Yes.
Thank you, Grant.
Yeah, that guy. I don't know names, dude. But
Unrealistic.
it was unrealistic. It was such an unrealistic.
Nobody's acted like that.
No, not
In what way? Him being the guy, which guy? So somebody would be as hardcore as this guy?
Probably no. You wouldn't take it in music like that. And it felt like too much. And also, like I said, Miles Teller is an incredible actor. It just didn't seem like he put enough time into playing drums, you know?
Yeah,
and actually...
Yeah, he would never get better. He was being yelled at.
Yeah.
But even like Tom Everett Scott actually learned how to play drums for That Thing You Do. And they practiced as a band for like months before they even started shooting. So
this one, he probably didn't even know how to play the drum.
I hate stuff like that.
That's
Miles, lazy.
That's Hollywood these days.
I'll give him lessons. Miles, come down to Austin, bro. I'll give you some drum
And
lessons.
redo the movie.
Redo it. I'll be your drum teacher for a couple months. Let's see what's up.
Take some lessons with Michael. Come work out with us.
Come on, man.
Then we're gonna get you. Y'all are gonna do the movie again.
That's right. And then we get to be in the next Top Gun as well. So that's the train
Next Top Gun, and also I think we should ask in the remake of that movie. Remember, was he in a car crash? Did he get in that car crash? Yeah. What causes a car crash? Another car?
Exhaustion. Oh, does he fall asleep at the?
Yeah, I think so. Like he's like stressed. And there's other people in the car, right? Or no, I think it's just him. Well, maybe in the remake,
You guys.
be in the back seat or something, and just be like buddies that they haven't seen in the movie yet, but we're just hanging out. We're in the car.
And then
We're trying to keep them away.
And then it turns into an insurance fraud movie because you do get in the accident and your guys are a liability because he was the driver.
Right.
Yeah. And then
We both walk away with fake injuries. We're good, but we're trying to get that money.
we need that money.
We need that money.
He fucked up.
And then he shows up as the insurance guys and all the insurance.
Yeah. State Farm. Yeah.
It's better than Allstate. To be honest, I don't like those Allstate commercials. I don't like that main guy. I don't like these people they're choosing.
You like the Limu?
I like Limu kind of. That's it. Not the other guy, but Limu. I like this guy, and he's okay. And then the guy that says Liberty. Like, find something else. And now he's literally saying Liberty, which was like part of the joke in the early ones. And now he's just saying it. It's like, it's too much. It's too much. I don't like it either. And insurance can be a scam anyway.
Would you be in an insurance commercial?
We should do that. Why don't we be in
You guys should be the next star.
100%?
Which, yeah, we can with Geico.
Are they looking for a new State Farm guy?
State Farm. The Chaos guy.
You wouldn't match the State Farm uniform. Your hair's perfect.
So I can just put on a uniform and then, just put on
You guys,
khakis.
do they need a revamp?
There's Limu. I can play Limu. Yeah, you can play the other. I don't like sunglasses.
We gotta figure out.
Yeah.
Why does he look like a janitor?
What about the generator?
There you go. You see?
Jake.
That's a handsome fucking guy. I would like to think he's really nice in real life because I cannot kind of stand his ass in the commercial. So I just pray he's some really nice guy in real life, and he just better be, because if he's some nasty guy in real life, then that's a major problem because he seems kind of nasty in the commercial, right? A little bit, yeah. Kind of condescending to everybody, all those professional athletes. It's like, dude,
whatever. It off screen and then just flips it on when he's on screen.
I think he's probably making way too much money. I think the money's going to his head. I think if you become one of the main spokespeople for one of these freaking insurance things, I'm sure he is cleaning up right now. Yeah, I think he can change you.
I miss the Aaron Rodgers fucking stuff.
That's what I'm saying. They always end up getting rebooted, so maybe you guys could be the next flow.
Bro, we need to get in contact.
Big Mike and Big Red, dude.
Yeah, Big Mike, Big Red, here to help you on your motorcycle insurance, and then we come in on motorcycle. Yeah, bundle up with our bundle.
Bundle it up.
And then it's like, we're in a snow area, about to get on our motorcycles. Bundle up with us and bundle your insurance. Home audit and auto.
You driving the motorcycle or am I driving when you're behind me?
I'll get behind you. That's what I'm used to. That's what I'm used to. That's what I had to do on the snowmobiles when I was the snowmaker. I had to. Oh, yeah.
Get Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be Jim Daniels. I'll be Jim Carrey.
Oh, my gosh. And then I accidentally pee on you. And then you really called and we stick together. I thought that was one of the funniest scenes in that movie where they are stuck together because of the TNT.
Because it was so cool.
Oh my gosh. And then when he comes out of the thing and he's like, big old mom, see you later, whatever. That was always my favorite part, I think, because it was so stupid.
Apparently, I've heard the story before. Apparently, those guys weren't even a part of the movie. That's why Jim Carrey, that also wasn't in the script. So he goes, oh, big old mom. All right, see you later. Yeah, because it's just two black guys standing in front of the convenience store. And they don't clear
It's real people at a convenience store.
Apparently, that's what I heard. I don't know. Could be wrong.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
That's funny.
Look at that, dude. That's us.
That's us. Who is it? Wait, Grant, what is that picture? That's not the guys
recreating it.
Oh, well,
That's right.
it's fun. There must be buddies. Oh my gosh, they were on that thing for a long time. You'd have to be so careful, I would think.
There it is. Big go, son. All right, see you.
Oh, man. Well, yeah, we'll talk to the right people.
I think we need
to help.
I think we need to
Commercial. Grant, you can help maybe?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Grant. We got the cameras. Why don't we just film our own commercial? We'll fund it, and then we'll let somebody buy it from us.
And maybe like wear green screen shirts so you can put any company.
There we go.
Be very vague.
We'll do the Shane Gillis thing. How he did tires first. He paid for it, did it all, and then Netflix was like, boom, we got it.
We can start doing that before. Yeah, we got to pick which insurance company we want to be working for. How about filming?
We shoot it, we send it to all of them, and then they gotta see, like, we'll make the decision.
send in the emails, you can be like, hey, we want to reach out to you because so-and-so is really interested in us, but we wanted you first because they think someone else is
We
looking.
play them against themselves.
Grant, you can help with this.
Obviously, we
Can you edit the video?
Obviously, we pay your ass some money. Can you help us?
Yeah, can we talk about the money?
Yeah. I knew that. Yeah, I knew it was going to be the one.
Yeah, I regret
He
it.
said it when I came in. We was talking about the money.
Can you believe that? It's like, yeah, Grant, we're doing, we got some people helping, and okay,
I will say, he does a good job. So should we just pay him the money then?
yes, okay.
Negotiate.
I'm gonna do the line, Grant, from Jerry Maguire.
Show me the money.
Damn.
Here we go.
Sounded just like it.
He's killing it. Show me that money.
That's my favorite part.
That money.
That was so funny when I was a kid when it would be on all the commercials.
What, for like commercials for the movie's gonna be on that channel later on? And then they just be doing the show me the money.
They say it a lot in that
They do.
movie.
Yeah, they do say it.
And Cuba Gooding Jr. got in a lot of trouble, I think. After that,
Cuba.
I think after it was either Mighty Joe Young or
The
what
one
was the
with
other
the
gorilla?
snow dogs, maybe?
Oh yeah,
He was in Snow Dogs too.
yes.
They're not
Not too bad.
Yeah. He missed out on that whole franchise because people loved him in Snow Dogs, but then when something like there he was after
The glove didn't fit.
pleading,
That would not happen.
I'm pretty sure.
glove didn't fit. And it's like, well, it's Snow Dogs. It's like I need gloves that keep my hands warm or whatever. I'm not going to be able to do two.
I think I heard that he abused a couple of those dogs. I think
I
that's why
think
he
it was
got
animal
Yeah,
yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
It was animal stuff.
He ate two of them that weren't even that sick. And up there, you eat the dogs if they're sick, then you got to eat them. But he was eating dogs that weren't even sick, and they catch his ass in some TV. Seriously.
With the
Yeah, Snow Dogs. See, he would have been, I mean, he's the face of Snow Dogs. He's not even in Snow Dogs.
Which ones are the duck ones again?
It's the bottom left.
Yeah,
It's the two gray.
One bottom, right there, and then the one above.
Yes.
Like, kind of close to his face. Yeah, the two gray
And
ones.
also, what the fuck is that Australian Shepherd doing? They're not even a fucking husky. What is it?
Yeah, I don't
It's
know.
hard to train those for animal actors.
Yeah, there's only so many of the Huskies that they do have for animal actor stuff, because a lot of people don't want their Husky to be an animal actor. Like, some people do, but there's a lot of people that don't with Huskies, so that's why it's hard.
I wonder why.
I don't know. I think after how they did Beethoven, how they treated his ass, remember him? That
Everyone
big old
looked at, they always look at breeds a certain way, Dalmatians, the St. Bernards.
Yeah, St. Bernards. Did you ever see Beethoven?
I didn't. I was going to ask you, doesn't he die at the end of that movie?
Or does he have babies?
I think he has babies, but the bad guy ends up a thing of shotters launched in the air, and the shots, the needles, all get in his chest at the same time. That always scared me.
I don't think I've 100% seen it.
Oof, it is brutal at the end of it. Yeah, all this stuff gets in him. Ugh.
Have you showed that movie to your kids, Grant?
Beethoven?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Well, we'll do it as soon as possible because they're about to be too old for it, probably.
Yeah, it's true. You can never be too old for needles in a dog's chest.
Well, the bad guy's chest. Oh, God, it was in Beethoven's chest. Thank God. I mean, Beethoven saved the kid.
That's how you know I haven't seen it. There it is.
Oh, those dogs are so slobbery. Too much saliva, but they're cute.
Oh my gosh, look at him. And he took some chicken or whatever, and what's that, a turkey bone? Or yeah, turkey with the white thing on the end. I never had a turkey like that. I always wanted a turkey like that with the little thing on the end of it on the drumstick.
It's like a piece of paper.
Yeah, just make it.
Gonna eat it all. Doesn't care.
Yeah. But yeah, my gosh, I highly recommend it if you're ever looking for something to watch at night or whatever.
Yeah.
Beethoven.
I'm not too old now.
No, it's actually better now.
Fantastic. Yeah, oh my gosh. I could not watch it now because I would start feeling some nostalgia too much, and it would be like, turn it off. I'm starting to feel weird. When the opening scene, I'd be like, oh God, turn it off.
Oh shit, there it is. Fucking turkey mittens. They're called. paper frill booties.
What happened to those? Why did we stop doing that?
I don't know. I think
As a
COVID or
country.
something. I think it was. Why did they start doing that? That's.
It's amazing.
It's to keep them. It's to keep
It
them
makes the plate beautiful.
Yeah, to spice it up, they started doing it
It's like an aesthetic.
during the Great Depression. It's like all they had was paper around. So it's like they gotta be excited. They get the one meal a day or whatever. God, I hope we don't go into a freaking depression.
We're about to be OMAD.
OMADs. That's tough. OMADs?
1 meal a day.
Oh, is that what an OMAD person, they eat one meal a day?
We're gonna have to.
I died pretty quickly. I'll go first.
You wouldn't.
I'm skinny, man. I have to eat.
Well, you can start stashing food or something now.
Yeah, but then I'm stealing from other people.
Well, you can already get prepared.
He has a farm. He has a family.
Yeah, you gotta realize I have a ranch.
Yeah, ranch.
That's right.
You can start stocking up the ranch now.
He has a family ranch. They'll be fine.
We'll be fine. You wanna come to the ranch?
Yeah.
Hey,
Sir,
I will need a
chickens
place to go.
There.
and eggs.
No chickens.
They can get some before everything
We
happens.
could.
We can hunt, right?
That's right.
The animals we can hunt, yeah, for sure.
I have a lot of exotic game.
Yeah, we love to.
A lot of cows. So we're not gonna. There's no shortage of meat.
And then what? You got some refrigerators or something around with freezers?
Cold, big ass freezers.
What if like a generator or something?
Okay, I got 2 of them.
And then what? So we need to have a lot of fuel.
We have that too.
Oh, really?
Tanks and fuel.
You have to on a ranch.
You have to.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we've got backhoes, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so we could be set down there for some amount of time.
Yeah. And I'm only inviting you two. Grant. Wow. I know, Grant. Looks like you're gonna have to pay
He's a whole family.
Shooting this commercial for you guys. That's fine.
We're gonna pay your
You're definitely coming
ass
in.
for doing it, dude.
If you do it for free, you and your whole family can come and live on the ranch with us.
Now that's bargain.
I know.
That's pretty smooth. Okay.
And why? Because we got what beer guys? 10 years, 5 years. I mean, when it's really popping off, where we have 20 years.
I think we it's between 15 and
15 to 20, and then it's all kind of going down. Then it's all going to be robot cars. Nobody's going to be able to drive Lyft or Uber. Everybody's going to have a job and not work. No jobs at all. What's everybody going to be doing? That's the scary part. It's too many people.
Speaking of robots, did you see that fucking robot running on 6 feet the other day?
I saw it on like Instagram.
I saw it.
Me too. I saw a video.
Do you see that, Grant?
I did.
What? Who is he?
Yeah, is he allowed to be walking outside?
Chilling, just talking to people with a fucking cowboy hat on.
I saw the cowboy hat.
People?
Yes.
You're kidding.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
What? It's fucking
I
crazy.
hate him.
And then
He walks weird.
It's so.
Yeah, I hate
look at that shit. That's fucking crazy. It's just a midget robot with a fucking.
He's not that big, right?
No, it's not. It's a tiny robot with a fucking cowboy hat, just running around saying hello to me. Yeah.
Who?
I don't like this at all.
I don't know. Does he own himself? Is it a thing?
Oh my god.
Is it a Tesla robot?
I feel like the main guy at the end of Apocalypto right now, where they see the Spanish galleons or whatever coming up into the thing, and it's like, oh my gosh, you just survived this craziness, but like a real hell is about to start. He doesn't even. That's what I feel like seeing this right here. It's we're about to be overrun with robots. I can't even believe he's allowed outside at night.
What is he wearing? Like dunks?
With fucking dunks on. It's like, how do you even run that fast in dunks anyways?
And dunks. What is he, work a job? Like, seriously? Was he somebody family? Like, what? I don't get it. Do we steal them?
He was the referee.
Yes.
That's the locker.
Oh my gosh, these fuckers are a great employee.
What's his name? I know he has a name.
Do they say Grant? Do they say online?
He introduced himself.
I'm trying to figure out where they talk about what this is.
There's a whole video of him, and you know what? Somebody from the mothership recorded a video. That's how something for some
Oh, was he
reason
working in Flash?
Yeah,
Have you met him yet?
I have.
Would you say hi?
I shake his hand. I'd probably steal his fucking
think
thumbs
he-
right off his feet. 100%. You're a fucking robot.
Or that cowboy had someone shot him. Got his ass and just took him, someone kidnapped him. I'm almost shocked.
What if you bully him and just fucking get fucking get?
I wonder if he would try to get it back.
Do they know how to fight? Like, is this dangerous? Is it going to turn dangerous? I don't know.
I don't know. he seems pretty strong, though, but the way he runs is not athletic at all. Yeah,
Sure, if you had like a shotgun or something and you blasted that thing a couple times, I'm sure it's hitting the ground. Unless, I don't know, maybe it's real powerful. What it's made out of, maybe it does look powerful. Look at it. Chill.
I hated it so much.
Maybe it doesn't bump into people. It looks like he'd bump into people. Nothing. Yikes.
Why'd you decide to run away too?
His running form's all completely off. He's running flat-footed.
That's him after he just planted the pipe bomb. Get away. Get away.
That's his evil laugh as he's running away.
Which is so scary. So, I mean, again, I think this is what we're going to be seeing in the future. A lot of these things creeping around, walking around, causing mischief, causing chaos, taking all our jobs.
For sure. Would you have him at your crib and let him do, like, everything for you?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
if I did that, he seemed cool or whatever, even though I realize he's a robot, but, like, deep down, I really think he's got a back. I don't know.
Maybe.
You see, what is that, a flamethrower? I immediately
Just on his back, just fucking takes off.
I mean, yeah, it looks like
That would
something.
actually be fucking sick.
I think we're just going to happen. Those could be our soldiers here in some amount of time. Our little soldiers.
Small soldiers.
Little small soldiers.
Toy soldiers.
Remember that movie?
I do, because I remember we saw it with the Ragsdales, our neighbors, and then Nancy.
The Ragsdales.
Ragsdales, yeah. And then she let us pick out a toy at Target after the movie. It was quite the day.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. It was a very fun day.
What's that? Toy themed day.
So I never bought toys as a kid. When Small Soldiers came out, I had a whole collection.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That was like the first thing I was like, oh, I gotta get these action figures.
How old would you have been?
What is that, 96 or 98? 98, yeah. I was born 92, so I was 6. So I was still in the time where I was like, I didn't really play with toys. I was always outside.
Oh, I love toys.
Oh, really? That movie changed me. I was like, oh, I gotta get the what's the leader of the Gorgamites? Do you remember that?
Gorgamites, yeah.
And then Tommy Lee Jones was the small soldier, like the main guy.
Yeah. Oh, I used to love that. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
There it is. Look at how fucking cool those.
Those are pretty good. Do you have those?
I collected them all. I'm pretty sure I had all of them.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, those are cool.
They're creepy as fuck.
And then did you end up getting other action figures in the future after that, or it was just these guys?
One and done. One movie and done.
Oh my gosh. So what, you play with them?
It was more of just like having them there because they looked cool. You know what I mean? I don't know if I ever even fucking took them out of the box. I never like played with things. My imagination wasn't like that.
Yeah.
I was always I had too much energy. Like it was like running everywhere.
Yeah, I used to love making bases and stuff for my little action figures, like G.I. Joe's. Oh yeah, I used to love making the bases. I had a Princess Jasmine figure. I didn't get her kissing some of the dudes sometimes. Oh yeah,
G.I. Joe. There was a crossover. G.I. Joe.
Oh yeah, I don't have different kinds of action figures I'm playing with at the same time.
There it is. So my favorite character was the one all the way to the left, the blue one. His head used to turn around. He used to turn like that.
Yeah, I
forgot all their names, but those are the Gorgamites. I do remember that.
I love it. I think at Taco Bell at one point, I remember that eye was around a straw, maybe. I don't know if that was a sis, but I remember some sweet straw I got at Taco Bell one time with an eye. Yeah, it looked like that. I don't know if it was the same. Who knows?
I think his name is Insaniac.
Yes, that one. That was my favorite character. Damn, look how fucking creepy that looks, though.
I know it does.
I was digging that shit when I was fucking 6.
So you never play with like cars or anything, like little toy cars? You have to look playing with little toy
Like Hot Wheels? Never had Hot Wheels.
Oh, okay. But you were playing outside, so you were having a good time.
Yeah, I was playing outside.
My dad, video games at all?
I did. I had a PS1 and a PS2. My dad used to love kicking my ass at NCAA. Oh my gosh. The football game. That was pretty much the only games we ever played, and it was mostly because my dad would buy the system, and then we'd play, and then he'd fucking kick my ass, and then I remember throwing the remote control at the TV. He's like, all right, we're done.
It's hilarious. Did he have a team? Who was his team? He would always pick the shitty teams. So I would always play with like USC or UT or all the the top teams, and he'd play with fucking Tulane or Ohio. What's fucking Miami, Ohio, and fucking beat my ass because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. That's hilarious. So is he just playing it on his own song? No, he didn't. He would just play against me and just fucking whip my ass. I never beat him. Ever. Oh my god. Yeah, he's still like fucking 27-0 versus me. That's hilarious. Yeah. I now gotta play again sometime, maybe, or maybe it's not even. I'd kick his ass now for sure. I know what I'm doing now. Really? Yeah. Well, now they're real, because I got an NCAA game like a year ago with another thing, and it was fun, but it seems, I don't know, it's different now, harder or something, like harder than I remember. I think the athletes are getting paid for their names now. I know, I think they are. It's good for them, yeah. Because it was just the.
You have your girlfriends text you now?
In the game?
And your coaches and your girlfriends?
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Storyline? Oh, yeah.
It's like Sims.
Oh, for sure, yeah. You got it. You never.
Oh, my girlfriend texted me. My coach texted me.
I wish I had a girl fucking. I have to go play a game for a girl. Wow. No real awkward. Kind of like, come on, lady, somebody text me. Somebody
Here's
text
his
Michael.
number.
There it is. I had 2002, and 2003, and 2005. Yeah, Karen, that's what I did. Oh, you know 2004, I had Madden 2004 with Michael Vick on the cover, and that was the only reason I got that. Michael Vick was my favorite football player. Still is. I don't care about it. He was my favorite football player. Now he's a high school coach. He was great. Yeah, Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech is wonderful at Virginia Tech. That's right. There it is. That soundtrack is fucking killer.
Yeah, video games have good songs.
Specifically, Madden. Like all the football games have incredible soundtracks. That one's really good. Love that. Yeah, I've been playing some Star Wars game, and it's a bunch of Star Wars sounding music. And I'm not a Star Wars fan, but I've loved it. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've loved it. But I've got to stop. Did you ever play, like, NFL Blitz or Slugfest? Do you remember MLB Slugfest? Used to love Blitz and putting the codes in at the beginning to have like a flaming skull. Yeah. Oh, that's the shit. That's the shit I played as a kid. Oh, yeah. That must have been on PlayStation or something. So you had like an N64 and then a PS2. And then, hold on a second. Did you get the Grand Theft Auto game or you were playing it? I did it. My parents never got me. Yeah, because it is kind of like heavy. Yeah, it's violent. I remember I wasn't allowed to whenever my buddy Bennett's house. There it is. NFL Blitz. Yeah, that's the shit right there. Yeah, whenever my buddy Bennett's house, and it was just blown away by the Grand Theft Auto. I thought it was so fun. And then I'm talking to Bennett the other night, and he tells me at the end of our conversation, oh, yeah, I was talking, because one of Bennett's friends died, I guess. And then he told his mom that, and I guess the friend had the same name as my dad. And so then Bennett's mom ends up telling people that I have died. So somehow the story got switched. Yeah, so it got switched up. So all these people in Memphis are thinking I'm dead very recently. And then I tell my mom, and then she got all offended that the people didn't reach out to her, which I think is a very legitimate grievance. Yeah, it actually is. So nobody called my freaking mom. It all pissed me off. The whole thing pissed me off. I get it. But I'm sure she was fucking so pissed. Who, my mom? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if he starts a big feud in Memphis. So what did Bennett say? He didn't. We haven't talked to him. Well, then I called my other friend, and I was offended with my other friend that he didn't call and see how I was doing. And well, he thought you were dead. See? I know. Well, I also asked if he was sad. If he was sad about it, and he wasn't. I think, he was kind of laughing it off, which is so funny. So I don't know. People grieve differently. I know people do grieve differently. When the police called my phone the one time, when I was living in LA, when I called the dude, telling him I was trapped in these underwater caverns. I remember that. You said that story. Yeah, the freaking the police were talking to my parents, and I remember thinking my dad seemed nice and sad, but my mom should have seemed a little bit more sad. I thought personally. Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I know she was sad, but luckily I was not dead. Luckily I was not about to drown in an underwater cavern thing. What a dumb man.
Yeah, that would have been hard.
That would have been hard. It would have been a scary way to go. I'm sure it gets freaking dark in there. You run out of light, some air bubble or something.
I'm a thrill seeker, but that shit kind of freaks me out a bit.
Oh, yeah, there's no way. Bro, promise me, Michael, you never do that.
No.
That would be...
Is it called spelunking? Is that what you're doing?
I think spelunking's in the cave. I think this is just called cave diving when you're doing you're in the cave underwater.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'd do that.
But you're not going into these little
Crevices. Yeah, it's insane. It's so dumb.
Watching the videos of the people doing it, it just makes me feel horrified.
Have you seen that movie? I can't remember the name of it. I think Viggo Mortensen is the main character.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, that's it.
Is he in Lord of the Rings?
Yes. He plays them. Not Frodo.
He's pretty cool.
He's incredible. Part 3.
Yeah.
Return of the King.
He's good in that.
Yeah.
I'd like to watch it again. You know what I hate? That freaking, what's his name from Taken is the new Naked Gun movie. Did you ever see that? What is this movie? Or what is this?
Let's see. That's definitely the movie.
In a cave.
So they actually learned how to swim in those crevices. Because it's the Filipino boys that get stuck in that cave. That monsoon.
The soccer team or whatever.
That's correct.
What were they doing?
Fucking around.
They were running a cave.
Playing soccer.
Playing soccer in there. Seems like it'd be dark. Maybe they had a light up soccer ball.
They did.
Which would be pretty sweet. Maybe that would be really cool to play soccer.
Yeah, but what happens when the battery goes out? There's no more light.
Yeah, you hope somebody has some matches or has something, or a headlamp or something, or you're screwed, or everybody's stuck down there. Well, that's what happened.
But when they were filmed, who's the director? It's Ron Howard, the redhead.
We love him.
So Ron had them learn how to dive in those crevices. They actually did that.
Really?
Yeah, they built a whole set, and all the lead actors were actually swimming in those crevices. Like, because he wanted to make it as real as possible. Which is pretty
Should watch that one. I've seen it. I've seen previews for it. I need to watch it.
Yeah, it should be on Amazon.
I'll look it up on Amazon. Yeah. Wait, have you seen it? Did you ever see the Naked Gun movies?
I haven't.
They're pretty funny with Leslie Nielsen. Yeah. But they got the new guy. Who's the guy? I can't think of the guy's name. Who's in the Taken movies?
Oh, he's Liam Neeson.
I don't know why. I never believed it. The first Taken movie I saw.
That's real?
Yeah. What the fuck? I don't even know if I'm gonna watch it. And I'm not a hater, generally not a hater, but I don't know why. But I saw the first Taken, or maybe some of it, and I was like, I don't believe this guy's doing all this. I'm never watching this again. Yeah, I like it. You didn't believe it? No, normally I swear I'm not a hater like this, but I did not. I was not a fan, and now he's fucking. Now he's Naked Gun. I hate it.
I don't think I'm gonna like this very much. I like Taken a lot. It fucking, I'm in that shit.
Yeah, I like revenge stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. But maybe I should watch it again or something. We'll see if he's funny or not. I don't think Naked Gun is funny.
I don't think he's gonna be funny.
Yeah, I don't think he will either. What do you think, Grant?
I don't know. I saw him do that sketch with like Ricky Gervais where he's acting like he has AIDS. He's pretty funny in that sketch, so maybe he can do it, but he's such a serious actor. I don't see him do comedy.
We'll see. I didn't know about that sketch.
Yeah, that's old school.
Yeah, he was, I thought, hilarious.
That was some of my dad's favorite movies. I never got to watch any of those.
Oh, really? Well, there's still time. Like Airplane, that's a classic.
Yeah, that's goofy. Leslie, too.
Yeah, it's great. Well, Michael Gonzalez, thank you so much for being on the show today. It really is a pleasure. It's been a year.
It had
It's been almost 100 episodes.
It's been almost 100 episodes since the last time. It's such a pleasure.
Look at that. Thank you to our sponsors.
Yeah, got it. They are mercenaries right now. Goldie May Star, Graham's Worst Nightmare, Curly at WMS.LOL. I Love Big Macs, Jenny J, Jazz, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Rackle, Captain Chaos, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Luke Luke, Mista Alex, Nigel. That's kind of fun.
That's a great name.
Yeah, Mista Alex, Poppy, Nolan Floyd, Opalonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt.
Yeah, that's my homie. Poopsicle Butt. Shout out to Poopsicle Butt.
Shout out Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel, Storm Sparkle, Shady Shinakaya from the Big Islands, Zarak Shiva, Sir Timothy Jones, Esquire. Sir, he's a lawyer. The Gaming Crooner, the Wizard, Vader, Weed, Vicious, McFisty, White Magic, William Casey, the Cats, William, Karen, William, Ramsey. Work Drive Show on YouTube. Choose your own adventure. You choose your own adventure. Zombie? Why'd you laugh? You choose your own adventure on it.
It's the most you might know.
Zombie Warlock, Aqua Boy. Oh my gosh, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Asselon Avery's your soup. I'm loving it. Beef in Ashen, Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny 8 Ford, Dingleberry Harry, there it is. To all uncles, kiss on the lips. Doha King, Dr. B. Dugan, Drop Nation.
There's some news.
Eli Slugworth, Goldie Mason.
Oh, Eli Slugworth. That's the dude that makes
That's
us look like
the AI.
Yeah,
He's
that's
a
the AI
robot.
guy.
He's a robot.
He's a fucking robot.
Yeah.
That's how he makes us look fucking
He's a
holy
little
shit.
robot on 6.
That's him.
That's
That's him.
shout out Eli.
Shout out Eli Slugworth.
That's what he looks like.
Keep up the good work
You keep over that cowboy hat.
Come on.
and stop running like that in the streets.
Change your shoes. Let's get you some
New Balance.
J1s. Oh, New Balance.
Coffee Jones.
Yeah. Let's get him some old dad shoes.
We're gonna figure it out. Yeah, maybe some Hokas could be good.
That could be. Or we get some Pumas. Pumas are great too.
Cool. Well, thank all of y'all, and Michael, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Yes, sir.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh. The fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Traveler, William Montgomery. You know what I noticed when you walked in here? Did you ever notice that up there before? What is that, a little special? Is that a little secret camera up there? Do you see that thing up there? What is that? Right, what is that? Do you see that, Casey? Well, I certainly do. What is my little eye spy? A little hidden camera. Bryce, you want to go ahead and elaborate on that?
Yeah. Well, this is, it's a recording studio. We're supposed to have cameras just to see what's going on.
Not the ones that on the forums that we saw.
Yeah, on the forums that we signed, it was going to be 3 cameras. I don't think a 4th one, especially not up by the ceiling.
Because that would make our paydays about 25% or more thicker.
Yeah, and it's weird because our paydays recently have actually been 25% thinner.
Yeah, less.
And we haven't instituted a camera fee.
What? So we're struggling. So now we got to be watched extra hard.
Well, it's for everybody's, it's for everyone's convenience, for everyone's safety.
So we have to pay for the additional camera.
That's right.
Because the envelopes are feeling a little bit lightly.
Yeah, that's why it's been 25% less about on average recently because we're paying for this extra camera up in here.
Yeah, that's right. But now, when you're counting the envelope, you got someone watching your back.
Well, no, it doesn't really feel that way. You know what it feels like? When I was driving here today, I went past the blind school, and I see a poor blind fellow, and I'm thinking to myself, how is this motherfucker going to get across the street? Can't even see shit. That's how I feel right now, Bryce. It's like I built a wall over our eyes.
You're treating us like a couple of rubes. I didn't realize there was a rube clause.
Neither did I. It's like there's room clauses, now there's extra cameras.
I've heard of Santa Claus, but a rube clause?
Yeah, Bryce.
Yeah, that's not a good holiday movie. The Rube Claus.
The rube vicious Santa, but he's really gullible.
And he has a Rube Goldberg machine in his attic.
It's all he wants for Christmas. Dude, who gives Santa what he wants? You ever think about that?
Hopefully it's Mrs. Claus, right? Am I right, fellas?
She's invalid.
Yeah. She's sterile.
Yeah, that's why I've said this at length, but that's why she likes giving presents so much, just because they can.
A lot of the time, Casey, I think you're onto something. A lot of the times, some of the best gift givers you'll find if you kind of go back into their history, there's some trauma there. There's something's askew.
Yeah, maybe the womb doesn't work. Maybe the thing don't work.
Yes. So then that means when there's a thing inside of them, their things are coming down. So then it's like nothing's happening. So then they got to compensate by giving gifts.
Yeah, 2 broken things don't make a right.
No.
Thanks, King.
Yeah. Bryce is kind of cool. You're kind of cooler than Brad. I know. Casey, it's weird you say that. It's almost like, Bryce, would you be willing to, if Casey and I, if we thought about it and you're up, I mean, would you be able to do it?
Do the heist.
No, not the job. We're talking about the job off camera. Oh.
Yeah.
And absolutely.
So you'd be able to do those. Would you tell Grant the bad news for him?
Yeah. Oh yeah. If I can do it on my TikTok live.
That's the last kind of talent. If you're man enough to go ahead and buck up like in person, and we get to watch from our own corner.
Yeah, from behind us. I mean, there's different places we can hide in this motherfucker.
Yeah, you can use the camera.
You can hide all over this motherfucker. Yeah, as long as you're willing to tell Grant that we've decided that we like you're cooler, you're kind of, you have almost a better laugh at times. Like you're not, I don't know, just all kind. You smell a little better.
Yeah, it's just like an all-around upgrade, better energy. Grant's got a bunch of little kids.
He's got baggage, like literally and figuratively. And it's like I have nothing against people that have kids or married or whatever, but it's like. For our guys helping us right now, Casey, we don't need a family.
No, with kind of where our lives are, like a couple of bachelors, like William's in a relationship, but we're like spiritual bachelors. Like we don't need somebody who's fussing with kids all day. We need a cool guy.
Yeah, spirit that I don't need that.
Bryce, what's your deal? You don't have a family, do you?
I don't. I am a bachelor.
You're a bachelor? That's right.
Love to hear it.
Really? Well, maybe it can work out. I think it can work out. I mean, that's what we're talking about, Casey, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean,
we need a bachelor.
Somebody's not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and I didn't mean Bryce. I meant no offense right there, but it's like almost like Casey when the stars align. It's like it scared me a little bit. It's like, wait, we do need a bachelor. That's what we're been freaking talking about. And so I was almost a little surprised. I almost thought you had maybe a girlfriend or maybe a wife and kids. I just didn't know.
You walk into it, you go, what's the ideal scenario? Then you get it, and you're like, this is going to work. I don't know. Like it feels kind of like it feels right. I'll say that. It feels right.
Yeah, I do think it feels right. Absolutely. Cool. Well, we need to really figure this one out. We'll be able to. Yeah. Well, do you think you'd have a family in the future? Do you want a family? I think I would like to have a family. How many kids? How many wives? One wife. Let's say one wife. Yeah, probably one wife, right? Well, a husband. It would be a husband for me, dude. Oh my God! It just keeps getting better. Bryce! Oh my gosh, man! Jake. That's right. This is perfect, and we're going to have to figure out a way to, and it's almost like, I swear, I've been watching a bunch of the true crime, the police videos from their freaking cameras on body cam. I have been watching body cam footage left and right. There have been a bunch of people losing it. And I'm thinking, are these people drinking on Xanax? It's like people, there's this one psychopath getting kicked out of Disney World, and it looked like Epcot Center. Wait, what is this just general police footage? Yes, from their body cam. And oh my God, these people are insane. And it's like making me anxious. And I'm like, they must be drinking heavily and on Xanax or something. Like it has to be pills as well. Yeah. They're just crazy. They're losing it. There's like just people in America right now are kind of just going a little nutty. They're going a little nutty. And towards the end of quarter two, Casey, we're already at like the end of quarter two. We're almost starting quarter three. We're halfway done with the year almost. I know. It's let me say this. It feels like just yesterday it was Q1. We literally were just talking about Q1, Casey, and now it's like it's Q3. No. Well, don't wish your days away, and don't riff your days away either. You're having a couple laughs. Next thing you know, holy crap, it's freaking June. Yeah, it's June. My carotid artery is getting harder. It happened again today, Casey. I'm telling you, oh shit. My carotid classes are getting harder too. They get harder as the year goes on. Stupid. God, Casey, I wish more than anything. That's what I was saying. That I'm doing karate classes now, not that I have a messed up carotid artery with plaque in it. God, I wish I was doing karate. I know. Well, brother, I mean, maybe this could be the cure for you, or it could be the thing that finally puts you in the grave. Yeah. One wrong move, that thing pops. Oh, yeah, somebody can hit me in the neck or something in karate class. I went to karate class growing up, and my parents stopped taking me because the dude was hitting us. And I swear to God, the dude's hitting us, and my parents said, okay, that's enough, we're not going anymore. Like, what do you mean, like hitting you behind the scenes? Because there's going to be a degree of hitting that's kind of okay. It's not hitting or something. It was behind the scenes. He was hitting people. And he was hitting me and hitting my little brother Vance, and we were just white belts, dude. So he was like just kind of wailing on your bitch? Yeah, wailing on us a little bit. I mean, he would have like the padded glove or whatever, but it'd be a whole lot of hitting us. So I only went to karate class 2 months. Okay. Sure. Yeah. What do you think? Did you tattle, or your parents were seeing like mysterious bruises? I think I must have tattled. I can be a big, God, yeah, just a big old tattle, which is a horrible quality. It's a bad quality. Well, look at it this way: you're a whistleblower. Yes, I prefer that. I'm like Edward Snowden. I'm like the girl. Who's the girl? Chelsea Manning. Chelsea Manning. I'm just like fucking Chelsea Manning. Anthony Columbus. Just like her. Who's that? Peyton's sister? For Eli? That's Eli's sister, and it's Peyton's his cousin. Yeah. Damn. See that bitch? Hey, I'm kidding. Not her. We're kidding. We're having fun today. It's a little bit early. I'm feeling a little lupus. I woke up at a bowl of Trick cereal. I wasn't going to spoil it. Oh my God. Bowl of Trick. And what are you using right now? 2% or skim or whole? What are you doing? So let me tell you this, and I'm not afraid to talk about this anymore. The truth's gonna come out. I was drinking almond milk for like the last 5 years. Had a girlfriend back in Boise. She drank almond milk, got me turned on to this stuff. I just went back to 2%. Cool, yeah, that sounds like that would be wonderful for cereal. Oh, for sure. I don't have to live like that anymore. She doesn't control me anymore. Yeah, dude, I was hoping you were not about to say you were doing almond milk in the Trick cereal, because I think that would be horrible, I bet. Good rancid. Total botch job. I can do almond milk in like those honey bunches of clusters with almonds. That's a good one. Is that good with almond milk? Oh, it's almond on almond, but I love that. Yeah, honey bunches of oat. So good. But Tricks, you gotta
basically candy for breakfast.
It for sure is. What do they look like these days? Are they still the like fruit shapes and everything, or are they just the balls?
That's a good question. Bryce, what are we going to chime in on this night?
Yeah, I think they're. As I just had it, I want to see where your head's at. Gotta test your ass. I mean, it's not a done deal that you're taking a grand spot.
Grant would know.
Yes. I think they do have the balls, but I think they do have the fruits. But a lot of the fruits are also ball shaped. That was actually confusing. I was just not getting all of that. So now I walk in. Not only did I get an answer, it pissed me right off. Yeah. You want to try again?
Here, we have a visual of that.
We're going to give you one more shot. Otherwise, not only are you gone, we're gone. We're walking. Yes.
I got other stuff I can do.
And we're taking that little camera with us.
Yes, we are, and I'm taking the flat screen.
There is, please don't. You're not going to be able to stop his ass?
Yeah, dude, come on,
You're
man.
going to feel the ground in there, Bryce.
There's going to be two hits. Me hitting you, you hitting the ground, you crawling for the door, I drag you back, I hit you again, you say no more hitting. William, you say, I've experienced this. Wait, I know what it's like to be hit. Please don't do it. I look in your eyes, I stop hitting you.
And I appreciate you stopping because, sometimes that scares me. It's like I see Bryce's fucking ass on the ground. I'm like, is he breathing? I see all this blood around his head. And it's like,
and it takes you back to just getting wailed on by your sensei.
yes. And fucking, man, I was young off of Summer Avenue right over the Kmart.
Where most crimes happen. No, Bryce, did I cut you off? What were you thinking? You're throwing something out there.
I think the tricks balls for cereal. So what was that picture you did? That showing the how it looks like the fruits and stuff. Yeah. Is that how it looks these days? I told us what it looks like.
I can't confirm. I did just want to see if you're on the level.
So they do look like that. So he's right. The bananas kind of look like moons.
They do. I've always gotten that kind of confused in my head.
I was like the one with the two color. I was like the watermelon, and then also that other one with the pink and the whatever and the blue or whatever.
What is that mystery flavor?
Yeah, that's like a mystery. What is that? A papaya? I don't even know what it's supposed to look like. Papaya.
Oh my god, Black Papaya, that's my grandson's name.
That was also my favorite team on Legends of the Hidden Temple. Blue Papayas. They were always really good. They were always beating the Silver Snakes.
Silver Snakes.
Yeah, hold on, you care if I hit you?
Come on, man, you know you gotta hit that thing. It's doing the robot thing again.
Is it? Oh, it's talking to you. My God.
It's trying to communicate.
Just hit again. Just hit it.
I swear it doesn't make that noise unless I'm on the pod. It's literally like trying to get something out to the masses.
It's trying to say something. What's it trying to say?
Oh my god, it's talking back.
Yeah. The cameras are talking to each other.
Holy crap. Okay.
Well, what's that? That's moving up there.
Oh my gosh. It's like maximum overdrive. Coming to life. What a pull. The clock just struck noon. I'm already referencing Stephen King's only directorial debut. So cool.
Was that a good one? Was he good at directing?
I think he was all cooked out. It has like a really famous production history. He was all suited.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's what I would do if I could direct a movie. I'd get back on the horse.
Me too. Yeah, you would have to. I think I'd have to. I'd have the visions of grandeur again. And I would have to get those motherfuckers again if I'm directing a bunch of motherfuckers for a movie.
I need some confidence.
Yes. I'm gonna need a little cowboy, not a cowboy hat, maybe like some sort of bucket hat or something, maybe sunglasses.
Oh, cool. Bucket hat is like a really cool director's move.
Gotta have a bucket hat, probably. Gotta have one of the director's chairs.
Like I used to have in my living room.
Where are they? You still have them?
Yeah, so I got a couch. I upgraded as most of you know. I don't talk about this couch till I'm blue times, but
What color is it again?
it's gray. It's really nice and comfy. I'll sleep on it sometimes just because I feel like I'm not supposed to, like I'm being bad.
I know, it looks like
I love doing that. Anyways, director's chairs are in equidistant corners. So sometimes I'll just go sit in the corner.
Just because you can. Yeah, my gosh. What, pick up a book or watching something on television? Or, yeah, pick up a book and then I'm cutting glance over the TV. And then, yeah. Did I hear something? No, that's what I would think. Luckily, the light bulb stopped flickering yesterday. Casey was getting a little nervous, and then I was like, wait, maybe the light bulb just needs to be changed. But then, so that was happening quite often. It was happening to me yesterday. If it's not good. In between me watching the freaking police videos, I couldn't stop yesterday doing that. Well, they call it the dog days of summer for a reason. When it starts getting hotter, people start getting them. They start acting out. They totally start acting out. It starts getting hot outside. They walk around with their shirt off. Bryce, you ever do that? When it's like real hot outside, take your shirt off. I'm too self-conscious. For sure. Oh, pump that thing up. We're sure you got a great body. You can get tan. Yeah, you look great. Thank you. Think you could get tan? I could probably get tan. I got some Mexican in me. Oh, cool. How much? 50%. 50? So 30 or 50? What, 50? 50? What does that mean? Your mom? My dad's side. Oh, dad's side? Yeah. What's his maiden name? It's... he can just... they give the thing. Even better. Yeah, it's not Hispanic people. They decided to. A man takes the woman's last name. They decided to be a good vegetable. It's a cultural thing. Wait, so what's your last name? Isengard? Castillo. Oh, really? Bryce Castillo? Yeah. That's a good name, man. I love that name. That's like a gamer name. Have you ever thought about going pro gaming? A pro gaming? Oh, what would I game be? Fall of Revenge. Yeah, Fall of Revenge could be good. It's like a block breaker game. You'd probably be pretty good at that. Where the balls bouncing or whatever, and then sometimes you get the thing where you hit the mouse and then it shoots up, and that's destroying the brain. And the more bricks, the better. You can win real prizes. Yes, it's like crazy, but you have to put $1,000 into the website before you start. It's like Chumba Casino. You ever done that? Like Chumbawamba branded casino. Yeah. Chumba Casino is great. Chumba, it's like the Native American tribe, not Chumbawamba. Oh, I see. Let's hope no Chumbas are listening to this right now. I swear to God, that's what I'm thinking. When you pull the Chumbawamba line, I'm thinking, those poor people, they've been through enough. No, they're not a joke, dude. Their culture is not your mask. Yeah, the white people took over their stuff. It's a nightmare. But it's time for me to stop speaking and start listening. That's absolutely right. Yeah. Graham would never. No, he wouldn't double down. Graham would go, oh, well, I thought of it first. Yeah, he doubled down. Yeah. He just thought of it first. It's like, dude, you didn't think of it first. That's like all these fucking people probably don't realize. Yeah. Oh, he always he didn't make the Lazy Susan? No, crap, no. Oh, my God. What about the Lazy Susan? He took it. He told me he made it. He walk in here guns a-blazing sometimes and just say that he created stuff. Yeah, I've seen him get out of his Corvette before and his pistol fall out of his lap and hit the concrete before he's getting out of his Corvette. Whoa! You go, don't worry, it's not loaded. You can literally see a freaking bullet. Yeah, there's one in the chamber. And he says, don't worry, it's not loaded. It's like, don't put your finger on it around my ass. Dude, come on, man. I've seen enough videos. I don't need that thing going off on my ass in studio. I don't need to be I don't need to be bleeding out on camera. He's not supposed to bring that back. That's what we told him, because you told us that before. We said that if Bryce finds out you're gone. Yeah, gone. And he looks at us all weird and makes some weird remarks, and then it's like, dude, you're not even listening to us. What's gives, man? I mean, you're better to your daughters than you treat us, man. Well, he always says he's two things. He's really busy, and he thought of it first. And it's like, okay, man, then it gets hard to talk to him. And by the way, he's a great father. I don't know why I even brought. He's a good dude. He's wonderful. He's more than a father. He's a friend. And I think me and William, we both agreed that if we had a chance to keep our current dads, we'd also add Graham as a dad. We would love to have Graham as our papa. If we could make some big family, some big mishmash, whatever.
whatever. We don't care. Whatever. We need him as a pop-up figure. We need him in our lives. We need it now. We need it now. And legally, we need it in the books.
We need it now. It's a tax thing. But also, can you imagine getting our... And families are... The best families are beautifully broken. Yep. Like a jelly roll says.
Is that what I'm trying? Jelly roll original. A jelly roll original. A jelly roll original from the island. Jelly made it.
So I actually went and saw Jelly Roll in Chicago at Wrigley Field.
How was it? Was it a fun show?
You know what? Today's Thursday. 2 weeks ago today. Goosebumps.
Damn, I see you today. How was it? Do you talk to him? Were you able to communicate with him?
So, not verbally, but we locked eyes a little bit. So
that's cool.
He would be singing songs, and then he would glance over and he'd just kind of give me one of those.
So you were close.
Yeah, we were really close. I was spitting distance. I would never do that, but I could. I would never do that because he's awesome. And we got really good tickets. My mom was, you would have thought she was dang 17.
She's dang So she had a good time.
She was twirling like Stevie Nicks.
Did she have like a beer or two?
No, she didn't out of respect for me.
Cool.
But I kept telling her, I was like, have a martini. I don't care.
Oh my God, yeah, martinis at this motherfucker?
I don't know.
Martinis here, bro?
Come on. I was like, tie one on.
Yeah, gosh, she's having fun. It's not often you're in front row at a Jelly Roll concert.
Let your hair down. I said, trust me, girl, if I could have one, I would. But I can't because I'll start fighting people with Jelly Roll.
For sure. Which we don't, in case you believe that.
Bad press. We're in a transition period with the podcast.
We don't need your ass getting in trouble with that Jelly Roll thing. I mean, we're going to have to go, I'm going to have an awkward conversation with Bryce. Casey's stuck up there. We got to do something about the...
I'm in Wrigley Field jail.
Yeah, he's up in the jail, up in the baseball stadium. Bryce, where to get him out? Monopoly rules. We have to hit a homer to get him out? Yeah. You got shit. He's been being there forever.
You get to pick one friend, but he can't have played at level of baseball higher than high school. So,
but if he hits a run, your ass is out of the jail.
I'm out of jail and I get $200.
Bryce, do you know of anybody? Because I can maybe think of some buddies in middle school who are pretty good at baseball.
But they cannot have played a level. This is a huge caveat because if they find out you cheated, you go to jail too.
So they couldn't have played after high school or high school?
High school or equivalent is fine, but no levels above. Like they couldn't have played minor league or any sort of it's even below.
That changes it a little bit, okay? Yeah, I had some buddies in high school who Mike and Jack won, and this has to be what we have to get him on the Cubs organization. How's he hitting this home run? Yeah, you just got a will call on this.
They set it up so it's during the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, I needed to. Oh, that's why I've seen those random people hitting freaking, trying to jack home runs during the 7th inning stretch. Oh, wow.
Yeah, you get 5 pitches right down the middle. It is a pitching machine, so you're not have to worry about one of them being like wonky.
Oh, government rules.
Yeah, no, it's Pentagon rules, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, specifically it is Pentagon.
It's Pentagon rules.
And it's one more than a diamond.
That's absolutely right.
Shine bright like a diamond. Wait, what about a diamond?
No, your baseball diamond. That was a really good observation because Grant doesn't know shit about sacred geometry.
Nor baseball.
No.
It's like embarrassing.
Yeah, but you know what he was? Like I brought the Cubs up last time he was here, and he goes, I thought of it first. I go, you thought of baseball first.
It's like, I don't think so, dude. I think somebody in the 1800s did or sometime.
I go, that's easily checkable. And I go, as a matter of fact, why doesn't my white ass just check right now? I start looking it up, and he goes, oh, I forgot something in my car. You're the engine. He's gone.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's like a crazy loud fucking engine. These guys are yeah, like gurgles at the beginning. Sometimes it's filled with gasoline or something. I don't even know how they work.
I think he fills it up too high. He puts too much in it. I've seen him do it.
It's like spraying out.
It's like, what's full, dude? He goes, a couple more drops couldn't hurt.
God. It's like, dude, don't light a match around that guy at the fucking gas station.
Oh, he'll go up like a Christmas tree on freaking on New Year's Eve.
And be careful if you ever find yourself, by the way, on top of one of the fuel tanker trucks. I saw this video last night of some guy opening up one of the top portals of the thing with a cigarette in mouth. And he leans his head down and then
Blew his head off.
I don't know what happened. He just ragdolled off of the thing. It was brutal. So you got to be careful if you're smoking cigs or whatever by the gas trucks.
Yeah, I would never. I actually had a family member. He fell in one of those oil silos.
Really?
My mom's cousin. So this is actually not even that funny of a riff, but
So this is
this is a straight up death in the family.
oh no.
So he was in I'm from like a really rural part of Illinois. My family's from there, and they have these like oil silos, like full of gas. And I guess he was down in there messing around or something, and they didn't know where he was. And yeah, you lose oxygen. It was like the fumes got him. He went to heaven, took the hard road, took the road less traveled.
And that would be the road less traveled to get up there. I'm sure when he's at the gate or whatever, they're like, how are you up here or whatever? He's like, yeah, I asphyxiated in a fuel silo.
He said, I made a big mistake.
Yeah.
Get in here, man. We're all beautifully broken. Jelly rolls the angel.
Oh my gosh, he's an angel with the little wings, but they still support him. And he's still flying around in the little wings. And he has a little bow and arrow thing. He's got like a Cupid almost.
Yeah, he is like the patron saint of like lovers and people who have like redemption arcs.
Yes. If you have a redemption arc and whenever you end up dying, he is who you're seeing. And he's going to be nice, so you be nice too, because if you're not nice off the bat, he's not going to be nice to you.
No, and he's well within his rights to do that.
Yeah, and you're new to the spot. You need to be respectful or whatever, but sometimes people aren't, and he can make life really hard for you up there. He really can. I mean, it's all new.
He controls also the books, and books are like gold in heaven because there's no TV.
You have to be on his good side if you want the books. It's just like in prison.
Yeah, he's basically like the librarian of heaven, they call him.
Heaven is a lot like you get 3 square meals. It's kind of a weird way to you know,
3 hots in a god.
Yeah, he's 3 hots in a
God, man.
That's what they say. Get a little outdoor time.
Dude, rec yard in heaven.
That's probably actually really cool. They probably got one of those blobs, or maybe a lake up there, and like another blobs where you're on the end of it, and somebody jumps and it catapults you up.
And you cannot get hurt. You cannot get hurt.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about messing up your arm or your leg or something.
No, if anything, all pain up there feels good.
Trampolines, a bunch of trampolines. Ooh, remember on the Final Destination? I'm thinking he's gonna get the rake, but then the lady moves the rake.
Classic.
Yeah, you're thinking, something's about to happen. And then the glass in the cup, I'm thinking, which poor motherfucker's about to drink this glass?
A fate worse than death.
Some people eat glass, so it's like one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Some people probably watch that part and they went, wow.
As they're eating glass. Yeah. Just slurping away at this white wood. God.
So, speaking of Final Destination, and I know we've had a lot of laughs so far, but I literally almost died last night, Bryce.
What? Was it a log truck?
That's a good, yeah, that is again something great. It would have taken Grant probably 12 hours to think.
I don't think it was that, because for those that don't know, Final Destination, the log truck is probably represented in every single Final Destination, one way or the other. You're seeing a log truck in that movie.
Yeah. Oh, it's always in there. It's like the director's little wink at the camera, like, here we go again.
Yeah, it's starting all over, guys.
The director's a little feminine.
Yeah, starting all over, fella.
Okay, so I'm not proud of this. Well, part of the story I'm proud of, and I'll tell you which part. I did my dishes last night.
Congratulations. How are they looking? Did you have something to do?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because I went to Chicago 2 weeks ago and I forgot that I left a whole crap load of dishes in my second.
Did it stink?
They stunk. It was disgusting. Ugh.
It's really something mold in there, and it boy.
It was nar-nar. It was nar-nar big. It was so sticky. Yikers Island. Okay, so I'm proud of myself. I go, look at me. I'm being an adult. I did my dishes. I digress. So I come to find out, I hope you're listening, Chris. This is very important.
I hear you clicking, and I don't know. You're doing it's like you're doing something.
You're doing the gambling where you're doing the Plinko balls, where you're trying to play 100x.
And this ball is like $10 or something, and you're just hitting down on the mouse. Why was I trying to call it a mice? A mice? I got 3 over there. You got, I'm controlling 3 different computers.
Blind mice, it's a blind leading the blind in this motherfucker.
I'm the school of the blind, so what happened?
Okay, so I come to find out this is so bad. I literally might be dead and I just might not know it. As I was leaving my kitchen, I must have bumped my stove and it literally turned the gas on. Yeah, like fully turned the knob. Because I woke up like 2 hours later, my whole house reeks of gasoline. And I left a candle on, like 8 feet away from my stove. So two things happened. I had a candle on, which is dangerous enough, but in this context, that was the least of my worries, for sure. I left a candle fully on right next to the burning stove. I could have blown up like the whole apartment complex.
So the gas was just going. There wasn't a flame or anything. It was just the gas.
It was just the gas, but I had an open flame like 3 feet away from it. I should be gone right now. I should be in smithereens.
Oh my gosh! Can you see?
This is not good. That was like
the flame was eating up the fumes before it could get bad. You might have saved your life.
I can't tell if God really, really wants another angel or he's really looking out for me.
He's looking out for you. That is like Final Destination.
I know, it's literally Final Destination.
Oh my gosh, and then the big spider crawls over your head or something when you're on the ground.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe there is a big, big spider and God was gassing it for me.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, and that God knew that my body could handle that particular amount of gas. But for a little spider, though, he knew it was going to crush his little larynx.
He could have been doing that, looking out for your ass. That's how you gotta look at these things sometimes. You could have been that.
What do you think, Bryce? If you had to guess 9 times out of 10, was it the devil or was it an angel?
You see, the thing is, the devil is tricky. He is tricky.
Of course he is. Yeah.
He loves to not be perceived.
Well, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he couldn't with.
Amen. Damn right. I mean, that's true, man. It's all fucked up. It's fucked up. He's the master of games.
Oh my gosh. You know who would love the devil? The Joker.
I bet they would be wonderful friends. Well, like Heath Ledger, Joker.
I'm talking like,
really, the Joker.
Just the Joker and any Jokers would love the devil. They would probably have a couple pints.
Oh my gosh, they probably laugh a lot together. I can imagine the Joker doing, like, telling the Joker's like laughing a bunch, and the devil kind of starts to laugh just because he's laughing so hard.
Sure, and he knows that Joker will be like, it's really good PR for hell. Like, we got the Joker down here, like, because a lot of people do like him.
Oh, for sure. He's so popular. I mean, you see, go to any fair or whatever, it's still the Joker pictures everywhere. You can win his prizes, Joker, all kinds of stuffed animals, all kinds of stuff. The Joker people love the Joker.
Oh, the Joker IP is never been auto right now. Finally got that.
Oh my gosh, I saw that. Did you see that movie?
I did. I thought it was boo-boo.
Yeah, wasn't it insane? What was going on? I was in the middle, so I finally watched it, Casey, like 3 nights ago. And in the middle of doing a puzzle, so I'm kind of doing my puzzle, but I'm kind of watching it, looking for my pieces and everything. And I'm thinking, what is going on? What is going on here?
Dude, they sing the same 4 me. Yeah. Is it Harley Quinn or am I being made out to be a total schmuck right now? It was insane, and I love what's his name. I thought he was fine. I thought the first Joker was fine. Yeah, Joaquin Phoebe. Yeah, Joaquin Phoebe. I thought he was wonderful as Joker in the first one, and then it's like, what's even going on? It's just him walking around with his weird back all the time. It's like, dude, do something. Why does Joker have freaking scoliosis? When did we establish that? Yeah, well, trust me, Casey, I wasn't a part of that. Nobody asked my fucking ass about that. It's like nobody asked me. It's like he's just crunched over all the time with his weird back. It's like, dude, do another fucking scene or something. I mean, seeing this bullshit. The Lady Gaga singing something over and over again. Well, dude, okay, so I'm watching it in theaters. I start feeling like I'm taking crazy pills. Because it's, I go, is this the same fucking song from earlier? Yeah, and they would repeat songs. Bryce, did you see this little piece of garbage? No, I didn't. Oh man, you gotta watch it tonight. Yeah, watch it tonight. You might like it. You're coming over. Okay, yeah. My house smells like gas. We should do it here. Wait, does it still smell? What do you do? Open windows and open your door. What did you do? You wake up and you're smelling gas and you freak and you like go to check the oven? I freak the fuck out, dude. So I freak out and then I start thinking, holy shit. What if I close a door and it does a little spark and this whole place goes? Yeah. So, and then what about static? I've heard that's true too. So I had to take my socks off real slow. I peel them off, and you're just in the bed at this point. I'm just in bed, and I go, no sudden movements have effort. You dodged a bullet, but the whole cavalry's still coming. Yes, they're still right in your apartment. It was one of the freakiest moments of my life. That's why I texted William. I was like, I'm going to be a little bit late. I got some, spiritual reconciling to do right now. Yeah. I was saved. I was picked for, a bigger reason, and I don't know what it is yet. Well, you're going to figure it out. You just got to keep moving forward, Casey, and you're going to figure it out. That wasn't your time. This morning was not your time. Bryce, if you had to guess, was it my time or not? I think it was not your time. Okay, cool. I think you're on the right strand. Death Stranding. That's something you can do on your gaming channel. Yeah, is that a game? Yeah, Death Stranding. I always wanted to read it as Death Standing. Yeah. No standing around. What do you think Death would be sitting there like? Well, I guess we can't really see his body. But what if he was wearing something, Bryce? What do you think it is? Is that weird ass would be wearing? If, you know what? When he's not, because he's not on the job, he's wearing, what are those blankets with the arm sleeves in them? Snuggies. What? That's Snuggies. That's wearing a drug rug. I thought you were talking about a drug rug. I thought that's what you were talking about. But you're not talking about that? What are you talking about? The Snuggies. Yeah, his claws are too big. I don't think his hands would fit in a Snuggie. He'd rip it the hell up. It's like Edward Scissorhands. Yeah, Edward Scissorhands will never catch his fucking punk ass in a Snuggie. No. He's got to get shirts that, the holes are weird. He got to put them on, for sure. Yeah. And he's got to have his mama around. His mama's got to help sometimes. Yeah, sometimes he's like, Mom, come here, can you get my pants on, huh? And it's just Edward in there. Mama, help. My hands are stuck. My hands are stuck, Mom. So cool to think about Death doing that. Baby Death. Hi, sorry I gotta take you out. It's your time. Yeah, he's a little Asian Death. That's kind of cool. Oh, yeah. That's like a baby voice. Wait, do it again. I'm the Gwen Weeper. Oh, you do a little boss baby, but it's Death. It's your time. Sorry, you actually gotta come with me. And wait, don't resist or I'll turn your bones to dust. How do you talk like that? How are you doing that? Just real lightly, kind of? Sorry if you make any sudden movements, I'm gonna pull you up like a balloon. So cool. So, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. It's something I was born with. It's a little hitch in the throat. So sometimes I can do it and sometimes I can't. But basically, yeah, Death would be like, I am really sorry about all this.
Sorry, I gotta catch the bus.
So it was a school bus. That's what young death is.
Getting on the bus, man. Did you travel on a school bus ever? Did you get on a school bus?
Me? Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. I was a bus kid.
Was it fun?
It was fun, but at various points, most of the time in my life, because we both grew up in the South, and most of the time my bus drivers were mean as a bag of nails.
Really?
Yeah, they were mean ladies, and they would be like,
I hope you're not doing makeup back there.
"No, you're not doing makeup," but they would say all kinds of mean stuff.
Oh, God. I said that to you?
No, I just remember this one instance where she was really chewing out this girl about makeup. She was going,
No makeups on the buses.
God, no makeups on the buses. I got one.
Sorry, my bad. I look really bad today because I'm a ghost.
No, well, thank God you're not a ghost, Casey.
This podcast just as easily could have been an in memoriam.
And I would have been talking about scrambling. I would have been scrambling. I would have been thinking, oh my God, I got to write a memorial for guy. I got to do some, man. I would have been scrambling.
You got 1 hour to put together the memorial of a lifetime for one of your close.
Yep. I would have had an hour. And Bryce, you would have had to help me get through it. I think you would have helped me, but would have had to get through it. I do the best I can, you know.
So you can ask for nothing's perfect, even in death.
Yeah. I know, man. Well, you live to fight another day, Casey, and you gotta, be so careful.
I know.
Around the damn stove, man. Oh my gosh, and thank God the candle, didn't ignite the gas, right? I would have thought that would have made it blow up or
You would think, no. Bryce, you put a theory out there that the candle was eating the gasoline. Now, is that based on any sort of studies you've been reading?
Yeah, what does that mean? Why did you say that?
Well, like, if when you're done in the restroom,
Bryce is sick. Bryce is very sick. Bryce is sick.
when you're done in the restroom doing a number two, you light a candle to kind of clean up all the fumes and the odor.
Or you light a match and put it out?
Yeah. So this would be similar.
It's not like fart gas, you understand that, right?
Yeah, it's natural gas, right? It's natural gas.
Well, my fart gas is natural. It's beautiful.
Okay, well, it's all, like, I'm not debating that. But, as you know, last episode, but this was only yesterday we talked about this, I farted in an Enterprise rent-a-car, and they've got my number. They want to punish me criminally.
Well, Casey, I am praying to God you're kidding, because we got to get this shit figured out. I mean, you're about to go back to Chicago. What's going to happen? Are they going to stop your ass at the airport?
Whoa.
Beautiful, that.
Okay, you get Bryce sickness.
Yeah.
So, this is actually what's happening is that this is a Final Destination thing. It skipped me. So then it goes to, like, I guess, like,
One of your neighbors in the building,
one of the neighbors
blown up along the way. How many people live over there? How many more souls would have blown up in there?
It's a crowded apartment complex. I would have taken a lot of lives with me, and they probably would have sued my freaking estate for defamation of character.
Is that what happened we were describing? Like the videos, it happened in Austin kind of recently, where it's a house in a neighborhood and it's just gone. Is that the same
Water heater thing.
Okay, water heater.
I mean, I'm sure when fucking blown the place sky high, I can only imagine. Mercy me. Dude, so I'm thinking, alright, here's my theory, and you want my honest opinion.
Yeah.
Based on kind of, because you're both seeming a little bit sick. I think when I go back to my apartment, death has caught up to them. Death has already probably taken their lives. We're just not getting the notifications because we're doing the podcast for sure. And I think at least Bryce is next, and then I guess it would be okay.
So that means I have to go. My heart has to stop. We have to do something where my heart stops, and then you bring me back to life, because that, I think, is the only way or I have to kill somebody.
I think you might have to, maybe if you killed Bryce and then at the same exact time he killed you, would
Would you be cool with something like that, Bryce?
I would try that.
And I would bring you both back, honestly.
Yeah, Casey, if you're gonna bring me back, especially that makes sense.
But that's a big caveat. That's a big but. Yeah, and it's like, oh my gosh, well, please bring my ass back first in case it takes a lot longer than you were thinking or something. I mean, sure. Well, I guess, like, I'll get my hands on, like, an EpiPen, I guess. Are you both allergic to bees? Because I could get a bee, I guess. What are you allergic to, Bryce? Maybe we can find something we're both allergic to.
I'm allergic to mold. If you can get some,
Yeah, like black mold. I think I am too. Okay, well, that solves it. I'll go get, like, a petri dish full of mold, and then I guess I'll send you all bitches to heaven, and I'll bring you right back. But make sure we only talk to Jelly Roll for like a second. I don't want to be talking to his ass for too long. Like I said, it's like I'm gonna be stuck up there or something. Well, sure, dude. You're not gonna want to come back. Because he's had an interesting life, so he would probably start telling you some cool stories. Well, maybe we can have a plan then where I give you a thumbs up or I wink my eyes or something. It means, hey, actually, please let me stay. I said I'm gonna like it up here. So okay, we need to come up with some sort of message. Right, same for you, because you might really like it up there too. It could be great. So, what if I bring you both back and it's kind of like when people OD on Fed and then they Narcan them and they come back and they're like, what the hell, man? Yeah, like we're mad they don't want us back. It could, Bryce, that'd be weird, man, but that could happen, dude. Think about it. So Bryce, you and I gotta think for that, okay? That could actually happen to us. Oh, yeah, bro, in my buzz, man. What the hell goes on that heaven type shit?
We need to come up with like a winking, blink system or maybe a hand symbol.
Yeah, it could be like squeeze, like a jazz squeeze, maybe just a squeeze time. Or we can put tap dance shoes on and do like clicks. Like Casey, if we click our heels on the ground, please let us stay together. And then what should be the symbol for, hey, I actually went to the other place? You went to hell on accident. What should that, so like, get me out of here. What should that one be? Scary. I didn't even think about it. I mean, and that's bad that I didn't even, I know. It's sick. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I'm just assuming I'm going to be making it up. We are glass half full there, guy. I'm just assuming I'm going to be up there talking to Jelly Roll and not some weirdo downstairs. You're down there freaking talking to goddamn Gene Hackman. Yeah, his fucking old ass. He can't even, he's probably wrecked down there as an old guy still. It's like fucking can't find his fucking wife or whatever. Like in hell. She's in the other place because she died purely by accident because she just ate some rat food. Oh yeah, she ate something really good. A little bit of poop, and then heaven actually looks kindly on her. So she made it up there, he's downstairs. Well, I don't know. We gotta figure it out. We'll figure it out. What should the symbol be, Bryce? Like, if you're in hell, how will you tell me, like, write a note?
How about if I do the cough, what is it? We put your hands on your neck, it's like you're choking, and make sure the wheels are in motion.
Yeah, it sounded like something was going on right then, Bryce. We're getting closer than you think. Yeah. We better lock down these plans. Seriously, so what's the deal?
We gotta hands on your neck like you're choking, and then I'll do like a gag, like, no, it's choking down here. The weather's choking down.
Okay, cool. Okay, no, it's bad. That means get on it. Save them. Yeah, like a bat. Okay.
Weather's choking down.
Okay, cool. You keep saying that. I don't really know what it's my friends do, but I do like it. But it's real hot. You're saying like you might find it real hot down there.
Yeah, when it's stuffy and like real humid. It's choking. It's choking out here. It's hot. It's choking.
Actually, yeah, maybe I do that when it's real hot outside. I'll be like, God, it's choking out here. It's like, God, I'm choking outside. Well, yeah. Weird. Well, if you guys do it, I do it too.
Oh yeah, this all applies. We can go to. We can sing it.
Like, if you guys say that, I say it too. But you know what? That's not me. I learned that from watching Graham. Really? Yeah. It's like sometimes, like, it's been so fun, Casey, with Bryce, but it's like sometimes just Grant a little. But Bryce, it really is. What is he doing? Can we FaceTime him? Well, he's not answering any of our text messages. That's true. We've been texting his ass. He's not responding. So actually, the more that I think about it, the more, man, I don't know. Yeah, well, you know, I've been to Canada even recently, and I texted you back almost immediately, so I know they get signal. He can get signal. Is that what he's doing up in Canada right now, drinking all that alcohol? Yeah, and it's floating shot here. What? How's it? What is he jumping? Yeah, why is he, I know it's a kitchen counter. He's got his little tippy toes up on the sink there. That is Grant. That's our Grant. It's almost like on a time. That's r/Grant. That's r/R Grant. r/R Grant. Dude, we should start that Reddit. You can do an AMA. But people would love it. Yeah, we gotta get people there, and then he does an AMA maybe 6 months down the road or something when it's like a more populated subreddit. I guess, yeah, give it time to kind of naturally grow. Look, he looks like a rat. Yeah, it looks like he's whipping up crack in the kitchen in his crock pot, and he doesn't give a fuck anymore. And he put those red glasses on. That's how you really know his give a damn is busted. Because I've seen certain days when he has those on, you keep a wide berry. Yeah, I don't even look at his face when he's got those glasses on, because I know he's giving me a nasty look back, and his eyes look real small in the glasses, because they're like real, they have a huge prescription in them. Oh my gosh, they're thick as a brick. And that is the type of day you know he's doing indica. So I don't fuck with him. Like when he's on sativa, he's great. Like I can be around him, but when he's on indica, I cannot fuck with him. No, hell no. In the couch, in the big island. He says that. Yeah, he does. He's the one who says that. We're like, dude, are we doing it yet today? He's like, in the couch, in the big island. Like, dude, you're in the other room. Okay, you're on the couch or whatever. Come on. We gotta keep going. We've been sitting for 20, 30 minutes, and he's not pressing record, like trying to get a rise out of him. Yeah, it's like, dude, but the blunt's joints, I don't even know what he's... I think he does like he uses wax to kind of roll the joint, so he's doing like dab fucking joint. He's on like the hard shit. Ooh, I used to love rolling up the blunts and the peach optimos and then dipping them in the syrup, like the cough syrup or whatever, like the promethazine or whatever, and then we would smoke that shit. Ooh, that was bomb. It would get you a little googled. I can definitely remember doing some lean blunts. Oh, I used to love, I remember the first time I went down to Ole Miss, down in Oxford, Mississippi. I was like maybe a senior in high school, feeling all cool at some fucking frat house, and it was like the first time I'd been in one. And I was just like, what is going on? Just giant trash cans everywhere filled with beer, and people just drinking, just smoking those things and loving it. I can get used to this shit. You're gonna thrive down here. Damn, 5 more years of this, you're already planning on taking a victory lap. Yep. And then the poor guy in the grade below me ended up killing a police officer, so that when I found out I wasn't probably going to do the fraternity down there, I went somewhere else. I didn't even end up going there. What's bad news, man? And stuff like that spreads around campus like a freaking cancer. Oh, yeah. It's like, the guy who was real talky all the time, he's the guy that did it. That's always what people you suspect the least. Like if you saw Grant on the street and he's wearing those red glasses, you wouldn't think, hey, this is a guy who should take a really wide berth, right? No, not at all. No. Yeah, you see the tiny little beady little eyes in there in the lenses. It's like, dude, I don't even, you look like a chameleon or something, right? It's like, dude, the little eyes are so crazy looking. He looks like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. It's actually just like that. That's a good visual for anybody. But we love the guy. We love him. He's one of these, again, if we had the option to add an extra dad, I wouldn't replace my dad, but I'd add an extra one if it was Grant Davis, r/Grant Davis. Yes. r/. Grant Davis. Me, 30-year-old M, doing podcasts with my best friend, 37-year-old M. 38, man. 38-year-old. Why it's so scary with what's going on right now, dude. Look, dude, you got at least 5 more years in the 20s. So right, like you're dying, man. No, I've got to start doing that. I mean, right, I've got at most 10 years, dude, and I'm 38, so I'm not even making it to 50. That's weird news to try to swallow that pill, man. That's why I'm doing puzzles right now.
So, well, all right, man. I'm not gonna tell you not to do puzzles. I'm not gonna say that's a waste of time, but I feel you are. I feel you are trying to find a distraction.
Fair enough. I know. Okay, I know. I agree. What do I do? Just gotta get out there more, I guess.
You gotta put yourself out there. I think you should go skydiving. You should go Rocky Mountain climbing. You should go 8.7 seconds on a bull named Fu Manchu.
Gosh, yeah, I gotta write a bucket list, maybe. Maybe I need to do a bucket list, man. And a bull ride, I think, would be cool.
A bull ride would definitely, that would be something your family would never forget cheering you on.
God, especially if there's a picture of the bull's horn, like, going up through my neck and coming out of my mouth. Did you ever see that picture?
Yeah, that's actually one of the most gruesome pictures in show business.
Whoa, that's a bad one.
I know.
It's going up through his fucking mouth.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, get away from me. We're trying to have fun over here.
I'm trying to drink my horchata. You know what I mean? I'm at a Latino fair. Wait, oh my gosh. Bryce, I forgot to ask you, what would be on your celebrity bucket list if you're dying?
Oh, a celebrity bucket list. Yeah, your celebrity bucket list. If, like, you only have, like, me, 5 years, 10 years, whatever.
Let's just call it 10. For sake of argument.
Yeah. I would like to. I would like to drive a real race car. Oh my gosh, we can probably help you. We can probably help you with that.
Look, me and William were doing really well. We could make something like that happen.
Yeah, if you ever wanted to, Bryce, we can get you maybe at the racetrack close by here, or went to the food festival.
F1.
Use the F1, but that's not NASCAR. You want to be on, like, what, Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, you want to do, I guess, like a Dale Earnhardt Jr. thing.
Oh, yeah, I want to get a real NASCAR experience, and if I can help it, I'd like to do all 500.
Well, I want to do the whole
thing, just once. So you gotta have your music or something, and you better be careful. Look it up, because you might not be allowed to listen to music. So I don't know that podcast only.
Yeah, it's basically considered cheating because you get really excited.
Yes. No, you're not allowed to listen to Limp Bizkit or Korn or Linkin Park. None of that shit. When you're
Tool's fine, but it's borderline.
It's borderline, but they will allow it. A Perfect Circle, no. That does not fly in the cars. Tool does. Yeah, you can listen to Stinkfist a bunch and go real fast. And
dude, you can listen to Deftones, but there's certain things exactly you can't listen to. It gets you a little too excited. It's a cheating. Aerosmith, not allowed, because that's what the Rock and Roller Coaster was.
Yes.
That thing was.
Yeah, nothing went right with that thing. It's like, get Aerosmith out of here. We get Liv Tyler as your fucking daughter, old man. Whatever. I don't give a shit. She's in fucking what is the ring? Yeah, she's an elf in a fucking dumbass set of movies. I don't give a shit, man. I don't give a fuck.
This would be my celebrity kick the bucket list. I want to be in the Hobbits.
Really?
I want to be in the Hobbits. I want to meet Smaug.
Which one? Is that the dragon?
Yeah, man. He lives basically eats gold, right, Bryce?
Yeah, he's gold and jewels. I think most dragons do that, right?
Most dragons
eat that stuff?
You say that with a degree of authority that cannot be on your pay grade, dude.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Yeah, but...
Look, man.
I'm a lord nerd. I love this. I love these turkeys. Is it kind of like a turkey eating pebbles and stuff to help with digestion?
Yeah, it's like a natural thing for dragons.
Yeah, it's like Tums. It's like Tums is for us.
So like crowns and like necklaces is like Tums for dragons.
But if you're quick, you can maybe put on some of that stuff and get out of his cave. And then you'd have like a crown or like a scepter.
He will not stop chasing you to the ends of the earth, but you could try.
So be careful taking the shit. You might not really actually, might not want to live that life. It's like an It Follows sort of thing.
He will
Never. And also, dragons are much, much faster than whatever the hell those things were.
And we gotta thank Mr. Eli Sluckworth.
We're bringing it to an unceremonious end here.
Gator's godmother, Goldie Mae Star, Grant's worst nightmare, early at WMS.LOL. I love Big Macs, Jenny J, Jess, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Threckle, Captain Chaos, Kyle E, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loomis Mackey, Luke Blue, Nigel said, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Void, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Robert Bushel, Ruby Jewel Sparkles, Shady Shanakaya from the Big Island, and Satrack, and Shiva, Gaming Critter, The Wizard, Trina K. Vandermeet, Vicious McFisty, White Magic, William and Casey, The Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Warp Drive Show and YouTube Choose Your Own Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Aqui Boy, Anthony Whiplash Morganson, Ashley Belfield, Assalon, Avery's here soon, but I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Beef, Ben Hashett, Big Max for Big Max, Daniel Hunter, Danger Fox, Destiny A4, Dingleberry, Harry Dwell, Buckles, Kiss on the Lips, Dova King and Dr. P. Dugan. Thank you to our mercenaries.
Thank you guys for coming out. Let's get some prayers for William in the chat, man. This is a real thing.
Yes.
Not kidding.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm sick. And then pray for me to stop accidentally trying to kill myself.
Yes, we have to pray for Casey as well. For sure. We got to pray for Casey's ass as well. Yeah, you have to be careful around the bed.
That was, I think I knew. I think maybe it was subconscious where I went. If my buddy's going to heaven, what am I even doing down here? I would think I was going to join you.
Well, give it more time again.
Yeah, sure. I would have beat you there by quite a bit. That would have been a...
I know.
Whoops.
Yeah, we got to at least try to plan it out. Maybe 10 years we got. So that's a decent amount. It's going to go quick, but it's a decent amount of time. Right this second, it sounds like a decent amount of time.
It's a big chunk of change, but 25% of your life you still got left. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Love you guys. Love y'all.
Bye.
Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com. Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. And never miss an episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show was recorded at the Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin, Texas. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time.
Shh, the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the genius Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery.
Grant does.
Don't even bring up his name.
Yeah, it's kind of sad. What is he doing? The visa? He's doing something with his
Visa hopping
or something.
He has to wait for his work visa to
You
get
need
accepted.
to start recording as soon as possible.
Yeah, we are on.
soon as the riffs start cooking, it's like,
you better be on because we're not doing this a second time.
now sit back and watch. You're gonna get a real history lesson.
The one take masters.
One take Montgomery.
Yeah, one take Montgomery. That's what people started calling me. And I was like, y'all, stop calling me that.
Too much pressure.
Yeah, it's too much pressure because it's not always one take. Sometimes I got it. Sometimes it's multiple takes. I can't do it at once. So stop calling me that.
And if there's one thing we'd love for you to take from this podcast, we're totally human.
Yeah,
We make mistakes.
we're human, and in fact, I have something called plaque, and not the kind of plaque. Well, maybe it is similar to the kind of plaque in your teeth, but my plaque isn't on my teeth. Even though I do have plaque on my teeth, my plaque is in my carotid artery, which is the big blood vessel in your neck.
Oh no, I thought you were saying it was in your little partner.
No, it's right kind of close to it in my neck, and I don't even know what I'm gonna do. And I have a 200% chance of dying in the next 10 years, Casey. And I don't like those chances. I quite frankly don't even understand those chances. It's like 200%. It's like death by heart attack or stroke. I don't know.
My boy about to die twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, man.
So now I gotta pay for 2 funerals as a mysterious benefactor.
Yes, and I will apologize to you for that because it is crazy. You should only have to pay for one funeral of mine. You shouldn't have to pay for 2 freaking funerals.
I already talked to Edward Jones. I said, you want to put any money aside for anything? I say, when my boy passes, you know I'm covering that.
So, well, thank you. Yeah, Edward. Damn, I can't believe you didn't get Edward on the phone, man. I think that's hard to even get Edward Jones on the phone.
He's answering my calls. But he's not even talking to him.
Seriously, Bryce?
Yeah, he won't pick up.
Ed.
Bryce, can I ask you something? Please, do you have games on your phone?
I do have games on my phone. Do you want to try to get, or what do you?
How'd you know?
How did you know?
You looking at his apps?
Just because you might play some games on your phone after the podcast. What do you have, like Doodle Jump?
I think I do have Doodle Jump.
Oh, man, we've all got Doodle Jump.
You're not a balloons guy, are you?
No, balloons.
Tower defense.
Okay, but he knows that.
I do know about it. My Ninja Kiwi. One of the best gaming companies there is.
Creator of Ninja Fruit.
Ninja Fruit. Oh, were they Ninja Fruit as well?
I think so. It's hard to say, man. I mean, it's hard to say.
I don't even know. I mean, I know they also did Resident Evil. They did that series. Ninja Kiwi did that.
Last of Us,
which was a huge one, and now that's actually a show on HBO.
With Nicholas Offerman.
I know. Oh my gosh, it's sad. He has the sweet homosexual relationship with the guy, and I'm crying at the end of that episode, man. I mean, it was sad. Yeah, and he dies. Sorry for a spoiler there, but he ends up, they have this homestead, and they're able to keep the zombies out, and he ends up dying. Yeah.
I don't like the sound of that.
And I don't know if it's because of the plaque in his carotid artery. Casey, can you believe that, dude?
Was the doctor looking at you? Let me ask you this. Was he looking at you like he might not ever see you again? Like, was there like a longing in his eyes like, I really hope he makes some changes?
It seemed like it. I mean, at the very beginning, he's like, have you looked at your report yet? And I'm like, no. And he's like, okay, don't worry about it. We'll go through it together. And he just said it in a weird way. And I'm thinking, what does that mean? And then it's like, okay, I got the plaque in my shit. And it's, I don't know, I'm getting on pills now. So we'll see how the pills. And then he said, okay, if there's any adverse effects of the pills, just let me know. And I'm thinking, what can even happen from these pills?
Yeah, Casey. What is it? It just helps with the plaque.
Yeah, it helps reverse it. That's what he says. I don't even know if he's lying to me or what. I know nothing about it, but he says it's going to reverse the plaque.
Well, hopefully it doesn't make your blood flow too good.
Yeah, I know. I've been doing that growth day. It's going to not be good. Except Gator will love to drink up my blood if I ever hit my head on the floor. I know. I would end up really having a bunch of blood. I end up getting hurt somehow. Too much. Being on those blood thinners.
Yeah. Oh, it would probably reproduce at a startling rate.
That would be horrible. The hemoglobin, everything. And Gator missed her little friend.
Gator. We're not kissing today.
Sorry, Gator. He's having a really tough time.
Yeah, Gator, you're not gonna have a papa anymore, okay? When I'm dead and in the ground, you're gonna be sniffing around for my ass, and you're not gonna be able to find me anymore.
You're gonna spend your whole life every day going. You're gonna be like one of those Japanese dogs that learns how to take the train so they can go visit their owner's grave. You want to be like that, like a Japanese dog on the train?
Story.
Garcia Gator would wear her little sombrero hat, little sunglasses, and have her little briefcase every morning on the bus and then visit her papa.
She would say, I'm mourning.
Tips her sombrero and something.
Dios mío.
For you, Japan.
Japan, the big island.
Japan, man. That is a pretty big island over there.
Oh yeah, one of the biggest. It's bigger than Noah's Ark. It's bigger than Noah's Ark combined.
I cannot believe
Like all the animals? Like if you put more than one animal mark, what's
family members. I mean, there's a bunch of motherfuckers who all have big ass.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, do the math. I think the stat was, and that was a great question. I think the stat was if you pulled out all the animals and put them tusk to hide, they would be longer than the entire island of Manhattan.
That's which is crazy. Casey,
Yeah.
thinking about that guy talks to this guy named Noah, and he's building that ship.
You know he is. You know he is. God does awesome stuff. And let me ask you this: if God wasn't real, how would he write the Bible?
Exactly. How did that happen? Let us know in the comments. How did that work out? And by the way, Bryce, what if God talked to you right now, told you to build a big boat? You think you'd have the faith to do it? You think you would go through with it? Oh, I probably need to buy a hammer. Would you let us in the boat when it started raining and stuff and everybody's banging on the door of your boat and saying, let us in?
Like your family and everyone you ever met, if you saw us like in the back.
Yeah, would you like sneak us in somehow?
Well, God didn't say build the people in ark. He said build an ark. He's a purist.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, he appreciates property. He appreciates property rights. Fair enough. Free will, property rights. I mean, you name it. I agree, kind of. I don't want to agree, but it's like I kind of get what you're kind of. I kind of get it.
Because you watch a lot of people support.
We'll try. Judge Marilyn go off.
Wait, do you watch a bunch of people score, Bryce? Your kid.
That's our number one favorite show at home.
Oh my gosh, that's real. You watch that.
I'm not kidding, yes.
We love
You like better Doug or the other guy is when he talks to the people at the end of the case?
Oh, Doug, the other guy's always.
He's funny though.
Well, here, other than the fact that it didn't seem like you got what you wanted, but you also seem like you what do you say? He always gets you with that.
The guy with the slick back hair? We talking about the same person here?
No, I like him. The older guy. Yeah, he's got a funny cadence.
Yeah. And he's dead now, which is sad. He's one of the guys who touch really on.
Do you feel bad about that now, Bryce?
Yeah, but you said he didn't really like him as much.
I'm kind of remembering his spirit. I'm bolstering his spirit by remembering him incorrectly. I'm making him funnier than he really was.
After hearing the last couple things you said, I don't think God would trust you with shit. Yeah.
I'm God. That's true. Never mind.
So maybe it can still technically work if you're baptized. Did you pray at night?
No, it wasn't perfect.
Yeah.
He's too sleepy.
Yeah, Noah was just real sleepy. Yeah, once he got on the boat, he was calmed down. He's like, I've done this fucking thing. I've got y'all on the water. Now y'all deal with this shit. Yeah, now y'all deal with all these animals. Could you imagine that? You get on the ship, it's all dark in here, there's just a bunch of animals everywhere.
And it's made out of wood, so you gotta be really careful with that fire.
Yeah, how are you making a fire? Yeah, I don't know how they figure all that out. That's weird.
And then you only get 2 of all the animals. That's a lot of high faith. Then. Yeah. And only 2 of them. What if, like, certain lizards, it'd be hard to tell which one is male and female.
There's weird animals.
Was he a botanist?
I know, it's almost surprising he didn't mess up on that. Well, he could have, and we just don't know about it because he didn't write it. Why did you?
They left that out.
He actually got really good. Yeah, he got some elephants. That's why we still have elephants. But then there's other. Yes, we do. Thank you for the elephants, Noah. Thank you, Noah.
He left a couple key animals off. I will list them out. The Gorix, the Laren, the Minks.
I missed those.
Yeah, it's so
We missed those.
We miss you, Corin. We miss you, Larynx. We miss you, Minks. Yeah, Larynx. Oh my gosh, those things were
Just
so beautiful.
domesticated. We could have had one.
You were totally fully domesticated.
Gator would have been very good friends with the little Larynx working in the little kitchen with my friend. Gator would have had a lot of fun with Mr. Damron.
In another universe, Gator.
In another life, my sweet. Would you have a good time on the ark? One of the only two dogs.
I think she would have her sombrero on and her little briefcase with a little gun in it and just say, okay, are you sick today? Just trying to figure out the people that are sick. Just getting rid of them.
She's like Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
Yeah, she just walk around and kind of shoot people sometimes.
Judge Dredd. Wait, what? What is that?
Oh, yeah, hold on. What was that?
I gotta figure out the filth.
Yeah.
In my head, that's Gator is a Gator voice.
Who does say that, Judge Dredd? Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Is that every episode? Every episode show. I didn't know what you're showing those movies. That's how they end the movie. It's like the Alfred Hitchcock thing. Holy shit. So it's a little cliffhanger. Like, will you actually get the filth out?
What is he the guy that did the birds?
Yeah.
What a scene where the person zooms in on the face and the eyeballs are gone. That's when you know the birds mean business. They're packing out the eyes. And by the way, we saw the Final Destination movie.
That you recommended.
Really great. It's awesome. Loved it. Isn't it awesome? Loved it.
It's 10 out of 10, folks. If you can get your white ass to a theater right now, or any other type of ass, go. You see Final Destination. It is a 10 out of 10 horror movie. I've seen thousands of movies. I'm always looking.
It's a movie guy.
Here's something new. It's so funny and it's so gory. 10 out of 10.
It was great, and we ended up, it inspired us. We watched all of those movies, and I just want to say, number 4, what happened? The 4th Final Destination
It was like
movie.
the quality was different.
Horrible. Apparently it was 3D or something. That's why it's so bad.
Is that the roller coaster one?
It's the NASCAR one. It's the car racing. It was horrible. Still watched it because I enjoy the movies, but it was bad compared to the other. First 2 are great, and number 5 was really good. You can watch number 5. That's a good one.
Also
good.
3D.
I think it might be the best horror franchise. They've got great lore. They've got great kills. Devin Siwa. Are you out of your mind, Judge? Siwa's uncle.
I was wondering if that was related.
I had no idea. So JoJo Siwa kind of comes from Hollywood. Nepotism, baby.
Okay, well, maybe he can't have a baby for real.
And now she's laying in bed with dudes, right? I thought she was a lesbian or something. But
Changed
just
her mind.
That's what make you horror.
He said by the end of this, you're not going to like them girls.
At this point, we should have a brief look at the very consequential reign of King Herod in Hebrews Urdu. Herod reigned in Judea from 37 till the year 4 before the Common Era, put in place some of its most magnificent architecture that lasts to the present day in some cases, and had a dramatic impact on the nature of the interrelationship between several elements of the population. He was a tyrant, a madman, but a very effective administrator at the same time. And although he made tremendous efforts to try to win over the local population, he never quite managed to do so. He created a tremendously important image of the land of Israel far and wide. He really brought the fame and the prestige of the region into a much broader discussion and consensus in the world, but at the same time he ruled with an iron fist and was quite feared. The story of Herod's rise to power will give us a sense of what the times were like and the tremendous separation between the ruling classes and what the common person would have thought of as the ideals of Judaism. You have a look at this map here. You see this is what the Roman Empire looked like in the middle of the first century before the Common Era. The blue area on the right represents the conquest of General Pompey that we mentioned very briefly recently, but it is in this context that we understand the precursor of Herod's rise to power. Basically, as we picked up from last week, when the last great of the queens of the Maccabean regime, Queen Shlomtzion Hamalka, Alexander Salome, when she passed away, her two sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus, got into a fratricidal conflict over who would be the king over Israel. Antipater, who was one of the Idumeans, that is, you recall, I'll show you a map in a second. Idumea was south of Judea, and this was a region that was forcibly conquered, and the people there forcibly converted to Judaism by John Hyrcanus. Very controversial moment in Jewish history. Antipater was of the descendants of that people. He was kind of like a nefarious figure in the last waning years of the Hashmonaim. He advised Aristobulus, one of the brothers, to go out to the Nabateans, they were a kingdom that were in the south, but also in the east on the other side of the Dead Sea, and seek Nabatean aid to try and push his brother out of leadership. His brother decided to go to Pompey. In particular, Pompey brought both figures before him and decided that Hyrcanus was likely the weaker of the two, and therefore he decided to back Hyrcanus because he would be easier to manipulate. So that's how Hyrcanus was named the ruler under Pompey. Pompey then takes advantage of his type of invitation. Pompey then marches on Jerusalem, and after a brief siege gains access to the city and massacres some 12,000 inhabitants, according to Josephus. He also, because he's heard about the temple, is very curious to see exactly what is the ritual of the Jews, and so he desecrates it by his presence. He does not destroy the temple, but he actually walks into the Holy of Holies to investigate what he finds there, and is rather surprised to see that there is nothing inside the Holy of Holies, that the Jews really do worship invisible God. Here's a powerful painting by Jean Fouquet, 15th century, showing Pompey's entrance into the Holy of Holies, and you can see at the bottom the land of Jerusalem is littered with corpses. He divides up the area into 4 distinct regions. So Judea actually has 4 pieces to it at this point, and it is geographically landlocked, that is, from the Mediterranean, does have access to the Dead Sea. Working from the south, you see Idumea. To the east, you have Perea. This would be on the east bank of the Jordan River. And then there's the Samaritan land, and up to the north is the Galilee. These are the 4 regions that were assigned to Judea at this time under Pompey. In the larger history of the Roman Empire, of course, Pompey gets locked into a major conflict with none other than Julius Caesar. What ends up happening is that Antipater the Idumean, you'll recall him, who was involved in a nefarious way earlier, he ends up joining with Caesar against Pompey, and when Caesar ultimately defeats Pompey, then Caesar names Antipater the de facto ruler of Judea. Hyrcanus, who is still around, is named simply ethnarch, which means leader of the people, but it doesn't actually have the force of rule that Antipater will have. Antipater, in turn, names his 2 sons to leadership position. The elder son, Phasael, was given the governorship of Judea, the central part, and his younger son, Herod, was given control of the Galilee. At that point, Caesar was assassinated, and shortly thereafter, Antipater himself was assassinated. Herod would revenge his father's murder somewhat later, but while this is all happening, the Parthians invade. These are people who live to the far east in the region of Babylonia. They come in, they completely take over the region for a short period of time. They crown Aristobulus' son. Remember, this is the other brother in the Civil War. And so his son Antigonus is named as king. And they take Hyrcanus, his rival, and they physically maim him so he can't take the position of high priest. The role of high priest was exceptionally important, especially in the Maccabean era, because it was not uncommon for the high priest and the king to be the same person. Phasael, Herod's brother, is captured and he ultimately commits suicide. Herod flees by way of Alexandria to Rome. In Rome, he's a big hit, and he ends up being named the King of the Jews. So he returns back to Judea in the year 39. The Parthians are driven out, and after an extensive struggle with a tremendous bloody conflict, he ultimately approaches and conquers Jerusalem in the year 37, and of course there's another massacre of the local population. And so from that year 37, with his conquest of Jerusalem, then he reigns basically undisturbed until the year 4 before the Common Era. A Stalin-like period of time, and in many ways he ruled it like Joseph Stalin ruled the Soviet Union as well. We will have plenty of occasion to speak about Herod's madness and his cruelty, but we should also remember at the same time that he was not a typical despot. He apparently had very strong feelings about how the country should be run, and he was willing to meet the local population halfway as long as he could maintain the control in the manner that he decided. He attempted from time to time to have councils with the local people. He attempted to intercede for them on behalf of Rome. He also gave taxes during years of drought. There were a few things that we can point to which were exceptional in his reign, but the main positive element of his long rule over Israel was his role as a builder. Let's look at 3 specific areas where he was extremely significant. The first is, of course, in a major renovation of the temple grounds. This is a modern reconstruction, of course, but Herod expanded the footprint of the temple grounds. He lavishly decorated the entire facility. He built brand new walls. In fact, most of the stones to the Kotel, the remaining western wall, most of the ones that are visible are in fact stones from the Herodian era. And much lower down, you'll find the stones of the Hashmonaim and so on, but you have to go into archaeological sites to see the lower levels. This was a calculated ploy which was designed to win over, unsuccessfully, the affections of the people. Herod knew that the temple was definitely the spiritual center of the Jewish people, and he thought by magnifying it, he would develop greater connections with the larger population, and also, this did work, develop the fame of Jerusalem as a major capital of the ancient world. And in fact, the fame of the Eternal City did spread far and wide, and many people were very curious to see what is this great temple that the Jews worship at. He also, at the same time, maintained very strong connections with Rome. Although he himself was of somewhat dubious Jewish origin, he, of course, was an Idumean, and there is always questions about how Jewish were the Idumeans to begin with, given their forced conversion. But for certain, he was a citizen of Rome. And in Jerusalem, it was difficult for him to express that well, although he did, for example, attempt at one point to erect a Roman eagle on the temple grounds, which offended the Jewish sensibilities so terribly that once it was taken down, he simply did not try it again. But in the port city that he built, Caesarea on the Mediterranean, he created essentially a Roman-styled polis. That's a Greek word for a kind of self-governing city, which had all of the trappings of the greatest Roman cities around the world, including this beautiful amphitheater and many other facilities that were much more Roman in style. And in fact, for the next couple of hundred years, the Romans would prefer Caesarea as their capital, as their main base. Even though Jerusalem had far greater status, it was much too Jewish, it was much too religious. Caesarea, not only did it have better access to the sea and so on, but it had a culture that was far more welcoming of Roman mores. There was a very large Jewish population in Caesarea, but it was essentially a Roman city on Jewish soil. One of my favorite of his constructions is his remarkable palace at the rocky outcrop of Masada, which is in the middle of the Judean desert. You can see the Dead Sea in the background there. This gorgeous facility, very remote and craggy. His summer palace, maybe this is his winter palace, I'm not actually sure, but built with tremendous engineering ingenuity and also with an aesthetic sensibility. I've climbed, as many young Jews have done, to the top of Masada as part of my coming of age experiences, and watching the sun rise over the mountains of Moab in Jordan is an absolutely amazing experience. One can only imagine what it'd be like to have your palace located there, one of his several palaces. And right, that gives you a sense of his vision, his connection to the outside world, and his grandeur. However, as I mentioned, he failed to make a connection with the people as a whole. The population, from the very beginning of his rule, favored Antigonus, who was a legitimate leader from the Hasmonean dynasty, even though it was a flawed dynasty, and his father and uncle had quarreled miserably over who would control Israel. Nevertheless, Herod was never able to get over the taint of his association with the Idumeans, and also his brutal use of force to impose his will on the Jewish people was not seen with much charity. In some cases, he was, if you look at this coin, for example, you get a sense of him trying to find the balancing position. This is a Herodian coin from his era, and on the left is depicted an eagle. This is the first time that a Jewish king, since the Persian era, had put any kind of living being as an image on a coin. This was considered to be something that was deeply offensive to the Jews of that era. We've already mentioned the Roman eagle at the temple grounds, and this coin was circulated primarily in Caesarea, but all the other coins that circulated elsewhere were free of images of human beings or of animals and so on. So it's like he was prepared to do some things for the Jewish people, but he really didn't believe it himself, and he wanted to stick with Roman values elsewhere. He failed to win over the people, and in particular the Pharisees, who we'll speak about shortly. They refused to take an oath to him, and his multiple acts of cruelty, the Christian scriptures describe an incredibly awful incident in which he murdered thousands of infants. We may get back to that a little later when we talk about the birth of Christianity. Meant that he was never a popular king. He also had an incredibly bizarre and tragic family life. He married multiple wives, like many of these kind of Eastern kings, for various purposes, to connect himself, usually unsuccessfully, with local populations. He married many wives. The most famous of whom, and certainly the highest status of whom, was Mariamne, who was shown in the first slide here. Mariamne was the last princess from the line of the Maccabees, and through her, he hoped to gain some legitimacy as a king coming from the Maccabees. Ultimately, however, he would murder Mariamne, and then in a fit of regret and rage, he would order her body preserved in honey, which is just bizarre because he wanted to be close to her even after death. He would also murder all of her sons in a fit of rage, that is, his own sons by Mariamne, as he murdered many of his children, many of his wives, feeling that they were seeking, in some cases correctly, to overthrow him. In the last years of his life, he was overcome with madness and regret, and ultimately he passed away in year 4 before the Common Era. And the legacy that he left to his successors is going to unfold in the first century in some very significant ways, resulting, for example, in the birth of Christianity, which occurs under his successors, and then the Great Revolt, which will ultimately lead to the destruction of the temple. Okay, that's a very quick look at King Herod. Let us continue in the next lecture with a discussion of the Jewish population at this time. In particular, we're going to look at sectarianism before we return to political history. Thank you very much for watching.
I'm no expert. I should have said that straight out the gate. I'm just giving you my opinion, my thoughts about it. There's some Japanese documents that I think paint a pretty clear picture of kind of the foundation of what the Japanese military was taught.
It is perhaps a common misconception that the Jews of the first century were somehow better than the Jews of the 21st century. They were more cooperative, more sensitive, more morally acute, and generally more politically aware of their realities that surrounded them. There are some theological arguments to say that perhaps they were more spiritually sensitive than the current generation. I'll leave that to the rabbis to discuss. But when it comes to a historical perspective, I am reminded of my father's oft-stated motto, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose, which means the more it changes, the more it stays the same. And the fractiousness of the Jewish community in the first century before the Common Era through the first century of the Common Era was absolutely incredible, and in many ways quite comparable to our own 2,000 years later. So I'd like to look at three groups today, very briefly, and then in a following video, I'd like to look at the fascinating incident of the Qumran community, most likely the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, but I'll save that for another video. For today, let's just look at three major groups: the Pharisees, the Sadducees, and the Zealots. How we know about these groups, and in fact the names for these groups, comes to us almost entirely from the testimonies of Josephus, who we've discussed in great detail, but we will come back to again and again in the ancient period, and Philo. Philo we haven't spoken about very much yet. He is an important first century philosopher who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was one of the very important conduits of Jewish thought to the outside world. And both of them give us some insight into the range of Jewish political, religious, and social expression of this era. We can fill in the gaps from what remains from Josephus' and Philo's testimonies with passages from the Talmud and the Midrash and the Torah and the Christian scriptures and so on. But we are really heavily reliant on the overall structure that we get from Josephus and Philo. And I'll try and point out some of the lacunae that we still have in their records of these groups. But for now, let's concentrate on the three main groups. The first one for sure we've got to consider are the so-called Pharisees. This is not a term that we find within the Jewish scriptures or within the Jewish writings such as the Mishnah and the Talmud and so on. They may be known as the Perushim, which means those who separate. It's an interesting term. The etymology is not quite certain. It could be that it was originally a term of opprobrium cast at the Pharisees because they somehow separated from either the political structure of the day or from the lower classes. I'm going to explore that in just a second. And then perhaps the rabbis took this as an adequate designator of who they are and who they stood for. This happens actually very commonly in history where one group will find some kind of nasty label for another group, and the other group will end up taking that label on, saying, yeah, that's us, One example that is quite close to what we're talking about today would be the term Orthodox, which was originally hurled at the so-called Altgläubiger, the old believers, the traditionalist Jews of the 18th century in particular, and early 19th century, and the term was meant to be an insult. Orthodox means one belief, which is not at all entirely true, but we'll get to that, God willing, later on in the series. And ultimately, the Orthodox, so to speak, took on that term and said, yeah, that's us, we're Orthodox. Who are the Perushim? Who are the Pharisees? They are, by scholarly consensus, identified with the rabbis, the rabbinical movement, meaning the people who laid claim to an ancestral tradition known as the Masora that we've spoken about briefly in the past, and would ultimately be the survivors of this tumultuous time and would be the intellectual foundations of Jewish expression for thousands of years. Again, let me reiterate that during the first century before the Common Era, the first century of the Common Era, there were very many definitions of what is Judaism circulating, and many different groups were laying claim to that label. The Pharisees, or the rabbis, the Perushim, were the ones who emerged successful. What to make of that multiplicity? Well, I guess it depends on how you feel about the rabbis, but this is definitely where Judaism connects itself through the tumultuous couple of centuries we're looking at to the distant past. Now, who were they? They were drawn largely from the middle and lower classes, and generally speaking, not from the aristocracy. There were priests among them, Kohanim among them, but they were by and large not associated with the temple in a direct and controlling manner, although there are some really fascinating recent analyses that suggest that the temple was in fact run according to Pharisaic principle, even though it was another group, the Sadducees, we'll discuss next, who were primarily in control of much of the temple activity. They were known as popular teachers. They were known as people being close to the spiritually sensitive elements of the population, and they were, kind of like charismatic leaders. Think, for example, of 18th century and 19th century Hasidic leaders gathering around them the common people who come to them for spiritual guidance. That's not to say that they did not disdain the common people, the so-called Amei Haaretz, which in Hebrew means people of the land, but is often shorthand, at least in Pharisaic writings, for ignorami. That's a plural, right? Ignorami, plural, ignoramus, meaning unlearned. And the rabbis actually made a very careful distinction. There's a discussion that's quite fascinating about how one would become a chaver, a colleague, which was like the membership of a faith circle, by agreeing, not necessarily by mastering a massive amount of text, which was definitely the desideratum of the rabbis, but by agreeing to be strict about certain particular practices that had perhaps fallen into disuse. For example, to be very strict about taking the tithe from one's produce, to be very particular about the laws of diet or the laws of family behavior and so on. And so people would take on this status before a beit din, a court of three rabbis. They would say, I am going to undertake to, follow the laws of tithing, and they would be considered a chaver, a friend, a colleague, a member of the circle. So even though they tended to look down on the totally unwashed and unlearned, this was not an exclusive kind of thing. This was a sense where they wanted people to rise above their educational limitations as much as possible. And this was also not a monolithic approach within the Pharisees either. But at any rate, some scholars suggest that that's perhaps why they were called Perushim, or separators, because they held themselves above. At the same time, they were definitely much more popular with the broader population than any of the other groups that we will be discussing both today and in the following chapter. And I've already mentioned the connection with the temple very briefly. There's no question that they had very particular ideas about how the sacrificial ritual should be performed and by whom, and they felt that the appointment, often for a year or less, of a high priest by King Herod was completely illegitimate, that this should be something that is handed down, father to son within a legitimate line of priests and so on. But nevertheless, they had a very strong influence on the way that the temple was managed. How many were there? Well, Josephus offers the number 6,000 at one point, which it's hard to know whether that's a big number or a small number. If it's referring to the leadership, I say that's a pretty big number. If it's referring to everybody who considers themselves a Pharisee, that's a fairly small number. When you and we don't know very much about how to contrast that with the larger numbers of it as a whole. When you contrast that, however, with Josephus's reference to about 4,000 of the Essenes, which were a fairly radical group that we'll talk about more next lecture, then you get the impression that it would have been a very small group indeed. At any rate, we have some sense of who they were and how they were connected to the larger population. They often found themselves at odds with the political leadership because they disagreed of the, because their most important agenda item was following the Torah and following the Masorah, meaning the oral Torah that explained the Torah. And they had very little patience for the Hellenizing tendencies of the other classes, and especially of the ruling class under Herod and his successors. The next major group was the so-called Sadducees. They are known in Hebrew as the Tzedukim. That's where we get that strange word Sadducee from. And they derive their lineage from Tzadok HaKohen, a high priest named Tzadok, who goes all the way back to the Persian era. The Sadducees were very heavily invested in the temple ritual. They tended to be from the aristocratic classes. There were a very high concentration of priests among them for obvious reasons, but also they're known for their rather extreme Hellenization. There's probably an overlap between the Sadducees and the initial groups that advocated for more Hellenization during the Greek period. The Sadducees are often the enemies of the Pharisees in Pharisaic documents like the Talmud. Sadducees are often giving the rabbis, the Perusian, a hard time, and the Perusian have smart answers back. And there's so many reasons why their ideologies conflicted. The Sadducees had a series of beliefs which were heterodox when compared to the Pharisaic beliefs, such as they do not believe in the world to come. It's not correct to suggest they do not believe in the oral Torah at all. It's impossible to follow the Torah itself without some form of additional commentary to explain how it's translated into real life. But they disagree definitely with the extent and scope and authority of the oral Torah that the rabbis held. They were frequently allied with the Romans, and as we approach the later part of the 1st century CE, of course, they'll be quite involved in the pro-Roman position vis-a-vis the ultimate Roman-Jewish war. Ultimately, they will disappear at the end of that war, and they will have no further influence on the continuity of Jewish thought. There is, however, some overlap between certain ideas of the Sadducees and medieval movements like the Karaite movement that we'll have to discuss when we get there next semester. And finally, borrowing once again from Josephus' terminology, is a group called the Zealots. It would be more appropriate, however, to speak of multiple groups, all harboring a variety of ideologies at this point. Some of them were highly politically motivated, some of them were religiously motivated, some of them were simple criminals who engaged in brigandage and highway robbery, creating a greater atmosphere of discontent in the 1st century. The roots of the Zealots definitely go back to the disagreement over whether Herod should be king as an Idumean, or whether Antigonus should be king, since he was one of the Maccabean line. And there was a tremendous amount of intra-Jewish violence associated with the various Zealot movements. Again, grouped under this term without necessarily formally agreeing to belong to any kind of umbrella group. The most notorious of the Zealots were undoubtedly the so-called Sicarii, literally dagger men, named after their short daggers that they would carry under their cloaks, and engaged in assassination of Jewish leaders whom they disagreed with. Very nasty period of time with a lot of intra-Jewish violence. This will escalate throughout the 1st century and will have a major contributing factor to the Roman-Jewish war that we'll be exploring in a little while. Okay, that's it for three of the main groups identified by Josephus and to a lesser degree by Philo. In the next video, let's talk about the mysterious Essenes and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Thank you very much for
Giving
that.
even the slightest thought to personal interest and to life or death. So, hey, I'm a firm believer. In fact, I think that's what makes a good team player, is someone that puts the team above themselves. No doubt about it. That's also what makes a good leader, someone that puts the team.
In 1947, just months before the modern state of Israel was to be born, a dramatic discovery came to light. A massive cache of ancient documents, scrolls, discovered in a series of caves in a very forbidding part of Israel, in the Judean desert, not too far from the Dead Sea, hence the name Dead Sea Scrolls. The series of caves were located around a community known as Qumran, an ancient community long since abandoned, and this promised to be the library of that community. And the documents dated to approximately 150 before the Common Era to the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 of the Common Era, and they promised to shed a tremendous amount of light on the nature of Jewish society in this incredibly important time, including a discussion perhaps of what it must have been like for the early Christians in this period. So let's have a very quick look at the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves and ask some questions about who wrote them and what exactly do they say. So here's a map of the modern state of Israel on a satellite, and as you can see when we zoom in a little bit, the Qumran region and the caves are just to the west of the northern part of the Dead Sea. The location of these caves as a possible source of documents was actually known long before 1947, and documents would occasionally trickle out onto the black market, but the major discovery came out in 1947. Here's a look at the topography of the region. You can see these caves are far up in the hillside, and this would be a place where many outcasts from society or rebels against the regime, like the Bar Kokhba rebels, would ultimately be hiding out. And they're very difficult to get to and a great place to hide things. The arid climate also helped preserve these documents, which proved to be absolutely fantastic. As I mentioned, the collection was positively dated from about 135 before the Common Era to about 68 of the Common Era, which exactly sandwiches the late period of the Hashmonaim, the reign of King Herod, the rise of the rabbis, all of these fantastic things, and of course the period of the birth of Christianity, right up until the Great Revolt. So a very important period in Jewish history and indeed in world history. And so what these documents had to say really captured the world's attention. One thing for sure was fascinating early on is that when these documents were painstakingly opened up, it was discovered that they had a tremendous number of biblical fragments in there. Typically not entire samples of works, but there are pieces of the entire Hebrew scriptures, with the exception, interestingly, of the book of Esther. And there are also many other documents in here that say a lot about what it must have been like to be Jewish at this particular point in history. So who were the authors of these documents, especially the ones other than the biblical texts, which of course were copied from earlier texts? We know quite a bit about the Qumran community. This, by the way, is an aerial view of their settlement. The documents were found far away in small caves that were quite inaccessible. So obviously they must have stored them there for safekeeping, and this was not actually where they lived. They lived down in the valley in these large communal areas. They described their own community, particularly in many of their manuals of discipline, which are recorded in the scrolls. And so we get a sense of who they were, or at least how they lived. We know that the members of the Qumran community were Jewish, that they observed communal property, that is, that they lived in a kind of, if you will, a strange kind of religious kibbutz-like environment where all property was held in common, but they had a very highly defined sense of religious mores. They dressed all in white. They had a very strict regimen of maintaining personal purity with a great series of ablutions after, relieving oneself and so on. And they had, all kinds of rituals about how they would gather in silence and eat twice a day with higher status people receiving the food first. And, really fascinating kind of things that talk to us about the specifics of their day. We know that they valued celibacy, although it's not clear if they were actually celibate. So it may be that celibacy was considered some kind of ideal, perhaps after one had children. Of course, having children, by the way, is a very positive ideal in Judaism as a whole, and so they would not have been able to exempt themselves from this until after they had fulfilled that quota, at least if they were thinking like the Pharisees would in the Masoretic tradition. They may be the so-called Essenes, a mysterious group that are named in Josephus, and a lot of the behaviors that they indicate are those that the Essenes would have held. In their own documentation, they never refer to themselves as Essenes, though, so it's hard to make this label stick. The term Essene is of dubious etymology. It does not appear to be a Hebrew word. Josephus uses obviously the Greek alphabet is all that survived of his description of them. And, there's a lot of guesses as to what that name actually could mean. But what the Qumran community called themselves are the sons of light. They often contrast themselves with other groups. And again, it's tempting to try and attach these labels to other groups that we know existed. There are the sons of darkness. Perhaps those are the Sadducees, and some theories point to the possibility that perhaps the Qumran community were like disaffected Sadducees. Certainly their hyper attention to purity issues are not unlike those requirements that would have been mandatory for the Kohanim, and perhaps they felt that the perversion of the temple ritual under Herod required them to separate, maybe even earlier, maybe even during the Maccabean period. They may have separated. These are all questions. They also have a teacher of righteousness, which may have been some kind of like historical figure, but it's very difficult to identify which historical figure would that have been. We have other records of them. And they also refer to a group of people called the seekers of smooth things. And some have opined that perhaps this refers to the Pharisees, perhaps that refers to the rabbis, because there are elements of the Qumran community behavior which definitely overlap with Pharisaic ideals as well. These are all great questions that I'm sure over the next century or so people will discover more and more. There's a lot of fascinating things that are being discovered now. For example, looking at the DNA content of the animal skins that were used to write most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. As others, one of the most famous ones is written actually on copper. Fascinating. In terms of the content, what do the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say? So, first of all, the biblical texts are instructive in themselves. It is great to know that the biblical texts that are included in the Hebrew Scriptures today were definitely in circulation at the time of Qumran. But the texts that the Qumran community have are mainly fragmentary. They're partial texts, and in some cases they are expanded texts. There are larger books of the Bible, or like a book that we know that is in the Bible today, but the Qumran version is significantly larger and there's more material in it. So there's a lot of material to study here in terms of who these people could have been and how they fit with the rest of the Jewish world at the time. But it does indicate that there is definitely a growing consensus about what would be canonized as the Hebrew Scriptures, and it's generally believed that the full decision was made through the first century. Again, the Talmud does not have any extensive discussion of how it was decided to include certain books and others not. There are a few scattered passages, but no systematic discussion of it. What's more fascinating, I think, about the Dead Sea Scrolls is that quite often they have their own commentaries on texts. Like, for example, a commentary on the Book of Nahum, which is absolutely fascinating and tells us so much more about how the Qumran community must have viewed themselves vis-a-vis other groups. And as I mentioned, it's hard to pin down exactly which groups they're referring to because there's so much euphemistic language, but for sure we can determine that they felt that they were on the precipice of the Messianic age, that the Messiah would soon be revealed really within their lifetimes, and they were preparing themselves as a community to be caught up in the new Messianic transformation. This certainly feeds very well into the notion that the first century was just cooking in terms of a spiritual vortex and was ripe for the kind of movement that ultimately would express itself in Christianity, because the Dead Sea Scrolls are giving us a sense of a population that is preparing itself for this kind of moment. There's also, as I mentioned earlier, some fascinating manuals of behavior for conduct, which has overlaps with both the Pharisees, who are very interested in halakha and personal conduct, and also with the Sadducees, who are especially involved in issues of personal purity. And that gives us a general sense, I think, of what's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's so much fascinating research, so much that is unknown about them still, but I'm very glad to have been able to talk about it with you for a few minutes. Let's go back now to Judea proper and try to understand something about the birth of Christianity within this larger historical context. Thank you for watching.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. Good example. Yeah. But see what I'm saying though? It's like, but what is that respect kind of reflecting over functionally? It does seem like that. It's like, okay, know your place.
Let's continue our discussion of Jewish history with three short lectures that are going to look specifically at the birth of Christianity. This is obviously an incredibly important moment in world history, although if you ask most Jews in the first century, they probably would not have noted the appearance of this movement, which would ultimately change the world because it simply faded into the background of so many other things that were going on at that time. Let's begin first with a discussion of the political background. So, as you will recall from the previous lecture, Herod dies in the year 4 before the Common Era. The Romans are not thrilled with the idea of giving his descendants, that is, those who survived his multiple murderous rages, the title of king. So his eldest surviving son, one Archelaus, was given the diminished title Ethnon, which means essentially ruler of the people, but not having nearly as much power as king per se. The real power would be vested in Roman authorities. Now, Archelaus was given the most important section of the territory. You can see on this map here. He was given Judea itself, which is more towards the south, and Idumea, the region conquered under the Hashmonaim, and then also Samaria. His mother was actually Samarian, and up until the Galilee region. This was the highest status region of the entire area. It was a mixed population of Jews and non-Jews, primarily Samaritans. His younger brother, Herod Antipas, was given the much more Jewish Galilee region and the Perea, which was on the eastern bank of the Jordan River. And another younger brother, Herod Philip, was given the region that was more recently conquered in what would be today's Syria and Jordan. His Herod's sister, Salome, was given the region on the coast, which included Yamnia, which is in Hebrew tradition known as Yavne, a very important place later on in the first century, and also a little bit of territory on the Jordan River Valley. So that's basically how the territory was divided up. It didn't last long, however, because Archelaus was regarded as an unusually cruel and incompetent administrator, and due to a significant amount of local pressure, the Romans decided to simply remove him from rule, and he was exiled to the new settlement of Vienne, which is in the south of France on the Rhone River. It's actually, not too bad if you get exiled to south of France, but this was not definitely an ideal place for a Jew to go. He is nevertheless the first named Jew in France in the years 66 before the Common Era. And the Romans put in place Roman administrators who were called at first prefects and then later called procurators. And even when we would have a Jewish king a little bit later in the first century, it was really the prefect or the procurator who would be the person in charge and really having significant power. Two of the most important of these figures were Pontius Pilate, who's extremely important, of course, during the story of Jesus' life and death, and Gessius Florus, who is very important in terms of understanding the background of the revolt that would erupt in the year 66. Now, in terms of the Jewish kings, there were two of them. They were both named Agrippa, also known as Agrippas. The first one, Herod Agrippa I, reigned from the year 41 to 44. And the reason why his kingship was reinstated had less to do with politics in Judea, but more to do with politics in Rome. He was favored by incoming emperors, and as a result, he was given some territory back. There's a lot of interesting things to say about him as an individual, but I'd just like to focus on two things for our purposes today. First of all, he appears negatively in the Christian scriptures, which we're going to talk about more in the next lecture. In the book of Acts chapter 12 in particular, this is the Agrippa that actually does very badly vis-a-vis James and also Peter. However, in the Talmudic tradition, he appears with some frequency as a sadly heroic figure, and this seems to have a significant amount of historical support. He seems to have been sort of a divided character. He was raised as a Roman and with Roman sensibilities that is not so much in tune with the much more religious sensibilities of the population in Jerusalem, especially not the rural countryside. He would have been much more comfortable in the Roman enclaves of Caesarea, for example. However, he did establish significant connections with the Pharisaic community, and in many ways attempted to, at least feign some kind of support for Jewish ideas. The Talmud describes an unusual passage in which he is invited to read from the Torah, and he comes upon a passage that essentially describes how he, as an Idumean, because he is the grandson of Herod the Idumean, would be invalidated from being the high priest, and his eyes filled with tears. And the rabbis who are present say, "You are our brother, Agrippa, you are our brother." And for this, incidentally, they were criticized because it was a sort of an obsequious thing to say at the time. Nevertheless, fascinating figure. It will take us too far off to discuss him now. His son, as Marcus Julius Agrippa II, also called king, but not of Judea. He was actually given territories that were primarily not Jewish in the region of Syria that I showed you earlier. He actually was a much more slavish imitator of Roman norms than his father. He actually backed the Roman side in the Roman-Jewish War and had very little to do with the actual governance of Judea proper. This remarkable piece of artwork, and thus the Restream, is actually inspired by a passage in the book of Acts, chapters 25 and 26, in which Paul, about whom we'll have a lot more to say in the next couple of lectures, was called to appear before Agrippa II. You can see him here on the left, and also the procurator, Porcius Festus. I actually think that name Porcius, that sounds pretty ironic, or maybe perfect for a Roman procurator. And Agrippa II's sister Berenice, with whom there are all kinds of nasty rumors as well. And it's a fascinating passage in the book of Acts in which Paul is called to explain himself and say something about Christianity. And Agrippa II here comes across as a somewhat ambivalent character, not entirely convinced that the way the Christians are being treated is correct. At any rate, that's a very quick look at the prefects and procurators and the brief-lived kings of the region in the first century. Now, the prefects and procurators had to deal with a lot of difficulties with this population. That culminated, of course, in the Great Revolt of the year 66, extended for about 6 or 7 years. There were, however, previous revolts. There was a significant revolt in the year 6 that seems to have been connected with a census. Jewish culture frowns on taking censuses, and indeed for counting people for any reason. So much so that when synagogue will convene a quorum for prayer, a so-called minyan in Hebrew, and you'll need 10 adult males in a traditional Orthodox minyan. You will never count them by numbers. It's considered inappropriate to count by numbers. You will, recite a verse that has 10 words in it, or a blessing that has 10 words in it, and count people as you say the words. That way you'll know if you have 10 or not. But there was a revolt in the year 6 over one of these censuses. There are reasons when a census, of course, should be taken, and there are several mentions in the Torah, but again, outside of our sphere of responsibility for today's lecture. There was also a significant revolt in the year 40 when Caligula, the emperor shown here, decided that he, a little bit like Antiochus IV, who we talked about a few lectures ago, decided to defile the temple courtyard by erecting a monument to himself, which would be completely out of keeping with Jewish sensibilities. And Jews were getting very, very upset about this. And in fact, even the Roman authorities were saying, Caligula, maybe this isn't such a great idea. They're kind of trying to slow walk his erection of a monument to himself. Luckily for the region, he was assassinated, and this put an end to this rather strange attempt to put a monument to Caligula in the temple. But we definitely are dealing with a population that is suspicious of Roman activity and definitely distrustful of Romans and ready to revolt over it. The Romans in particular, as we discussed under Herod the Great about 50-odd years ago, they set up a base in Caesarea where it's much more amenable to Roman sensibilities, and it is primarily from Caesarea that most of the Roman administrative decrees are promulgated. One of the most significant of these procurators I mentioned earlier was Pontius Pilate. Here's actually a fascinating stone that was discovered a while ago that actually mentions his name. In the second line here, Pilatus is what was said. One last thing that's really crucial to understand about this period is that it is a period of phenomenal messianic friendship. We already spoke about the Qumran community and the Dead Sea Scrolls. We got a sense of what some of these strange populations, perhaps Essenes, may have been like, and what this would have said about the larger society. But what about specifically the messianic movement associated with early Christianity? So we know, for example, that Josephus, who is our go-to source for the first century, he wrote a magnificent work called The Jewish War, which we described again in previous lectures, a little bit about who Josephus was as well. And another major work called The Jewish Antiquities, which is huge. And he had a lot to say about internal politics in the first century. He describes, for example, a messianic movement led by a so-called Egyptian prophet, probably a Jew from Egypt rather than an ethnically Egyptian individual, who actually got together groups of followers to meet him on the Mount of Olives, and there his messianic movement was crushed. This is probably in the 40s. But what does he say about Jesus? So we have a passage in Josephus' writings, which is called the Testimonium Flavianum. Flavianum meaning from Flavian, the dynasty of emperors that adopted Josephus. His name is finally Flavius Josephus, so hence the name Flavianum. And this is a really bizarre and much argued about passage. Here's the translation of it. I'm just reading the first part. About this time there lived Jesus, a wise man, if indeed one ought to call him a man. Somewhat bizarre thing for a Jew like Josephus to write. The idea of a human being possessing the qualities or attributes of God in an identical sense, meaning that this is a God-man. He's very unusual for Jesus to say, and still remain within the parameters of Judaism of the first century, especially towards the end of it. We'll talk about how there was a more split between church and synagogue, and this was made absolutely clear for the synagogue community that it was totally revolting. And then some description on it. And then this passage, he was the Messiah. Like, wow, that is like the end of the story. I mean, in Jewish thought, a Messiah, the word in Hebrew is Mashiach, as translated into Greek as Christos, it means essentially the anointed one, right? Like pouring oil on the head of this one being chosen to lead the Jews. We see that passage, for example, in the book of Samuel, where the prophet Samuel anoints Saul. This is the term Christos, Messiah, Mashiach. Now, many scholars have doubted for hundreds of years that this particular paragraph was actually written by Josephus. In recent decades, there's been some revision of that, saying, well, maybe Josephus wrote something that was later edited by an enthusiastic Christian copyist, because some elements of it seem to be, acceptable for a Greek writing Jew of the first century to write, but others just seem so far out of line, such as this phrase, he was the Messiah. And if he was the Messiah in Jewish thought, history stops at that point, right? He's a king, he takes over the population and creates Jewish independence, both spiritually and politically, and that obviously didn't happen. It would be strange for Josephus to write that, and so on and so forth. So many have opined, it seems like the balance of scholarly opinion is that this particular passage is not really Josephus' writing. The first time it appears in a corroborating quotation is in the work of Eusebius, a church historian from the late 3rd, early 4th century. And so most scholars assume that this particular passage was somehow inserted between Josephus' death at the end of the 1st century and the time when Eusebius saw it a couple hundred years later. But at any rate, what I can say in this context is that we don't have any other corroborating information outside of Christian sources that gives a sense of what Jews at that time actually thought about the early Christian movement. We will have some discussion that appears later towards the end of the 1st century, and certainly going into the 3rd century. We'll talk in a couple of lectures about how the Talmud describes the separation of church and synagogue, and how the synagogue looks backwards upon the events that became so important for the emerging Christian movement, but at the time they did not really make a ripple in the few Jewish sources that we have. Anyway, a lot more to say about this. Let us continue with the next lecture, and we'll look specifically at Jesus within the larger context of his Jewish audience. Thank you very much for
that's committed to her career. So she doesn't want to have kids. She doesn't want to get married because she's focused on the career. Which is actually cool, but it is an extreme way to get down. All right, well, I don't believe there's any conduct.
Now that we've had a look at the political background of the region of Judea and environs in the beginning of the 1st century, I'd like to turn our attention to one specific biography that, of course, has tremendous significance for not only Jewish history, but world history. This is a topic that may attract a certain amount of unwelcome attention, and the comment box is going to be filled with a lot of unwelcome and unhelpful additions. And so if you see that I've turned off the comments, it means that I've just given up. And the video is really important to include in our discussion of the course of Jewish history in the ancient world, because obviously this was a turning point for much of world history that had phenomenal impact on Jews over the following 2 millennia. We certainly can't ignore this important chapter. So let us focus our attention today on the historical Jesus. Let's try to understand from a biographical perspective, from a historical perspective, who was this person? And how did he relate to his Jewish environment? It, of course, goes without saying that he himself was Jewish, that virtually all of his audience were Jewish, virtually everyone he interacted with was Jewish. It was only later in the next generation, with specifically under Paul in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile phenomenon. That is something that the majority of adherents are not ethnically Jewish. But let's focus today on Jesus' own life, what we can glean about it, and then we're going to go to the post-Jesus period under Paul and later in the next video. Now, the quest for the historical Jesus is not a new one, and there are many attempts to try and figure out, based on the Gospels, what exactly we can say with certainty about Jesus' life. We should recall that the New Testament, that is the Christian scriptures, are quite different from the so-called Old Testament or Hebrew scriptures. The Hebrew scriptures, which really constitutes kind of a national library of spirituality, goes covering hundreds and hundreds of years and has many, many different voices. Of course, in traditional Jewish thought, the first 5 books were dictated by God to Moses. There's a lot more to say about it, but not necessarily in this video. And then the subsequent volumes were all, inspired by God in some way, but have specific authors and are located in a particular time and place and context. The New Testament is rather different. It has a tremendous amount of concentration written by a very small group of authors on a very specific single topic in one particular place and time in concentration. There are 4 distinct biographies of Jesus in the form of the 4 Gospels, for example. And then, of course, lots of material is gleaned from the later works that follow the Gospels. Of the 4 Gospels, the first 3 are called the Synoptic Gospels because they more or less kind of line up with each other. Not precisely. There are some difficulties, details that are added in some of the Synoptic Gospels, not in others, apparent contradictions between them. And so for hundreds of years, there have been attempts to try and create a single gospel based on those 3. The 4th gospel, that of John, is rather different. It has lots more material. It has a different tone in many ways. So out of these 4 basic sources, can we actually create a historical picture of Jesus? So lots of attempts have been made. One of the most interesting, I think, is that of none other than Thomas Jefferson, who created this book here. This is actually in his own hand, The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually, as we shall see, literally from the Gospels. And here's what he actually did. He actually took a razor and edited out those passages that he felt were redundant or perhaps nonsensical because he didn't like miraculous events, and he tried to create a human biography by removing lots of excess material and by combining the Gospels to create one kind of coherent whole. Kids, I do not recommend you try this at home. It will get you in a lot of trouble if you take a razor to your Bible and try to remove passages from it. But nevertheless, this is a very difficult enterprise. What kind of sources can we bring to bear to try to understand the historical Jesus? So obviously we have the Christian scriptures, the earliest of which are the letters of Paul that you will note date after the death of Jesus. So we don't have any contemporary sources, although the Gospels and others may have been inspired, certainly were by oral tradition. We don't have any contemporary sources. The earliest one that we have written down is something like 10 or 20 years written after the death of Jesus. Then we have a couple of passages in Josephus. We talked about one, the Testimonium Flavianum, the most important one in the last video. But the references on Josephus are less about Jesus and more about Christians, especially the ones written towards the end of his life. And then we have Tacitus, one of the Roman authors, with not necessarily a very charitable view of Jews and by extension of Christians. And again, just by passing references, not really very helpful to flesh out a biography. We have some fascinating material from non-canonical texts, like these Gospels of Thomas, of Mary, and of Peter that were discovered elsewhere. These are, for example, like we discussed with the book of Maccabees, texts that were not included in the Christian canon that formed the Bible, but were still circulating in antiquity. Then we have the Church Fathers, and of course, they have the disadvantage of being written so much later and essentially relying on the kind of materials that we still have preserved, and in some cases, perhaps material that has been lost. And finally, we have the Talmud that, again, is written much later, a few hundred years after the events described. And although they may rely on oral traditions as well, one of the important things about understanding the Talmud as a historical source is that, the rabbis in the Talmud, it's not really fair to ask them to teach us history. They're trying to teach us religion, specifically Judaism, and so they're saying much about how Judaism views Jesus, again, at some distance, and perhaps in an allegorical manner, and so on. But anyway, when we pull those things together as best we can, this is what we have as a scholarly consensus. And note, I'm talking now about a scholarly consensus, not necessarily that of a believer. As we have with Jews who revere the Hebrew scriptures as, inspired word of God in one form or another, the assessment of the validity and specifically the historicity of the texts we're describing for Christians depends a lot on how you approach those texts. So if we boil down to just what scholars agree on, they basically say the following. There's general consensus that Jesus was a historical person who actually lived somewhere between 6 before the Common Era until about the year 26 to 36 of the Common Era. And for those of you who may not have watched some of these previous videos, let me mention that the terms BCE, before Common Era, and CE, Common Era, generally replace before Christ and Anno Domini, BC and AD, because this is a term used generally by secular scholars or by non-Christian scholars. So please don't be offended by it. That is actually a scholarly norm. So we know roughly when he lived. We can patch these things together from, Roman records and other Judean sources and so on. We know that he spent his youth in Nazareth, which is in the Galilee region. We know that he was baptized by John the Baptist. And there's a lot of interesting things to say about the relationship between them, but again, not for this video. We know that he debated and taught religion and morality with other Jews primarily. As you can see in this map here, some of his adult ministry in the region from Hebron in the south up to Sidon in the north. Most of his audiences were Jewish, although there were a few that were distinctly non-Jewish. There's also a discussion of his time in Egypt as a child, but his primary adult work is in Israel. And finally, he was crucified by the Romans under Pontius Pilate, the procurator who we spoke about in the previous lecture. That's basically what we know. What we don't know is huge, and specifically when we try to understand it in the context of his Jewish community, because he was a first-century Jew. How did his community understand what he was saying? We don't know, for example, what exactly was his relationship to the Torah and to Judaism. What was his relationship to the seething political ferment of the day? And what was his relationship to Jews vis-a-vis his relationship to non-Jews or Gentiles? Really big questions. Let me give you a couple of examples of why we don't really know and what are kind of the parameters of the debate. Let us recall that the teachings of Jesus that we have today do not come to us unmediated from a first-century Jewish source. They primarily come to us through Greek translations of what Jesus would have said. He would have spoken Aramaic, perhaps a little bit of Koine, which is kind of like a Greek, not exactly a dialect, but a form of Greek, let's say, that was common throughout the region. But the texts that we have are all in Greek. And when you translate a text, you ipso facto must distort it. And especially cultures so radically different as the culture of Athens and the culture of Jerusalem. We spoke about this a little bit when we talked about the Maccabean revolt. And actually, there's a video that I think I titled Athens and Jerusalem that talks a little bit about how they see things differently. So just in one example, though, in Jerusalem, Jews understood the model of a prophet, the holy man, who came with a rebuke from God and was sending a message because otherwise God would get involved in history. Like consider, for example, God speaks to Jonah and says, "Get thee to Nineveh in Babylonia and tell those people that they're going to be destroyed." And there's a whole story there that's fascinating. Athens, on the other hand, has much of a model of the holy man who is a philosopher like Socrates or Plato or Aristotle, that is maybe distinct from the world, that contemplates the forms and the ideals and does not necessarily engage in the world. and does not come with a burning message that God wants people to behave differently. There's a lot of things that change as the authors of the texts in the New Testament convey these ideas to a Greek audience. Furthermore, who exactly is writing these things down, and do they have a specific agenda that is tied to who's listening? Paul in particular is especially important depending on who he is speaking to, and we'll look at a couple of examples. So trying to understand Jesus' teachings in Jewish context, let's look at those three areas that we identified a minute ago. First of all, on Torah and Judaism. In some passages in the Gospels in particular, you have debates between sometimes rabbis and Jesus about specific practices, such as, for example, hand washing. Now, if you are not familiar with Jewish practice and you're reading this cold, you would say, what? What is this? Why are they wanting that Jesus and his followers wash their hands before they eat? Doesn't everybody wash their hands before they eat? Are they insinuating he's not clean or something? Is this something about hygiene? Of course, if you understand it within the Jewish context, you know right away that they're not talking just about washing one's hands free of dirt. They're talking about whether or not Jesus submits himself to rabbinic law, in which there is a specific rule laid down, a halakha, that says that before you say the blessing over bread, you must wash your hands in a ritual format. Long discussion about why that is so. But it was really a marker of affiliation with the Jewish community and with the authority of the rabbis to agree to that practice. There's a famous passage in the Talmud in which Rabbi Akiva is imprisoned by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba revolt, and he's only given a very small measure of water, and he insists on keeping some of that water aside in order to fulfill this particular commandment of the rabbis, because he respects rabbinic authority so much. So they're really not asking him about hand washing and about other issues like healing on Shabbat and so on, but they're trying to find out, like, are you part of the Pharisaic community, or do you submit to it, or do you not? And some of the answers that Jesus provides suggest that he is not. Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath, things like that. On the other hand, there are passages like Matthew 5:17 in which he says, I have come not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it. By the way, the law is one attempt in Greek to translate Torah. And of course, in a Hebrew context, Torah, the root of which means the teaching, as it were, is much larger than the law. In fact, law in form of religion is a word that doesn't exist in Hebrew at all, at least not in biblical Hebrew. You have to use halakha, which means like the way, the path, the direction. The law is a novel idea that you have to use Greek to really express it. At any rate, so where is he? Is Jesus like rebelling against rabbinical authority, or is he trying to support it, perhaps in a revolutionary way? There's a lot of ambiguity, and scholars debate it. Secondly, what about his political ideologies? We talked about the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Zealots and so on. There's no question that Jesus is closest to the Pharisees, in the sense that, siblings will argue much more than strangers will, because siblings are closer and they care more about each other. And so it's not surprising to see that, there's a lot of Pharisaic debate with Jesus over things like washing the hands and so on. There are some points in the Gospels where Jesus appears to take positions that are very close to the Pharisees, such as, for example, the idea of render unto Caesar what is Caesar's and unto God what is God's, which seems to fit with the Pharisaic idea of, we are not going to defeat the Roman Empire. Let us just, pay our taxes and keep our heads down and occupy ourselves with our inner spiritual world. But on the other hand, he seems like a zealot, intent on disrupting the status quo, such as the dramatic moment in the temple courtyard in which he, overturned the tables and the money changers and things like that, which is, by the way, a widely misunderstood passage too. So that would be much more of a zealotry kind of thing to do. By the way, if you really want to get into the nuts and bolts of specific passages and what could they possibly mean, I'd highly recommend the Jewish Annotated New Testament, published by Oxford University Press, which has some amazing essays at the back, which kind of give an overall context. And then, of course, the entire New Testament with lots of fantastically useful footnotes that will be especially helpful if you're not familiar with the larger Jewish context. I am familiar with the Jewish context, but not so much with the New Testament environment, really enjoyed it as well. So politically, it's hard to place Jesus on the spectrum. Jews and Gentiles, it's fascinating. As I mentioned, the vast majority of people that Jesus interacted with, maybe less so when he went up to the region which is now Lebanon, but certainly in Judea, the vast majority of people he interacted with were Jews. What would he have said about Gentiles? We can read some things backwards from the later works. For example, a passage in Galatians 2, in which James, who is based in Jerusalem, is apparently placed in charge of gospel to the circumcised. And by the way, circumcised versus uncircumcised is sort of a binary that exists in Hebrew scriptures. So James in Jerusalem is in charge of speaking to Jews, and Paul is placed in charge of a different gospel to the uncircumcised. I mean, we presume it's a different gospel. And we see that there's some conflict occasionally about, well, like, how are these two populations supposed to interact? Should you have Jewish Christians, for example, sitting down at a meal with Gentile Christians, meaning Christian believers who are of non-Jewish ethnic origin? And what does that mean in terms of the larger question of observance of the law? Is Jesus talking about Christianity being Judaism plus, meaning that Jews should continue to observe the Sabbath, the dietary laws, circumcision, and so on, and this new teaching? Or is this something completely new that wipes out all of those requirements, especially for Gentiles, only for Gentiles, for everybody? These are really large and enduring questions that are difficult to answer given the expansive nature of the text in the New Testament. Let us now discuss the end of Jesus' life, which of course is extremely important for later Jewish history. This period is called the Passion. And what you're looking at on the screen here is a very powerful work by Marc Chagall, a European Jewish artist. It's called La Crucifixion Blanche, the White Crucifixion. And as you can see from just a cursory look, that Jesus is so clearly identified as a Jew. Surrounding the crucified Jesus is, on the left, you see apparently a Jew in a San Benito, which is reminiscent of the later Spanish Inquisition, and a Jew holding the Torah scroll who's fleeing for his life with a look of fear on his face. You see examples of Torah scrolls being desecrated and set to the flames, and women crying. Of course, this painting was created in 1938, a very momentous time on the eve of World War II. You see Jews as refugees in boats, clearly desperate, perhaps evocative of the pogroms of 1919. You see maybe that's the Red Army there with the red flags coming over. Let me take myself out for a second. There's a scene here with a synagogue on fire and someone apparently reaching in to take the Torah. It looks like he has an armband. I'm not exactly sure. Is this meant to be evocative of a Nazi, perhaps, to destroy the Torah? I don't know. But above Jesus' head, meanwhile, fly these angelic beings, and they're clearly distressed. Who do they represent? Jesus' ancestors, perhaps, his descendants, but clearly they're disturbed by the way in which not only Jesus is crucified, but all the suffering that has followed in its wake. My teacher in this period was a great scholar named Alan Davies at the University of Toronto, and when he would speak about the Passion, he would emphasize how in basic Christian theology, this is really ground zero level, is that Jesus was not killed by the Jews. The Jews were not to blame for the death of Jesus, because that goes exactly the opposite direction of how the theology should evolve. The whole point is that Christ died for our sins. That's how it's placed in Corinthians and many other places. That Jesus died to save the entire world, right? The suffering servant, the paschal lamb, for God so loved the world. This is the message. To displace the blame for the death onto another people is exactly the opposite of what this passage means. Now, I am hardly a Christian theologian, but it seems to me that this sounds reasonable. We really see it, placed in Catholic law when we get to Nostra Aetate, which in the 1960s reevaluated 20 years after the Holocaust, what have we been saying about the Jews, and let's make sure that it's not misunderstood. For millennia, Jews have been haunted with the charge of deicide. That is the idea that Jews killed Jesus, the killing of God, literally. And this has been an extremely difficult aspect, really at the heart of Western anti-Semitism, and we will certainly come back to it in other contexts later. But let us focus, as we are now in this video, on the actual biography of Jesus. Let's try to understand how he was put to death and why. No question, scholars agree that the trial as presented in the Gospels is ahistorical. Does not make sense by what we know about Jewish law. It could not have happened as described there. For example, was he charged with blasphemy? Well, his trial does not in any way conform to how a Jewish court would work, how the Sanhedrin would work, even if they could mete out death penalties at this period. And it just doesn't make sense. Was he tried for, political insurrection of some kind? Possible, but on the other hand, if that were the case, why wouldn't his followers also be killed? It's hard to reconstruct what actually happened from the accounts that we have in the Gospels. We can say, however, that the text really emphasizes the way in which the Romans wanted to mock Jesus as a Jewish leader. As you can see here from this close-up in the Chagall painting, the Gospels describe how the letters I-N-R-I were toasted above his cross, which stands for Jesus Nazareth Rex Judeorum, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews. And Chagall wanted to underline this messianic aspect to it by writing Yeshu HaNotzri Malka Dehudoi, the Jesus the Nazarene, the King of the Jews. I don't know if my opinion on this is worth very much. I'm not a specialist in this area, but it seems to me that there may have been some elements in the Jewish community who regarded Jesus as a troublemaker, as a rabble-rouser who was upsetting the status quo in an unhelpful way. He also clearly had a certain critical mass of followers that would later go on to build this world church that had such tremendous impact. But I get the feeling that this was primarily an act of Roman caprice, that he crossed the wrong person at the wrong time, and life was cheap in the first century. There were thousands of crucifixions of Jews, especially in this area, and that Jesus should stand out as receiving due process when so many other nameless victims did not. It stretches credulity. It's also important to note, by the way, that much of the description of the passion that we receive from later sources offers considerable more detail, often with a much more negative connotation towards Jewish participation. And this is certainly correlated with the increasing gentilization of the church, meaning as the church becomes less and less of a Jewish family affair, as a Jewish mishpacha, so to speak, and becomes much more of a global movement that attracts Romans and Greeks and Scythians and whatever, that then it becomes much more of an us versus them kind of phenomenon. It's much easier to blame the them. Let me leave the passion, however, by discussing one last thing, which is especially noxious and difficult for Jewish history, and that is the so-called blood cry. It's a passage that's recorded in the book of Matthew, chapter 27, verse 25, in which, and again, this is very ahistorical, but Pontius Pilate, the procurator, says to the gathered Jews, I'm going to let you have one of my people slated for death go free. Would you like to have Jesus go free or Barabbas, who is a common thief? As the gospel describes, the people say, release Barabbas. And Pontius Pilate says, but that means I will kill Jesus. And the response of the Jews, which has been enshrined as the so-called blood cry, is the phrase, his blood be on us and on our children. Meaning, we Jews take responsibility, and so do future generations. Now, many scholars have argued that given when the Gospel according to Matthew was composed, probably immediately after the destruction of the temple, or perhaps in the context of the revolt, this is a reflection on the very next generation of Jews, meaning it's kind of like a prefigurement of what would happen a generation after Jesus was killed. Unfortunately, over the centuries, this has been taken as a justification by some for anti-Semitic violence, arguing that all Jews for all time have somehow accepted responsibility for Jesus' death, which is, as I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion, exactly opposite, 180 degrees to a basic understanding of Christian theology, that Jesus died for all our sins, meaning Christians included, not blaming the Jews exclusively. But this takes me further away from history than I am comfortable, and let's conclude at this point. The next video is going to look at how the church evolved, and specifically how you have an increasing separation between the Jewish community in Israel, who wall themselves off from this new idea of Christianity, and how the new evolving Christian church changes from being an internal Jewish phenomenon to a much larger global phenomenon. Thank you very much for watching.
And it's functional in your life. You know, it's the same thing with the Nazis. The Nazis were a martial culture. You know, that's what they were. But they were subservient to the Fuhrer. And guess what happens when you take
That previous video is a very hard one to deliver, because I'm not interested in offending anyone, and I'm not interested in specifically promoting a particular point of view in history other than what seems to make sense to me. And you know, it's hard to avoid it when you look at topics such as the historical Jesus. But we get on a little bit more comfortable ground when we move away from the founder of Christianity and look at still some people who are revered by Christians world around, to understand how the church and synagogue could grow so far apart. So let's begin that discussion now. Undoubtedly, to understand the direction that Christianity took after Jesus' death, is we have to look at the work of Saul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul. Now, Paul never actually met Jesus in conventional real life. He encountered the risen Jesus, as he describes, on the road to Damascus. Here's an amazing depiction of this from the 16th century. Here, check this out. This is the risen Jesus here, a very dramatic kind of posture with the angelic host and so on. And in the story that Paul describes, once he sees the risen Jesus, he's struck blind for several days and like incapacitated, and it's like an overwhelming experience for him. He eventually comes to his senses and he realizes that he's got to go on a mission, talk about Jesus and his teachings, and he is wildly successful. Before we leave this painting, just look at how the horse is at the center of the composition. It's a powerful emotion on the horse's face. I mean, that's really something that I admire. I'm not an art historian, but I love these things. At any rate, back to Paul. He goes on this massive journey, devoting his life to touring the Eastern Mediterranean. He goes through Asia Minor and the Greek Peninsula and the Italian Peninsula, and his word reaches, perhaps through extensions, even to the Iberian Peninsula. And everywhere he goes, he's speaking primarily to Jewish audiences in the diaspora and to fellow travelers with those small diaspora communities whenever possible, and reaching out beyond the Jewish community to talk about what Jesus said and what it means for society. Now, it is at this point that we should understand that Christianity had a tremendous amount to offer the peoples of the world. It took some of the key ideas of Judaism, such as life after death, that's a big plus, a personal deity that actually listens to prayer, that is full of mercy, that has requirements of humanity, that holds humanity to task, that there is a mission for humanity. All kinds of really amazing things. And of course, attaching it to a religion of great antiquity. And at the same time, Christianity omitted a lot of the sort of high barriers to admission to Judaism. Judaism at this point is still very much an ethnicity, a people. One may convert to Judaism, famous conversion story in the Bible, for example, the story of Ruth. But it's still primarily an ethnos, and one gets into it by being descended from other Jews. So And in order to make that leap into the Jewish community, one would have to submit, if one were a male, to circumcision. And then, of course, there's all the ritual commandments, like as maintaining the dietary laws, observing the Sabbath, and so on. And these things are quite onerous, especially if you don't appreciate how amazingly beneficial they are. So there are a lot of Gentiles who are attracted to these ideas, maybe attracted to Judaism itself, but not necessarily willing to undertake those kind of responsibilities. And Paul finds he has a huge audience. He has people who are really listening to him. At the same time, one of the most obvious questions he's going to be asked is like, so what's different between you and other Jews? And he's got to explain the relationship between this new emerging ideology and the mother ideology of Judaism. This is where you begin to see something that's called the Adversus Judaeos literary tradition. It's exemplified in particular by John Chrysostom, but you see many other figures among the church fathers who are participating in it, which is kind of like against the Jews. There's a discussion of why Christianity is better that involves why Judaism is worse, why Judaism is a less so kind of ideology. And this obviously has negative connotations and will have negative repercussions, particularly as the debate becomes much more Gentile versus Jew, us versus them, and this will proceed apace over the next few centuries. Where we see this especially clearly is in the Ecclesia et Synagoga theme, the church and synagogue theme, which, to jump ahead for a few centuries to illustrate this point, you see it in Gothic art in particular. Here's some monumental architecture from Strasbourg that shows on the left the ecclesia, which represents the church, and you can see she's got an upright staff signifying her authority. Her bodice is done up properly. She's wearing a crown. She's regal. She's clear-eyed, and so on. And on the right is the fallen synagogue, which you can see that she's holding the Ten Commandments in her left hand, her weaker hand, and upside down. They're falling out of her hands. She's not even attached to the law properly. The staff or spear that represents her authority is broken. She's blindfolded, and she's even in an act of decline. She's like falling away from the rock. And this kind of image of contrasting the church to the synagogue, in which the synagogue is the lesser partner, is something that we see over and over again as the church fathers develop this Adversus Judaeos kind of literary tradition. There's another example there, literally hundreds and hundreds of them. This is from the Church of Notre Dame, and you can see that synagogue has all of the same kind of elements, but her eyes are blinded by a serpent, right? Clearly an allusion to the serpent of Genesis and so on, that is not permitting her to see the truth of Christianity. And here's one especially notorious one from the 14th century, a stained glass window in Werben, Germany, that on the left you can see the church being crowned by heaven, holding the upright staff, the chalice, and so on, riding a tetramorph, a being of mystical significance. And on the right, the synagogue, broken staff, crown knocked off the head, blindfolded, and just to make sure you got the point, a sword is driving through the top of her skull, indicating divine displeasure. One other detail, by the way, before we leave this, I find it fascinating that Jesus in this particular image is clearly represented with dark skin, which seems to be something that really energizes a certain portion of my audience. Here you go, fascinating representation. So, back to our topic, however, there's clearly a period of time that begins with Paul and extends on later, where the synagogue is derided, the synagogue is put down, the church is clearly ascendant. Some would say that Paul advanced a kind of replacement theory. There are passages in his writings that suggest that might not be totally accurate, but at any rate, this is the general trend that will be evinced over the next few hundred years. Now, the Jewish community is not standing still while all this happens. There is a reaction from the Jewish world as well. One might even suggest we don't know which is the action and which is the reaction. Perhaps they happen around the same time. But this particular text, the so-called blessing of the heretics appears probably around the end of the first century. Its creation is described in the Talmud in Tractate Brachot, page 28, in which a person named Shmuel HaKatan, Shmuel Samuel the Lesser, is given the task of creating a passage in the liturgy, the mandatory central part of the liturgy called the Amidah, or the 18 blessings, that is designed somehow to make a clear distinction between Jewish Jews and Jewish Christians. In other words, you have this kind of amorphous period of time in the decades following Jesus' death, in which it's not clear what a Jew should believe and what a Christian may practice. And so they asked Samuel to create this blessing, which is inserted into the mandatory prayers, and it's not actually a blessing, it's really a curse. Now, there's a significant amount of debate about exactly how this was created, how it was placed in the liturgy, how it was enforced, but if we look at the text itself, it says in English, "Let there be no hope for informers." Now, that informer is a euphemistic term here for a Jewish Christian, which goes beyond the scope of our talk. "And may all wickedness instantly perish, may all the enemies of your people be swiftly cut off," etc., etc. And the idea is that, as much of the historiography argues, that if a person was suspected of being a Jewish Christian, meaning a Jew with Christian beliefs, they would be asked to recite the prayers publicly as part of the prayer service. And when they came to this new passage, it was kind of like a litmus test. If they read it, then they would be pronouncing a curse on themselves if they harbored Christian beliefs. On the other hand, if they omitted it, they would be outing themselves as a Christian, and theoretically could be removed not only from the pulpit, but from the synagogue. There's some analysis that suggests that the Gospel according to John was written by someone who experienced this. And in fact, his Gospel is much more filled with invective than the Synoptic Gospels, references to the synagogue of Satan and things like that. So this was kind of like a line in the sand that, from the Jewish perspective, marked off an ideological boundary that was not present before the inclusion of this text in the prayer. So we see that this is a family dispute that has gone really sour, and they're separating from both sides. Finally, let us not forget the fact that by the time we get to the early 4th century, Christianity has become so large and so popular that ultimately becomes the state religion under Constantine, shown here. The famous story behind it, there's some interesting things about his family that were attracted to Christianity as well. But he would have this dream where he would see, or this vision where he would see this cross, and he would say, "In hoc signo vinces," under this sign will you conquer. And then when he pieced it together that it was attached to Christianity, that's when he converted. That's the traditional story associated with it. But with his conversion and his stamp of approval on Christianity, a once heavily persecuted faith, not only reading Gospels by people like Paul as a Pharisee who was bent on persecuting the church, but also clearly by the Romans who sent Christians to the gladiatorial games and things like that. This represents a dramatic turning point where the once despised religion is now a state religion with far more power, and that's actually going to be the status quo in Europe until the modern era. Okay, I hope you found this useful. We're going to continue in the next videos by going back to Judea and focusing on internal Jewish politics, and we're going to look specifically at the origins of the Great Revolt. Thank you very much for watching.
Situation. It's not, but don't get it confused with the traditional pre-workout stimulant that gets you all amped up. I was reading someone saying, "Oh, I don't want to take pre-workout before jiu-jitsu." That's a pre-workout, and I don't recommend taking a pre-workout before jiu-jitsu. This has 15 milligrams of caffeine.
Let us now direct our attention to a major turning point in Jewish history, and that is the first Roman-Jewish war that occurred in the 60s and the early 70s of the first century. The spark that lit the explosion was something that happened in Caesarea, also pronounced Caesarea or Caesarea, which is a very important center on the coastline. We spoke about this city in the context of Herod the Great. It was a major Roman center during this period. Here you can see a map where it's located halfway roughly between Tel Aviv and Haifa in today's map. There are many factors that come together to create this first war, but perhaps one of the most significant general elements of the mood of the era was this dichotomy between the concept of the election of Israel and the disdain and neglect of a corrupt and bureaucratic Rome. On the one hand, there's no question that this first century was filled with messianic thoughts. We spoke quite a bit about it in the context of the movement of Christianity. Also, we spoke about it in the context of the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's a lot of people who are anticipating the arrival of the Messiah, which in Jewish thought is something that would happen with a great political upheaval, with a this world ruler who would initiate a period of freedom for the Jews in Israel, and then all kinds of other amazing things would happen. This is happening at the same time that Rome has let go of the reins of what's going on in Israel specifically. There's a lot of anarchy and banditry. There's a lot of lawlessness in the streets. They're not patrolling properly. They're not really caring what's going on because the Romans are engaged very heavily in their own self-serving grip, taking bribes and all kinds of things like that. There's also, as we will recall, Israel is never an area that is completely free of non-Jews. There are mixed populations in Israel, and not everyone there feels comfortable with the Jewish vision of what that land should be. It sounds familiar, right? This is basically the oldest story of that part of the world. And there are provocations that primarily come from the non-Jewish minorities in Yamnia and also later in Caesarea, as we shall see. In Yamnia, also known as Yavne, the local population specifically agitated to provoke Caligula into his disastrous decision to set up an idol to himself in the temple. It turned out, as we discussed earlier, that was short-lived because Caligula was assassinated, but nevertheless, there was a lot of friction between non-Jewish and Jewish populations in Israel. During this time, the combination of those two mood factors tended to push the Pharisees more in the direction of the Zealots, and there was a qualified sympathy for their desire to throw off the yoke of Rome. It was not a full-throated endorsement, but there was nevertheless more of a sense that the Zealots were towards the right side of history, and that was, as best we can tell, the mood of the mood of the Pharisees in the late 50s, and the people followed the Pharisees by and large. The spark that occurred in Caesarea was mundane. It had to do with a property dispute. It seems that the Jews were renting a local space from a non-Jew for a synagogue, and they wanted to actually buy this space. The non-Jew did not want to sell to them. In fact, he wanted to evict them. The Jews must have had some kind of lease arrangement because they went and they petitioned the local procurator, Gessius Florus, who was known for his insensitivity to Jewish causes, who took their money with an agreement to hear their case and then promptly ignored it. So what ended up happening is on one particular Shabbat in the year 66, some local miscreant, it's not clear from Josephus whether it's the same person as the owner of the building or perhaps someone who's involved in the dispute, this individual went and performed a ritual idolatrous sacrifice of birds right at the entrance to the synagogue over an earthenware container in such a way that apparently he was aware of some of the laws of defilement, some of the complicated laws involving earthenware containers and defilement that are more complex than we can get into right here. But at any rate, it really enraged the local Jewish population of Caesarea. Some of the more hot-headed elements of the community actually rose up and began to riot, but they rapidly found that the mood of the local population in Caesarea, which was, again, recall, primarily a Roman-oriented city, not one of the more Jewish cities, what the tide of the rioting turned against him. What ended up happening is Gessius Florus turned a blind eye to this. He arrested the Jewish petitioners who had asked to buy the synagogue in the first place, and the rest of the Jewish community actually fled with their Torah scrolls to nearby Narbata. The news of the events in Caesarea soon reached Jerusalem with a much larger Jewish population, a much more religiously inclined population, and there was an uproar, as you can imagine. Gessius Florus, the procurator, sent troops to Jerusalem in order to try and quell the unrest, and while he was there, he actually seized a relatively small amount of money from the temple treasury, which certainly was a more incendiary action and was not going to calm down the population there. In fact, the local population even publicly walked around holding their hats out, begging for money on behalf of Gessius Florus to mock him. That certainly didn't improve relations between the procurator and the local Jewish population. But the violence got actually quite serious, especially in the upper city, and some people were killed. There was bloodshed, and the Antonia fortress, which we'll see a little bit later, to the north of the Temple Mount, was actually isolated with the Roman troops imprisoned within. King Agrippa II, the Jewish king, who was actually not the king of Judea proper, he was really king of a region to the north. We spoke about him a little while ago. He attempted to calm things down and failed, and as a result, he fled to the north and avoided the bloodshed at this point. He would later actually end up participating in the war on the side of the Romans, but that's a little bit later. Menachem, the son of Judas, the Galilean, arrives. He was one of several zealot leaders who would compete for authority. And in this context of the upheaval, Elazar ben Hananiah suspended the sacrifice in honor of the emperor, and that essentially meant that the revolt was over. Up until this point, the Jews had always maintained a regular sacrifice in honor of the emperor. This goes all the way back to Cyrus, at least. And the idea of stopping this was extremely insulting to Rome, and this meant that it was open revolt. Now, there's some fascinating discussions of all these events in the Talmud as well, which add significant color to all of them. But for the time being, we're going to primarily present the Josephine account, and perhaps in another context, we can come back to the details the Talmud offers as well. At this point, the local forces that the procurator was able to muster, a fairly small number of troops, could not handle the rout anymore. And so Cestius Gallus, who was the governor of Syria, and the region of Israel was within his supervisory map, he arrived with the Fulminata Legion, the 12th Legion. We're talking now about 20,000 soldiers. So he comes down from the north and he makes his way throughout the region until he gets to Jerusalem. Now we should remember that these legionnaires are professional trained soldiers. We're talking about maximum 23,000 rebels spread out throughout the entire region without discipline, without arms, without training. They had the advantage of knowing the terrain and they had the advantage of local contacts, but they were at a serious disadvantage when fighting actual troops. Nevertheless, they were so enraged that when Cestius Gallus entered Jerusalem, and he actually came into the city, he saw what kind of opposition he was facing, and he was intimidated by the Jewish rebels. He decided to retreat, and on his way back, he met disaster. Specifically at a pass called Beit Horon. The Beit Horon pass is a very narrow strip that requires essentially, a couple of soldiers walking side by side as they make their way down this long pass. And the rebels were able to ambush them, and they actually wrought terrible havoc on Cestius Gallus's legion. They actually captured the eagle standard of the 12th Legion, which was a tremendous insult. It's kind of like capturing the flag, huge symbolic value. And they also, less symbolic value, but real value, they actually captured all of the Roman siege equipment, which would be very useful for them in the next couple of years of the war. Cestius Gallus actually survived the encounter at Beit Horon, but he was forced to limp back in a humiliating defeat, and this meant that Rome had to significantly accelerate their efforts. Next, we'll explore the second phase of the war, when Rome decides to send a much more battle-hardened general, Vespasian, along with considerably more troops to prosecute the war. Thank you very much for watching.
Those are whenever you get an MP3, you get the psychological warfare album. That's audio. It's an audio reminder. If you want a visual reminder, you go to flipsidecanvas.com. Run by my brother, Dakota Meyer.
In far-off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the defeat of Cestius Gallus, but he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, and so he sends a much more significant general, here shown as Vespasian, to deal with these rebels in Judea. And at this point, we should introduce very briefly Josephus, who originally was given command of the northern region in the Gallio, and he's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon not only for the First Roman-Jewish War. He was a first-person participant in that war, and so he's actually relaying things that he saw himself. But he also goes on to a great career as one of the really important Roman historians overall, providing a detailed look at Judaism in antiquity, and we have had occasion to return to in many cases. At any rate, Josephus, a fairly young man, is and associated primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region, but unfortunately the first that is attacked by Vespasian, who comes in with 60,000 troops. And in the space of 67, the year 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Yotapata, in modern Hebrew, Yotfat, which is where Josephus was housed. And he actually withstood a long siege of over a month until finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus manages to survive, he surrenders to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he can be a very useful ally for him and a tool for him. Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of like the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns coat. He becomes an ally of the Romans, betraying his countrymen, which makes him a difficult source to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus will describe the rest of the war. In Jerusalem, there's tremendous chaos. The rebel leaders who are active, particularly in the Gallio region in the north, flee the conflict and they make their way to Jerusalem, where there are now several different competing leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, who were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up in the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly and, in fact, execute the heads of the united leadership, including the high priest. There is tremendous rivalry between all of the factions of the Zealots, to the point that they not only fight with each other, they even burn each other's siege supplies, which turns out to be disastrous because, of course, Vespasian will ultimately organize a siege against them. It gets so awful that the Zealots, who are based in Masada at this time, that's a very important fortress on the banks of the Dead Sea, not too far south of Jerusalem, they actually attack the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and in the region. Vespasian takes his time and he mops up the naval resistance at Yaffo. There were several sea battles there and some smaller conflicts around Jerusalem, but he leaves Jerusalem alone throughout the year 68. At that point, Nero dies, and there is a very significant competition in Rome for who is going to be the next emperor. Ultimately, Vespasian is invited to take that role, and he returns to Rome in the year 70. He hands the command over to his son Titus, also a very able general, who will ultimately bring the battle to its conclusion by attacking Jerusalem itself. By the time Titus approaches Jerusalem, there are two main leaders left in the region, Shimon ben Gioria and John of Giscala. And they're fighting bitterly with each other, but when they realize they're about to be attacked, by Titus, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Titus arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city who are fighting against 4 Roman legions of about 80,000 battle-hardened troops. On the map here, you can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian and his forces reach the outer wall in the summer of the year 70. They enter the northern part of the city, and after a week, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, which is the primary goal of their advance. They attack the Antonia Fortress, which is this region that was built by Herod at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. You see in that square area there on the center right. But the rebels actually managed to push away Vespasian's attack in mid-June of that year. Vespasian then turns his attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that could come in. He lets the Jews essentially starve for about 2 weeks. They're softened up by hunger. Let us not forget that the zealots, in their zeal to beat one another, they actually burned most of their siege supplies. So they did not have extensive foodstuffs. And after about 2 weeks or so of the impermeable wall being in place, then he makes a second advance in late July of the year 70. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of Av. It would have been in late August of the year 70. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting by Jews all around the world. They sit on the floor, they read the book of Lamentations, and they endure this day of mourning for an event that occurred 2,000 years ago. The temple is burned to the ground. The fighting would continue throughout Jerusalem, but we'll continue with that in the next video. Thank you for watching.
To defend our ideal, which is freedom. And here at home, thanks to police and law enforcement, firefighters and paramedics and EMTs and dispatchers and correctional officers and border patrol, Secret Service, and all the other first responders, thanks to you as well.
The Roman-Jewish War essentially ended with the destruction of the temple, which demonstrated the futility of the immediate messianic hopes of the Jews in the region. However, fighting continued for a few more years, either to the year 73 or possibly 74 of the Common Era. There are a few holdout fortresses of Jews outside of Jerusalem, and the most significant of those was undoubtedly Masada, which is shown here. It's a dramatic cliff-top fortress. It was actually the palace of Herod at one point, his vacation palace, and it's in a very forbidding part of the Judean desert, and it is essentially impregnable. The only way to really attack Masada is to climb its faces, which are quite steep, at least on 2 sides of it, and it was very, very difficult to actually breach its defenses. The rebels under Elazar ben Yair had actually laid in a tremendous amount of supplies, so they could actually last there for many years. Nevertheless, the Romans were brilliant and dogged engineers. They ended up climbing the mountain, and they built a siege tower that was about 80 meters or 260 feet high to be able to breach the final wall. When they got to the very last barrier, which was made of wood, and they set it on fire, the rebels located within the compound realized that there was no way they could keep the Roman soldiers out. And so in a very dramatic act, almost 1,000 rebels, and we're talking here about families, not just soldiers, but men, women, and children, committed mass suicide overnight rather than have themselves be turned over as slaves to the Romans. A very dramatic moment in Jewish history, a complex moment that has reverberations in modern Israeli ideology as well, and hopefully we'll come back to that when we get towards the end of the series. The Romans enacted significant punishments on the remaining population. And we will go into this in greater detail as we talk about the diaspora and moving forward. But for now, let's just look at a few examples of it. Symbolically, we see the institution of the Judea Capta coins. The Romans actually printed quite a few examples of this coin. On the left, they usually have a portrait of Vespasian. You can see him wearing the laurel wreath of victory around his head. And on the right, there is a Roman soldier standing by a balsam pine, which is one of the most important exports of Israel at the time. And there is a forlorn woman with her head in her hand, and she is representing the Judean people. So Judea Capta means Judea is taken captive. And this was a form of propaganda. You know, coins are like messages that circulate everywhere, and people see them, and it means something. It was a very important way of advertising state power. Just to show you a couple of examples of the Judea coin, sometimes the Roman soldier is portrayed as being, way out of proportion, large compared to the woman, to show the dominance of Rome. And in some, especially chilling cases, she's actually shown with her hands bound behind her back as a slave to be taken away into captivity. The Romans also celebrated this in Rome proper with the erection of the Arch of Titus. You see it here. And inside the arch, when we zoom in a little bit, there is a depiction of the Romans taking away spoils from the temple. Here's a better resolution look at it. You can see that they're clearly holding the candelabra called the menorah, which would have stood in the Temple Mount area. A scholar at Yeshiva University did some chemical analysis of the sculpture and actually was able to reconstruct how it would have looked to the Romans in the ancient period, because they actually preferred their sculptures to be painted. So it would have looked like this to the Romans. You can see on the left, there's a sign that says Leges Judaeorum, or the law of the Jews. Perhaps that was referring to the tablets of the law, or maybe a Torah scroll. You can see they're clearly carrying the menorah. The sign next to it says Candelabrum Judaeorum, the Jewish candelabra. And on the right, they have the Sacra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews, which appears to be the shulchan with the altar, with the badim, the staves that would be used to carry it, perhaps. The Romans also imposed some terrible taxes and some restrictions on Jewish activity, which I'd like to explore in a later lecture. But there is a saving moment in all this. One thing that we have glossed over is the reaction of the Pharisees, in particular a rabbi named Yochanan ben Zakkai, who saw early on that the revolt against Rome was doomed to failure. And in a rather dramatic moment, he had himself smuggled out of Jerusalem to actually meet with Vespasian directly. This is one of the details the Talmud offers. And he makes a request of Vespasian, actually three requests. But the one that's especially significant for us is he says to Vespasian, in Hebrew we have the phrase, Ten li Yavne v'chachamecha. Give me the city of Yavne, Yamnia in Greek, and its sages. Which meant that he wanted to have a safe base where the pacifistic Pharisees could retreat and could continue to engage in religious study. This ultimately was the seed from which future Jewish leadership would grow, and the future of the Jewish people would be preserved through these scholars studying the traditional values and texts of Judaism. We will continue this in future lectures. Thank you very much for watching.
Ogawa was the pilot of the second plane to hit the USS Bunker Hill. And that kamikaze attack killed 393 and wounded 264, and took the aircraft carrier out of commission for the duration of the war.
If we move forward about 45 years from the destruction of the temple and the fall of Masada, we get to another period of violence called the Titos Rebellion. Now, it's a very mysterious kind of rebellion. We have scattered data points from different sources that all reveal something about this rebellion. but we're not really sure about much of the most essential questions. But we should say one thing to begin with. Many scholars argue whether or not this is really the second Roman-Jewish war or something different. It's basically a primarily diaspora phenomenon. It's something that you see primarily outside of Israel, in other words, and not so much in Judea itself. But let's try and understand at least some things about this Kitos rebellion. The Kitos rebellion occurs at the very end of the rule of the Emperor Trajan. The 5 decades since the destruction of the temple have been absolutely terrible for the Jews. There is a tremendous amount of post-destruction trauma that is definitely spiritual in nature. I mean, the Jews had invested all of their spiritual understanding of how they related to the infinite through the temple. And even when the temple was corrupted by a priesthood that was essentially something that could be bought from the Romans, there was still this idea that somehow the temple was the hinge upon which the entire universe turned. And now with that temple gone, what exactly would Judaism do? What would Judaism look like? It was a period of phenomenal demographic upheaval. You have literally tens of thousands of Jews taken off in slavery to Rome. You have refugees who are scattered throughout the entire region on the eastern Mediterranean, the Iberian and Greek peninsulas, around the Black Sea littoral, and further east through Mesopotamia. And you don't have the same kind of center in Israel as you had before. Would the Jewish people even survive this tremendous trauma? The Romans, for their part, did many things to make things worse for the Jews. They certainly want to stamp out any possibility of a future revolt, and so there were all kinds of measures put in place to try and demean the Jews both spiritually, psychologically, demographically, and financially. The Fiscus Judaicus was instituted, and this was a replacement of the mandatory Machatzis shekel, the half shekel tax that Jews had from biblical times paid all over the world towards the upkeep of the Temple of Jerusalem. The Fiscus Judaicus tax took that money and made it mandatory, but instead of devoting it to the upkeep of the Temple in Jerusalem, it was directed to Rome and to the upkeep of the Temple for Jupiter. I mean, really offensive kind of thing for the Jews. And at the same time, the messianic ferment that we saw with the birth of Christianity was still continuing. In fact, it would take another couple of decades before it would have its final defeat, at least in the 2nd century, under Bar Kokhba. Now, Trajan himself, towards the end of his rule, became involved in a very heavy war with the Parthian Empire, which was the Persian Empire that controlled Babylonia. The Parthian Empire would ultimately fall, and in their successor empire, the Sasanians, that's when the main elements of the Talmud would be put together. But at any rate, Trajan waged war against the Parthians, and he actually penetrated all the way to the very bottom of Mesopotamia. That is, this region here that you can see is sort of like a yellowish color going right down to the Persian Gulf. This was briefly controlled by Roman troops. Now, what's interesting for our purposes, and connecting it to the Kitos rebellion, is that the Jews in Mesopotamia apparently sided with the Parthians against the Roman invaders, which is perhaps not surprising. Jews had been living in Babylonia since the 6th century before the Common Era, meaning they've been there for 800 years. They certainly have roots sunk deep into that territory. And when the Romans came in invading, they took up arms to defend their homeland alongside the Parthians. This obviously was not taken very lightly by the Romans, and Lucius Quietus, who was a commander in charge of the region, was put in charge of also devastating the Jewish population and quashing any resistance to Roman rule. So this is one element of the Kitos rebellion, is Lucius Quietus' early participation. There will be another chapter of his story as well, and maybe I should give it away. The word Kitos in the Kitos rebellion is probably from his surname, Lucius Quietus. That's probably how we get Kitos. So it's named essentially after him. perhaps because of his notorious activity putting down the Jewish rebels in Mesopotamia, or I shouldn't say the rebels, the Jewish defenders of Mesopotamia, but it could also have to do with his later activity in Judea. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a diaspora affair. It was certainly not limited to Mesopotamia with the advance into Parthian Empire territory in the year 114. We begin to see it also develop on the coast of North Africa in particular. Let's have a look at this map here, where you can see the extent of the Roman Empire at the time of Trajan's death in 117, 117. First of all, we have the activity in Mesopotamia, which is related to the invasion of the Parthian Empire. But then we have some interesting things happening in what would be today Libya. The Quitos Rebellion had major activity in this town. The pronunciation, I know some people are really sticklers for pronunciation. I've looked it up and I've heard it pronounced as Cyrene in English. In Greek, it would have been something like Kurene. So I'm probably going to say Kurene, and I'll probably be wrong, but this wouldn't be the first time. Anyway, this is one of the locations of major rebel activity during this period. And then we also have significant activity throughout Egypt, and then finally in Cyprus. And once all of this diaspora activity is discussed, we're going to look very briefly at Judea, where, of course, there was the Polymus Quitos, the Quitos Rebellion itself, as described in the Talmud. Let's look at Kurene first. The various sources that refer to this assert that there may have been some kind of messianic issue to this, because there is an individual who is referred to as Lukuas in one source and Andreas in a different source. It is possible that this is the same person. It was not at all uncommon in the ancient period, especially in Greek and Roman areas, for Jews to have two names, a Hebrew name and a Greek name, or a local name. I myself have two names, right? I have a Hebrew name that my friends know me by, and I have Henry, which I publish under, and stuff like that. So anyways, but he referred to himself in one of these sources as a king. So that implies some kind of unusual political, although some of the church historians suggest it was sort of a false messianic way. And under this Lukuas/Andreas, there was a report of Jewish attacks on Roman temples and public buildings in particular. It's an interesting aspect of this revolt is that it seems to be one that is definitely attacking Rome. And again, remember, it's just a few decades since the destruction of the temple. And there are a lot of Jews who are very angry. And let us not forget that there are a lot of Jews who were originally rebels in the First War who have fled to various cities in the diaspora, and they could be influencing this uprising again in about the year 115. Now, one of our most important historians that tells us a little bit about the Quitos Rebellion is Cassius Dio. He is a Roman historian who was active at the end of the second and the first half of the 3rd century. And he's great for a lot of things, but there's certain areas where you just don't know how seriously to take him. So, for example, when he describes this rebellion in Kurene, he puts it like this, and just listen to this language. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Kyrene had put a certain Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would, They would eat the flesh of their victims, make belts for themselves of their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. But that's not all. Many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they gave to wild beasts, still others they forced to fight as gladiators. I mean, it's hard to take this seriously. It's just so bizarre and so un-Jewish. Certainly Jews have gone to war, and it's not impossible to imagine atrocities happening when Jews, like any people, go to war, but these are over the top. And in fact, when you look at Cassius Dios's other treatments of barbarian attacks on Rome, they also appear quite, portrayed. I wanted to read for you the passage where he describes how the Britons deal with the attack from the Romans, and oh my gosh, I can't even look at that because it's actually pornographic in its nature. So just trust me, Cassius Dios is liable to exaggerate for dramatic effect. Egypt also saw widespread rebellions between the years of 115 and 117, widespread Jewish rebellions. Who apparently the Jews were taking advantage of the absence of Roman forces who had gone off to fight against the Parthian Empire in Mesopotamia. And once again, it's similar kinds of targets. Temples, shrines, for example, the Shrine of Nemesis at Memphis, public works, roadways, things like that. It seems like the Jews rebelling are really directing their attacks specifically at the Roman Empire. It seems to have a very political motive. The economic motive does not seem to rise to the surface, and other than those messianic references, it seems to be something that is really an attempted uprising. It is fascinating to think, though, like, why are the Jews all over the diaspora? Do they really think they're going to throw Rome off? But they obviously are somewhat coordinated in doing this. There was, of course, a harsh military response from Trajan, who came back with heavy forces and many killed. This is the period when the great synagogue of Alexandria, which the Talmud says is so large that in order to know when to answer Amen to the person leading the prayers, they had to wave big flags. You could see the flags and know that it was up to that part. But this is the period when the great synagogue of Egypt, of Alexandria, Egypt, was destroyed. Jewish property was seized, and basically at this point, by the time we get to the end of the Parthian War, the Jewish community in North Africa goes into a steep decline, and it will not rise again for several centuries. We can say the same thing about the island of Cyprus. As we saw earlier in Cassius Dio's discussion, no Jew may set foot on that island, that is Cyprus, but even if one of them is driven upon its shores by a storm, he is put to death. Jews were banned from the island after a rebellion there, and in fact, this statement is supported because there's no other evidence of Jews ever landing on this island until the 4th century. So hundreds of years of Jews gone from the region. What happened in Judea proper? This is where the Talmud refers to this phrase, Homos Titos, the Titos rebellion. We know that Lucius Quietus, you remember him from Mesopotamia, right? He was the person who put down the Jewish rebellion. He is sent back by Trajan and appointed as governor in Judea. We don't know a lot about how he conducted himself in that area, but we know that there was, at least the Talmud refers to some acts of violence, and we know that Lucius Quietus brought in a second Roman legion to support his activities there. I wish we knew more about this particular rebellion. It is fascinating to see that it takes place across the diaspora. It represents something we haven't talked about in any detail yet, but we will be coming back to it in a few lectures. But we have to move on to a much more powerful and significant rebellion that had a deep mark, left big scars on the Jewish psyche, and that is the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Thank you very much for watching.
In conformity with the imperial wishes. So this is all good, right? That's where we're at. This is all good. This is a benevolent leader. You've got the spirit of the army is actually just the reflection, the arm of this benevolent.
The Bar Kokhba revolt, so named after its leader, Shimon Bar Kokhba, is often referred to as the Second Roman Jewish War, the first being the Great Revolt of 66 through 73 or 74 that resulted in the destruction of the Temple in Jerusalem. And then there's possibly another conflict, the so-called Titos Rebellion that we discussed in the last video. Some people consider that the Second Roman Jewish War, and this would make Bar Kokhba the third Roman Jewish War. But unlike the Titos Rebellion, this is something that happened entirely within the boundaries of Judea, and certainly constitutes a full-fledged revolt against Rome that required tremendous energy for the Romans as well. So much is unknown about the Bar Kokhba revolt. We do not have really extensive sources describing it. I'll go into this in a little bit more detail. Even to the point where it was not until the 1960s that we were certain what Bar Kokhba's name actually was. It appears that his name, based on some Greek language documents that were discovered in the Dead Sea region, Greek having the advantage of being a phonetic language with all of the vowels written out, which is something that is not true of Hebrew. We referred to him as Bar Kosiba or Ben Kosiba. That was his proper name. The Bar means son of, and Kosiba is the surname. He was known as Bar Kokhba to his followers. A slight pun on the name. Kokhba means star, the son of a star that has kind of like messianic overtones to it. But to his detractors, he was known as Bar Koziba, with a Z instead of an S. The word kazav in Hebrew meaning deception or lies. But his actual name was Kosiba, and he's known popularly in the way that Rebbe Akiva, one of his most important followers, called him Bar Kokhba, the star. It's hard to underestimate the importance of Bar Kokhba in the Israeli civic mentality, because Bar Kokhba represents the last living president of the Jewish polity until the 20th century. In a moment, I'd like to talk to you about Dr. Yigael Yadin, who wrote a very important work on Bar Kokhba, who describes the moment when the current president of Israel in 1960 first saw an inscription that was written by the previous president of Israel some 1900 years earlier. It's really important to see this as a sort of a culmination of that stride for statehood that had a 1900-year hiatus. Where we can see this graphically is in the Knesset menorah, the sculpture that stands outside the contemporary building known as the Knesset, which is where Israel's parliament sits. And in this candelabra, you can see that there are many historical figures that are represented on the arms of the candelabra. Zooming into the center, you see that the three central uppermost branches have representations of three distinct leaders in Jewish history. The first is Moses, who is shown here from a biblical passage that describes the attack of the Amalekites against the Jews on their way from Egypt to Israel. And as the passage there describes, as long as Moses had his hands up in the air, heavenward, then the Jews would succeed in battle. And when he lowered his hands, they would fail. So he was supported by his two lieutenants, holding his hands in the air so he could retain that position for the duration of the battle, representing a military victory with an appeal to God at its very center. On the left, you see David. We should understand that the left here is on Moses' right, the higher level of authority and status. David shown here as a young man holding up the severed head of Goliath, a very important passage that describes, again, a military victory with supernatural assistance from God. And then finally, going to the less significant of the two, but still right at the very center of the candelabra, is this representation of Bar Kokhba. And unlike David and Moses, he is represented here in an attitude of decline, in an attitude of defeat, because after all, the Bar Kokhba rebellion was ultimately unsuccessful. Nevertheless, he is shown here as a powerful military figure and as a tragic one as well. And that's the story we're going to go over in the next 15 minutes or so. Our sources, as I mentioned, are somewhat limited. We have an important Roman historian, Cassius Dio, sometimes called Dio Cassius, who is somewhat problematic because we only have him in an abbreviated form, as we shall see shortly. We have Eusebius, an important church historian, Cassius Dio being active in the basically at the turn of the 3rd century. Eusebius, about 100 years later, one of the church fathers, again passing references. And then we have some amazing passages in the Talmud and in the Midrash, but they are not necessarily historical in the same way that some of these other historians are conformed to Western sensibilities. There are some famous and important discoveries in the 1960s, primarily archaeological discoveries conducted by this man, Yigael Yadin. He is one of these amazing Israeli figures who was at once both a war hero, very highly placed at the top of the Israeli Defense Forces, and at the same time an archaeologist and a scholar and a very gripping writer. I'm going to produce a little review of his treatment of Bar Bar Kokhba in a separate video. Absolutely fascinating account, very much worth reading. So let's try and understand what we can about Bar Kokhba and his rebellion from the sources that we have. Here's a children's book. The Hebrew translation is The History of Israel for Children. The Bar Kokhba rebellion, you can see a very heroic figure and rallying the troops against Rome and so on. This describes the rebellion that took place from the years 132 to 135 of the Common Era. The leader, of course, as we said, is Bar Kokhba. In the Midrash, he is described as a mythic figure of phenomenal proportions. An extremely brutal and ferocious warrior, not unlike some of the depictions of David that we have in Tanakh and also in the Talmud. The Talmud says, for example, and this is kind of like, you have to assume it's a kind of a hyperbole that is not uncommon in the Talmud, that to test their bravery, Bar Kokhba would have all of his recruits have a digit sliced off their hand, which is, totally forbidden in Jewish law. By the way, kids don't try this at home. But the rabbis complained and said, Bar Kokhba, what are you doing? How long will you mutilate the young men of Israel? He said, well, what else, how else am I going to test their bravery? And they suggested, well, have them uproot a living tree from the ground with their bare hands. Will that do? He says, yes, that will certainly test it. And so that's how they were tested, as the Talmud says, that they were tested for their strength and their bravery. I don't know how to take this on a literal sense, but when we see his writings based on the archaeological discoveries of the 1960s, we definitely see that he was a very determined and very insistent leader, often demanding retribution of his followers if they did not comply with his demands. He was known to many as a possible Messiah. And let's remember, in Jewish terms, a Messiah, Mashiach, is a human being, a political leader who will effect a military unification of the land of Israel, who will bring in all of the exiles, who will bring in the gathering of the exiles, and initiate a period of great peace and prosperity for Israel and the world. And many saw Bar Kokhba as that person, including famously Rabbi Akiva, who towards the end of his life supported Bar Kokhba as a possible Mashiach. He was contradicted by several of his colleagues. One of them famously said to him, Akiva, you will have glass growing from your cheekbones before Bar Kokhba is the Messiah, meaning this is impossible and you will be dead and Bar Kokhba will never be the Messiah. But nevertheless, the notion of Bar Kokhba as Messiah certainly inspired many to follow him. Here is, by the way, one of the amazing finds that was uncovered by Dr. Yadin in the Dead Sea region. You can see at the very top right, it says, Shimon Bar Kokhba, a Nasi Yisrael. Shimon Bar Kokhba, president of Israel. Unfortunately, there's so much we really don't know about the war. One of the most basic things that we don't know about this war is why exactly did it start? So Cassius Dio, the Roman historian, gives us an account of the war. Unfortunately, the only version of Cassius Dio's account has not survived antiquity in its original formulation, but rather as what they call an epitome. We say in English the epitome of something. We tend to mean something as exemplary, the best, and the ideal. But in classical terms, it really means an abbreviation, meaning, oh, this is too big, too long to read. You just give me like the Cliff's Notes, the short version of this. That's what an epitome was. And so we have an 11th century epitome by Johannes Kipilinius that's shown here that gives us, unfortunately, just passing references to Bar Kokhba, and we don't know exactly what Cassius Dio wrote, but we're hopeful that this is correct. According to Cassius Dio in this epitome, the reason for the revolt was that the Emperor Hadrian, shown here, decided to rebuild Jerusalem, but rename it after himself, Aelia Capitolina, right? Because his middle name is Aelius, and to build on the site of the temple to God, instead a temple to the Latin god, the Roman god Jupiter. And this, according to Cassius Dio, inflamed the population of Jews and a rebellion ensued. Now, according to Hadrian's own biographer, Spartianus, who wrote De Vita Hadriani, the life of Hadrian, the Roman Empire, had nothing to do with the rebuilding of the temple. It has to do with a ban on genital mutilation, something which the Romans had frequently issued. But it's uncertain what exactly is this talking about. For many, it was understood to refer to castration, which is forbidden in Jewish law as well. But it's possible that the revolt was started because Jews thought it referred to circumcision. And in fact, perhaps it did refer to circumcision, but later that was certainly exempted from the ban on genital mutilation. Others say no. The Midrash, for example, suggests that it had to do with an effort to rebuild the temple that was then thwarted by the Samaritans. Finally, Pausanias, who was a 2nd century Roman geographer, who was followed in some degree by Eusebius and Jerome, who were church fathers who lived in the subsequent centuries, who said that it's possible not that the revolt was caused by persecution, i.e. these decrees, but that these decrees followed the revolt, meaning it was the general environment, whether it was the political oppression, the destruction of the Judean state in the previous war, or whether it was the Messianic ferment, that these things might have caused the revolt, and then later the Hadrianic persecutions, which were especially associated with the group of people called the 10 Martyrs of the State, the Asara Urge Malchus, that have formed an important part of the Jewish liturgy, that those occurred not before the rebellion, but rather after the rebellion as a response. Not impossible. At any rate, these are the major theories currently floating regarding the origins of the war. We will have to conduct further research and hopefully find some more archaeological discoveries that will give us some greater insight. For certain, however, the war was quite brutal, and it lasted for about 3 years. We know of Bar Kokhba's exploits, which appear to have been initially quite successful. Bar Kokhba and his rebels seized Jerusalem, apparently, and marked that event with the minting of many coins. Actually, not precisely the minting. What they did was they would take Roman coins, heat them up, and then restamp them, which in itself, by the way, is an act of treason. And they would restamp them with Jewish themes, and they would mark them with messages like, the freedom of Jerusalem, year 1, year 2, things like that. Here's one depiction of the Bar Kokhba coins. You can see that the top coins have the temple on them, on top of a Roman tetradrachm, that's a sella in Hebrew, and at the very top is a little star motif, which is emblematic of Bar Kokhba himself. At the bottom you see traditional themes like a lyre, grapes, an urn, and trumpets. But what's interesting is what you don't see, which are any representations of human beings or animals, which was very much against Jewish sensibilities in the 2nd century. Here's another version that shows at the top, these are palm fronds, or specifically the lulav and esrog, the arba minim, the 4 species that are held together as part of the Sukkot celebration. It's interesting to note that Bar Kokhba, from as far as we can tell, not only the attraction of Rabbi Akiva and the various depictions in the Talmudic sources, but also in the archaeological evidence, seems to have been leading a movement of observant Jews, that they were striving to maintain the observances of the holidays and things like that, even when they were besieged and literally living in caves. We know that the war was quite brutal, that Hadrian suffered tremendously, and as we shall see, had to bring in significant reinforcements to be able to put down this very successful guerrilla rebellion, which took great advantage of the local terrain. Eusebius refers to the Jewish rebels being active in the cave system of the Judean mountain range. We know that Hadrian suffered not only because of the support he had to draw in from elsewhere in the Roman Empire, but also because, as Cassius Dio points out, when he wrote to the Senate the report of what was happening in Judea, he pointedly omitted the phrase "mihi et legionibus bene," which means I and my forces are well, meaning I and the armed forces, the military, are doing fine, thank you. He took out that standard phrase, which for Cassius Dio, writing in the 2nd century, was a very big statement to the Senate. Ultimately, however, the rebels could simply not hold out against the overwhelming might of the Romans, and they were reduced to hiding in a series of caves. Some of them are shown here, largely undiscovered until the 20th century. There were originally some Bedouin who made their way into these caves in the early 20th century, and as artifacts began to slowly filter out into the black market, that's when Yigael Yadin and his team decided to investigate. And in the early 1960s, they found several of these caves and found some amazing discoveries that we're going to look at in this lecture and in a couple others as well. For example, these urns, which are quite remarkable in themselves, but one of the things that tells us about Bar Kokhba is that they used to have like decorations here of facial features that were intentionally defaced, as were all of the implements that had decorations of this nature in the case. So in other words, these may have been made by Romans or Phoenicians or something like that, but the Bar Kokhba rebels, not wanting to transgress the commandment against making graven images, specifically defaced them to remove them. So we get a sense of their religious orientation. There are several other indicators of this as well, such as, for example, the discovery of balls of unworked yarn that was dyed with what they believed was the techelet. Techelet is a blue color. This may be a little bit distorted by age, 2,000 years, right? And photography, 1960s, right? And this would have been used for the single blue thread in the fringed garments worn by religious Jews, the so-called tzitzit. Chemical analysis of this particular dye, however, and these threads, indicates that the Bar Kokhba rebels were apparently holding on to some forged techelet, which the Talmud says was a problem in the era, because with the technology of the day, it was impossible to know whether this was the actual techelet made with the specific mollusks that produced this dye, or whether it was made from a vegetable source, which would have rendered it unfit for the tallis, for the prayer shawl, but nevertheless was frequently circulated in the black market. Many more mysteries surrounding this, but nevertheless, you get the idea that the Bar Kokhba rebels cared about Jewish rituals. Now, as the war went, Hadrian, seeing that he was having a difficult time, he summoned none other than Julius Severus from Britain. This is an incredible general who had tremendous success in putting down a difficult riot way on the other side of the Roman Empire. So he was specifically brought to Judea in order to maintain the order. Hadrian also summoned to Judea 6 legions, an estimated 50,000 troops when all were calculated, and that's an amazing number. It's impossible to imagine that Bar Kokhba had more than perhaps 10 or 15,000 troops at his disposal, and even that is definitely on the high end of the estimation. Nevertheless, the Roman casualties were described by a contemporary, Marcus Cornelius Fronto, as being very similar to what the Romans lost in Britain, so that indicates that it was really a pitched battles one after another. Dio does give us a sense of the Jewish casualties. He gives us the very large number, 580,000 casualties over almost 1,000 villages and 50 outposts. Now, it's possible that, especially in terms of the casualties, the numbers are hugely inflated. Even with these large numbers, we do know that 6 legions were in the area, so it certainly would have been an absolutely horrific massacre, all told. The last stand was at Beitar, shown here, and as the last of the Bar Kokhba rebels were killed by the Romans, there was this particular event was actually enshrined in the liturgy. The grace after meals includes a blessing which specifically was composed in memory of the martyrs of Beitar. Like the name Bar Kokhba resonates throughout Jewish history. We have, for example, the youth scouting movement led by Vladimir Jabotinsky, shown here in the center of this group of scouts. Was a very important youth movement that had a very important role in the founding of the State of Israel, and by extension to it, the Likud party itself, through people like Menachem Begin, a Prime Minister of Israel, for example. Thank you very much for watching.
Don't own anything, or as little as you can. One of the coolest things about going on deployment in the days of one of the coolest things is everyone's a minimalist. It's just, you go on deployment, you have, like, whatever, 5 bags.
One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? Now, you might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it, but in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is, it is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been the universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century.